The Venerable Swordsman Chapter 2109 to Chapter 2162. Xingfan pressed his palms together as he gazed at Yi Xian, and he was extremely speechless. He'd finally figured it out. This fellow doesn't want to leave at all, and he's playing hard to get. How treacherous. Yi Xian stopped when he heard the Divine King, and then he turned around and walked quickly over to the Divine King. Senior, do you have any instructions for me? The Divine King spoke softly. Can I have a look at the sword in your hand? Yi Xian smiled, of course. However, you can only look at it and not sense it. Can I? The Divine King glanced at Yi Xian and smiled, all right. Yi Xian passed the green profound sword to the Divine King. After the latter received the green profound sword, his expression instantly turned grave. Yi Xian stood there quietly and did not speak. A wisp of a complicated expression flashed through the Divine King's eyes after he looked at it for a short while. Dao Monarch Mo, there's someone even earlier than you. As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xian. Who's the person who made this sword? Yi Xian replied, a relative. A relative, the Divine King grinned. You said that you didn't come here for my inheritance, so I thought you were just trying to trick me. As he spoke, he shook his head. You really don't need my inheritance when you have such a relative. Yi Xian hurriedly said, no. Senior doesn't know, but this relative of mine told me to learn from the outstanding people of the world. That's why I've come here. The Divine King glanced at Yi Xian and Xingfan, and he fell silent for a moment before he said, both of you are extraordinary geniuses even during my era. Both of you are very outstanding, but I only have a single inheritance. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, can we each have one? Xingfan hurriedly nodded, I think so. Yi Xian was speechless. The Divine King roared with laughter. Under normal circumstances, that would be possible. However, my situation is special, and I can only transmit it to one person. Yi Xian and Xingfan glanced at each other. Both of them fell silent. The Divine King suddenly said, back then, I did have an unfulfilled wish. Whichever of you two can help me complete it, my inheritance will be given to that person. The two of them were silent. God King smiled, my inheritance, other than my lifetime's worth of cultivation, can also help you all reach beyond the universe heart, opening a new door for you all, allowing you to enter a higher martial civilization. Apart from that, there is also a mysterious gift. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before asking, Senior, you can tell me your wish. The Divine King opened his palm and a jade pendant appeared in his hand. Looking at the jade pendant in his hand, a trace of guilt flashed in the God King's eyes. This jade pendant was given to me by the person I love. Back then, we were childhood sweethearts and grew up together. Later on, I let her down. In this life, I have a clear conscience towards the heavens and earth, but I have let her down. She once swore that she would never want to see me again in this life. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian and Xingfan, whichever of you can make her come here to see me, my inheritance will belong to that person. Xingfan asked, that senior is still alive? The Divine King nodded. Yi Xian suddenly asked, may I ask, how did senior let that senior down? The Divine King fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. I once promised her that I would never leave her in this life. Later on, I had another woman. When he spoke up to hear, he shook his head once more and didn't speak any further. Yi Xian and Xingfan's expressions became strange. Trash. Yi Xian and Xingfan exchanged glances. Both of them noticed that this mission didn't seem to be so easy to complete. The Divine King suddenly said, I won't ask for her forgiveness, I just want to apologize to her in person. Xingfan was slightly puzzled. Senior can't take the initiative to see her? The Divine King nodded. She said that she doesn't want to see me again unless she dies. I know her character, and she will do what she says. If I take the initiative to see her, then I'm afraid she will do something stupid. Both Yi Xian and Xingfan had a slight headache. Meanwhile, the Divine King flicked his finger, and then two rays of white light entered the center of their brows. This is where she lives. Meanwhile, Xingfan was stunned. Yi Xian looked at Xingfan, you know her? Xingfan hesitated for a moment and said, to tell you the truth, she's in my sect. Yi Xian's face froze. The Divine King sighed softly. Xingfan suddenly pressed his palms together and bowed respectfully, I'm willing to do my best. As he spoke, he turned around and left. The Divine King gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I'll give it a try. As he spoke, he hesitated for a moment and said, Senior, can I curse? The Divine King smiled, You can. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, You really are trash. The Divine King roared with laughter, and then he flicked his sleeve. Bang, Yi Xian was blasted out of the hall. As soon as he stopped moving, his time body cracked apart, causing blood to spray out. Yi Xian was speechless. Damn it, I said I can curse. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. He utilized time energy to repair his body, and then he turned around and left. At the same time, he was quite shocked in his heart. The Divine King is so ferocious, he's absolutely not someone an Eternity Heart Realm expert can go against. After he left, Yi Xian headed straight for the monk world. The monk world resided in the monk world. Compared to the other powers, the monk world had a very good reputation in the ancient universe. Not only did they frequently do good deeds, they rarely killed. Yi Xian had just entered the monk world when an old monk obstructed his path. This person was the monk world's head monk, Xingwu. Xingwu pressed his palms together, Young Master Yi. Yi Xian blinked, Senior, you wouldn't stop me from entering, right? Xingwu blinked, That's right. Unfortunately, there's no reward. Yi Xian said solemnly, What happened to fair competition? Xingwu smiled, Young Master Yi, this is the monk world. We have the right to stop you from entering. Yi Xian suddenly smiled, As far as I know, the monk world also cultivates the mind, right? Xingwu nodded. Yi Xian looked straight at Xingwu, Then do you feel guilty for doing this? Xingwu shook his head, We won't let you in, not to beat you to death. Why would I feel guilty? Just like you, Young Master Yi, that sword in your hand is so good, can you give it to us? If you don't, will you feel guilty? Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, then said, That Xing Fan and I are competing fairly. Even if he wins because of your tricks, it's not an honorable victory. Aren't you afraid of ruining his mental state? Xingwu smiled, Young Master Yi worries too much. In order to achieve our goals, we naturally won't do such actions. But the problem is, we just don't welcome Young Master Yi into the monk world. This isn't considered unscrupulous, right? Moreover, as far as I know, the reason why Young Master Yi found out about the Divine King ancient ruins was because he killed people to seize their treasures. So does Young Master Yi not feel guilty for doing such actions? Yi Xian smiled and said, The immortals came to find trouble with me first. They wanted to kill me, so I can naturally kill them, isn't that right? Xingwu nodded, Young Master Yi is right. Those who kill can be killed by others. Yi Xian fell silent. Damn it, this old monk is playing Tai Chi. Xingwu smiled slightly, Young Master Yi, we have no intention of becoming enemies with you. It's not convenient for my monk world to welcome guests today. Another day, I will personally invite Young Master Yi to be a guest in the ancient world. At that time, this old monk will personally apologize to Young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled and said, I understand. Xingwu pressed his palms together and bowed slightly, Long live I understand. Yi Xian smiled, and then he looked towards the depths of the monk world. He fell silent for a moment before he said, Is a man like him still worthy of you continuing to love? His voice was transmitted through profound energy, and it instantly spread throughout the entire monk world. In front of Yi Xian, Xingwu felt a slight headache. If it was any other person, he would have slapped that person a long time ago, but when facing Yi Xian, he was extremely fearful as well. This fellow had just gone to the Bu-Er clan and caused a huge ruckus, yet the Bu-Er clan still allowed him to retreat unscathed. Not only that, after Yi Xian killed the members of the Immortals hadn't made a move until now, and it was as if they didn't know about it. At a time like this, the monk world naturally couldn't stand out and provoke Yi Xian. Right at this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The woman wore a monk's robe, but her hair was long and without a gradient. Xingwu bowed slightly when he saw the woman. Obviously, the woman's status in the monk world was extremely high. The woman stared at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Senior still loves him, right? The woman suddenly placed her right hand on Yi Xian's shoulder, and she said lightly, Say that again. Yi Xian said with a smile, You hate him very much, why would you hate him? Because of love. If you don't love him, then you won't hate him anymore. The woman stared at Yi Xian. She didn't speak, nor did she make a move. Yi Xian looked straight at the woman. He isn't worthy of your love, but you can't let go of this relationship, right? The woman said with a smile, do you think you know everything? Yi Xian shook his head, Senior, I'm not here to persuade you to go see him. I just want to tell you that this isn't your fault. You entrusted yourself to the wrong person, and it was he who let you down. It's his fault, and you shouldn't waste your youth for someone who isn't worth it. Letting him off is letting yourself off as well. The woman's expression suddenly became ferocious. Let him off? How do you want me to let him off? Back then, he personally told me that he would hold my hand and grow old with me. But what happened? Do you know how he treated me? He fooled around with another woman behind my back, and that woman even came to show off in front of me. Yi Xian frowned slightly. If that's the case, then why do you still love him? The woman roared angrily, I only have hatred for him now. Yi Xian said, he seems to have fallen. The woman fell silent. Yi Xian sighed in a low voice, he did feel guilty towards you, and you hate him, so you want to punish him, so that he will live in guilt for the rest of his life. As he said that, he shook his head, Senior, what you're doing is wrong. You're not punishing him, you're punishing yourself. On the contrary, when he learns that you hate him, he might even be secretly happy, because he thinks that you hate him because you still love him. Your hatred can't punish a man who no longer loves you, and if he really loves you, he won't let you hate him. When he was with another woman, you should know that he no longer loves you. The woman fell silent. Yi Xian said again, I'm not a saint, I won't let you learn how to be carefree or let go. If I were you, when he was with another woman, I would find another man, and I would change my man every day. Moreover, with Senior's looks, I believe that he wasn't the only one who pursued you back then. Senior, the best way to punish a man is for you to live a better life than him, and not for you to live a worse life than him. After a moment of silence, the woman looked at Yi Xian, then she sized up Yi Xian. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched, and he was shocked. Damn it, I didn't ask you to look for me, F***ck, did I get myself into this? P.S. No tickets today. At this moment, the woman suddenly said, what nonsense are you thinking about? Yi Xian's heart relaxed when he heard that. It looked like this woman didn't have such thoughts, otherwise, it would be too terrifying. The woman suddenly asked, he wants me to see him? Yi Xian nodded, he said that as long as you see him, he will give us the inheritance. The woman stared at Yi Xian, do you believe him? Yi Xian frowned, he wouldn't lie, right? The woman said indifferently, he even lied to his own woman, let alone you. Yi Xian glanced at the woman and didn't speak. The woman spoke again, you don't believe me? Yi Xian said, he has already fallen, so there's no reason for him to come out and play with people. The woman sneered, in the boundless world, who doesn't exist? Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. The woman continued, I'll accompany you to see him. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled, why? The woman said, I've been persuaded by you. I'll go with you to see him and settle this enmity. Yi Xian looked at the woman and didn't speak. The woman glanced at Yi Xian, it's up to you whether you want to come or not. With that, she turned around and left. Staying where he was, Yi Xian followed after a moment of silence. Xing Fan was about to follow but was stopped by the old monk. Xing Fan looked at the old monk, and Xing Wu said softly, she told you not to follow. Xing Fan said solemnly, is she trying to trick Yi Xian? Xing Wu sighed softly. Soon, Yi Xian and the woman arrived at the godly king ruin. The woman walked directly to the godly king and looked at him with a calm expression. At this moment, the godly king slowly opened his eyes and looked at the woman before him with a smile, you're here. The woman's expression was still calm, didn't you want to see me? Now, I'm here. The godly king smiled, I'm sorry about what happened back then. The woman smiled, it's nothing, it's all in the past. Isn't it? The divine king looked at the woman without saying a word. The woman suddenly said, have I ever asked you for anything? The god king shook his head. The woman suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. Can I beg you to kill him? Yi Xian's expression was calm, as if he wasn't surprised at all. The divine king glanced at Yi Xian, then at the woman. Why? The woman chuckled. I just don't like it. Is that okay? The god king fell silent. Yi Xian suddenly shook his head and smiled. The woman looked at Yi Xian. You don't seem surprised. Yi Xian ignored the woman and looked at the God King instead. I know why you left this woman back then. To be honest, I'm starting to understand you. If it was me, I would also leave such a brainless woman. With that, he turned around and left. The woman narrowed her eyes and looked at the God King. Why? Are you unwilling? In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly stopped and turned to look at the woman. Woman, you shouldn't ask him if he's willing or not, but if he dares or not. Kill me? Your wishful thinking isn't bad. You want to use the power behind me to target the God King, staining him with karma. If I'm not wrong, the God King hasn't truly fallen. But, foolish woman, you've neglected one point. He doesn't dare to kill me. The God King looked at Yi Xian. Are you sure? Yi Xian smiled. Try touching me? The God King glanced at the azure profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. After a moment of silence, he said, then let's try. Yi Xian suddenly raised his thumb. Wang, a sword hum suddenly resounded in the hall. In the next moment, a sword slashed toward the God King. In the distance, the God King's expression was calm. He opened his right hand and lightly tapped. This tap directly blocked Yi Xian's azure profound sword. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly jumped into the air. In an instant, the force of all realms and the momentum of all realms gathered in his body. Not only that, but the power of his bloodline, the core of the universe, and his fighting will were also exerted at this moment. Yi Xian slashed down with his sword. It was a full-strength strike. This slash caused the God King to frown slightly. He suddenly let go of Yi Xian's sword and punched forward. Boom! With a loud explosion, Yi Xian instantly retreated tens of thousands of feet away. However, the God King also retreated tens of thousands of feet away. The moment he stopped, a sword suddenly pierced through his forehead. A sword slashed the future, and it was the azure profound sword. This sword directly froze the God King's soul. At the same time, the azure profound sword began to frantically absorb the God King's soul. The God King stared at the distant Yi Xian. A sword slashes the future. He hadn't been able to defend against this attack. Because this was the attack that Yi Xian had attacked earlier. To be more precise, Yi Xian had attacked as soon as he entered the hall. This attack came first. As for whether it would kill or not, that would depend on this situation. Yi Xian glanced at the God King. You want to rely on a strand of soul to kill me? Are you dreaming? The God King stared at Yi Xian. How arrogant of you. A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. Do you think I care about your inheritance? How laughable. I have so many properties waiting for me to inherit. Do I need your inheritance? Are you daydreaming? Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment before he said, Young master, master isn't dead yet. Watch your words. Yi Xian spoke seriously. He'll be mine sooner or later. Xiao Ta fell silent for a moment before he said, You father and son are really filial. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, the woman in the distance was about to speak. But as soon as she opened her mouth, a sword pierced through her throat. Blood splattered everywhere. A sword slashed the future. At the very beginning, Yi Xian didn't attack once, but twice. One sword slashed the God King, and the other sword slashed the woman. Yi Xian glanced at the woman. I won't let you speak. Just watch quietly and don't speak. Understand? The woman stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced coldly at the two of them and said, I'm really unlucky to have met you two weirdos. In the distance, the strand of soul of the God King had turned completely illusory. The God King looked at Yi Xian. This is just a strand of my soul. Yi Xian's heart stirred suddenly, and the green profound sword stopped absorbing the God King's soul. Yi Xian stared at the God King. Come. Let your main body come. His main body came. The God King looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian suddenly said angrily, What the hell are you looking at? Come on. Let your main body come immediately. If I cower, my surname isn't Yi. The God King was silent. Damn it, he had never met such an arrogant person. Yi Xian glanced coldly at the God King and said mockingly, What, your main body doesn't dare to come? The God King stared at Yi Xian. The reason why you're so arrogant is because of the person behind you. If you don't have anyone behind you, what are you? You. Yi Xian smiled. But I do. King do. My sister is invincible, my father is invincible, and my brother is invincible. If you King don't like it, go kill them. Hearing that, the God King's soul dimmed from anger. Yi Xian didn't say anything else. He directly let the azure profound sword absorb the God King's soul. At this moment, Xiao Ta sighed. Young master, it hasn't been easy for you either. Honestly speaking, you've relied on your own strength all this time. These people are also weirdos. Their realms are so much higher than yours, but they bully the weak and don't allow you to rely on others. What kind of logic is that? After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, Xiao Ta, you've finally said something human. It hasn't been easy. Xiao Ta, Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at the woman beside him. At this moment, Xingwu and the other powerhouses appeared. Xingwu hurriedly said, Young Master Yi, please show mercy. Before Xingwu could finish speaking, a sword plunged into the woman's forehead, the faces of Xingwu and the others froze, and an old monk behind him was about to attack but was stopped by Xingwu. Yi Xian walked slowly over to the woman, and the woman gazed at Yi Xian without any fear in her eyes. I underestimated you. Yi Xian gazed at her, do you know why I'm so angry? I'd intended to mediate the enmity between the two of you so that both of you can be free. But I never expected that both of you would be free instead. Yet both of you came at me together. Damn it. How can you do that? Is that something a human should do? As he spoke, he suddenly pinched the woman's face with his right hand, and a ferocious expression appeared on his face. Not to mention a moron like the God King doesn't want a woman like you, even Tianyi wouldn't want you. Tianyi, Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment and said, Young master, to be honest, Tianyi is just a little arrogant. Actually, he doesn't have any other flaws. Besides that, he's been dead for so many years. Just let him go. Whipping his corpse from time to time is really going too far. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his grasp before he turned around and left. He hadn't chosen to kill the woman. Xingwu and the others heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly stopped, and he turned around to look at the woman. Do you know why I didn't kill you? Because I'm afraid of dirtying my sword. He intended to leave once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly floated out. Yi Xian gazed at Xiao Ta. Are you going to put on a show before you leave? Xiao Ta spoke in a low voice. Young master, do you think I'm like you? As it spoke, it slowly floated to the center of the 4 pillars. Young lord, you've just fought with that God King and this hall has already been destroyed. However, these 4 pillars are still standing. Don't you notice that something's wrong? Yi Xian glanced at the 4 pillars and frowned slightly. Indeed, when he had exchanged blows with the Divine King, the two of them had been extremely powerful. Just as Small Tower had said, the entire palace hall had been destroyed, but the 4 pillars hadn't. Not only that, the 4 pillars hadn't been damaged in the slightest. How extraordinary. Yi Xian walked over to one of the pillars, and he hesitated for a moment before he pressed his fingers together and swiped. A ray of sword energy slashed directly onto one of the pillars. However, the sword energy shattered on the spot, but the pillar was completely unharmed. A wisp of surprise flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. As he spoke, he sized up the pillar again, and then he exclaimed with pleasant surprise, a treasure. This is a treasure. Xiao Ta, I never expected that you would still be of some use. Xiao Ta fell silent for a moment before he said, I'm fucking having a mental breakdown. Yi Xian. In the field, Yi Xian sized up the pillar in front of him curiously. What's inside the pillar? Yi Xian scanned it with his divine sense and noticed that his divine sense couldn't enter the pillar at all. That shocked Yi Xian. That's something. Yi Xian suddenly withdrew the green profound sword and swept it lightly. Hiss, the pillar split open, and at this moment, an extremely sharp shriek suddenly sounded from within the pillar. A living creature? Yi Xian was stunned. Xingwu and the others were stunned as well. Meanwhile, the pillar was suddenly torn apart, and then a demon beast flew out. This demon beast was shaped like an eagle, and it was completely dark green with blood-red eyes. Its body flickered in and out of existence, and it was extremely strange. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What demon beast is this? Meanwhile, Xingwu suddenly spoke with a trembling voice, Wind Soul Beast. Yi Xian looked at Xingwu, Wind Soul Beast? Xingwu's expression was extremely solemn. According to legend, when the ancient universe was born, there were 4 great divine beasts and 4 great ancient beasts in the world. This Wind Soul Beast is one of them. It has a nickname, Soul Chasing in the Wind, and its speed is said to be the fastest in the world. Wind Soul Beast. Yi Xian looked at the Wind Soul Beast and asked in his heart, Xiao Ta, who's stronger between it and Area? Xiao Ta fell silent for a moment and said, Young master, based on the current situation, only 3 sword strikes can break through Area's defense. Who do you think is stronger? Yi Xian, Xiao Ta continued, however, this demon beast is very strong as well. It seems to be at the Eternity Heart realm, and ordinary demon beasts are stronger than humans of the same realm. You can subdue it and gain a great helper. Yi Xian asked, how do I subdue it? Xiao Ta said, don't you know how to bluff? You bluff. Yi Xian's face darkened. In front of Yi Xian, the Wind Soul Beast was also staring at Yi Xian. It didn't make a move and just stared at him. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, how about you follow me? The Wind Soul Beast glanced at Yi Xian and gulped. Yi Xian's face darkened. Damn it, this guy can't be thinking of eating me, right? At this moment, the Wind Soul Beast suddenly approached Yi Xian. It sniffed lightly with its nose and revealed a trace of greed on its face, but this greed quickly turned into fear. Yi Xian was somewhat baffled by this demonic beast. Xiao Ta suddenly said, it wants to drink your blood, but it also feels that you are very dangerous, so it wants to attack but doesn't dare. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then flicked his finger, and a drop of blood suddenly floated in front of the Wind Soul Beast. The Wind Soul Beast's eyes suddenly lit up, and it directly sucked the drop of blood into its mouth. Boom, as the blood entered its body, the Wind Soul Beast directly trembled, and its face revealed a very intoxicated expression. Yi Xian was a little curious, Xiao Ta, is my blood very tempting to demonic beasts? Xiao Ta said, there are 2 reasons. First, your blood is the crazy demon bloodline, it is very powerful. Second, you once devoured Area's bloodline, and Area's bloodline was enhanced by Little White. Do you understand? Yi Xian smiled and said, I understand. As he said, he looked at the Wind Soul Beast, follow me, and I will give you a drop of blood every day. The Wind Soul Beast was a little hesitant. Yi Xian smiled and said, are you not willing? The Wind Soul Beast glanced at Yi Xian, and after a moment of silence, it nodded. Yi Xian frowned slightly, is this nod of yours willing or not? Wind Soul Beast, Yi Xian said again, can it speak human language? The Wind Soul Beast shook its head, it opened its mouth to speak a bunch of gibberish, but Yi Xian couldn't understand at all. Yi Xian hurriedly asked Xiao Ta, what is it saying? Xiao Ta said, it said you are like a retard. Wind Soul Beast, Yi Xian's face was full of black lines, Xiao Ta, are you sure? Xiao Ta said seriously, young master, do you think I need to scold you? Even if I, Xiao Ta, want to scold people, I will do it in front of them. Yi Xian looked at the Wind Soul Beast with an unfriendly expression. The Wind Soul Beast had an innocent expression, what happened? At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, young master, you can see its ability. Yi Xian nodded, Wind Soul Beast, let me see your strength. As he said, he turned to look at Xingwu, beat him up. Xingwu was speechless. The Wind Soul Beast turned to look at Xingwu, and then it suddenly vanished on the spot. In an instant, a gust of wind swept through the surroundings, Xingwu's expression changed drastically. Damn it. This kid has no morals, Xingwu pressed his palms together and chanted, immovable divine might. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of golden light suddenly arose from his body. Bang, the Wind Soul Beast collided with the ray of golden light. In an instant, the space in the surroundings shattered, and Xingwu was blasted into a boundless abyss of space and time. It wasn't just that, countless cracks had appeared on the golden light around him. Yi Xian's expression instantly became solemn when he witnessed this scene. This Wind Soul Beast is quite ferocious. The Wind Soul Beast was just about to attack when Xingwu suddenly said, young Master Yi, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Yi Xian waved his hand, and the wind soul beast stopped. Xingwu gazed at Yi Xian, and then he pressed his palms together and bowed slightly. Young Master Yi, I'm not a match for this wind soul beast. I admit defeat. Please don't fight. Yi Xian smiled, Master Monk, I was just joking. Don't get angry. Xingwu shook his head slightly and laughed bitterly. Damn it. This kid isn't just an ordinary bad guy. Yi Xian gazed at the wind soul beast while a wisp of a solemn expression could be seen in the depths of his eyes. The wind soul beast's speed was truly too terrifying. At the instant it attacked just now, even he wasn't able to capture its movements, even though it was at the Eternal Heart Realm as well. Its strength absolutely far surpassed ordinary Eternal Heart Realm experts. I picked up a treasure. Yi Xian walked over to the wind soul beast and grinned, follow me in the future, and you'll obtain huge benefits. The wind soul beast glanced at Yi Xian, and then it hesitated for a very long time before it nodded. Yi Xian roared with laughter, and then he walked over to the next pillar. He sized it up for a moment, and then he destroyed it with the green profound sword. Meanwhile, a demon beast walked out slowly. The demon beast was shaped like a tiger, had a pair of horns on its head, and was covered in thick dark golden scales. Moreover, it even had 3 tails. Yi Xian sized up the demon beast before him, and then he gazed at Xingwu. The latter spoke in a low voice, a divine hoe. One of the 4 great primeval beasts. Yi Xian gazed at the divine hoe, and the divine hoe was staring at him as well. Yi Xian pressed his fingers together and pointed forward, and a drop of blood essence flew over to the divine hoe. The divine hoe was slightly stunned, and then it sniffed lightly before swallowing Yi Xian's blood essence. Just like the wind soul beast from before, the divine hoe's entire body trembled after it swallowed Yi Xian's blood essence, and then it revealed an intoxicated expression. Yi Xian smiled, follow me, and you'll get a drop of blood essence every day. Deal? The divine hoe gazed at Yi Xian in silence. Yi Xian smiled, Xiao Ta, communicate with it. Xiao Ta fell silent for a short moment, and then he started to communicate with the divine hoe. A short while later, the divine hoe gazed at Yi Xian, nodded slightly, and displayed that it was willing to follow him. Yi Xian was slightly curious, Xiao Ta, what did you say to it? Xiao Ta said, I said that if you die one day, your blood will belong to it. Yi Xian's face froze. Xingwu hesitated for a moment and said, Young Master Yi, they're willing to follow you? Are they willing to follow you? Yi Xian nodded, yes. Xingwu's expression became strange. Yi Xian smiled and asked, what's wrong? Xingwu spoke in a low voice, Young Master Yi, the 4 ancient beasts have another nickname, and they're the 4 ferocious beasts. Anyone who goes by their side will never meet a good end. Yi Xian frowned when he heard this. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta said, don't dwell on that. Arya is a ferocious beast. Aren't we? When it spoke up to hear, it seemed to have thought of something and didn't continue. Yi Xian was quite curious, what's wrong? Xiao Ta spoke in a low voice, damn it. I neglected one thing. Arya is an extremely evil beast in the world. So long as there's evil in the world, then she'll basically never die. Yi Xian asked, and then? Is there a problem? Xiao Ta said, the reason we're fine by following her is because Master is strong enough. He can suppress all the bad things, but the problem is you, young Master. Even though you're very strong now, but according to the 3-day law, I keep having the feeling that you're going downhill. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta said, I feel that young Master should be mentally prepared. Yi Xian laughed, young Master, don't worry. This time, I won't be hung up and beaten again. Even though I don't dare say that I'm invincible under 3 strikes, but there shouldn't be many who can match me under 3 strikes. Even if there are, I wouldn't be so unlucky as to encounter all of them, right? Xiao Ta spoke in a low voice, that's true. Yi Xian laughed, and then he walked to the next pillar. He sized it up before him, and then he swept it lightly with his sword. Hiss, the pillar split open. Yi Xian glanced at the pillars before him, and he was actually quite shocked. Because he noticed that the pillars were extremely hard. If it wasn't for the green profound sword, then he might not have been able to break them open. When he thought up to this point, he put away the fragments of the pillars. I'll keep them to forge a set of armor in the future. Meanwhile, Yi Xian gazed at the pillar before him. After the pillar split open, Xian saw a pair of eyes that seemed like lava. Xian was shocked. There was a woman standing in front of him. She wore a fiery red dress, and her hair was like threads of fire that emanated an extremely terrifying and scorching aura, especially her eyes. They seemed as if they were made from lava, and they burned with raging flames. It was an extremely terrifying sight. Xian sized her up, and then he turned to look at Xingwu. Xingwu hesitated for a moment, and then he shook his head. I haven't. Xian was speechless. On the other hand, the Wind Soul Beast and Shen Ho lowered their heads slowly when the woman appeared, and they displayed their respect and submission. Xian gazed at the woman, and then he hesitated for a moment before he tapped with his finger. A drop of blood essence floated slowly towards the woman. The woman glanced at it, and then she suddenly charged forward and smashed her fist towards Xian's chest. Her speed was indescribably swift. Xian didn't even have the chance to react before her fist smashed against his chest. Bang! Xian instantly retreated explosively into an unknown spatial abyss. His body didn't shatter, but a strand of blood flowed slowly from the corner of his mouth. He'd only just stopped when a hand clamped down on his throat and slowly lifted him up. Xiao Ta suddenly said, I told you to be mentally prepared. You refused to believe that. Damn it. You really can't stay handsome for 3 days. Accept your fate. Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta asked again, why didn't you fight back? Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, the sword still needs to fly for a while. Xiao Ta was speechless. He still had to fly for a while longer. He'd attacked as soon as the woman attacked, and he'd even slashed the future with it. However, he hadn't expected that the woman would restrain him first, and his sword would take a while to appear. At this moment, he'd noticed the greatest flaw of slashing the future with a single slash. It targeted the future, and it was elusive and impossible to guard against. But what about now, if someone were to kill him now? The biggest precondition to executing the slash was that he couldn't die right now. Meanwhile, the woman in front of Xian spoke abruptly, stop that attack of yours. Her voice was slightly hoarse, but it wasn't unpleasant. Conversely, it carried the smell of smoke, and it was very special. Xian's pupils constricted when he heard her. She actually knew that he'd executed the slash. Damn it, how could she possibly know? Meanwhile, the woman's eyes narrowed slightly. Stop. Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, stop at the same time. The woman fell silent for a moment, and then she relaxed her right hand. Xian issued a command in his heart, and the green profound sword immediately stopped. The woman glanced at Xian in silence, but there was a trace of vigilance in her eyes. She wasn't confident in her ability to defend herself against the slash Xian had executed just now. Besides the special nature of the slash itself, it was also because of the green profound sword. The defenses of demon beasts were very strong, but only Arya wasn't afraid of the green profound sword. Xian gazed at the woman. What's your name? The woman stared at Xian without speaking. She just stared at him. Xian smiled. What's your name, miss? The woman fell silent for a moment before she said, the Divine Oracle. The Divine Oracle, Xian blinked, one of the 4 great ancient beasts? The woman gazed at Xian in silence. Meanwhile, Xingwu hesitated for a moment before he said, young man, the Divine Oracle isn't one of the 4 great ancient beasts, it's one of the 4 great divine beasts. Moreover, it's the leader of the 4 divine beasts. Xian was stunned. He then looked at the woman. Why are you with the 4 ancient beasts? The Divine Oracle looked at Xian. You're in trouble. Xian frowned. What do you mean? The Divine Imperial Court remained calm. Without saying anything, he turned around and left. But after taking 2 steps, she stopped and turned to look at the Wind Soul Beast and Shen Ho. Do you think he can protect you? The 2 beasts fell silent. After a while, the Wind Soul Beast began to speak in gibberish. Xian frowned. Xiao Ta, what did it say? Xiao Ta said, it said, following you, it's safe. Xian laughed. He looked at the Wind Soul Beast and praised, you have good taste. Then, he looked at the Divine Imperial Goddess. Divine Imperial Goddess, if I'm not wrong, you were trapped here before, right? The Divine Imperial Goddess stared at Xian. After a moment of silence, she said, human, run. Xian narrowed his eyes. Why? The divine imperial goddess said softly, as you said, we were trapped here. The divine king is just a guard. There is a force behind him that you can't afford to provoke. You killed a wisp of his divine soul and let us go. This is the same as provoking that force. You have no idea what you will face next. After a moment of silence, Xian said, can you tell me more about that force? The divine imperial goddess looked at Xian. Have you heard of the monster sect? Monster sect? Xian shook his head. Never. After a moment of silence, the divine imperial goddess opened her palm and a storage ring floated in front of Xian. This ring contains the monster core I collected. Consider it my repayment for saving my life. Then, she turned around and left. Xian suddenly asked, will they let you go? The divine imperial goddess shook her head. No. Xian said, they won't let me go either. If that's the case, then we can work together. What do you think? The divine imperial goddess turned to look at Xian. I, the divine imperial goddess, will not surrender to the monster beast, nor will I follow a human. Then, she was about to leave. Xian suddenly appeared in front of the divine imperial goddess. He smiled. Let's talk somewhere else. Then, he brought the divine imperial goddess into the Xiao Ta. After entering the Xiao Ta, the divine imperial goddess's pupils contracted. It was obvious that she had discovered the uniqueness of the space inside the Xiao Ta. Just as Xian was about to speak, the divine imperial goddess suddenly looked at him. What did you just say? Xian was taken aback. Then, he said, let's talk somewhere else. The divine imperial goddess shook her head. The previous sentence. Xian said, let's work together. The divine imperial goddess immediately agreed. Xian's expression froze. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, how fragrant. Xian glanced at the divine imperial goddess and said, I thought you don't follow a human? The divine imperial goddess's expression was calm. It's for different people. Xian, at this moment, the divine imperial goddess suddenly said, release the other monster beast as well. Xian nodded. He left Xiao Ta and went to the pillar. He held his sword and lightly cut it. Hiss, the pillar immediately shattered. At this moment, a monster beast slowly walked out. The monster beast was shaped like an ape. Its muscles bulged as it walked, and it was filled with strength. Xian sized up the demon beast, and then he said, what's this? Xingwu quickly said, Fei Lian, one of the 4 primordial beasts. Fei Lian, Xian was about to speak, but the divine imperial goddess suddenly appeared in front of the Fei Lian. She said a few words, and then turned to Xian, now, all 4 of us will follow you. We have a common enemy, the demon sect. Xian spoke in a low voice, can you tell me about this demon sect? The divine imperial goddess fell silent for a moment, and then she said, it's a terrifying organization formed by the Demon Race Alliance. They are madly collecting people and monster beasts with special bloodlines from countless worlds. As she spoke, she sized up Xian, you'll be finished once they find out about your bloodline. The demon sect, Xian frowned slightly, and he asked after a while, why did they imprison you? The divine imperial goddess spoke indifferently, their goal is to make all the monster beasts in countless worlds submit to them. We are unwilling to submit, so they imprison us here until we submit. Xian smiled, how domineering. The divine imperial goddess said softly, there's something even more domineering. Just as Xian was about to speak, the sky in the distance suddenly trembled violently. In the next second, a terrifying aura suddenly swept across the sky. The divine imperial goddess looked at the sky with a hint of solemnity in her eyes, it's coming. At this time, the azure sword in Xian's left hand suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, the divine imperial goddess looked at Xian deeply, and there was a hint of fear in her eyes. There was only one way to deal with Xian, and that was to kill him as soon as he drew his sword. At this time, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the sky. He looked down at Xian below, and his eyes were filled with excitement and fanaticism. It really is a special bloodline. Special bloodline, Xian glanced at the middle-aged man and was about to speak. However, the middle-aged man suddenly clawed at Xian with his right hand, and an extremely terrifying force swept down. Xingwu's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. Because the middle-aged man wasn't just targeting Yi Xian, he was targeting everyone here. Xingwu immediately said, "Young Master Yi, I still have matters to attend to. Farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished into the horizon. Meanwhile, the woman that Yi Xian's sword had nailed hadn't left, and she was staring fixedly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned around to look at the divine imperial goddess. "Help me block it for a while. My sword has to fly for a while longer." The divine imperial goddess glanced at Yi Xian. "Can't you make your sword fly a little faster?" Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, "It's too fast. They can stop it." The divine imperial goddess was speechless. She tapped the ground lightly with her right foot, and then her figure shot into the sky before she smashed her fist forward. Bang! In an instant, the space here seethed while strands of powerful energy surged incessantly towards the surroundings. The divine imperial goddess returned to where she stood with a calm expression on her face. The middle-aged man glanced at the divine imperial goddess. "Divine imperial goddess, the sect master admires you, and that's your fortune. Yet you don't know what's good for you and actually refuse to submit." As he spoke, he shook his head slightly. "How foolish of you." As soon as he finished speaking, he took another step forward. Bang! As soon as his foot descended, the space above Yi Xian shattered. In the next moment, an enormous foot that could hold up the sky suddenly stomped down. In an instant, the space in an area of a few million kilometers had been split into an enormous spider web, and it was an extremely shocking sight. Yi Xian turned around to look at the divine imperial goddess. The divine imperial goddess pondered deeply for a moment, and then she opened her palm. A strand of flame suddenly shot into the sky from her palm. Bang! In an instant, the entire sky turned into a sea of flames, and the enormous foot was wrapped tightly by the flames of the divine imperial goddess, unable to move an inch further. In the sky, the middle-aged man squinted his eyes slightly. He suddenly vanished on the spot, and then he smashed his fist towards the divine imperial goddess. A ferocious look flashed in the divine imperial goddess's eyes. She suddenly vanished on the spot, and in the next moment, a strand of flames shot into the sky. She directly took it head-on. Boom! A loud noise suddenly resounded in the sky, and then a sea of flames spread out in all directions. The entire sky instantly turned into a sea of flames, as if it was a purgatory. Yi Xian suddenly glanced at the wind soul beast and the divine imperial beast. "Why don't you do anything?" The two beasts looked at Yi Xian in confusion. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young lord, the beasts are very prideful. Under normal circumstances, when two beasts fight one-on-one, the other beasts won't gang up on them, unlike you." Xiao Ta hurriedly stopped as he spoke. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, "No, absolutely not. Their way of thinking and thinking can't be tolerated. We have to change it." Xiao Ta said calmly, "It can't be changed. The beasts are very principled. Asking them to gang up on someone is an insult to them, a great insult. They will never do it even if they are beaten to death." Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and in his palm, there were 10 drops of blood essence. He looked at the wind soul beast and the divine imperial beast. "Kill it, and these are all yours." The two beasts hesitated for a moment, and then shook their heads. Another 10 drops of blood essence appeared in Yi Xian's palm. "Kill it, and these are all yours." The two beasts looked at each other, and in the next moment, they charged forward as if they were on steroids. Xiao Ta was silent for a moment, and then said, "You're too hasty." A group fight, one had to admit that the Wind Soul Beast and God Ho were very strong. As soon as they joined the battle, the middle-aged man was instantly beaten up. A few breaths later, the middle-aged man's body was shattered. After he stopped, the middle-aged man said angrily, "You actually ganged up on me." The Wind Soul Beast and God Ho looked at each other, and they were slightly hesitant. "Ganging up on me is indeed a bit dishonorable." Meanwhile, the middle-aged man roared angrily, "Despicable! Shameless! Ganging up on me, where's your face? Where's your face?" The Wind Soul Beast and God Ho looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian laughed, "What's the use of my face?" As he spoke, he looked at the Wind Soul Beast and God Ho and asked, "What's the use of my face?" The two demon beasts fell silent. "Strictly speaking, my face doesn't seem to be of much use." Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man and smiled. "Since you're talking about my face, then let me ask you, your cultivation is so high, but mine is so low, yet you want to kill me. Where's your face? The middle-aged man stared fixedly at Xian, human. Xian laughed, didn't you want to fight one-on-one? Come, I'll fight you one-on-one. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, are you sure? Xian nodded, you can repair your body now. I promise not to attack, and they won't attack as well. The middle-aged man looked at Xian, really? Xian said, I can swear to the heavens that if I attack you while you're recovering, then let 1,000,000 swords pierce through my heart and I die. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, and then he said, you're a swordsman, I believe you. As soon as he finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged and was about to repair his body, but at this moment, a sword suddenly pierced through his forehead. Bang, the middle-aged man's soul was directly locked, all the demon beasts, the middle-aged man was stunned, and then he looked at Xian and roared, human, you said you wouldn't attack. Not only did you attack, but you also launched a sneak attack. Xian frowned, did I attack? I didn't. The middle-aged man was also stunned. Because Xian really didn't do anything just now. If it wasn't Xian who did it, then who did it? The middle-aged man didn't have time to think too much. This was because Xian's sword was frantically absorbing his soul. The middle-aged man looked at Xian and said resentfully, human, you'll pay a terrible price for your despicable actions. As his voice faded, his soul was completely absorbed. Xian opened his palm, and the Xianxian sword returned to his hand. He looked at the 3 demonic beasts at the side, and they were all silent. Xian laughed. Do you think I'm despicable? The Wind Soul Beast and God Ho nodded. In the world of demon beasts, everyone liked to be straightforward. They really didn't like people like Xian who played dirty. The divine oracle looked at Xian, I don't like your behavior. Xian laughed, I don't need you to like me. Then, he looked at the 3 demonic beasts, I finally know why you've been locked up for so many years. You're not as strong as them, and you don't even use your brains. With your brains, you should be locked up until you die. The divine oracle narrowed its eyes, what do you mean? Xian said coldly, let me ask you, are you as strong as the monster religion? The divine oracle was silent. Xian continued, do you have more people or the monster religion has more people? The divine oracle was still silent. Xian laughed, you don't have more people, and you're not as strong. Let me ask you, what do you have to fight against them? The divine oracle was silent. Xian smiled, and opened his palm. 20 drops of blood floated in front of the Wind Soul Beast and God Ho, you don't need to follow me. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. Then, he turned around and left. At this time, the other demonic beast, Fei Lian, suddenly appeared in front of Xian. He looked at Xian, I'll follow you. I'm shameless. Xian laughed, fine. With that, he brought the Fei Lian with him and walked away. On the other side, the woman who was being stared at suddenly said, you know nothing about the monster religion. Xian glanced at the woman, please don't try to make your presence known. Thank you. Then, he disappeared into the horizon with the Fei Lian. The 3 demonic beasts of the divine oracle were silent. They didn't expect Xian to give up on them so suddenly. After all, they were super demonic beasts, and many people wanted them to follow them. At this time, the divine oracle suddenly looked up, and the next second, the sky cracked open. Then, more than 10 shadows rushed out, the monster religion, the divine oracle's pupils contracted, and its right hand slowly clenched. At this time an old man appeared in front of the divine oracle. He looked at the divine oracle and said, we're surprised that you can come out. After a moment of silence, the divine oracle said, Xianxia, let's fight one-on-one. The old man named Xianxia shook his head, there's no need for that. Go. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic beasts behind Xianxia charged towards the 3 demonic beasts from the divine imperial family. Seeing this, the Wind Soul Beast was enraged, how dare you gang up on me? Xianxia said sarcastically, we're enemies. Do we need to talk about morality with you? What a joke. The Wind Soul Beast. On the other side, Xian was flying on his sword. Xiao Ta suddenly said, young master, are you going to give up on them just like that? Xian smiled, what else can I do? Xiao Ta said, it's a pity. Xian shook his head, there's nothing to pity about. My values are different from theirs. If we force ourselves to be together, everyone will feel awkward. Unlike you, Xiao Ta. You're shameless, and I'm shameless as well. There's nothing wrong with us being together. Xiao Ta. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly frowned and stopped in his tracks. Not far from him, the space-time split open and an old man walked out. It was Lian Qi. Behind Lian Qi were 12 strong monsters. Apart from them, there was also a giant cage. Inside the cage, Yi Xian saw the divine imperial beast, the wind soul beast, and the divine hoe. Captured, Yi Xian frowned slightly. At this time, the azure profound sword in his hand disappeared without a trace. Lian Qi looked at Yi Xian. You're Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded. Lian Qi sized up Yi Xian and said, special bloodline. Yi Xian said with a smile, were you sent by the divine king? Lian Qi's lips curled into a sneer, what does he have to do that? Yi Xian was silent. Lian Qi continued, do you want to come with me, or do I need to take you with me? Yi Xian smiled bitterly, I'll go with you. Lian Qi's expression was calm, you know your place. Yi Xian said in a low voice, sir, can I exchange a move with you? Lian Qi stared at Yi Xian, looks like you're not willing to follow me. Yi Xian nodded quickly, just one move. Lian Qi said, make your move. Yi Xian suddenly disappeared from where he was and slashed at Lian Qi. Lian Qi's expression was calm as he raised his hand and punched. Boom, a wave of sword light shattered and Yi Xian was knocked several thousand zhang away. As soon as he stopped, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Lian Qi was stunned. So weak, he didn't expect Yi Xian to be this weak. In the beginning, he was wary of Yi Xian. After all, it was this guy who destroyed the divine king's divine soul and saved the divine imperial court's people. However, he didn't expect this guy to be this weak. Was he too strong? In the distance, Yi Xian was still spitting out blood as if he was going to die from vomiting blood. Lian Qi looked at Yi Xian with a frown, you're this weak? Yi Xian smiled bitterly, yes. Lian Qi glanced at Yi Xian and shook his head, you're wasting my energy. Take him away. Then, he turned around. At this moment, something strange happened. As if he felt something, his pupils shrank. Just as he was about to retreat, a sword pierced through his forehead, boom, Lian Qi's body shook violently as his divine soul quickly dissipated. Lian Qi was confused, saying so, he turned to look at Yi Xian in the distance. Yi Xian was dumbfounded, who? Lian Qi looked at Yi Xian, it's not you? Yi Xian blinked his eyes, no. Lian Qi furrowed his brows and looked around. However, he did not sense anything. Lian Qi's eyes flashed with confusion, who is it? Boom, at this moment, the azure profound sword had completely absorbed Lian Qi. After that, the azure profound sword disappeared. In the field, the experts of the demon religion looked at each other, their eyes were filled with fear. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly said, who is it? The experts of the demon religion looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian kept scanning the surroundings, his eyes were filled with vigilance. At this moment, one of the experts from the demon sect said solemnly, retreat. Retreat, Lian Qi was killed in a second and they didn't even know who killed him, what's the point? At this moment, a sword suddenly pierced through the head of the leader of the demon religion's experts. Boom, the divine soul of the demon religion's expert was instantly absorbed. The rest of the experts of the demon religion were shocked and retreated. They glanced around and then looked at Yi Xian again. They found Yi Xian was also on the alert, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Not only was he on the alert, but he was also frightened, as if the next sword attack would be aimed at him. Not this guy. The experts of the demon religion's eyes were filled with doubt. In the cage, the imperial god looked at Yi Xian in silence. As a matter of fact, if the experts of the demon religion swarmed over, Yi Xian would definitely be finished because Yi Xian's sword was to slash the future. As long as they could control Yi Xian during this period, Yi Xian would be finished. However, these guys didn't attack Yi Xian. Of course, it was also because Yi Xian's acting skills were too good. He was simply acting like an emperor. If she didn't know Yi Xian, even she would think that it wasn't Yi Xian who did it. At this moment, another expert of the demon religion died. At this moment, the experts of the demon religion's expressions changed drastically. Without any hesitation, the remaining experts turned around and fled, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian's expression returned to normal. He opened his palm and the azure sword returned to his hand. He glanced at the 3 demons of the Imperial God and casually waved his hand, sending out a ray of sword light. Chi, the cage was destroyed. Yi Xian sheathed his sword and left. At this moment, the Imperial God suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian and patted her beautiful face. From now on, I don't want my face anymore. Yi Xian, Xiao Ta. P.S. From now on, I don't want my face anymore, begging for votes. 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 Shameless. As soon as the divine oracle finished speaking, the wind soul beast and god ape nodded, expressing their shamelessness. As Yi Xian said, "What's the use of being shameless? Useless." Yi Xian thought about it, then said, "Are you sure?" The divine oracle nodded. Yi Xian smiled, "Welcome to the Shameless Alliance." Shameless Alliance. In the end, he still decided to nurture some experts, and these demonic beasts in front of him were more suitable. With small pagoda and his own bloodline, nurturing these demonic beasts wasn't difficult at all. As long as he could train these monster beasts, it would be equivalent to having a few more helpers. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly said, "What realm was that old man at?" The divine oracle said softly, "Eternal Heart Realm." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Or the Eternal Heart Realm?" The divine oracle nodded, including that god king. He was also at the Eternal Heart Realm, but much stronger than the average Eternal Heart Realm. Yi Xian said solemnly, "The Eternal Heart Realm is also divided into strong and weak. In other words, this Eternal Heart Realm also has small realms, right?" The divine oracle said softly, "The Eternal Heart Realm is divided into 6 levels." 6 levels. Yi Xian facebombed, a headache coming on. The divine oracle looked at Yi Xian, "What's wrong?" Yi Xian smiled bitterly, "Every time I hear about realms, I get a headache." The divine oracle didn't understand, why. Yi Xian shook his head, "Tell me about the Eternal Heart Realm." The divine oracle said solemnly, "You should know that to reach the Eternal Heart Realm, one must absorb a great universe and then refine a universe heart." Yi Xian nodded, "Yes." The divine imperial court continued, but eternal heart powerhouses can still continue to devour. Some powerhouses who have reached the Eternal Heart Realm, after devouring another cosmos, their cultivation will double, which is the 2nd level of the Eternal Heart Realm. The strongest I have seen was a 5th-level Eternal Heart powerhouse who devoured 5 supercosmoses. His heart of the universe wasn't just 1, it was 5 combined. Extremely terrifying. Yi Xian frowned. "You can do that?" The divine oracle nodded. Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something and suddenly felt a little regretful. Because when he killed them just now, he'd even destroyed the heart of the universe. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to destroy the heart of the universe, but the problem was that his sword was the green profound sword. What kind of heart of the universe could block this sword? If he hadn't destroyed the other party's heart of the universe, wouldn't he have been able to absorb it? Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to rely on devouring the cosmic core to increase their cultivation. After all, devouring a cosmic core didn't just require a powerful fleshly body, it also required a powerful bloodline. Furthermore, it also required the cooperation of the cosmic core. His special physique and bloodline allowed him to devour. Thinking of this, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth lifted slightly. At this moment, the divine oracle suddenly said, "What are you thinking about?" Yi Xian laughed, "No. How could I possibly be thinking about something bad?" The imperial god glanced at Yi Xian, and then he said in a low voice, "Lian Qi's death will draw the attention of the demon sect very soon. If I'm not wrong, they might dispatch experts at the 3rd level of the Eternal Heart Realm very soon." Yi Xian asked, "That Lian Qi from before was at the 2nd level?" The divine oracle nodded. Yi Xian gazed silently at the green profound sword in his hand. Can I kill a 3rd-level Eternal Heart expert? Actually, he was slightly worried. Because his future sever had an especially huge flaw, and it was that it would take a very long time before the outcome of his attack appeared. Moreover, if the other party attacked him during this period of time, then it would be quite a headache for him. If he didn't use the green profound sword to execute future sever, then he could use the green profound sword to defend himself. With the green profound sword to defend himself, then he wouldn't have to fear a third-level Eternal Heart expert. But the problem was that it would be difficult to kill the other party if he didn't use the green profound sword. After all, some Eternal Heart experts possessed extremely terrifying fleshly bodies. Xian had a slight headache. Meanwhile, the Divine Oracle suddenly said, "What's your plan?" Xian looked at the Divine Oracle. "What level are you at?" The Divine Oracle answered, "Second level." Xian frowned. "You're at the second level, and Lian Qi is also at the second level. Why are you?" The Divine Oracle answered, "They ganged up on me." Xian's expression became strange. So this guy was ganged up on. No wonder he chose to be shameless in the beginning. The Divine Oracle asked again, "What's your plan?" Xian thought for a moment and said, "Cultivate and wait for them to come." The Divine Oracle frowned. "Cultivate?" Xian nodded. He glanced at the Wind Soul Beast and the Divine Ape. "They are at the first level of Eternal Heart, right?" The two monster beasts nodded. Xian said in a deep voice, "Our top priority now is to improve our strength. Divine Oracle, you must reach the third level. Wind Soul Beast and Divine Ape must reach the second level." The Divine Oracle frowned. In this short period of time, at this point, she suddenly stopped. She thought of Xiao Ta. Xian looked at the Divine Oracle. "My blood can help you, right?" The Divine Oracle nodded, "Yes. Your bloodline is very special. It's a great temptation to us demonic beasts." Xian asked, "How much blood do I need?" The Divine Oracle was silent for a moment and said, "I don't know." Xian opened his palm and a white jade bottle appeared in front of the Divine Oracle. "Try it first and see if it's enough." The Divine Oracle nodded, "Okay." With that, she immediately returned to the small tower. The Divine Oracle sat on the ground and opened the white jade bottle. She poured a drop of blood into her mouth. Boom! As soon as the drop of blood entered her body, the Divine Oracle's pupils shrank. The blood in her body suddenly boiled and a powerful aura rushed out from her body. Kaboom! In an instant, the space around the Divine Oracle was boiling. Xiao Ta's voice suddenly sounded in the Divine Oracle's mind, "Miss, you must reach the third level or even the fourth level as soon as possible." The Divine Oracle frowned. "Why?" Xiao Ta said, "Because that's the only way you can stay by the young master's side. If your speed of improvement is too slow, the young master will leave you behind in no time. When that happens, you will leave him. Before you, he had many women by his side, but none of them could keep up with him. Most of them couldn't keep up with him and left." The Divine Oracle was silent. Xiao Ta continued, "Maybe you're thinking, what's so special about following him? Am I right?" The Divine Oracle nodded. Small Tower said in an indifferent voice, "Young master himself is rather an idiot, but he has a tower. Do you know me? I've been cultivating inside Xiao Ta for 10 years, but it's only been a day outside. If you can stay here and cultivate for a while longer, hee." The Divine Oracle was silent. Xiao Ta continued, "If you want to stay by his side, you have to be very powerful or keep up with him. Otherwise, you will be forgotten soon." The Divine Oracle suddenly said, "If you think he's an idiot, then why are you still following him?" After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, "Don't talk so much." The Divine Oracle was speechless. Aside from Xiao Ta, Xian gave the three beasts some blood essence and let them cultivate inside the tower. Xian took a look around, then turned around and disappeared. Not long after, the space where Xian was standing suddenly trembled. The next second, the space seemed to be cut open by a pair of scissors. Then, a man in a white robe walked out. After the man walked out, he glanced around and frowned slightly. After a very, very long time, the man opened his palm, and a command token appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the command token suddenly vanished. As the token disappeared, the man said softly, "Come out." There was no response. The man looked to the right. "Come out." Still no response. The man shook his head. The young man with the sword is wearing a cloud blue robe. At this moment, a man slowly walked out. The man was none other than Xian. In fact, he never left. He was waiting for the powerful cultivators from the monster sect to come because he knew they would definitely come. Xian looked at the man. "You found me." The man looked at Xian. "Your cultivation level is low, but your strength is very strong. You're not walking the normal path. Yi Xian smiled. Yes. To him, he would drag it out as long as he could because his sword would need to fly for a while. After a moment of silence, the man said, I can't live. Am I right? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The man looked at the scabbard in Yi Xian's hand and said softly, You dared to wait for me here, which means you have the confidence to kill me. There is no sword in your scabbard, which means you've already drawn your sword. Am I right? Yi Xian's face darkened. Damn it, I've encountered an expert. If the man is on guard, then it will be very difficult for me to kill him with my future slash. If I can't kill him with my future slash, then I'll be in danger. At this moment, the man suddenly smiled. You're silent, your gaze is lowered, and your left hand is holding the scabbard tightly. This is a sign of being on guard. In other words, you're on guard against me. In other words, you're not confident that you can kill me with your previous attack. Yi Xian looked at the man and smiled. You took out a token as soon as you arrived. If I'm not wrong, you're calling for help, and you're calling for help because you're afraid. Now that you're telling me this, it proves that you're even more afraid. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Before you arrived, I did draw my sword. Let's make a bet. Let's bet whether my sword can take your life. Do you want to bet? The man looked at Yi Xian, and after a moment of silence, he smiled. What's the bet? Yi Xian blinked. Your life. The man smiled. Only my life? What about yours? Yi Xian smiled. The third level of the Eternal Heart Realm can't kill me. The man sized up Yi Xian and nodded slightly. If the third level of the Eternal Heart Realm can't kill you, then what about the fourth level of the Eternal Heart Realm? As he spoke, a powerful aura suddenly surged out of his body, the fourth level of the Eternal Heart Realm. At this moment, the man smiled. Your eyes are narrowed. At the same time, there's a trace of seriousness in the depths of your eyes. Obviously, you're not so confident. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Brother Yi, I bet that your sword can't kill me. Yi Xian glanced at the man and smiled, You're that confident? The man smiled, I was slightly fearful, but Brother Yi gave me confidence. As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings and chuckled, I'm slightly looking forward to Brother Yi's attack. Yi Xian took a deep glance at the man, You win. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon. The man frowned slightly when he witnessed this scene. He left just like that. Could it be that I overestimated him? The man looked towards the distance, and his frown grew deeper after a short while passed. Because he noticed that Yi Xian had really left. The man seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that he was just trying to scare me? Right at this moment, a sword suddenly appeared before the center of his brows. The man's expression instantly changed drastically, and a powerful force converged between his brows. Bang, an expanse of light erupted, and the man was instantly blasted almost 30 kilometers back. As soon as he stopped moving, the center of his brows suddenly split open, and it split open extremely swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the man's entire body seemed like a piece of porcelain that had suffered a heavy blow, and it instantly shattered into pieces. Only his soul remained. However, another sword appeared at this moment. It wasn't the green profound sword, because Yi Xian exerted 2 sword moves in total at the beginning. The green profound sword was merely the first attack, the second attack was the final attack. The man's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this attack, and then he tapped lightly with his right hand. In an instant, the space where his finger descended started to ripple, and then countless strands of powerful soul energy swept out from between his fingers. Bang, Yi Xian's attack was blocked, but the man's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of needles in the next moment. This attack carried a special energy that targeted the soul, a single strike to the soul. Bang, the man's soul instantly retreated explosively, and his soul was almost translucent when he stopped moving. The man didn't hesitate at all to turn around and vanish into the horizon. Flee. He knew that he had to flee right now. He would definitely die if he was a moment slower. As soon as the man disappeared, Yi Xian appeared in his original position. He looked at the sky and frowned deeply. He didn't expect that even after slashing the future twice, he still wouldn't be able to kill his opponent. an expert at the third level of the Eternity Heart Realm. Xian was silent. The opponent was weak? No, his opponent was not weak at all. If the other party chose to make the first move, he might not be able to block it because he had already used the green profound sword to execute the one sword to sever the future. Even if he used the green profound sword to defend, he did not dare to say that he would be able to defend against his opponent's attack. Unfortunately, the man did not choose to attack directly. Xian looked at the Qingxian sword in his hand and shook his head. Just as Zhou Xing had said, he had to make the first move against a true expert, and he might only have one chance. If he couldn't kill or heavily injure the other party, he would be in trouble once the other party counterattacked. After a while, Xian turned around and left. He still needed to improve. It wasn't a bad thing that he didn't kill the man this time, because if he were to directly kill that man, then the demon sect might directly send an expert at the 5th or even the 6th level of the Eternity Heart Realm. Judging from his exchange with the man just now, he was definitely not a match for experts at the 5th level of the Eternal Heart Realm. The man didn't die, which meant that there would be a buffer period, and he could use this time to improve his strength. On the other side, the man fled dozens of star fields before stopping. The man looked around, his eyes still filled with vigilance. After a while, after confirming that Xian hadn't caught up, the man breathed a sigh of relief. The man frowned slightly. What a strange sword. He still had lingering fears when he thought of Xian's two swords. Those two swords were really too strange. After a while, the man seemed to think of something, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The one sword to sever the future. A trace of disbelief flashed in the man's eyes. How did he do it? The one sword to sever the future, against time? No, the man was very clear that the normal against time was fundamentally different from Xian's sword. The normal against time could not pose a threat to him at all. After a moment of silence, the man said softly, "Interesting." After saying that, he slowly closed his eyes and began to repair his body. He didn't immediately return to the demon sect because he found that things weren't so simple. Logically speaking, an expert of Xian's level shouldn't appear in this kind of place. Moreover, he also found that Xian's realm was very low. His top priority now was to investigate Xian. Inside Xiao Ta, Xian came to the front of the Divine Imperial Palace. After the Divine Imperial Palace devoured his blood essence, its aura was getting stronger and stronger. It shouldn't be long before it reached the 3rd level of the Eternal Heart Realm. At this time, the Divine Imperial Palace opened its eyes and looked at Xian. Was that person at the 4th level? Xian nodded. The Divine Imperial Palace was silent. Are there a lot of 4th level experts in the demon sect? Xian smiled. The Divine Imperial Palace shook its head. Not many, but not too few either. The higher the level, the harder it is to improve, especially for demonic beasts. There are too many restrictions for them to improve. Of course, once a demonic beast succeeds, its strength will be much stronger than a human of the same level. After a moment of silence, Xian said. In other words, even in the demon sect, there are very few 5th and 6th level experts? The Divine Imperial Palace nodded. I understand. Xian nodded. The Divine Imperial Palace glanced at Xian. Don't underestimate your enemy. Even a 4th level expert is very terrifying. Those who can reach the 4th level are definitely not ordinary demonic beasts. That's true. Xian smiled. The man just now had shocked him, especially his observation skills. This was also a wake-up call. This demon sect was not simple, the Divine Imperial Palace suddenly said. What's your plan? Plan? Xian smiled. Then he said, what else can I do? Of course, it's to improve my strength. Unfortunately, there are no Eternal Heart Realm experts. He shook his head. If he could get a few Heart of the Universe, his strength would increase greatly. The Divine Imperial Palace frowned. Eternal Heart Realm? You're looking for Eternal Heart Realm experts? Xian nodded and said with a smile, yes. Although I don't know why you're looking for Eternal Heart Realm experts, I can point out a place where there are many of them. What place? Xian asked. Sky Demon Realm. It's a branch of the demon sect. There are at least a few Eternal Heart Realm demonic beasts there. The kind that aren't weak. Sky Demon Realm, Xian narrowed his eyes. how do I get there? The divine imperial palace pointed with a finger. A white light entered Yi Xian's forehead. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian opened his palm. The azure profound sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he disappeared. Sky Demon Realm, inside Xiao Ta, the divine imperial palace's expression became solemn when it learned that Yi Xian had arrived at Sky Demon Realm. Yi Xian's sword had such a terrifying ability. As soon as Yi Xian arrived, a divine sense locked onto him. In the next moment, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Yi Xian. The azure profound sword in Yi Xian's scabbard had disappeared. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. Who are you? Yi Xian smiled. Don't you know who I am? The middle-aged man was silent for a moment. Yi Xian. Yi Xian roared with laughter. That's right. The middle-aged man stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, why have you come to my Sky Demon Realm? Yi Xian glanced behind the middle-aged man and said, if I'm not wrong, you're calling for help, right? A wisp of viciousness flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. In the next moment, he suddenly charged forward and punched at Yi Xian. This punch caused the entire sky to explode, and a powerful force swept towards Yi Xian like a ferocious beast. In an instant, the surrounding space started seething. He decided to take the initiative. Because he knew that if Yi Xian appeared here, then either Yi Xian or he would die. However, his fist hadn't even gotten close to Yi Xian when a sword pierced through the center of his forehead. Hiss, a strand of blood sprayed out from the back of the middle-aged man's head. However, this sword had locked onto the middle-aged man and hadn't destroyed him completely. On the other hand, the middle-aged man's formidable force had instantly vanished as if it had never existed. The middle-aged man gazed at Yi Xian with slight disbelief. Your sword. Yi Xian suddenly said, if you have anything to say it in your next lifetime. As he spoke, he opened his palm. The middle-aged man's body suddenly exploded apart, but his heart slowly floated over to Yi Xian. The core of the universe, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Meanwhile, he suddenly gazed towards the distant sky. Two formidable auras were tearing through the sky and fleeing madly. They were the other two Eternity Heart Realm experts of the Sky Demon Realm. Yi Xian put the core of the universe away, and then he suddenly vanished on the spot. In the next moment, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the distant sky, and then a shrill scream resounded from the depths of the hole. A short moment later, Yi Xian walked out, and there was another core of the universe in his hand. The core of the universe. Yi Xian turned around and glanced at it. I still let an Eternity Heart Realm expert escape, what a pity. However, he had no other choice. Eternity Heart Realm experts weren't weak. In that situation just now, he could only choose to chase after one of them. It was very difficult to kill both of them with a single strike. Without thinking too much about it, Yi Xian entered Xiao Ta. He looked at the two cores of the universe in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He didn't hesitate to devour one of the cores. Bang! As soon as the core entered Yi Xian's body started to tremble violently, and then a formidable force surged out from within him. In an instant, the surrounding space started to boil. In the following period of time, Yi Xian started to absorb the core of the universe madly, and his aura skyrocketed. P.S. Number 15, Erupt. This time I'm going to blind your eyes. I'll let you know a different boss egg. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged inside Xiao Ta, suddenly opened his eyes. Yi Xian frowned. His aura had increased a lot, but there was no qualitative breakthrough. In other words, in terms of realm, he had not reached the second level of the cosmic heart realm. What's going on? Yi Xian asked in his heart. Xiao Ta, do you know what's going on? Xiao Ta was silent for a long time before saying, you have absorbed too little of the heart of the universe. Yi Xian was puzzled, what do you mean? Xiao Ta sighed, young master, you have to understand that the higher you go, the harder it is to increase your realm. Not to mention, you are not walking the normal path. Simply put, you can't directly break through by swallowing a heart of the universe. If you can directly break through by swallowing a heart of the universe, then what's the point of others doing? Think about it, you can increase by one level by swallowing a heart of the universe. Do you think it's reasonable to swallow 6 to reach the 6th level? Yi Xian said seriously, I think it's reasonable. Xiao Ta was silent for a long time before saying, "Young master, I suspect that there is something wrong with your head." "Yi Xian," Xiao Ta continued, "and there is one more point. The effect of swallowing a heart of the universe is far from as good as directly swallowing a universe to condense a heart of the universe. Simply put, the heart of the universe you swallowed is equivalent to a second-hand good. How good do you expect a second-hand good to be?" "Yi Xian," Xiao Ta said again, "according to my many years of experience, you can swallow a few more hearts of the universe, at least 3 or 4, to reach the next level." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "My current cultivation realm is a bit troublesome." Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, "Troublesome?" "Young master, I suddenly realized the difference between the first generation and the second generation. Master once broke through a realm and risked his life, but you, F*ck, good fellow, you just crawled all the way up. Your father cultivated by risking his life, but you cultivate by F*king crawling. Also, you think it's uncomfortable." When it spoke up to hear, it paused for a moment and said, "If I, Xiao Ta, have a son in the future, I will also raise him. I will truly raise him and let him rely on his own strength to fight his way up. I will absolutely not walk the path of relying on the Mountain King." Yi Xian said indifferently, "You don't have a son." "Xiao Ta," Yi Xian stopped talking nonsense with Xiao Ta and left Xiao Ta. The heart of the universe, Xiao Ta was right. If swallowing a heart of the universe would allow one to advance by one level, that would be too ridiculous. Swallowing a few more should not be a problem. Find the eternity heart realm and kill them. Of course, he wouldn't kill indiscriminately for the sake of breaking through. Although he, Yi Xian, wasn't a good person, he still had a bottom line. Seeming to have thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Xiao Ta, did father stop at nothing for the sake of cultivating?" After being silent for a moment, Xiao Ta said, "No." Yi Xian blinked and was a little suspicious. "No?" Xiao Ta said indifferently, "Young master, in your heart, is master very bad?" Yi Xian laughed and said nothing. Xiao Ta said, "Master was a little extreme in the early days, but he wouldn't take the initiative to bully others. However, he belongs to the kind, if you bully him, he will exterminate your entire family." Yi Xian said with a smile, "Father, did you ever meet an extremely strong opponent, the kind that you couldn't beat no matter what?" Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, "Yes. Tianming." Yi Xian, Xiao Ta continued, "He was beaten from the beginning to the end. Of course, compared to Sister Tianming, Master was very young at that time, so it's normal that he couldn't beat her." After saying that, she paused and said, "Sister Tianming is the only person who dared to let your big brother and master fight together. No one has ever done it before, and no one will be able to do it in the future." Yi Xian said seriously, "I can do it in the future too. Not only can I will let all 3 of them fight together." After being silent for a moment, Xiao Ta said, "In terms of acting cool and bragging, young master, I only admire you." Yi Xian, after a moment, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he was thinking of a problem. The monster sect hadn't come to find him for so long. This meant that the 4th stage man didn't report to the monster sect. In other words, the monster sect might choose to investigate him. This was also his chance, time. He wasn't afraid of strong opponents and enemies, he was afraid of not having time, and this one-sword-slaying life, he also had to think of a way to improve it, because his one-sword-slaying life was no longer useful to Ming Xian. Time flowed. Intuition told him that the upper limit of the power of time flowed was far more than this. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Shenjiao, do you know where the monster sect's branches are?" The Shenjiao said in a low voice, "If you destroy one branch, it might not attract too much attention from the monster sect. But if you destroy a few more, I'm afraid you will attract the monster sect's attention. At that time, there might be 5th and 6th stage experts coming for you." Yi Xian smiled. "Do you think they will let me go if I don't destroy them?" After a long silence, the Shenjiao said, "To the ancient demon realm." Yi Xian said with a smile, "Show me the way." After a while, a message flowed into Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian activated the Qingxian sword and disappeared on the spot. Ancient demon realm. Yi Xian had just arrived at the ancient demon realm. He looked around and soon, he frowned and was about to retreat. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded behind Yi Xian, "Young Master Yi, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Xian turned around and saw a man standing in front of him. It was the fourth stage expert that he had fought with before. At this moment, the opponent's body had completely recovered. Besides this man, there were two mysterious experts in black robes. This was not the point. The point was that these two were actually at the fourth stage of the Eternal Heart Realm, 3 at the fourth stage of the Eternal Heart Realm. The man smiled. Young Master Yi, are you surprised? Xian laughed. Do you think I'm surprised? The man glanced at the sword in Xian's hand and didn't speak. Xian's Qingshan sword was in the sheath. In other words, Xian didn't use his sword. Xian shook his head and smiled. I thought your monster sect would send a 5th stage expert. I didn't expect it to be a 4th stage. 5th stage of the Eternal Heart Realm, the man smiled. Young Master Yi, do you know much about my monster sect? Xian replied with a question. Do you know much about me? The man nodded slightly. According to my investigation, there seems to be a mysterious expert behind young Master Yi. It's that female swordsman, right? Xian frowned slightly. You only investigated one? The man looked at Xian. Not just one? Xian laughed. How should I address you? The man smiled. Yunchuan. Xian thought for a moment and said, Brother Yunchuan, you knew that I would come. So, you brought along 2 4th stage experts to wait for me here. However, you didn't attack me directly. Why? It's very simple. You aren't confident in your ability to kill me. Besides that, if I'm not wrong, Brother Yunchuan hasn't investigated me and the power behind me clearly. You're afraid of hurting me, right? The man looked at Xian and smiled. Yes. Xian continued. Now Brother Yunchuan is even more afraid. Because I know about the monster sect, but I'm not afraid of it. Yunchuan smiled. Yes. Xian said again. Then does Brother Yunchuan want to know the power behind me? Behind Yunchuan, an old man suddenly said. Yunchuan, why are you talking nonsense with him? Why don't you just kill him? He's talking so much nonsense. He's definitely trying to fool us and then get away. Xian glanced at the old man. Damn it. He's not afraid of smart people. He's afraid of this kind of hothead who's not smart, but not stupid. Yunchuan smiled. I wonder who is the power behind young Master Yi. He didn't think that Xian was fooling him. Because all kinds of signs showed that there was really someone behind Xian smiled. Have you heard of the 3 Swords Alliance? Xiao Tao was speechless. Yunchuan frowned. 3 Swords Alliance? Xian smiled. Haven't heard of it? Yunchuan hesitated and shook his head. No. Xian smiled. Looks like Brother Yunchuan's level is still not high enough. Yunchuan was speechless. At this moment, the old man beside him said in a deep voice. Not high enough? Are you joking? Our monster sect's power is spread all over the universe. How many universes do we know? But we have never heard of the 3 Swords Alliance. I think you want to live, so you're trying your best to fool the 3 of us. Saying that, he was about to make his move. Xian suddenly opened his palm. The green profound sword floated slowly to the old man. Old man, you're a 4th degree realm expert. You must be very knowledgeable. Come, take a look at my sword. The old man waved his hand. Old man, if you don't take a look, old man will kill you. Saying that, he charged towards Xian. The powerful force caused the entire sky to boil. Seeing this scene, Xian's eyelids twitched. Damn it, where did this rash young man come from? Just at this moment, Yunchuan suddenly said, Stop. Hearing Yunchuan's words, the old man stopped. He turned to look at Yunchuan. Yunchuan was staring at the green profound sword in front of him. The old man frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Yunchuan suddenly looked at Xian. Who forged this sword? Xian smiled. What do you think? Yunchuan looked at the sword in his hand in silence. In the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of solemnity. After a while, Yunchuan looked at Xian. I've never heard of the 3 Swords Alliance. Xian smiled. Brother Yunchuan, how about this? 3 days later, I'll personally go to the monster sect. We'll settle the grudge between me and the monster sect once and for all. What do you think? Yunchuan frowned. You want to go to my monster sect? Yi Xian laughed. Yes. The grudges between us have to be settled, don't you think so? Yunchuan remained silent. Yi Xian smiled. At that time, you'll see the power of the Three Swords Alliance. Yunchuan took a look at Yi Xian. You'll really go? Yi Xian thought for a moment. I swear on the name of the Three Swords Alliance that if I don't go, I'll let the three swordsmen of the Three Swords Alliance be destroyed. Xiao Ta. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged inside Xiao Ta, suddenly opened his eyes. Yi Xian frowned. His aura had increased a lot, but there was no qualitative breakthrough. In other words, in terms of realm, he had not reached the second level of the cosmic heart realm. What's going on? Yi Xian asked in his heart. Xiao Ta, do you know what's going on? Xiao Ta was silent for a long time before saying, you have absorbed too little of the heart of the universe. Yi Xian was puzzled. What do you mean? Xiao Ta sighed. Young master, you have to understand that the higher you go, the harder it is to increase your realm. Not to mention, you are not walking the normal path. Simply put, you can't directly break through by swallowing a heart of the universe. If you can directly break through by swallowing a heart of the universe, then what's the point of others doing? Think about it, you can increase by one level by swallowing a heart of the universe. Do you think it's reasonable to swallow 6 to reach the 6th level? Yi Xian said seriously, I think it's reasonable. Xiao Ta was silent for a long time before saying, young master, I suspect that there is something wrong with your head. Yi Xian, Xiao Ta continued, and there is one more point. The effect of swallowing a heart of the universe is far from as good as directly swallowing a universe to condense a heart of the universe. Simply put, the heart of the universe you swallowed is equivalent to a second-hand good. How good do you expect a second-hand good to be? Yi Xian, Xiao Ta said again, according to my many years of experience, you can swallow a few more hearts of the universe, at least 3 or 4, to reach the next level. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, my current cultivation realm is a bit troublesome. Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, troublesome? Young master, I suddenly realized the difference between the first generation and the second generation. Master once broke through a realm and risked his life, but you, F*ck, good fellow, you just crawled all the way up. Your father cultivated by risking his life, but you cultivate by F*king crawling. Also, you think it's uncomfortable. When it spoke up to hear, it paused for a moment and said, if I, Xiao Ta, have a son in the future, I will also raise him. I will truly raise him and let him rely on his own strength to fight his way up. I will absolutely not walk the path of relying on the Mountain King. Yi Xian said indifferently, you don't have a son. Xiao Ta, Yi Xian stopped talking nonsense with Xiao Ta and left Xiao Ta. The heart of the universe, Xiao Ta was right. If swallowing a heart of the universe would allow one to advance by one level, that would be too ridiculous. Swallowing a few more should not be a problem. Find the Eternity Heart Realm and kill them. Of course, he wouldn't kill indiscriminately for the sake of breaking through. Although he, Yi Xian, wasn't a good person, he still had a bottom line. Seeming to have thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly asked. Xiao Ta, did father stop at nothing for the sake of cultivating? After being silent for a moment, Xiao Ta said, no. Yi Xian blinked and was a little suspicious. No? Xiao Ta said indifferently, young master, in your heart, is master very bad? Yi Xian laughed and said nothing. Xiao Ta said, master was a little extreme in the early days, but he wouldn't take the initiative to bully others. However, he belongs to the kind, if you bully him, he will exterminate your entire family. Yi Xian said with a smile, father, did you ever meet an extremely strong opponent, the kind that you couldn't beat no matter what? Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, yes. Tianming. Yi Xian, Xiao Ta continued, he was beaten from the beginning to the end. Of course, compared to Sister Tianming, Master was very young at that time, so it's normal that he couldn't beat her. After saying that, she paused and said, Sister Tianming is the only person who dared to let your big brother and Master fight together. No one has ever done it before, and no one will be able to do it in the future. Yi Xian said seriously, I can do it in the future too. Not only can I will let all three of them fight together. After being silent for a moment, Xiaota said, in terms of acting cool and bragging, young master, I only admire you. Yi Xian, after a moment, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he was thinking of a problem. The monster sect hadn't come to find him for so long. This meant that the fourth stage man didn't report to the monster sect. In other words, the monster sect might choose to investigate him. This was also his chance, time. He wasn't afraid of strong opponents and enemies, he was afraid of not having time, and this one-sword-slaying life, he also had to think of a way to improve it, because his one-sword-slaying life was no longer useful to Ming Xian. Time flowed. Intuition told him that the upper limit of the power of time flowed was far more than this. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Shenjiao, do you know where the monster sect's branches are? The Shenjiao said in a low voice, if you destroy one branch, it might not attract too much attention from the monster sect. But if you destroy a few more, I'm afraid that you will attract the monster sect's attention. At that time, there might be 5th and 6th stage experts coming for you. Yi Xian smiled. Do you think they will let me go if I don't destroy them? After a long silence, the Shenjiao said, to the ancient demon realm. Yi Xian smiled. You lead the way. After a while, a message flowed into Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian activated the Qingxian sword and disappeared on the spot. Ancient Demon Realm. Yi Xian had just arrived at the ancient demon realm. He looked around and soon, he frowned and was about to retreat. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded behind Yi Xian, young Master Yi, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Xian turned around and saw a man standing in front of him. It was the 4th stage expert that he had fought with before. At this moment, the opponent's body had completely recovered. Besides this man, there were 2 mysterious experts in black robes. This was not the point. The point was that these 2 were actually at the 4th stage of the Eternal Heart Realm, 3 at the 4th stage of the Eternal Heart Realm. The man smiled. Young Master Yi, are you surprised? Yi Xian laughed. Do you think I'm surprised? The man glanced at the sword in Yi Xian's hand and didn't speak. Yi Xian's Qingxian sword was in the scabbard. In other words, Yi Xian didn't use his sword. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. I thought the monster sect would send a 5th stage expert. I didn't expect it to be a 4th stage. 5th stage of the Eternal Heart Realm, the man smiled. Young Master Yi, do you know much about my monster sect? Yi Xian replied with a question. Do you know much about me? The man nodded slightly. According to my investigation, there seems to be a mysterious expert behind young Master Yi. It's that female swordsman, right? Yi Xian frowned slightly. You only investigated one? The man looked at Yi Xian. Not just one? Yi Xian laughed. How should I address you? The man smiled. Yunchuan. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Brother Yunchuan, you knew that I would come. So, you brought along 2 4th stage experts to wait for me here. However, you didn't attack me directly. Why? It's very simple. You aren't confident in your ability to kill me. Besides that, if I'm not wrong, Brother Yunchuan hasn't investigated me and the power behind me clearly. You're afraid of hurting me, right? The man looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Yes. Yi Xian continued. Now Brother Yunchuan is even more afraid. Because I know about the monster sect, but I'm not afraid of it. Yunchuan smiled. Yes. Yi Xian said again. Then does Brother Yunchuan want to know the power behind me? Behind Yunchuan, an old man suddenly said. Yunchuan, why are you talking nonsense with him? Why don't you just kill him? He's talking so much nonsense. He's definitely trying to fool us and then get away. Yi Xian glanced at the old man. Damn it. He's not afraid of smart people. He's afraid of this kind of hothead who's not smart, but not stupid. Yunchuan smiled. I wonder what the power behind young Master Yi is? He didn't think that Yi Xian was fooling him. Because all kinds of signs showed that there was really someone behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. Have you heard of the 3 Swords Alliance? Xiaota was speechless. Yunchuan frowned. 3 Swords Alliance? Yi Xian smiled. Haven't heard of it? Yunchuan hesitated and shook his head. No. Yi Xian smiled. Looks like Brother Yunchuan's level is still not high enough. Yunchuan was speechless. At this moment, the old man beside him said in a deep voice. Not high enough? Are you joking? Our monster sect's power is spread all over the universe. How many universes do we know? But we have never heard of the Three Swords Alliance. I think you want to live, so you're trying your best to fool the three of us. Saying that, he was about to take action. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm. The green profound sword slowly floated to the old man. Old man, you're a 4th degree realm expert. You must be knowledgeable. Come, take a look at my sword. The old man waved his hand. Old man, if you don't look, old man will beat you to death. Saying that, he charged towards Yi Xian. The powerful force caused the entire sky to boil. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Damn it, where did this rash young man come from? Just at this moment, Yunchuan suddenly said, stop. Hearing Yunchuan's words, the old man stopped. He turned to look at Yunchuan. Yunchuan was staring at the green profound sword in front of him. The old man frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Yunchuan suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Who forged this sword? Yi Xian smiled. What do you think? Yunchuan looked at the sword in his hand in silence. In the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of solemnity. After a while, Yunchuan looked at Yi Xian. I've really not heard of the Three Swords Alliance. Yi Xian smiled. Brother Yunchuan, how about this? 3 days later, I'll personally go to the monster sect. We'll settle the feud between me and the monster sect once and for all. What do you think? Yunchuan frowned. You want to go to my monster sect? Yi Xian laughed. Yes. The feud between us has to be settled, right? Yunchuan fell silent. Yi Xian smiled. At that time, you'll see the strength of the Three Swords Alliance. Yunchuan glanced at Yi Xian. You'll really go? Yi Xian thought for a moment. I swear on the name of the Three Swords Alliance. If I don't go, then the 3 swordsmen of the Three Swords Alliance will be beaten to death. Xiao Ta was speechless. P.S. There's more. Sell it to Xiao Ta. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Shen Zhao was silent for a while before replying, priceless. Priceless, Yi Xian blinked. Really? Shen Zhao said solemnly, if you really sell it, countless experts will go crazy for it. Xiao Ta's heaven-defying cultivation ability was enough to drive anyone crazy. Heaven-defying wasn't enough to describe it. Yi Xian thought about it and said, Xiao Ta, I'll treat you better in the future. Xiao Ta was silent for a while before replying, young master, just be a good person. To be honest, you're scarier than your master when you're being fancy. Yi Xian. After a while, Yi Xian came to a huge hall. Immortal Treasure Pavilion. This was the largest merchant association in the demon immortal realm. There was a saying that described this merchant association. As long as you had the money, you could buy anything in this merchant association. Yi Xian had just entered Immortal Treasure Pavilion when a delicate-looking woman came to welcome him. She smiled, neither servile nor overbearing. Esteemed guest, are you selling or buying? Yi Xian smiled. Buying. The woman smiled. Esteemed guest, please follow me. Having said that, she turned and walked in. Yi Xian followed the woman to a luxurious private room. Soon, they were served fine spiritual tea. The woman sat before Yi Xian and smiled. How should I address you, esteemed guest? Yi Xian thought about it and said, Yang Xian. The woman smiled. Young Master Yang, I'm a Qian. May I know what young Master Yang is looking for? Yi Xian said, Heart of the Universe. Heart of the Universe, the woman was taken aback. Yi Xian smiled. Do I have it? The woman nodded. Yes. But it's very expensive. Yi Xian asked, how expensive? The woman looked at Yi Xian. 800 star meridians, 800 star meridians. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Damn it, right now, he only had about 700 star veins, and that was all he had. Furthermore, it was only because Zhou Xian had given him 500. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have 700. Suddenly, he realized how poor he was. The woman suddenly smiled and said, "Young master, if you don't have enough star veins, I have an idea." Yi Xian looked at the woman curiously. "What method?" The woman said, "A loan." Yi Xian was stunned. "Loan? What do you mean?" The woman smiled and said, "It's very simple. You just have to pay 50% of the price first, and the rest of the star veins will be paid in installments." "Pay in installments?" Yi Xian asked in a deep voice. "Can we do that?" The woman smiled. "Sure. However, we will charge you some interest and some labor fees. That is to say, the total payment will be more than 800 star veins. Based on my rough calculations, the total payment will be around 900 star veins." The interest of 100 star veins. Yi Xian's face fell when he heard this. Meanwhile, Xiaota spoke abruptly, "Damn it. What a familiar smell." Yi Xian was quite curious. "What's wrong?" Xiaota spoke indifferently, "It's nothing." Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, a Qian spoke again, "Of course, if young Master Yang is able to purchase it in full, then you can save yourself a lot of trouble, and you won't have to pay interest as well." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Aren't you afraid that someone won't pay back the loan?" A Qian blinked. "I'm not." Yi Xian smiled, "I'll come back another day." A Qian stood up and smiled, "Young Master Yang, take care." She turned around and left once she finished speaking. Even though she still had a smile on her face when she left, it had changed slightly. Yi Xian spoke abruptly, "Does she think that I can't afford it?" Xiaota replied, "You can't afford it in the first place." Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian fell silent within the room. He hadn't expected that the core of the universe would be so expensive. "What should I do?" Xiaota spoke abruptly, "Young master, are you thinking of robbing me?" Yi Xian's face darkened. "Am I that sort of person?" Xiaota spoke indifferently, "You're not a person." Yi Xian was speechless. He didn't waste time with Xiaota and left the celestial treasure pavilion. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and an ancient book appeared in his hand. The Book of the Universe. He hadn't used the Book of the Universe since he'd obtained it. So, he didn't know if it was useful or not. Meanwhile, Shenzhou suddenly exclaimed, "The Book of the Universe." Yi Xian smiled, "You recognize this Book of the Universe?" Shenzhou spoke in a low voice, "It's an extraordinary divine treasure of the metaverse." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, "Can it kill an eternal heart realm expert?" Shenzhou replied, "Yes. However, I don't know what its limits are." "You can give it a try." Yi Xian gazed at the Book of the Universe and hesitated for a moment. Should I give it a try on myself? A short while later, Yi Xian opened the Book of the Universe, and then he wrote 2 words on it, Yang Yi. The green-clothed man was speechless. Xiaota was speechless. He'd just finished writing when the Book of the Universe suddenly started trembling violently. In the next moment, it actually started burning. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene, and he hurriedly placed the Book of the Universe into Xiaota's body. The flames emanating from the Book of the Universe gradually vanished after it was placed into Xiaota's body. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Xiaota, is it all right?" Xiaota spoke indifferently, "It's fine. It was just almost obliterated." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaota said solemnly, "Young master, it's best that you don't challenge master's authority for now." Yi Xian was silent. Dad's strength was still unfathomable. At this moment, dozens of powerful auras flashed across the sky. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at the sky. At the side, someone suddenly said, "Why did the 4 halls suddenly send out so many experts today? I heard that a swordsman will bring people to fight to the death with the demon sect." "What the heck? Fight to the death with the demon sect? Is that swordsman serious?" "He should be serious. Otherwise, the 4 halls wouldn't have sent out so many experts. Besides, I heard that even the ancient demon hall master came personally. What's the background of that swordsman? I don't know. But he should be very strong. If not, why would he dare to come to the demon immortal realm? Let's go. Let's go take a look. Such a domineering swordsman. We must see." Within the city, countless experts walked towards the city gates. At the side, Yi Xian fell silent after hearing the expert's words. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master. Are you going?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Can I go?" Xiao Ta hesitated and then said, "If I don't go, I'll lose face." Yi Xian shrugged. "I'm already shameless. What's there to be afraid of?" Having said that, he turned and left. Xiao Ta. On the city walls. At this moment, many experts from the ancient demon hall had gathered on the city walls. Not only that, experts from the other 3 halls were also hidden. They were ready for battle. They had to take it seriously, because the 4 hall masters still took Yun Chuan's words seriously. On the city walls, Yun Chuan stood quietly. In front of him stood a middle-aged man with a horn on his head. This person was the ancient demon hall master, Cultivation. Cultivation looked into the distance with a calm expression. "He will come?" Yun Chuan nodded. "He will definitely come. This person is a swordsman. He is extremely powerful. He will not go back on his word." Cultivation nodded slightly. Everyone was ready for battle. From sunrise to midday, and finally, from midday to sunset. However, Yi Xian still did not appear. When the sun set, Yun Chuan's expression was a little ugly. This fellow couldn't have gotten lost, right, at night. Yi Xian still did not come. The experts on the city walls and the experts in the city all had strange expressions. And Yun Chuan's expression became more and more ugly. The next day, as a red sun rose slowly, all living things woke up. But Yi Xian still did not come. On the city walls, Cultivation turned to look at Yun Chuan. Yun Chuan looked into the distance and said softly, "Is this guy planning to be shameless?" At this moment, Cultivation suddenly said, "Yun Chuan, I am very disappointed. And very angry." Having said that, he turned and left. On the city walls, the experts of the demon hall retreated. Before long, only Yun Chuan was left on the city walls. Yun Chuan looked into the distance, his eyes blank. Impossible, such a powerful swordsman would not go back on his word. Could he really be lost? In the city, the crowd dispersed. There was a lot of discussion. They were all discussing why the swordsman did not come. Was he afraid, or lost? Suddenly, the entire demon god city became lively. At the same time, the entire demon god cult began to put out a bounty for Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian had stood the demon god cult up. This made the demon god cult very angry. No one had dared to play with the demon god realm like this. Before long, the secret agents of the demon god cult left the demon god realm to look for Yi Xian. And they did not know that Yi Xian was already in demon god city. On the other side, in some unknown galaxy, 2 old men tore through the time-space stellar domain. About 4 hours later, they appeared in the heaven realm. Both were at the 6th tier of Eternity Heart realm. The 2 old men looked around, and the old man on the left said softly, "Let's go." Having said that, the 2 disappeared on the spot. After a while, the 2 of them arrived at the Zhou clan. When the 2 of them appeared in the Zhou clan, the current Zhou clan leader, Xianxia, appeared in front of them. Looking at the 2 of them, Xianxia was extremely cautious. Unfathomable, this was the feeling that the 2 of them gave her, and with her current strength, how could anyone who could give her such a feeling be ordinary? The old man on the left sized up Xianxia and smiled, "Nice to meet you, Mississippi. We have no ill intentions. We are here to ask where our young master is?" Xianxia frowned, "Your young master?" The old man on the right suddenly said, "Yi Xian, young master Yi." Hearing this, Xianxia was stunned, "Yi Xian." The 2 old men nodded. Xianxia took a look at the 2 of them, and her expression turned strange. The old man on the left had an amiable expression, "Miss, as far as we know, he was here previously, right?" Xianxia nodded, "He was here earlier, but he has left." The 2 of them exchanged glances. Meanwhile, the old man on the left hesitated for a moment before he said, "Miss, did the young master leave anything for you before he left?" Xianxia frowned slightly, "What did he leave?" The old man on the left grinned, "For example, a wooden figure or something." Xianxia shook her head. The 2 old men exchanged glances, and then the old man on the left smiled, "Then we'll be taking our leave." As soon as they finished speaking, the 2 of them were about to leave. Meanwhile, Xianxia suddenly said, if he left a wooden figure for me, then what does it mean? The old man on the left hesitated for a moment before he said, Madam said that if the young master left a wooden figure for you, then it means that you are our young madam, and we will take you away from here to the dark world that madam has opened for the young master. There, you will obtain the best cultivation resources in the entire universe. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them left. Xianxia was speechless. P.S. Do you have tickets? Young master, Xianxia remained silent on the spot. She knew that the mysterious force behind Yixian was slowly coming to the surface. After a long time, Xianxia sighed and left. She knew that she had missed a chance for the Zhou clan to rise. It wasn't that she couldn't be the young mistress, but that she didn't become a true friend with Yixian. As she once said, she chose Yixian because of the force behind him, not because of Yixian. She and Yixian had a relationship of mutual benefit, and this relationship meant that they couldn't be friends. Of course, it was good that the Zhou clan didn't become Yixian's enemy. Reality proved that if she had chosen to target Yixian, there would be no Zhou clan in this world now, Xianxia. After the two elders left the Heaven Realm Zhou clan, they investigated and finally came to the metaverse. As soon as they arrived, they received a piece of news. The demon sect had put a bounty on Yixian, and he was wanted by the entire universe. When they heard the news, the two old men's faces immediately darkened. The elder on the left had a gloomy expression, his eyes cold. Demon sect. How dare they put a bounty on our mystic world's young master? With that, he was about to leave. The elder on the right suddenly said, Xianyin, what are you doing? The elder called Xianyin frowned, what am I doing? Of course I'm going to exterminate the demon sect. The elder on the right shook his head. Seeing this, Xianyin was displeased. Xianwu, what do you mean? The elder called Xianwu said, the demon sect isn't weak. If we go, won't we be sending ourselves to our deaths? Xianyin said angrily, if they find the young master, with the young master's current strength, how can you resist them? And if anything happens to the young master, even if we die 10,000 times, we won't be able to absolve ourselves. Xianwu said, our top priority now is to inform Lord Xiaoxi and ask her to bring people here. Otherwise, with just the two of us going to the demon realm, won't we be sending ourselves to death? Xianyin was silent. Xianwu took out a token and crushed it. In the next moment, a beam of white light shot into the depths of the starry sky. An arrow pierced through the clouds, and thousands of soldiers and horses came to meet. Xianwu said again, we have to find young master before the demon sect. With that, he disappeared into the distance. Xianyin was silent for a moment, and then he said fiercely, demon sect, how dare you injure my young master? My profound world will definitely annihilate your demon sect. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared into the distance. Demon God City, Xiaota. Yixian sat cross-legged on the ground. Cultivate, he was studying his severing lifespan. Ever since the Eternity Heart Mirror appeared, his severing lifespan was practically useless. Undying power. After reaching the Eternity Heart Realm, one would possess the power of Ageless, and this power of Ageless could resist his power of time. If he didn't have the power to reverse time, he probably wouldn't even have the strength to fight back against the Eternity Heart Mirror. His biggest problem now was that his cultivation was not high enough. The heart of the universe, unfortunately, he didn't have enough money to buy the heart of the universe. Otherwise, he could devour a few hearts of the universe, and his strength would definitely rise explosively. Yixian didn't think too much about it. He calmed his heart and started studying the power of time. He'd utilized both the power of time and undying power, and then he'd combined them together. The undying power had the effect of restraining the power of time. Yixian fell silent when he saw this. So long as the power of time could ignore the undying power, then his severing lifespan would be able to deal with Eternity Heart Realm experts. As if he'd thought of something, Yixian suddenly asked, Xiaota, do you have any methods? Xiaota spoke indifferently, young master, I've noticed that you only think of me when you need me. A pagoda is a treasure when it's useful, but a pagoda is nothing but grass when it's useless. Yixian was speechless. Xiaota continued, I know of a way to make your power of time extremely formidable. However, I've suddenly forgotten about it. Yixian spoke indifferently, if I encounter Qing'er again, then perhaps I might forget something. Xiao Ta fell silent for a long time before he said, I've suddenly recalled something. Yi Xian said, tell me. Xiao Ta spoke solemnly, it's very simple. Use the energy of your bloodline to fuse with the power of time. With the boost from the energy of your bloodline, all undying power will be useless. Yi Xian frowned slightly, fuse with the energy of my bloodline? Xiao Ta said, yes. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he opened his palm. A strand of time flow power appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he activated the bloodline power in his body, and then a strand of bloodline power surged into his palm. Then, under his control, the two powers fused together. A short while later, Yi Xian looked at the undying power that wasn't too far away from him. He opened his palm, and the power of time that was fused with the energy of his bloodline blasted against the undying power. Bang! The undying power was instantly obliterated. Yi Xian was stunned by this scene. It's that powerful? Xiao Ta spoke solemnly, do you have some sort of misunderstanding about your bloodline? Big brother, your bloodline is the strongest bloodline in the entire universe. Even though you haven't reached the level of master, your bloodline can be improved without limit. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta continued, it isn't just sever lifespan. You can even fuse sever against time with the energy of your bloodline. The fusion I'm talking about isn't executing the two energies at the same time, but fusing them into one. With the support of the energy of your bloodline, no matter if it's sever against time or sever against time, they have no natural enemies. Unless your enemy is much stronger than you. Yi Xian nodded slightly, I understand. Simply speaking, he was using the energy of his bloodline to protect the energy of time and sever against time so that they had no natural enemies. Of course, with the addition of the energy of his bloodline, the two energies would become very strong as well. After that, Yi Xian started to fuse the energy of his bloodline with the energy of time and sever against time. Both of them were his own, so it wasn't difficult to fuse them. Half a month later, Yi Xian had completely fused the two forces. After the fusion, his one-sword slayer could directly ignore the immortal force. The current him could completely kill Eternal Heart Realm Cultivator with one-sword slayer. As for his sever future, even though its time hadn't increased, its strength had multiplied. Previously, the greatest weakness of the one-sword severing the future was that if the other party reacted, they would be able to defend against it. But now, the strength of his sever future had multiplied. Even if the opponent reacted, the opponent might not be able to defend against it. For the first time, Yi Xian realized that his bloodline energy was so useful. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly said, young master, you have to find a way to get a few more cores of the universe to devour. You're very strong now. Especially now, after your bloodline energy fused with those two energies, the strength of your swords has reached a qualitative leap. However, your cultivation isn't enough. If you can devour a few more cores of the universe, then your cultivation will improve greatly, and the strength of your swords will increase even more. Yi Xian nodded. Cores of the universe, right now, he could barely be considered to be at the first level of the Eternal Heart Realm. If not for his sword skills being very special, he couldn't be compared to a fourth-level Eternal Heart Realm expert like Yunchuan. But the problem was that his current enemies weren't just fourth-level Eternal Heart Realm experts. There were 5th-level Eternal Heart Realm experts, 6th-level Eternal Heart Realm experts. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly said, young master, sometimes you're very smart, but sometimes you're very stupid. Yi Xian's face darkened, what do you mean? Xiao Ta said, every part of your body is a treasure. Your bloodline energy is very attractive to demon beasts. You can sell your blood. A drop of your blood essence will definitely be able to be sold for a lot of star veins. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta said, you can try. There should be many demon beasts that are willing to pay a huge price to buy your blood. In any case, you have a lot of blood and can't be used up. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I'll give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, he left Xiao Ta. Yi Xian arrived at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion once more. When he entered the hall, a woman walked over, and it was precisely a Qian from before. A Qian was slightly stunned when she saw Yi Xian. Yi Xian was just about to speak when a Qian suddenly turned around to look at the woman standing at the side. Little Mo, I'll leave this to you. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Meanwhile, the woman called Little Mo walked over to Yi Xian. The woman wasn't as beautiful as a Qian, but she was gentle and quiet, and she had a sincere smile on her face. Little Mo bowed slightly. "Young master, do you need any service?" Yi Xian glanced at a Qian in the distance, and then he looked at little Mo who was in front of him and smiled. "I want to sell something." Little Mo smiled lightly. "Young master, follow me to the inner pavilion." As soon as she finished speaking, she led Yi Xian into the inner pavilion. Inside the hall, a woman next to a Jing suddenly smiled. "Sister A Qian, what's wrong? You don't like that man?" A Qian said indifferently, "Your sister A Qian has been in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion for hundreds of years. I can tell who has money and who doesn't at a glance. Just that man just now." As she spoke, she shook her head slightly. "Talking to him is just a waste of time." Soon, Little Mo brought Yi Xian to an inner pavilion. Little Mo personally poured a cup of spiritual tea for Yi Xian and said, "Young master, what do you want to sell?" Yi Xian took out a white jade bottle and handed it to Little Mo. Little Mo took a look at it, and the next moment, her pupils suddenly constricted, and she said with a trembling voice, This is... What kind of bloodline is this? It's so terrifying." Yi Xian smiled. "How many star veins can this be sold for?" Little Mo hurriedly said, "Young master, wait a moment. The value of this divine item far exceeds my authority. I need to consult the supervisor." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Soon, Little Mo walked in with an old man. The old man glanced at the white jade bottle, and the next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted, but he quickly returned to normal. He looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Young master, how much do you want to sell it for?" Yi Xian smiled. "How much do you think it's worth?" The old man thought for a moment, and then said, "There are 10 drops of essence blood in this bottle. I'll pay this price." As he spoke, he raised a finger. Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Damn it, what does one finger mean, 1 star vein?" Yi Xian did not speak. He took the white jade bottle, got up, and left. Seeing this, the old man's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, "Young master, please wait a moment. We can negotiate, we can negotiate." Yi Xian looked at the old man and smiled. "State another price. Trying to scam me? What a joke, besides my father, no one can scam me, and my father scammed me with his strength. I can't resist at all." The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, 10 drops of essence blood for 2,000 star veins. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he heard this, but he hid it very well. He didn't say anything, and he just laughed coldly before he took the white jade bottle and left. The old man's expression was quite unsightly. "Damn it. I've encountered someone who knows how to bargain." He didn't ask Yi Xian to stay because he wanted to bet that Yi Xian would stay on his own. However, Yi Xian just vanished into the distance. The old man was stunned. In the next moment, his face turned pale, and he hurriedly chased after Qianxi. "Young master, we can negotiate. We can negotiate." Outside the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, the old man stopped Yi Xian. The old man looked at Yi Xian and smiled sheepishly. "Young master, we can talk. We can talk." At this moment, Amo also chased after him. Not only her, but many saleswomen also chased after him. The old man was the supervisor of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. There were very few things that could catch his eye. Since he chased after him personally, he must have encountered some super treasure. One had to know that every time they received a super divine item, they would receive a commission. At this moment, a Qian suddenly walked in front of Yi Xian and smiled brightly. "Young master, it's windy outside. Why don't we go inside and talk?" Xiao Mo hesitated for a while, but in the end, he did not say anything and retreated to the side obediently. Yi Xian glanced at a Qian who was trying to please him and smiled, then looked at Xiao Mo. "I'll talk to her." A Qian's expression froze. The old man was slightly taken aback. In the next moment, he quickly said, "Xiao Mo, quickly entertain young master." Xiao Mo was stunned at first, then quickly walked in front of Yi Xian and bowed slightly. "Young master, then shall we go inside and talk?" Yi Xian laughed, "Sure." With that, he walked into the hall under Xiao Mo's lead. The old man glanced at a Qian and did not say anything, then immediately followed in. Qian's face was slightly pale. Yi Xian did not say anything bad about her, but who was the supervisor? With just one attitude from Yi Xian, the supervisor could roughly guess what was going on. She, Qian, was the best saleswoman in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion and had the highest chance of becoming the deputy supervisor. But now, this matter was probably not going to happen. Of course, this depended on Yi Xian's strength. If Yi Xian could bring great benefits to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, then she would really be dead meat. Everything was about benefits. After entering the hall, Yi Xian and the elderly supervisor sat opposite each other. The elderly supervisor looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Young master, forgive this old man for asking too much, but where did you obtain this bloodline?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "I found it by chance in some ruins." The old man asked again, "What ruins?" Yi Xian said with smile, "I have emptied the ruins." The old man's expression froze. Yi Xian smiled. "Let's talk about how much these 10 drops of blood essence can sell for." After a long silence, the old man said, "How much does young master want to sell it for?" Yi Xian smiled. 4,000 star veins. He directly doubled it. That was how bargaining worked. Cut as high as possible. Since the goods were good, there was no need to be afraid that the other party would not negotiate. The old man suddenly said, "Deal." Deal. Yi Xian nearly spat out the immortal tea he had just drunk when he heard that. At this time, the old man took out a storage ring and placed it before Yi Xian. "Young master, please check it." Yi Xian was silent. "Damn it, I was too careless." Yi Xian did not go back on his words. He kept the storage ring and handed the white jade bottle to the old man. The old man put away the white jade bottle as a smile appeared on his face. The smile was filled with a profound meaning. The demon immortal realm was the world of demons, and the bottle of blood essence in his hand was a super godly item to the demon beasts. Not only would it bring great benefits to Immortal Treasure Pavilion, but it would also bring Immortal Treasure Pavilion a huge connection with demon veins. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly looked at the obedient Xiao and smiled. "Young lady, how much commission will you get from this deal?" Xiao looked at the old man and hesitated. Then she said softly, I don't know. Under normal circumstances, she would get at least 100 star veins as commission. However, this amount was just too much. More than 100 star veins was no laughing matter. Yi Xian looked at the old man and the old man smiled. "Don't worry, young master. I will get as much commission as I can. I won't be greedy for the little girl's star veins." As he spoke, he opened his palm and a storage ring floated before Xiao. There were 200 star veins in it, double. Xiao was stunned and then said with a trembling voice, "Supervisor Xiao, this is too much." Supervisor Xiao smiled. "The other 100 star veins are your reward." Hearing this, Xiao immediately bowed deeply. "Thank you, Supervisor Xiao." As though she thought of something, she turned to Yi Xian and bowed again. "Thank you, young master." Yi Xian laughed and looked at Supervisor Xiao. "Supervisor Xiao, I would like to purchase some cores of the universe from Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Do you have them?" Supervisor Xiao smiled. "Of course. May I know how many cores of the universe you want?" Yi Xian asked, "How many cores of the universe do you have?" Supervisor Xiao smiled and asked, "How many do you want, young master Yi?" Yi Xian came to an understanding. Supervisor Xiao meant that he could have as many as he wanted. How extravagant. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Supervisor Xiao, may I ask if the master of Immortal Treasure Pavilion is a woman?" Supervisor Xiao was slightly stunned, and then she said, "Why do you ask that?" Yi Xian smiled, "It's nothing. My teeth haven't been good lately, so I want to live off a woman." Supervisor Xiao's face froze. Damn it. This kid isn't a good person. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly withdrew a storage ring and placed it before Supervisor Xiao. "Supervisor Xiao, I only have 4,700 star veins in total. How many cores of the universe can I buy?" Supervisor Xiao thought for a moment and said, "All of them?" Yi Xian nodded. Supervisor Xiao fell silent for a moment before she said, "Young Master Yang, the market price for a core of the universe is 800 star veins. I can give you 751. In other words, you can buy 6 cores of the universe with these star veins." Yi Xian nodded, "All right. How long will it take for me to get them? Supervisor Xiao smiled, right now. As he spoke, he turned around to look at Xiao Mo. Go get 6 cores of the universe and tell them that I authorized it. Xiao Mo bowed slightly, turned around, and left. Supervisor Xiao gazed at Yi Xian and grinned, Young Master Yang, if you need to sell or buy anything in the future, you can come to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. I can give you a certain discount. Yi Xian smiled, do you have a VIP system here? Supervisor Xiao nodded, yes. Yi Xian blinked, I sold so many star veins, but I can't become a VIP? Supervisor Xiao smiled and said, Sir is a distinguished guest, but we have 3 types of distinguished guests. The first type are ordinary distinguished guests, who can enjoy a certain discount. The second type are super distinguished guests. These distinguished guests can enjoy a great discount from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Not only that, they can also receive additional services, such as sharing information from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Yi Xian nodded, what about the third type? Supervisor Xiao smiled, the third type of VIP is the top VIP. Anyone who is a top VIP of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion can enjoy a 50% discount. For example, if you are a top VIP of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, then you can use 300 star veins to buy a core of the universe. Not only that, but we will also give you 2 additional cores of the universe. Moreover, if the other party needs it, we can give them some star veins or other treasures in advance, such as this star vein of the universe. Moreover, we don't charge any interest. Besides that, anyone who is a top VIP of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion will be under the protection of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. As long as you are in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, we will do our best to protect you, even if your enemy is the demon religion. Yi Xian was slightly stunned, you're not on the same side as the demon religion? Supervisor Xiao shook her head and smiled, no. The Celestial Treasure Pavilion here is only one of our branches. However, we have a very good working relationship with the demon religion. Yi Xian nodded, I understand. Speaking of which, how can one become a top VIP of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Supervisor Xiao smiled, I don't know. Yi Xian was stunned. Supervisor Xiao smiled lightly, a top VIP isn't something that I can come into contact with. All I know is that there are people from above who will do the vetting. If they meet a suitable person, then they'll do the vetting. If they meet our requirements, then we'll request that person to become a top VIP of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. As for the requirements to become a top VIP, I don't know. Vetting, Yi Xian was about to speak when Xiao Mo walked into the cabinet. She walked over to Supervisor Xiao and passed a spatial ring to her. Supervisor Xiao took the spatial ring and passed it to Yi Xian, Young Master, these are the 6 hearts of the universe and the remaining star veins. Yi Xian took the spatial ring and said, farewell. He was about to leave after saying that. When he walked to the door, Yi Xian suddenly said, Supervisor Xiao, I have a sword here. You can show it to the people behind you and see how much it can sell for. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a sword slowly floated to Supervisor Xiao. Supervisor Xiao smiled, and he picked up the sword. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically, and his body started to tremble. This, Yi Xian smiled, I'll be back in 3 days. After saying that, he turned around and disappeared into the distance. In the hall, Supervisor Xiao suddenly roared, report it immediately. Report it. Invite the exalted immortal ambassador to come quickly. In an instant, a ray of white light suddenly shot into the sky and entered the depths of the starry sky. In the cabinet, Supervisor Xiao held the sword, and his body continuously trembled. As if he thought of something, he suddenly slapped his face, I was blind. I didn't recognize an expert. At the side, Xiao Mo was stunned. She had never seen Supervisor Xiao like this. Where did young Master Yang come from? A few minutes later, outside the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, a woman slowly walked in. The woman had shoulder-length hair, wore a white robe, and a pure white cloak was draped behind her. There was a red dot between her eyebrows. As soon as the woman arrived in front of the inner hall, 10 super experts of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion hiding in the dark immediately appeared, and all of them slowly knelt down. These 10 people were all experts at the 5th level of the Eternal Heart Realm. At the side, a Qian and the others were lying on the ground, and their bodies were trembling slightly. The woman directly ignored the 5 people, and she directly walked into the hall, and finally came to the cabinet. Seeing the woman, Supervisor Xiao deeply bowed, "Immortal envoy." The woman walked in front of Supervisor Xiao, and she ignored him. She picked up the sword in his hand, and after glancing at it, she immediately said, "Immediately start the examination process." Supervisor Xiao said with a trembling voice, "Understood." After speaking, he was about to leave. At this time, the woman glanced at the sword again, and in the next moment, she said, "There is no need to examine it. Immediately inform the main hall to send a VIP token." Supervisor Xiao was slightly stunned. "There is no need to examine it?" The woman did not answer. Supervisor Xiao was shocked, and he did not dare to ask again, and was about to leave. At this time, the woman glanced at the sword again, and in the next moment, she suddenly said, "Wait." Supervisor Xiao turned to look at the woman. "Still want to examine it?" The woman looked at the sword in her hand. "The top VIP token is not enough, let them send an immortal treasure token." Supervisor Xiao was stunned. Immortal treasure token, what the hell, why have I not heard of it? At this time, the woman said, "Wait, Supervisor Xiao." In the cabinet, the woman looked at the sword in her hand with a solemn expression. Director Xiao and Xiao Mo didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. After a long time, the woman said softly, "Tell them to send a mysterious heaven token over." Mysterious heaven token. Director Xiao didn't dare to speak and immediately turned to leave. Immortal treasure token, mysterious heaven token, he had never heard of it before. He knew very well that it was because his level wasn't high enough. In the cabinet, the woman looked at the sword in her hand with a solemn expression. Sell? The other party definitely didn't want to sell the sword. Even if he wanted to sell it, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion wouldn't dare to accept it. The reason why the other party left the sword here was to become a distinguished guest of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion or to see the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's attitude. No matter what the purpose was, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion had to treat it carefully. In Xiao Ta's room, Yi Xian directly swallowed a heart of the universe. After swallowing a heart of the universe, his aura suddenly skyrocketed. One had to say that this feeling of swallowing was really good. He could clearly feel his aura skyrocketing. Half a month later, Yi Xian had completely absorbed the heart of the universe. His cultivation had improved a lot, but there was still no qualitative breakthrough. In other words, he still hadn't reached the second level of the eternal heart realm. Yi Xian continued to swallow the heart of the universe. The current him could be said to be a walk in the park for him. And he found that after he swallowed the heart of the universe, his defying body was also becoming stronger. After a period of time, Yi Xian also completely absorbed the second heart of the universe. And at this moment, his aura finally underwent a qualitative change. Based on his current cultivation, he should be at the second level of the eternal heart realm. Although his cultivation had only increased by 1 level, his overall strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his hand. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. If he fought with Yin Chuan now, he was confident that he could directly kill the other without using the profound azure sword. Now, a 4th-level expert was no longer a threat to him. Not only that, but he should be able to fight with a 5th-level expert. Yi Xian didn't stop. He continued to swallow the heart of the universe. Not long after, he devoured the remaining 4 hearts of the universe, but he didn't break through. He discovered that the difficulty had increased. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Looks like I have to think of a way to obtain a few more cores of the universe. It's best if it's a core of the universe that's at the 2nd level or above. The energy of such a core is even purer and more useful. If he could devour a 6th-level universe core, that would definitely be very satisfying. Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but laugh. He wondered if the Celestial Treasure Pavilion had the heart of the universe for sale. Yi Xian stopped cultivating. He left Xiao Ta and headed towards the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. 3 days had passed. The reason he'd left the green profound sword in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion was because he wanted to become a distinguished guest of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion and obtain more hearts of the universe. He really needed these hearts of the universe right now. He had never been so poor before. When Yi Xian arrived at the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, he saw Manager Xiao standing at the entrance. Manager Zhao's body shuddered when he saw Yi Xian, and he hurriedly ran over to Yi Xian and bowed deeply. "Young Master Yang, you've come." Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Manager Xiao, why are you so polite? Manager Xiao smiled. It's my duty. Young Master Yi, please come in. After he finished speaking, he bowed deeply again. Yi Xian glanced at Manager Xiao. Looks like the green profound sword is useful. Yi Xian followed Manager Xiao into the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, and a group of people in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion hurriedly bowed respectfully. Yi Xian glanced at them, and then followed Manager Xiao into the inner hall. After entering the inner hall, Yi Xian saw a woman. Manager Xiao hurriedly said, Young Master Yang, this is the immortal envoy of my Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Immortal envoy. Yi Xian sized up the immortal envoy, and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. The woman in front of him was at least a 6th-level Eternity Heart Realm expert. At this time, the immortal envoy smiled slightly. Young Master Yang, hello. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Immortal, hello. The immortal envoy walked in front of Yi Xian, and then handed the sword in her hand to Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, keep your sword well. Yi Xian put away the green profound sword, and then said with a smile, Miss Immortal, how much can I sell this sword for? The immortal envoy shook her head slightly. Priceless. Priceless. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback, and then said with a smile, so precious? The immortal envoy looked at Yi Xian. Young Master, are you in urgent need of money? Yi Xian nodded. A little. The immortal envoy suddenly opened her palm, and a storage ring slowly flew in front of Yi Xian. Young Master, I heard that you seem to need the heart of the universe. I happen to have some heart of the universe here. You can use it first. Yi Xian took a glance, and his expression instantly changed. There were over 100 ordinary heart of the universe, and there were over 50 second stage realm heart of the universe, 12 third stage realm heart of the universe, 6 fourth stage heart of the universe, 3 fifth stage heart of the universe, and 1 sixth stage heart of the universe. Generous gift. Yi Xian didn't have a storage ring, and he looked at the immortal envoy. Why? The immortal envoy suddenly took out a token and placed it in front of Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, this is the Profound Heaven token. Those who possess this token will be our Immortal Treasure Pavilion's most distinguished guest, and have the right to mobilize the resources of all the branches other than the main pavilion. If Young Master needs it, you can also mobilize all the strong practitioners other than the main pavilion, including 6th stage realm practitioners. Hearing that, Supervisor Xiao, who was standing by the side, was incomparably shocked. This authority was just too terrifying. One must know that Immortal Treasure Pavilion had hundreds of thousands of branches in the various worlds. Even this terrifying demon sect had to show some respect to Immortal Treasure Pavilion. It could be said that Yi Xian now had supreme authority. Supervisor Xiao was extremely puzzled. Just because of a sword, they gave this young Master Yang such great authority. Wasn't this too risky? Of course, he didn't dare to question the immortal envoy. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Wait. Just as the voice fell, an old man walked in slowly. Seeing the old man, Supervisor Zhao's expression changed drastically. He immediately bowed deeply and said respectfully, Greetings, Left High Envoy. Left High Envoy was also a person with real power in Immortal Treasure Pavilion. He was from the main pavilion. Even in the main pavilion, he was the kind of person with great power. After Left High Envoy walked into the hall, he looked at Yi Xian and cupped his fists. Young Master Yang, nice to meet you. I am Left High Envoy of Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Yi Xian smiled slightly and didn't say a word. Left High Envoy turned to look at the Immortal Envoy and transmitted his voice using Profound Qi. Immortal Envoy, you don't have the authority to give him the Profound Heaven token. Only if the Pavilion Master or the 3 of us High Envoys agree can we give him the Shantian token. Exalted Immortal Envoy suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yang, can I borrow your sword? Yi Xian smiled. Of course. As he spoke, he opened his palm and the green profound sword flew to Exalted Immortal Envoy. Exalted Immortal Envoy handed the sword to Left High Envoy. Left High Envoy looked at the sword in front of him. The next moment, his expression changed drastically. Exalted Immortal Envoy looked at Left High Envoy and didn't say a word. Left High Envoy fell into silence. After a long time, Left High Envoy looked at Exalted Immortal Envoy and sent a voice transmission with Xianxia. This sword is extraordinary. It's not inferior to the treasures of Immortal Treasure Pavilion. However, it's still a little reckless to give him the Xiantian token just because of this sword. Exalted Immortal Envoy shook her head. I think it's a gamble. Left High Envoy said in a low voice. Risky. Exalted Immortal Envoy was silent for a moment. Let South Envoy decide. As she spoke, she opened her palm and the green profound sword in her hand vanished. Yi Xian glanced at the depths of the starry sky. He could sense that the green profound sword was swiftly traversing through space. Before long, he frowned because he noticed that the green profound sword had fallen into the hands of a woman. However, it didn't take long for him to lose contact with the green profound sword. Meanwhile, Exalted Immortal Envoy suddenly said, Young Master, don't be anxious. The sword will be returned in a moment. As soon as she finished speaking, the green profound sword appeared in front of Yi Xian again. At the same time, a voice suddenly resounded in the sky. Yes. Yes, Left High Envoy hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't say anything. 2-1, Exalted Immortal Envoy handed the Xiantian token to Yi Xian. Young Master Yang, accept this token. You're the most distinguished guest of Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Yi Xian looked at Exalted Immortal Envoy. Do I have to pay any price? Exalted Immortal Envoy replied, if Immortal Treasure Pavilion has the power to destroy Immortal Treasure Pavilion, Young Master will lend a hand. Of course, it will be within your capabilities. Yi Xian frowned. That's it? Exalted Immortal Envoy nodded. Yi Xian smiled. Seems like you're losing out. Exalted Immortal Envoy smiled. Pavilion Master has a saying, only those who love to fight will win. However, fighting is physical work. Therefore, Pavilion Master likes to gamble. Pavilion Master believes that gambling is necessary in life. Today, it seems like Immortal Treasure Pavilion is losing out. However, perhaps young Master Yang will bring unexpected gains to Immortal Treasure Pavilion in the future. Yi Xian waved the green profound sword in his hand. Miss Immortal dares to gamble so much just because of a sword? Exalted Immortal Envoy smiled. Yes. Yi Xian looked at the storage ring that contained countless star veins in front of him and fell silent. For the first time, he realized that these things were troublesome. Take it, of course, he dared to take it. However, this represented karma with Immortal Treasure Pavilion. In the future, if Immortal Treasure Pavilion asked him to do something for them, how could he refuse? It was not easy to refuse. If he didn't take it, what he needed the most right now was cultivation resources. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young Master, take it. Yi Xian asked in his heart, why? Xiao Ta said indifferently, Master once said that one is a bastard not to take advantage of such an opportunity. Yi Xian, after a while, Yi Xian picked up the storage ring and said, My father asked me to take it. Xiao Ta, Exalted Immortal Envoy smiled. May I know who your father is? Yi Xian smiled. A swordsman. Swordsman. Exalted Immortal Envoy smiled and did not ask further. Smart people would not go overboard. Yi Xian opened his palm and a white jade bottle flew in front of Exalted Immortal Envoy. Miss Immortal, there are a few drops of blood in this bottle. I hope it will be of help to you. Please accept it. Exalted Immortal Envoy nodded. Thank you. With that, she accepted the white jade bottle. Yi Xian cupped his fists. I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave first. With that, he turned and left. After Yi Xian left, Exalted Immortal Envoy opened the white jade bottle. The next moment, her pupils shrank. This? What kind of blood is this? Bloodline. At this moment, the Immortal Envoy was incomparably shocked. She was not like Manager Xiao, who only looked at the power within the bloodline. She looked at the essence of the bloodline. She was an authoritative figure in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and had seen many powerful bloodlines. However, she had never seen such a unique and powerful bloodline. At this moment, she was even more certain that her gamble was not wrong. This youth was definitely not an ordinary person, the envoy of the left suddenly said, this young man. Should we investigate his background? The heavenly Immortal Envoy shook her head, this is a little offensive. The left emissary nodded. That's true. At this time, the Immortal Envoy suddenly said, this bloodline, if it is given to a demon beast, at this point, she didn't continue. After Xian left the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, he immediately found a quiet place and entered Xiaota. Devouring the heart of the universe, Xian started to crazily devour the universe core. He only had one goal right now, and that was to increase his cultivation. His goal wasn't the 5th level of the Eternity Heart Realm, nor was it the 6th level. Instead, it was above the Eternity Heart Realm, become stronger. Why did he want to become stronger? If he wasn't strong, how could he act cool? He also wanted to be like his big brother, saying, "I'm begging for death." He also wanted to be like his father. No matter who he faced, he would say, "That's it? That's all you got?" He wanted to be like Qing'er, who would ask, "Where's your home?" Was acting cool a bad thing? No, in his opinion, acting cool was actually a good thing. One must have a goal in life. Otherwise, how would one be any different from a salted fish? Many people thought that he was acting tough to satisfy some kind of perverted pleasure in his heart. In fact, that was not the case. He was acting tough to make his struggle more meaningful. People have ambitions, desires, and pursuits. Is this wrong? Only when you have ambition, desire, and pursuit will you struggle with all your might. In the secular world, life was but 100. Why not let yourself live a more carefree life? Moreover, this was how society worked. If you didn't pretend, others would. If you don't believe me, look beside you. For example, in the countryside, among neighbors and relatives whose children had some achievements outside, wouldn't their parents act tough to the heavens? Just like in the city, when classmates gather, who doesn't compliment each other, show off to each other, and show off to each other, not to mention these small fries, weren't those big shots the same? For example, someone once said, "I'm not interested in money." Another example, set a small target for him first. From Xian's point of view, those who said that they didn't want to act pretentious could only mean two things. First, they were really powerful and didn't want to act pretentious anymore. Second, they didn't have the ability to act pretentious. In a person's life, he would either be the one acting cool, or he would be the foil to help others act cool. Naturally, he wanted to do the former. In any case, he was very unhappy to see his father acting cool, but there was nothing he could do about it. There was also that big brother who kept saying, "Kill me." Every time he thought of this, his scalp would go numb. His ultimate goal was to one day beat up his big brother, beat up his old man. As for Qing'er, he couldn't fight her. If he wanted to fight big brother and old man, he would need Qing'er's help. It would be a little difficult for him to do it alone. While Xian was cultivating, the entire demon sect was frantically searching for him. Back then, Xian stood the demon sect up. This was not only looking down on the demon sect, but also slapping their face. Moreover, everyone now knew that Xian had killed the experts of the demon sect. In this universe, who dared to go against the demon sect, those who dared were basically dead. The intelligence system of the demon sect's 4 great halls had been mobilized. It had to be said that the intelligence system of the demon sect was very terrifying. Not long after, they already knew that Xian had entered the demon god city. After knowing this news, the demon sect began to slowly seal off the entire demon god city. Then, countless experts began to slowly search the city. Inside Xiaota. 3 months later, Xian had already devoured more than 100 hearts of the universe. After devouring those hearts of the universe, he directly reached the 3rd level of the Eternal Heart Realm. After devouring more than 100 hearts of the universe, he only reached the 3rd level. This made Xian somewhat speechless. He knew that every time he advanced, the difficulty of the next advancement would greatly increase. However, he didn't expect it to be so difficult. Over 100 star veins only broke through 1 level. This made his balls ache. Fortunately, after reaching the 3rd level, his strength had greatly increased. What was worth mentioning was that now that he could sever the future with his sword, the time had greatly increased. Now, he could kill his opponent in 2 hours. 2 hours, there were advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that it would be extremely difficult for the opponent to defend against it. It could be said that with this sword, even a 5th level expert would be easily killed by him. Even a 6th level expert would find it hard to defend against it. The disadvantage was that within these 2 hours, he must not be killed by the opponent. This was the biggest disadvantage of this sword. However, there was no other way. If it was too fast, the opponent would be able to sense it and defend against it. If it was too slow, he must survive during this period. Of course, in general, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages, because now, he could not only use one sword. He could use several swords in an instant, and these several swords could kill his opponent in 2 hours. Perhaps some people would say, wouldn't the opponent be stronger in the future? However, the problem was that there was only a difference of 2 hours. In these 2 hours, even if the opponent had a breakthrough, to what extent could he break through, other than one sword to sever the future? His one sword to sever life had also greatly increased in power. With the support of the power of the bloodline, even a 5th-level expert would find it hard to defend against his one sword to sever life. The power of time flow and the power of the bloodline were enough to easily kill a 5th-level expert. If he added the power of the myriad world and the power of the myriad world, this sword would become even more terrifying. Actually, all this while, he had been constantly combining what he had learned into one sword. One sword to kill, one sword to rule, this was his ultimate goal. Xianxia continued to devour the heart of the universe. Now, he was devouring the 2nd-level heart of the universe. When he devoured the 2nd-level heart of the universe, he was slightly shocked. The 2nd-level heart of the universe was much purer than the 1st-level heart of the universe. There was no comparison at all. This made Xianxia see hope of reaching the 4th level, devour crazily. After his physical body reached the 3rd level, it had also been greatly strengthened. Therefore, it could withstand this endless energy. As for the power of his bloodline, it was needless to say. The energy of this heart of the universe was far from being able to harm his bloodline. However, what gave Xianxia a headache was that the power of the bloodline did not strengthen. Until now, all aspects of him, including his soul, had been greatly strengthened. However, the power of the bloodline did not strengthen at all. In Xiaota's words, the power of the bloodline depended on whether he was crazy or not. The more crazy he was, the stronger the power of the bloodline would be, but now, as the king leaning mountain, it was very difficult for him to go crazy. This made Xianxia give up on the idea of improving the power of the bloodline. This was because he realized that even if he activated the power of the bloodline, it was difficult for him to enter that completely crazy state. He also did not know why he could still have consciousness after activating the power of the bloodline. Perhaps only his father would know the answer to this question. Another 2 months passed. Xianxia had already devoured all the 2nd-level hearts of the universe. At this moment, his aura had reached a peak. He was only half a step away from the 4th level, however, he was confident because he still had some 3rd and 4th-level hearts of the universe. Not only that, he still had a 6th-level heart of the universe. To be honest, he was a little eager to devour that 6th-level heart of the universe. However, he still endured it. Take it slow. Just as Xianxia was about to devour the 3rd-level heart of the universe, he suddenly frowned. The next moment, he directly left Xiaota. Just as he left Xiaota, a huge hand slammed down. Boom, the house he was in collapsed with a loud bang. Meanwhile, Xianxia had already retreated hundreds of feet away. The moment he stopped, an old man appeared in front of him. Besides that, there were more than 10 powerful auras around him. Among them, most of them were 4th-level experts. Demon sect, Xianxia frowned slightly. He had not expected that the demon sect would actually find him so quickly. Xianxia did not make a move, but the green profound sword in his scabbard had already disappeared. In the distance, the old man stared at Xianxia. "You're Xianxia." Xianxia, when the surrounding experts who had gathered because of the commotion heard the old man's words, their hearts were filled with shock. Xianxia, this was the swordsman who had threatened to fight to the death with the demon sect. Of course, everyone knew that Xianxia had gone back on his words. Therefore, when they looked at Xianxia, there was a trace of ruminating smiles in their eyes. This was the swordsman who did not keep his word. More and more people and demons gathered around. Xianxia took a look at the old man and said, "I'm not Xianxia." The old man's brows creased slightly. "You're not Xianxia?" Xianxia nodded. "I think you've got the wrong person. I'm really not Xianxia." The old man turned his head and looked at a man beside him. "Are you sure?" That man took a look at Xianxia and hesitated for a moment before saying, "There's no mistake, he should be Xianxia." The old man said in a deep voice, "Should? You're not sure?" The man replied, "I was originally sure, but he Saying that, he took another look at Xian. You're really not Xian? Xian nodded. I'm really not Xian. The man asked in a deep voice, then who are you? Xian replied, Xianxia. The man frowned, Xianxia? Xian nodded. He glanced at the crowd, and then said in a somewhat innocent manner, everyone, if you're looking for Xian, then look for Xian. Why are you looking for me, Xianxia? The old man stared at Xian. You're really not Xian? Xian raised his right hand. I can swear to the heavens that if I'm not Xianxia, then destroy my soul. Everyone. In Xiao Ta, Xinjiao hesitated for a moment, and then said, Young Master Yi, you really can't make such a vow recklessly. You'll suffer retribution. Xiao Ta suddenly sighed, Woman, you're still too young. Xinjiao. Just at this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared not far away from Xian. Seeing this middle-aged man, Xian's expression froze. The person who came was Yunchuan. Yunchuan looked at Xian and smiled, Young Master Yi, I wonder when did you change your surname? Xian stopped pretending and smiled, Brother Yunchuan, we meet again. Yunchuan smiled, Young Master Yi, you've made my demon sect wait for a long time. Xian laughed, I didn't do it on purpose. Yunchuan frowned slightly, since you didn't do it on purpose, then there must be some problems? Xian said seriously, I did it on purpose. Yunchuan's expression froze. The expressions of the experts from the demon sect instantly turned unsightly. On purpose, Yunchuan stared at Xian, Young Master Yi, I trust you very much. That's why I let you off that day. But you broke the promise and made me break my promise to my hall master. What you did is not kind. Xian smiled slightly, Brother Yunchuan, you're wrong. That day you didn't let me off, I let you off. Hearing that, Yunchuan narrowed his eyes. The next moment, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at the sword in Xian's hand. When he saw that there was only a scabbard and no sword in his hand, his expression suddenly changed and he immediately roared, Everyone be careful. Before he could finish his words, the heads of the demon sect experts beside him suddenly flew up and blood spurted out like a fountain. It was extremely bloody. This scene caused everyone in the surroundings to be stunned, including Yunchuan. At this moment, Yunchuan's eyes were wide open and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He knew that Xian had a sword that could slash the future, but that sword wasn't strong to this extent. One must know that some of the experts present were in the 4th degree realm, killing a 4th degree realm expert in seconds. Did Xian become stronger again? Or was he hiding his strength? At this moment, Xian opened his palm and the green profound sword returned to his hand. He looked at Yunchuan and smiled. Brother Yunchuan, farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and rode on his sword. Run. This was the headquarters of the demon sect. Although he was confident, he wasn't so confident that he could fight against the entire demon sect alone. If he couldn't win, he would flee. It was not shameful. However, he just soared into the sky when the space in the horizon was suddenly torn apart. In the next moment, an enormous hand that could hold up the sky suddenly slapped down from the horizon. This palm strike felt as if the sky had collapsed. A terrifying oppressive feeling instantly shrouded Xian. At this moment, he felt as if his internal organs were about to be crushed. A cold light flashed in Xian's eyes. Since you don't want me to leave, then I won't leave, let's fight. Xian gently lifted his thumb, and the green profound sword suddenly flew out from the scabbard. Accompanied by a sharp sword cry, a ray of sword light soared into the sky, tearing everything apart. Boom, in the sky, the giant hand collapsed with a loud bang. The sky shook. At this moment, an old man appeared in the sky above Xian's head. The old man was dressed in a black robe and his hands were placed behind his back. His gaze was so cold that it made one shudder. 5th degree realm practitioner, the old man looked at Xian. You've killed my demon sex people and still want to leave? Xian laughed. If you don't want to leave, then don't leave. The old man narrowed his eyes and wanted to say something, but Xian suddenly said, If you have anything to say, please say it in your next life. As soon as he finished speaking, the green profound sword in Xian's hand suddenly soared into the sky. A vicious look flashed past the old man's eyes, arrogant. As soon as his voice fell, he took a step forward and punched out. Boom, that punch shook the heavens and earth, as if there was a huge earthquake. This punch directly blasted onto the green profound sword, and it was forcefully stopped. However, in the next moment, the old man's pupils constricted abruptly, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Because his body was aging at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, his hair had turned white and his body was emaciated like a skeleton. His lifespan was up. The old man looked at Xian from afar with a blank look in his eyes. How is this possible? One must know that demonic beasts all had extremely long lifespans. And at that moment earlier, he felt that his lifespan had been sucked dry. Xian opened his palm and the green profound sword returned to his hand. He looked at the old man, a dead person. Why bother saying so much and wasting time? Saying that, he sheathed the green profound sword and said, "Next." Boom, the old man suddenly turned into a pile of dust and was completely erased. Next, Xian's voice was very calm but it revealed an awe-inspiring dominance. At this moment, Xiao Tao's voice suddenly rang in Xian's mind. Young master has finally stood up. Xian. In the distance, Yunchuan stared at Xian. You did not hide your strength back then, but your strength has increased again. How can you improve so much in such a short time? Xian looked at Yunchuan and smiled. What is a genius? Not limited by talent, not limited by heaven and earth. Any martial arts can be learned with one look, mastered with one look, and any martial arts can be found out with just one look. This is a genius. If you have never seen such a person before, then at this moment. Saying that, he pointed at himself, you are lucky to see it. Everyone. Yunchuan stared at Xian and did not say a word, but his heart was rolling like a wave. When he saw Xian previously, Xian was definitely not this powerful. But now, Xian could easily kill a 5th stage expert. How could he improve so much in such a short time? That was not normal. Although there were indeed some monsters in the world, these monsters could not be judged by common sense, but Xian was a little too exaggerated. At this moment, Xian suddenly said, if there is no next person, then I will leave. After saying that, he walked out of the city in the distance. After acting tough, he quickly ran. Even if he wanted to act tough, he should know when to stop. When Xian walked in front of the city gate, the gate suddenly closed. Xian stopped in his tracks, and a middle-aged man appeared in front of him. The middle-aged man wore a loose white robe, and his expression was calm. On his chest, there was a small demon character embroidered. He stood there like a vast and endless starry sky, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Some of the weaker ones even felt an invisible pressure, which made it difficult for them to breathe. This person was the lord of the ancient demon hall, one of the 4 great halls, Cultivation. In the demon sect, he was a person with real power. Cultivation. Some of the people present recognized Cultivation, and cried out in surprise. Compared to the other hall lords, Cultivation had a higher profile. Moreover, he was in charge of many things in Demon God City, so he wasn't as mysterious as the other 3 hall lords. The demon sect experts retreated to stand behind Cultivation. Cultivation looked up and down at Xian, then nodded. Not bad. Not bad at all. Hearing this, some of the demon sect experts couldn't help but look at Xian. They knew that Cultivation's standards were extremely high, and ordinary people couldn't even enter his eyes. But now, he was saying that Xian was not bad. Xian smiled. One of the 4 hall lords? Cultivation nodded. Xian shook his head. You came out very quickly. I thought you would send a few more stage 6 experts for me to practice with, and then the hall lord himself. I didn't expect that you would come out personally after I killed 2 people. Cultivation looked at Xian. Ever since our demon sect was founded, no one has dared to look down on us. I'm very curious about the power behind you. Can you tell me? Xian shook his head and smiled. If I tell you, will the demon sect let me go? Cultivation shook his head. No. You provoked us, demon sect, so you must pay with your life. Xian laughed. Then what difference does it make if I tell you or not? Hall Lord, there's no need for us to waste any more words. I've long heard that the 4 hall lords of the demon sect are as strong as gods. I, Xian, am untalented, and would like to learn a thing or 2 from you. Cultivation nodded. Come. Xian was about to make a move when a voice suddenly resounded in the distant sky. Wait. Xian turned his head. Not far away, Two people were walking towards him slowly. They were the immortal emissary and the left emissary of the immortal treasure pavilion. Xian was surprised. Why were they here? Cultivation frowned as well. The heavenly immortal envoy and the left emissary walked into the square. The heavenly immortal envoy glanced at Xian, then turned to Cultivation. Lord Kuei, as far as I know, the conflict between your demon sect and young Master Yi was caused by a small matter. Now that things have escalated to this point, it really shouldn't have happened. Lord Kuei, can you give my immortal treasure pavilion some face and let this matter rest? My immortal treasure pavilion is willing to compensate the demon sect for their losses. Compensate? Cultivation smiled. This person just killed more than a dozen of my demon sect disciples. Heavenly immortal envoy, do you think this is a matter of money? As for the conflict you spoke of, it's true that our demon sect and he did have a conflict because of a small matter. But did he give us any leeway? He didn't, did he? Hearing this, the heavenly immortal envoy's expression turned ugly. At this time, Xian smiled. My father once said, I don't offend others, but if others offend me, I will kill them. If your demon sect bullies me, do I have to endure it? Swordsman, if you have to endure injustice, then what's the point of cultivating the sword? Cultivation nodded. Then just wait and see. Today, my demon sect will bully you. Xian laughed, and the green sword in his hand trembled violently. I, Xian, may not be as strong as my elder brother, but right now, I'm going to put on a show. He looked at Cultivation. I, Xian, beg the demon sect to kill me. Beg to kill. Cultivation clenched his right hand, and a terrifying aura erupted out like a volcano. In the blink of an eye, all of Demon God City was in an uproar. Off to the side, the heavenly immortal envoy narrowed her eyes and clenched her right hand. Cultivation looked at the heavenly immortal envoy. What, is the immortal treasure pavilion going to protect this person? The heavenly immortal envoy fell silent. It had to be said that she was in a difficult position. There was no way to reconcile the conflict between Xian and the demon sect, and if she protected Xian, it would mean going against the demon sect. This was no laughing matter. And if she didn't protect him, then what was the point of the Black Heaven Medallion? Who in the world would believe that the immortal treasure pavilion was a VIP, to protect or not to protect? Off to the side, the heavenly immortal envoy suddenly said, protect. The heavenly immortal envoy looked at the heavenly immortal envoy. The heavenly immortal envoy's expression was unsightly. I didn't approve of giving him the Black Heaven Medallion before because I was afraid that he would have great karma. But since we've given him the medallion, then he's a super VIP of the immortal treasure pavilion. If we abandon him now, then the good karma we've formed with him will vanish. Not only that, but no one in the world will believe that the immortal treasure pavilion is a VIP. The heavenly immortal envoy said, but if we do that, then we'll be going against the demon sect. The heavenly immortal envoy said, if the demon sect doesn't give us face, then why should we? After a moment of silence, the heavenly immortal envoy said, call for reinforcements. The heavenly immortal envoy looked at the Cultivation in the distance and said, Hall Master Kuei, young Master Yi is a VIP of the immortal treasure pavilion. As long as someone from the immortal treasure pavilion is here, we'll protect him. If the demon sect really wants to make a move, then I'll kill you all. Everyone. Immortal treasure pavilion. As soon as the left emissary finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. No one expected the celestial treasure pavilion to protect Xian. Furthermore, they were willing to go against the demon sect. This was the demon sect. Although the immortal treasure pavilion was powerful, the demon sect was not to be trifled with. They were a bunch of man-eating demons. Moreover, they were in Demon God City, the territory of the demon sect. Had the immortal treasure pavilion gone mad, everyone thought that the immortal treasure pavilion had gone mad. Xian was surprised as well. He did not expect the immortal treasure pavilion to protect him. The archgod was the most surprised. He had thought that the immortal treasure pavilion was just going through the motions. He did not expect them to be serious. The archgod could not help but look at Xian curiously. What was the relationship between Xian and the immortal treasure pavilion? Why was the immortal treasure pavilion willing to go against the demon sect to protect him? Xian, at this moment, more than 10 experts suddenly appeared around Xian. They were all experts from the immortal treasure pavilion. Most of them were at the fifth layer. Xian looked at the envoy of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and was about to speak when the envoy of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion said, "Young Master Yi, there's no need for you to say anything else. You have the Shantian token and are an honored guest of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion will protect you." "Is that so?" At this moment, a voice came from the side. Not far away, a middle-aged man slowly walked over. He was bare-chested and only wore a pair of leather pants. The envoy of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's expression darkened. Yao Yi, the leader of the ancient demon hall. 2 hall leaders had appeared. Yao Yi slowly walked up to the envoy of the left and the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. "Is the Immortal Treasure Pavilion that awesome?" The envoy of the left laughed heartily. He did not waste any words and immediately threw a punch. Yao Yi's eyes flashed with disdain. He also threw a punch. Boom! As soon as their fists collided, the envoy of the left retreated nearly 10,000 zhang. In terms of strength, the left envoy was naturally inferior to the demons. After the left high envoy stopped, he opened his palm, and a ball of flame suddenly rose from his hand. In the next moment, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. The sky above Demon God City had been transformed into a blood-red sea of flames. Yao Ye's eyes narrowed slightly in the distance, and then he took another step forward while clenching his right fist tightly. When the strand of flame swept towards him, he suddenly smashed his fist forward, and a strand of formidable force poured out like a torrent from his fist. Boom! The wave of fire was forcefully stopped by this terrifying force, but in the next moment, Yao Yi frowned because he noticed that his fist had started to burn. Yao Yi hurriedly shook his right hand when he saw this. Boom! A wave of fire shattered, and a man and a demon retreated at the same time. The surrounding sky was a mess. After the left high emissary stopped, he was about to attack again, but the heavenly immortal envoy stopped him. She looked at Yao Yi in the distance and asked, "Hall Master Yao Yi, is there really no way to resolve this matter?" Yao Yi sneered, "Room for negotiation? How to ease the tension? This person killed more than 10 of my demon clan's demons, and you're here to talk to me about reconciliation? If you want to resolve this matter, bring his head." The heavenly immortal envoy's eyes instantly turned icy cold when she heard this. Meanwhile, Yao Yi spoke again, "Heavenly immortal envoy, if your Immortal Treasure Pavilion retreats now, then my demon sect can pretend that this matter never happened. But if your demon sect insists on interfering, then all of you will die here today." A wisp of disdain curled up the corners of the heavenly immortal envoy's mouth. "With just the 2 of you?" As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and a token suddenly shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, a huge and dazzling lotus appeared in the depths of the sky. "Immortal Gathering Token!" Someone exclaimed in shock, "The Immortal Gathering Token!" As soon as the token was issued, all the experts of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion had to rush over at the fastest speed possible. As soon as the token was issued, it meant that countless experts would rush to the demon immortal realm. This wasn't a trivial matter, it was a huge matter. Suddenly, a ferocious expression flashed through Yao Ye's eyes. He opened his palm, and a black token suddenly shot into the sky and shot into the depths of the sky. "The Beast Demon Token!" Someone exclaimed in shock once more. As soon as the token was issued, the 10 demon kings had to bring their experts to the demon immortal realm as soon as possible. This was going to be a huge battle. Secretly, some of the experts were horrified, and they fled towards the outside. A huge battle between immortals would bring disaster to the fish in the moat. "Leave quickly." At this moment, Yao Yi suddenly said, "Demon beasts of the 4 palaces, heed my command. Anyone who enters the demon immortal realm without permission will be killed without mercy." Killed without mercy. Within the demon immortal city, the experts of the 4 palaces shot into the sky and guarded the perimeter of the demon immortal realm. Yao Yi looked at the heavenly immortal envoy with a ferocious expression. He pointed at Xian angrily, "Today, no one can protect him. I, Yao Yi, have said it." Xian, at this moment, the heavenly immortal envoy suddenly walked to Xian's side. She looked at Xian and said, "Kill your way out with us later." Xian said solemnly, "Miss Immortal, the price you have to pay for doing this is too high." The heavenly immortal envoy shook her head. "Now is not the time to discuss the pros and cons, young Master Yi, your strength is extraordinary. When the experts of my Immortal Treasures Pavilion arrive, you will follow us and kill your way out." Xian was about to speak, when the heavenly immortal envoy lifted her head and looked into the starry sky. Our people are here. In the starry sky above the demon immortal city, the experts of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion had arrived. However, they were all stopped by the experts of the four palaces. But there was still an endless stream of experts from the Immortal Treasures Pavilion arriving. Below, Yao Yi suddenly looked at the heavenly immortal envoy with a ferocious expression. Kill! Kill! As his voice rang out, he charged towards the left high envoy. The left high envoy was not to be outdone, and also charged over. The heavenly immortal envoy said solemnly, "Young Master Yi, be careful." As she finished speaking, she transformed into a beam of white light and shot towards the chief god. As for the experts of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, they stood guard around Xianxia. But very quickly, they were overwhelmed by the experts of the demon immortal realm. In the battlefield, Xianxia slowly closed his eyes. The Xianxia sword in his hand was long gone. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. In the instant that he did so, the experts of the demon immortal realm turned pale. Next, the heads of the experts of the demon immortal realm flew off one by one, cleaving the future. This was not the sword he had used now, but the one he had used while they were talking. However, he did not use the Xianxia sword, because if he did, Yunchuan would notice. But even without the Xianxia sword, this cleaving the future was not something that the average expert of the demon immortal realm could handle. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen experts of the demon immortal realm had fallen. Among them, there were even some fifth-tier demonic beasts. The bizarre turn of events caused Yao Yi and the archgod's faces to fall. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly lifted his head. As he did so, a cold gleam appeared between his brows. Xianxia's face was calm, and a sword and shield appeared above his head. Xianxia's sword and shield, boom, the sword and shield shook violently, and Xianxia and his shield retreated nearly 1,000 zhang back. As soon as he stopped, the cold gleam appeared before him again, quick as lightning. Xianxia's face was calm, and the Xianxia sword and shield blocked in front of him again, boom, the sword and shield shook violently, and the powerful force sent both Xianxia and the shield reeling back. As they retreated, the cold gleam followed them like a maggot in their bones. Xianxia's face was as calm as ever. "I'll block it." Qing'er had said that only 4 people in this world could shatter the Xianxia sword, and 3 of them were in cahoots with him. What did Xianxia have to be afraid of? Besides, his physical body was strong enough. As long as Xianxia was not killed, Xianxia, would never die. Bam! Xianxia and his sword retreated again. Xianxia was constantly being suppressed, but the cold gleam could not break through his shield. After a while, the cold gleam suddenly stopped. Xianxia looked in front of him. Not far in front of him stood a man. The man had a horn on his head and a piece of beast scale between his eyebrows. In the man's hand, he was holding a spear. Xianxia frowned. Were these the other 2 hall masters? At this time, Supervisor Zhao's voice suddenly sounded in Xianxia's mind. "Young Master Yi, this man is a super genius of the younger generation in the demon immortal realm. His name is Qi Xiu, and he is now in the 6th realm. Young Master Yi, be careful." The younger generation, Xianxia looked at Qi Xiu. The latter glanced at the sword in Xianxia's hand, and then his eyes flashed with disdain. "If not for this sword, I can kill you in one move." Xianxia smiled. "Are you sure?" Qi Xiu looked at Xianxia. "Do you dare not to use the sword?" Xianxia nodded. "I dare." As his voice fell, the Xianxia sword in his hand disappeared. Seeing this scene, Qi Xiu narrowed his eyes. "You are still a man." As he said, he was about to take action. At this time, Xianxia suddenly said, "Wait." Qi Xiu frowned slightly. "What? Are you going back on your words?" Xianxia shook his head. "No. There is just a small problem." As he said, he looked around and said, "Where is your hierarch?" Hierarch, in fact, he was secretly on guard against the mysterious hierarch, but until now, he did not feel the hierarch. Xiao Ta did not feel it either. In Xiao Ta's words, there were only 2 possibilities in this situation. The first one was that the hierarch was not there, so he could not feel it. The second one was that the hierarch was too strong, so he could only feel it when the hierarch attacked. Xianxia naturally chose to believe the second one. Qi Xiu's mouth suddenly showed a touch of sarcasm. "Hierarch? Do you deserve to fight with the hierarch?" Yi Xian glanced at Qi Xiu and said, "Young man, don't be so arrogant as a monster, you." Qi Xiu suddenly disappeared. He took action. Many people often died because of talking too much, therefore, he did not choose to talk nonsense, but directly attacked. However, when he rushed in front of Yi Xian, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he subconsciously blocked with his spear. A tearing sound suddenly sounded from the field, and then, a sword directly penetrated Qi Xiu's eyebrows. One sword cut the future. Qi Xiu's body froze in place. He looked at Yi Xian in the distance and was a little confused. Didn't you say you don't use this sword? Yi Xian looked at Qi Xiu helplessly. Brother, do you think we are playing house? We are fighting for life and death. Remember to use your brain in the next life. The brain is still a very important thing. Don't lose it. Hearing this, Qi Xiu felt that he couldn't breathe and died. Yi Xian noticed that he'd slightly underestimated his future. Qi Xiu had sensed his future, but Qi Xiu hadn't been able to guard against it. Of course, the reason Qi Xiu had been able to sense it was because his attack had only been delayed for less than 15 minutes. He could be a little slower or a little faster. Yi Xian gazed at the green profound sword in his hand, and then it vanished in the next moment. Yun Chuan's expression instantly changed when the sword vanished. Watch out. He's attacking. He's attacking. The expressions of all the demon race experts changed drastically when they heard this. They'd witnessed the might of Yi Xian's future, so their expressions changed violently when they heard Yun Chuan's voice. All of them felt threatened because they were deeply afraid that they'd become Yi Xian's next target. Yi Xian had a faint smile on his face. He just didn't attack because he was just playing around. The longer he didn't attack, the more afraid those demon race experts were. Their hearts were tense, and they didn't dare relax at all. Yi Xian raised his head and glanced over. He noticed that more and more experts of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion were rushing over, but they were practically stopped by the experts of the demon race. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. I really owe the Immortal Treasure Pavilion a huge favor. I wonder if the pavilion master of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion is a woman. If she is, then I'm entirely capable of compensating her with my body. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Yi Xian's face instantly turned slightly red. I feel like I'm being quite shameless. Meanwhile, Yao Yi, who was fighting the left emissary, seemed to have sensed something, and his pupils constricted while he swiftly raised his arms to block in front of him. Bang! An expanse of light suddenly exploded apart. Yao Yi was blasted over 10 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped moving, his arms had split apart into spiderwebs, and countless strands of blood seeped out. Yao Yi gazed at Yi Xian with a trace of fear in his eyes. Of course, there was even more rage in his eyes. You actually launched a surprise attack. Yi Xian glanced at Yao Yi and sighed in his heart. He had underestimated Yao Yi's physical body. That sword strike wasn't able to sever the other party's arm. Otherwise, once the sword entered the other party's body, he could directly suppress the other party's divine soul. What a pity! Yi Xian opened his palm, and then with a light wave, the green profound sword vanished directly. The expressions of those demon race experts changed drastically once more when they witnessed this scene. This was because they didn't know who Yi Xian's sword was going to target. An unknown death was the scariest. Meanwhile, Yi Xian glanced at the experts from the demon race and smiled. Don't stop. You guys continue fighting, my sword will fly for a while. The monster beasts. Yao Yi glanced coldly at Yi Xian and was just about to speak when he suddenly raised his head. A dense crowd of experts had appeared in the sky. A wisp of a smile arose on the corners of Yao Yi's mouth when he witnessed this scene, and then he gazed at Yi Xian and said, Our Yao has arrived. Boom! Numerous formidable auras suddenly appeared in the boundless starry sky. The 10 great demon kings had arrived with their experts. This time, the 10 great demon kings had actually brought along a few thousand extraordinary experts from the demon sect, and the weakest amongst them was actually at the 3rd level. The High Immortal Ambassador and the Left High Emissary's faces instantly sank when they witnessed this scene. As if she thought of something, the High Immortal Ambassador suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, kill our way out. Kill our way out, Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Let's kill our way out together. The High Immortal Ambassador pondered briefly before she said, All right. Yi Xian suddenly pointed at Yao Yi and the Archgod, Help me stop these 2 demons. The High Immortal Ambassador glanced at Yi Xian, All right. As soon as she finished speaking, she and the left high emissary vanished on the spot. Yao Ye's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. Watch out for that swordsman. Watch out for that swordsman. The experts of the demon race gazed at Xian with vigilance in their eyes. There was no need to remind them because they would be careful as well. Xian's sword was impossible to guard against. Suddenly, Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword had returned to his grasp. Xian slowly closed his eyes. Calm his heart, focus. A moment of silence ensued before Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and then he slashed with his sword. A wave of sword light surged out like a waterfall. The expressions of all the demon beasts changed drastically, and they retreated explosively, severing their lifespans. He wasn't targeting a single demon beast, he was targeting the entire demon god city, with Xian at the center. A mysterious energy of the passage of time swept swiftly towards the surroundings. Some of the demon beasts that were comparatively closer to Xian were instantly transformed into dust, and the entire demon god city was transformed into ash at an extremely terrifying speed. At this moment, all the demon beasts were horrified, and they fled madly towards the surroundings. It was an indiscriminate attack. Yao Yi and the archgod were completely flabbergasted. What technique is that? Meanwhile, their expressions had changed as well. Because the energy of the passage of time had arrived before them, and they were horrified and retreated in unison. Xian suddenly gazed at the High Immortal Ambassador and the Left Ambassador. Let's go first. I'll be right behind you. Both of them hesitated for a moment before they shot into the sky. Right when they were about to leave the city, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Rumble, an explosion resounded, and then the High Immortal Ambassador and the Left Ambassador crashed down from midair. They'd just descended to the ground when an enormous abyss appeared there. Xian turned around and saw a black-robed man standing not too far away. The black-robed man had 2 horns on his head. The black-robed man glanced at Xian, and then he suddenly pressed his right hand down. Bang! With him as the center, the space within a range of several million miles was frozen directly. Xian /S reverse time force was also frozen along with it. The surroundings returned to normal. The fleeing experts of the demon race instantly heaved sighs of relief in their hearts, and they stopped in their tracks. Xian looked at the black-robed man with a calm expression on his face, and he put the green profound sword away calmly. At this moment, the High Immortal Ambassador and the Left Ambassador appeared in front of Xian, and they had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. The High Immortal Ambassador spoke solemnly. His name is Wu Feng, the Hall Master of the Ferocious Demon Hall. Another Hall Master had arrived. Xian asked, is he the strongest amongst the 4 Hall Masters? The High Immortal Ambassador shook her head. No. The strongest is Shen Huang from the Divine Demon Hall. I don't know if he's in the Demon Immortal realm. Xian nodded slightly. I understand. Wu Feng glanced at Xian from afar, and then he said, the power of time flow in the daytime spacetime. I never expected you to be able to utilize that power to such an extent. Amazing. Xian glanced at the surroundings, and then he said, what power is that? It's actually able to freeze my power of time flow. He could sense that his power of time flow was still there, and it hadn't been destroyed. It was just sealed in ice and couldn't be utilized. Wu Qi said, it's a special power. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the High Immortal Ambassador. I'm quite curious. High Immortal Ambassador, according to what I know, you're a wise and far-sighted person. Is it really worth it for you to lead the entire Immortal Treasure Pavilion to become enemies with my demon sect? Was it worth it? The High Immortal Ambassador smiled faintly. There's no such thing as whether it's worth it or not. We've made our choice, so we naturally have to go all the way. Wu Feng nodded slightly. My demon sect has no intention of becoming enemies with the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. But since this is your choice, then my demon sect won't say anything else. As he spoke, he looked up at the 10 demon kings in the sky. Kill. Kill. Hearing Wu Long's words, the 10 demon kings suddenly turned around and charged towards the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's experts who were rushing over. They were completely suppressed. Even though the experts of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion were quite strong, it was the territory of the demon sect. Coupled with the fact that the experts of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion only arrived intermittently, the experts of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion weren't a match for the experts of the demon sect at all. The High Immortal Ambassador and the Left Emissary's faces became quite unsightly when they witnessed this scene. If this continued, then it would be extremely disadvantageous to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Meanwhile, Wu Feng gazed at Yi Xian. Young man, I don't care who's standing behind you or what power you have. All I know is that you've killed a demon from my demon sect, and you'll pay the most horrible price of your life. As soon as he finished speaking, four mysterious greater demons suddenly appeared behind him. Wu Feng glanced at Yi Xian, and then his figure suddenly shot forward. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as the green profound sword suddenly flew up and transformed into a sword shield in front of him. Boom! As an explosion resounded, Yi Xian retreated hundreds of kilometers away along with his shield. As soon as he stopped, Wu Feng appeared in front of him again, and he slammed his fist onto Yi Xian's sword and shield again. Boom! The sword shield shook violently, and Yi Xian and his shield retreated again. After Yi Xian stopped, Wu Feng was about to strike again when Yi Xian suddenly said, "Wait." Wu Feng frowned. "What are you doing?" Yi Xian said, "Let me strike back." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and the sword shield transformed back into a sword and returned to his hand. In the next instant, he gathered the power of the 10,000 realms, and even his own bloodline power. He knew that against the Hall Master before him, he had to give it his all. Yi Xian took a step forward, and with a flick of his thumb, the green profound sword suddenly flew out from the sheath. This sword strike was like a river of stars raining down, and the powerful force instantly tore the entire demon immortal realm apart. Countless humans and demonic beasts were shocked, and looked towards the sky above demon immortal city. From afar, Wu Feng narrowed his eyes, and for the first time, he looked serious. He took a step forward, and his right arm crossed before him. Heaven and Earth Guard. Boom! A powerful force suddenly surged out of his body, and finally gathered on his arm. Rumble! Along with the eruption of an expanse of light, Wu Gui's arm split apart. At the same time, he'd instantly retreated explosively for over 100 kilometers, and as soon as he stopped moving, the expanse of space he resided in was instantly obliterated and transformed into pitch-black darkness. Wu Feng closed his eyes slowly. His physical body had been completely torn apart, but was healing rapidly. After a while, he looked at Yi Xian. Very strong. Yi Xian stood with his sword in hand, and smiled faintly. Same to you. Wu Feng stared at Yi Xian. Immortal Treasures Pavilion can't protect you. Today, this world will be the burial ground for you and everyone from Immortal Treasures Pavilion. As he spoke, he was about to strike, but at this moment, an angry roar suddenly boomed from afar. Who dares to hurt the young master of my Xian realm? Who the hell dares? P.S. Is it too much to ask for a ticket or a reward today? The young master of the Dark World. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. Who's the young master of the Dark World? All the spectators raised their heads and looked up into the sky, and they saw two old men dashing over from afar. It was Xianyin and Xian Wu who'd headed to the Zhou clan to look for Yi Xian. Fang Wulong frowned slightly when he saw them. Who are they? Xianyin and Xian Wu appeared in front of Yi Xian. They hesitated for a moment when they saw Yi Xian, and then Xianyin asked cautiously, Young master, are you Yi Xian? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he nodded. Who are you? Xianyin hesitated for a moment and said, Young master, can I take a look at your bloodline? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Who are you? Xianyin hurriedly said, We have no ill intent, and we just want to confirm young master's identity. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he activated the mad demon bloodline within him. However, both of them were stunned. Xianyin frowned slightly. Isn't that so? As they spoke, they exchanged glances, and there was a trace of doubt in their eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, I have another bloodline. As he spoke, he activated the undying bloodline. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw the undying bloodline, and then they were overjoyed. After that, they bowed deeply to Yi Xian. Young master. Young master. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, Both of you work for mother? Xianyin hurriedly said, Yes. Yi Xian spoke softly, Is mother well? Xianyin nodded. She's very well, but she really misses young master. However, the sword master didn't allow her to come look for you, and he said that you should grow on your own. This time, she really couldn't help but send us to look for you. Yi Xian smiled. Both of you know my father? Xianyin nodded. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Then why don't both of you recognize my bloodline? Bloodline, Xianyin bitterly smiled, we have never seen young master's bloodline. Yi Xian still wanted to ask something, but Xiao Ta suddenly said, young lord, with master's current strength, it's basically impossible for him to activate the crazy demon bloodline. Hence, other than those people from the previous batch, it's basically impossible for other people to know about his crazy demon bloodline. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian understood. Meanwhile, Wu Feng suddenly said, are you done chatting? Xianyin turned and looked at Wu Feng. Are you the one who wants to kill my Xian world's young master? Wu Lin narrowed his eyes. Profound world's young lord? Xianyin sneered, what, haven't you heard of the profound world? Wu Jin nodded, I have never heard of the profound world. Is the profound world very powerful? Xianyin laughed heartily. His laughter was very unbridled. At this time, Yi Xian pulled Xian Wu's sleeve, Senior, is the profound world very powerful? Xian Wu bitterly smiled. Young master, you can just call me Xian Wu. I really don't dare call you Senior. Yi Xian smiled. Answer my question first. Xian Wu hesitated for a moment before he said, to be a little humble, it's more powerful than the demon sect. Yi Xian blinked. Why don't you say it humbly? Xian Wu smiled proudly. The demon sect is nothing. Yi Xian was speechless. Xian Wu hadn't concealed his voice, so his words were heard throughout the surroundings. When they heard Xian Wu, the expressions of all the demon beasts here instantly became unsightly. The demon sect is nothing. This isn't just looking down on the demon sect. It's an insult to the demon sect. Wu Feng suddenly shook his head and smiled. Amazing. Up until now, no one has dared to say that my demon sect is nothing. The profound world? I'd like to see how strong your profound world is. Don't disappoint my demon sect. Xianyin laughed. We won't. Wu Feng stared at Xianyin. Since both of you are so arrogant, then I presume your strengths are definitely not bad. Come, let me experience your strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Feng suddenly leaped up and smashed his fist towards Xianyin. This punch shook the heavens and the earth. The physical strength of demon beasts was formidable, and coupled with the fact that Wu Feng wasn't an ordinary demon beast, his full strength was sufficient to obliterate the heavens and the earth. A wisp of viciousness flashed through Xianyin's eyes, and then he took a step forward and pointed forward. River of Stars. River of Stars, as soon as he pointed forward, the scene here changed. In an instant, Xianyin and Wu Feng were within a boundless starry sky. At the same time, the boundless starry sky actually seemed like it had exploded, and it started to be obliterated inch by inch. River of Stars, Xianyin chose to go head-on against Wu Feng's punch, bang. As soon as the fist and finger collided, the heavens and the earth collapsed. Rumble, both of them retreated explosively at the same time. As they retreated, the powerful impact from their collision caused countless strands of space to shatter and be obliterated. On the other hand, all the demon beasts in the surroundings retreated repeatedly and avoided the aftershock of their collision. Next to them, Yi Xian was a little shocked. He had to admit that Xianyin and Wu Feng were very strong. He didn't know whether or not they were experts above the 6th stage, but they were both very terrifying. Of course, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear, only excitement. All the blood in his body was boiling. Fight, he really wanted to fight. Yi Xian looked at the archgod and clenched his sword in his left hand. The archgod could also sense Yi Xian's fighting spirit. He looked at Yi Xian, narrowed his eyes, and slowly clenched his right hand. At that moment, Xian Wu stood in front of Yi Xian. Young master, they don't need you to fight them. Subordinate. With that, he charged directly at the archgod. Yi Xian was speechless. Super speechless. He really wanted to fight. He really didn't want to rely on his father or his sister. No, now he had a mother. When he thought of this, Yi Xian was even more speechless. He seemed to be walking further and further on the path of relying on a mountain. The left emissary walked to the immortal ambassador and asked softly, do you know about the mystic realm? The immortal ambassador hesitated, then shook her head. I don't know. The left emissary frowned. Even you don't know? Although their strengths were similar, he didn't care much about the outside world. Most of the matters were handled by the immortal ambassador. Therefore, the immortal ambassador could be said to be very knowledgeable. He didn't expect that even the immortal ambassador didn't know about the mystic realm. The immortal ambassador glanced at Xian and said softly, "Young Master Yi is very mysterious." With that, she suddenly turned to the left emissary. "When will the southern emissary arrive?" The left emissary said in a low voice, "At most a quarter of an hour." A quarter of an hour, the immortal ambassador's eyes flashed with worry. "I hope we can make it in time." As she spoke, she lifted her head to look at the starry sky. At this point, Immortal Treasure's pavilion had already lost many experts. If this carried on, the experts from Immortal Treasure's pavilion who rushed over might all be wiped out. Moreover, she noticed that more and more experts from Demon Sect were rushing back to Demon Immortal Realm. Immortal Treasure's pavilion's main pavilion was too far away from here. And the true elite experts of Immortal Treasure's pavilion were all at the main pavilion. Therefore, Immortal Treasure's pavilion was at a disadvantage when they rashly chose to fight the Demon Sect. But there was no other way. In the end, she still chose to gamble. She had no way out, and neither did Immortal Treasure's pavilion. If she didn't choose to protect Xian, who would believe that Immortal Treasure's pavilion's VIP treatment in the future? As though she thought of something, the Immortal Ambassador suddenly looked at Xian. She noticed that Xian had been very calm from the start. And this mystic realm? What kind of power was this mystic realm? The Immortal Ambassador sighed in her heart. She didn't know how to end this. At this moment, the distant horizon suddenly split open. The next instant, more than 10 shadows rushed out from the crack in time and space. Seeing this, the Immortal Ambassador's face sunk. Another expert from Demon Sect. What's more, 3 of them were 6th degree realm practitioners. The rest of them were all 5th stage realm experts. After those 10 overshadows rushed out, they headed straight for Xian. Xian's expression was calm as he slowly closed his eyes. The green profound sword in his left hand started to vibrate slightly. When those 10 overshadows rushed to Xian suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, he pulled out his sword and with a sweep, a flash of sword light was like a waterfall, one sword strike to kill. Once the sword was drawn, everything in the field turned into dust. The 3 Demon Sect 6th stage realm experts had a drastic change of expression as they retreated quickly. As for those 5th stage realm experts behind them, their reactions weren't that fast. They had just retreated when they were hit by the power of time and died on the spot. One sword strike to kill 10 over 5th stage realm experts. The expressions of the 3 Demon Sect 6th stage realm experts turned unprecedentedly solemn, and they looked at Xian as if they were looking at a monster. Xian opened his palm and the green profound sword vanished. Meanwhile, the arch-god suddenly said, "Watch out, that sword strike is to slash the future. All of you must be on guard at all times and don't be careless." Slash the future. When they heard the arch-god's words, the 3 Demon Sect 6th stage experts immediately retreated together, and then they set up countless powerful barriers to guard the area they were in. As for Xian, he just smiled and did nothing. Suddenly, the pupils of the arch-god who was fighting with Xian Wu constricted, and he used his right arm to block the attack. Bang! A flash of sword light shattered, and then the arch-god was pushed back thousands of meters. That sword strike was aimed at him. Xian was about to strike again when he suddenly looked up and saw a fist descending from the sky. Xian commanded in his heart, and the green profound sword transformed into a sword shield that blocked above his head. Bang! The sword shield trembled violently as soon as the fist collided with it, and then Xian crashed into the ground. Bang! The ground instantly split open, and an enormous bottomless abyss appeared there. A man fell slowly from the sky. He wore a simple linen robe, and he had his hands behind his back. Every single step he took caused the heavens and the earth to tremble. Moreover, his aura was so strong that it made the heavens and the earth seem slightly illusory. The heavens and the earth couldn't endure his strength at all. The High Immortal Ambassador and the left emissary's faces instantly turned extremely unsightly, because the person who'd just arrived was the leader of the 4 halls of the Demon Sect, the master of the desolate Demon Palace, Shen Huang. The desolate Demon Palace was the leader of the 4 halls, and Shen Huang was the leader of the 4 hall masters. In the entire Demon Sect, his status was so high that he was only inferior to the mysterious sect master of the Demon Sect. Shen Huang glanced at the bottom of the abyss with a calm expression. The young master of the dark world? Is he very powerful? His voice was calm as water, but it carried disdain that came from his bones. God Wilderness, this was definitely a legend in the demon sect. Countless young men were already invincible in the entire demon sect. Of course, the mysterious demon sect leader had to be eliminated. There was a record in the demon sect that no one had ever broken. That was when God Wilderness, as a profound life realm cultivator, killed a 5th-tier eternity heart realm cultivator. Killing a 5th-tier eternity realm cultivator, how heaven-defying was this? As for God Wilderness, he was even more unfathomable. Besides, it had been a long, long time since the demon sect had seen him in action. It could be said that in the demon sect, God Wilderness was a godlike existence. Seeing God Wilderness, the immortal envoy and the left emissaries' faces darkened. They were wary of God Wilderness, but not afraid of him. Because the south emissary was already on her way, and now, God Wilderness had appeared before her. At this moment, everyone seemed to have thought of something, and looked down at the endless abyss. Where was Xianxia? He couldn't be dead, right? God Wilderness looked at the endless abyss, and frowned. In the next instant, he raised his arm to block. A sword slashed down, boom, the sword light shattered, and God Wilderness's arm trembled violently, then split apart, and he retreated dozens of feet. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly appeared above God Wilderness's head. His right hand gripped the hilt of his sword, and in that instant, the power of the myriad realms and myriad realms gathered in his hand. Then, he drew his sword and slashed. Instant of life and death, he had used all of his strength in this strike. As the sword slashed down, the sword light was like a waterfall, tearing the heavens and earth apart. God Wilderness's eyes narrowed, and he clenched his right hand. In that instant, a mysterious power suddenly spread from his body to his arm, and in the next instant, he punched out. With this punch, the roar of a demonic beast suddenly resounded throughout the demon immortal realm. Countless demonic beasts were horrified, and prostrated themselves on the ground, shivering. Bloodline suppression. The moment the fist and sword collided, boom, Xianxia retreated explosively, and this retreat was into the endless abyss of time and space. And God Wilderness also retreated nearly 1,000 feet. Not only that, his entire right arm was completely split apart, but it quickly recovered. Strong physical body, in the distance, in the endless space-time abyss, Xianxia stood with his sword in hand, his expression calm. He had forcefully withstood all the power of the divine Wilderness's punch, reverse compliance body. Although he wasn't a demonic beast, the physique that he had created was not any weaker than a demonic beast's. Of course, in terms of strength, he was still inferior to the divine wasteland. After all, demonic beasts had a unique advantage in terms of strength. Seeing that Xianxia was fine, the faces of Wu Feng and the other demonic beasts darkened. They realized that they seemed to have underestimated Xianxia's strength. At this time, the God Wilderness suddenly took a step forward. Time and space within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles rippled like water. Then he clenched his right fist, and a terrifying aura spread throughout the entire demon immortal realm. In the distance, Xianxia slowly closed his eyes. Calm your mind, focus. The Xianxia sword in Xianxia's left hand suddenly trembled slightly. At this moment, Divine Desolate suddenly punched out. Boom, a golden fist suddenly swept across the battlefield. In an instant, the entire sky was set ablaze. At the side, Xianxia suddenly exclaimed, "Young master, be careful." Xianxia rolled his eyes. "Damn it, I thought you were going to take it from me." Speaking of which, did Xianxia and Xianwu think that he was very strong? Neither of them were fighting, but they did not come to help. Instead, they chose to watch him fight with the divine Wilderness, asking for help. He really couldn't hold on to his face anymore. "I'll take it myself." Xianxia took a step forward and slashed with his sword. One sword sever, this sword slashed directly on the fist. Boom, the fist trembled violently, and then rapidly dissipated. However, the powerful force of the punch sent him flying back tens of thousands of zhong. When he stopped, Xianxia felt his entire right arm go numb. That arm did not seem to belong to him. Meanwhile, Divine Desolate suddenly vanished on the spot. In the distance, Xianxia's pupils constricted abruptly. At this moment, he felt like a few dozen mountains were smashing down towards him. Xianxia issued a command in his heart, and the Xianxia sword transformed into a shield in front of him. Boom, the Xianxia shield suddenly trembled violently, and a powerful force passed through the shield and smashed onto Xianxia. Bang, Yi Xian retreated explosively with the shield for over 100 kilometers. He'd just stopped when a figure flashed over once more. Boom, Yi Xian retreated explosively once more, and the space he was in collapsed into nothingness. However, Yi Xian hadn't stopped when Divine Desolate flashed over once more, and then he punched out once more. This punch was even more ferocious and overbearing. Meanwhile, Xianyin hurriedly said, "Young master, be careful." Yi Xian almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard this. "Big brother, don't just tell me to be careful. Help me. Are you afraid of hurting my pride? It's fine. I don't care about face, help me." However, no one helped him. They were all watching him fight Divine Desolate head-on. Meanwhile, Divine Desolate's punch had arrived. This punch gave him the feeling as if it could shatter the heavens and the earth, and it was extremely terrifying. Yi Xian lightly flicked his thumb, and the Xianxia sword suddenly flew out from its sheath. One sword slash. Right now, he could only execute one sword slash because the power of that instant of life and death was inferior to Divine Desolate. Even with the power of the myriad worlds and the myriad worlds, it was still inferior. When Yi Xian's sword slashed down on the punch, a wave of sword light suddenly erupted. Boom, Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, and he instantly retreated explosively. On the other hand, Divine Desolate frowned because he noticed that the power of his punch had actually disappeared. However, Yi Xian's power of flowing time was unable to annihilate his right hand. His body was not an ordinary body. Unless he stood still, it would be impossible for Yi Xian's power of flowing time to destroy his body. Divine Desolate looked at Yi Xian in the distance. Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, a sinister look flashed in his eyes, and in an instant, the blood in his body began to boil. Boom, bloodline power, madness. Yi Xian's eyes turned blood red, and the space-time he was in turned into a sea of blood. Seeing this scene, Divine Desolate frowned slightly. Bloodline power. Yi Xian looked at Divine Desolate in the distance and said in his heart, "Xiao Ta, why am I still clear-headed after activating my bloodline? Damn, can't you let me go crazy for once?" Madness. He knew that the power of the bloodline completely depended on how crazy he was. The crazier he was, the more terrifying the power, but the problem was, even if he completely activated his bloodline, his mind was still clear. Damn it, is my bloodline fake? At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "I think your bloodline might have mutated." Yi Xian frowned slightly. Mutated? Xiao Ta said seriously, "Yes." Yi Xian did not understand. Why would it mutate? Xiao Ta said indifferently, "Maybe you are too shameless. Even the madness demon bloodline can't affect you." Yi Xian, Xiao Ta continued, "Young master, I have an idea. Although you won't really go crazy, you can pretend to be crazy. In other words, you can lie to yourself that you are crazy. Maybe you can." Yi Xian, at this moment, Divine Desolate suddenly said, "Is this your final trump card?" Yi Xian looked at Divine Desolate. He slowly closed his eyes and said in his heart, "I have gone crazy." After saying that, he suddenly let out a strange cry, then fiercely charged forward and slashed at Divine Desolate. Divine Desolate slightly narrowed his eyes and punched out. Bang, a ray of blood-red light suddenly erupted, and Divine Desolate was actually blasted 3 kilometers back. As soon as he stopped moving, his fist instantly split open and a strand of blood sprayed out. All the experts here were shocked by this scene. Divine Desolate frowned as he gazed at his right hand which had split open, and a trace of seriousness appeared in the depths of his eyes. In the distance, Yi Xian was also struck dumb. What the fuck, I can even pretend to be crazy. When he thought up to this point, Yi Xian instantly became excited, and he let out another strange cry as he gazed at Divine Desolate. After that, he transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta, who resided within Yi Xian's body, suddenly said, "After the young master followed the bloodline, it has become gaudy as well. If this continues, the Yang clan's bloodline will deteriorate." The following scene caused everyone's expressions to become strange. They noticed that Yi Xian had gone mad. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that after Yi Xian went mad, his strength had become extremely terrifying. What was going on? Even madness can make one stronger. By relying on the energy of his bloodline and the green profound sword, Yi Xian was actually on par with Divine Desolate. Moreover, he even seemed to have the upper hand. This caused the expressions of all the experts from the demon race to become extremely unsightly. after all, Divine Desolate was like a god in their hearts. However, this Xian was actually able to fight on par with him. Suddenly, Divine Desolate stopped moving, but Xian didn't stop, and he charged over to Divine Desolate once more. Divine Desolate's eyes narrowed slightly, and then his body actually started to transform. In the blink of an eye, he'd returned to his true form. Divine Desolate's true form was shaped like a giant ape. His entire body was blood red, and his arms were like pillars that could hold up the heavens and the earth. After he returned to his true form, a ferocious expression flashed through Divine Desolate's eyes, and then he punched forward. This punch was at least 10 times stronger than before. 10 times, what did that mean? Bang! The blood-red ray of light in front of him shattered into pieces, and then Xian was blasted flying along with his shield. As he flew, he smashed through a few tens of thousands of mysterious spaces, and when he stopped, his body had split apart while countless strands of blood sprayed out. Moreover, traces of cracks had actually appeared on the green profound sword. The expressions of Xian Wu, Xian Yin, and the others instantly became extremely unsightly when they witnessed this scene. Xian Wu gazed at Xian, who was covered in blood, and he said with a trembling voice, "Young master, watch out." Xian, who was able to maintain his composure, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard this, and he almost died on the spot. "Watch out," Xian really wanted to stab that geezer with his sword. "Can't you see how miserable I am? Don't just shout for me to be careful, come help me." Needless to say, his injuries were really severe this time. After the divine wilderness returned to his true form, a single punch from him had almost obliterated his soul. It was too strong. Meanwhile, the divine wilderness was about to attack. Xian's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene, and then he gazed at Xian Yin. Xian Yin's eyes were filled with anxiety. "Young master, you have to watch out." Xian's face froze, and he almost flew into the sky. Meanwhile, the divine wilderness punched forward once more. This punch headed straight for Xian. As soon as this punch was executed, the world started to be obliterated. This world couldn't endure the terrifying force of this punch at all. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Xian's eyes when he saw this punch approach, and he was about to go all out and fight with his life on the line. Suddenly, a woman appeared in front of Xian, and she tapped lightly with a jade flute in her hand. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of countless people, that fist was forcefully blocked by this tiny jade flute. Bang! The space in the surroundings seethed and was obliterated, but the woman and Xian were safe and sound. The immortal ambassador and left ambassador instantly heaved sighs of relief when they saw the woman, the south ambassador. The woman before them was the south ambassador of the immortal treasure pavilion, and she was the leader of the 3 ambassadors. The divine wilderness's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw her. "What? Does your immortal treasure pavilion really intend to go to war with my demon sect?" The South ambassador didn't answer him, and she turned around to look at Xian instead. At this moment, Xian saw the woman's appearance clearly as well. She wore a dark green dress that was embroidered with mountains, rivers, and bamboo leaves. Her long hair hung casually behind her, but it didn't seem disheveled. Her appearance wasn't peerless, but it was extremely pleasing to the eye. Moreover, there was a faint smile on her face, and it gave others the feeling of a warm spring breeze. Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Young miss, you're really beautiful." The others were speechless. Ambassador Nan was slightly startled, but he immediately smiled and said, "Thanks." As she said that, she opened her palm and a pill slowly floated in front of Xian. "This pill will help you, quickly take it." Xian did not suspect anything. He took the elixir and swallowed it. As soon as the elixir entered his body, Xian's body began to recover at a terrifying speed. Of course, this was also because of his bloodline. The southern envoy looked at Xian and faintly smiled. Her voice was as soft as the wind. "Your bloodline isn't simple at all." Xian looked at the divine wasteland who had returned to his original body in the distance. "Miss, can you beat him?" The southern envoy shook his head. Xian frowned. "You can't beat him?" The southern envoy laughed and said, "He won't die. His physical body is extremely special. If he doesn't have a divine object, then he will forever be invincible amongst those of the same realm." Xian immediately offered the green profound sword. "Miss, you can use this sword." The southern envoy glanced at the green profound sword, and a trace of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Young master, your sword is really special." I'm afraid the person who made this sword is invincible, Xian laughed. It's all right. It's all right. She's just a little stronger than me. The southern envoy glanced at Xian and said, Young master, although this sword is powerful, I don't use it. Xian laughed. It's fine. This sword can transform into any form. The southern envoy blinked. Really? Xian nodded and smiled. You're so beautiful. How could I have the heart to lie to you? Hearing Xian's words, the expressions of the immortal envoy and the left envoy immediately became strange. The demon beasts also had strange expressions. Damn, this human doesn't seem like a good person. A brilliant smile appeared on the southern envoy's face when she heard Xian. Young master, your words are really pleasing to the ear. As she spoke, she picked up the green profound sword, and then it transformed into a flute with a command in her heart. A trace of surprise flashed in the southern envoy's eyes when she witnessed this scene. In the next moment, that trace of surprise transformed into shock. The southern envoy gazed at Xian and grinned. Young master, can you give this sword to me? Xian smiled and was about to nod. Meanwhile, Xiaota suddenly said, Fuck. Young master, calm the fuck down. Xian was stunned when he heard this, and he finally came to his senses. That's the green profound sword, it seems like it can't be given away just like that. Meanwhile, the southern envoy grinned. I was just joking. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards the divine wilderness. Xian felt slightly embarrassed. If Xiaota hadn't stopped him, he would have almost nodded. I'm a decent person, so how could I be bewitched by beauty? It shouldn't be, Xiaota suddenly spoke in a low voice. Young master, I suspect that if she had asked you for me just now, you would have given me to her without hesitation. Soul suddenly said, Don't doubt it, he definitely would. Xiaota was speechless. Xian felt slightly embarrassed, and he smiled embarrassedly. How? How could I? Meanwhile, the southern envoy walked over to the divine wilderness, and she looked up at him. I've long heard of the divine wilderness temple master's name. I would like to seek guidance from you today. The divine wilderness stared at the southern envoy. Bring it on. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly leaped up and punched down. As soon as this punch descended, the heavens and the earth collapsed. The formidable force was like a volcanic eruption that instantly swept through the surroundings, and the spacetime in an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers was instantly annihilated. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings turned solemn when they witnessed this scene. Xian frowned deeply. He looked at the southern envoy. Can she block this punch? All the experts present looked at the southern envoy. Under everyone's gazes, the southern envoy took a step forward. She picked up the jade flute in her hand and placed it in front of her mouth. In the next moment, a beautiful tune drifted out. When one first heard this tune, it was like a torrent of water pouring down from a towering mountain. It surged with passion and stirred the hearts of all. But soon, the tune suddenly changed, and it was like a spring breeze that slowly brushed past, refreshing the hearts of all. Sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow. Everyone was mesmerized by the beautiful music. Everyone had overlooked the divine wilderness's shocking punch. Did the divine wilderness stop? Not at all. When his fist was a few dozen meters away from the southern envoy, a mysterious force directly disintegrated all the strength of his punch. His originally extremely terrifying punch had become a soft punch without any strength. The divine wilderness was horrified, and he hurriedly stopped and retreated explosively. As soon as he stopped, his fist suddenly split open and blood sprayed out. Not only that, his body and soul were actually slowly separating. His body and soul were separating, the divine wilderness's pupils constricted, and he was horrified to the extreme. He retreated explosively once more, and this time he retreated over 30 kilometers away. After that, he started to madly suppress the mysterious force within his body, but his body and soul were still slowly separating. A wisp of a complicated expression flashed through Southern Envoy's eyes as she gazed at the jade flute in her hand. She crushed the divine wilderness? Indeed, she crushed the divine wilderness, but it was all thanks to the jade flute in her hand. Originally, she and the divine wilderness should have been evenly matched. But after Xian lent her the sword, she realized that the jade flute transformed from the green profound sword had increased the strength of her divine ability by at least 6 or 7 times. Especially in terms of her soul, She hadn't expected that her divine ability would actually be able to forcefully separate the divine wilderness's soul. Heaven-defying, she suddenly glanced at Yixian and realized that it was a waste for the sword to be in Yixian's hands. Should I take it for myself? Southern Envoy's face instantly turned slightly red when she thought up to this point, and she cursed herself in her heart. He was kind enough to lend me the sword, so how could I have such shameless thoughts? Meanwhile, Yixian walked over to her side and said, Miss Southern Envoy, why aren't you continuing to hit him? Southern Envoy withdrew her thoughts and gazed at the divine wilderness in the distance. At this moment, the divine wilderness's soul and body had been completely separated, and it could be said that he was at his weakest. Southern Envoy hesitated for a moment before she said, when experts fight, they usually stop at a certain point. Yixian was dumbstruck when he heard this. Stop at a certain point. Yixian's mind was buzzing. Why is there something wrong with this young lady's head? Yixian hesitated for a moment before he said, how are we going to leave this place if we don't kill him? Southern Envoy thought for a moment and said, I'll talk to him. As she spoke, she looked at the Divine Wilderness and said, Divine Wilderness Palace Master, my immortal treasure pavilion doesn't want to go too far. We just want to leave. As long as you nod your head, we'll stop at a certain point and each of us will be fine. What do you think? The Divine Wilderness looked at Southern Envoy with an incomparably ferocious expression. Stop at a certain point? Southern Envoy, your immortal treasure pavilion has looked down on my demon sect today. Do you think we can let this matter go so easily? Southern Envoy sighed softly. Divine Wilderness Palace Master, your strength and mine were originally evenly matched, but now that I have this divine weapon. If you continue to be so obstinate, then I'll have no choice but to kill you. Although killing you will cause us to form a death grudge, young Master Yi is my immortal treasure pavilion's honored guest. My immortal treasure pavilion has no choice but to protect him. The Divine Wilderness stared at Southern Envoy, then kill me. Southern Envoy thought for a moment before she nodded, as you wish. Actually, I've long had thoughts about your demon core, but I've never had a good reason. Yixian glanced at Southern Envoy. Damn, this girl still has thoughts about my demon core. If she has thoughts, then kill her. She didn't waste any more time. She took a step forward and opened her palm. The jade flute in her hand suddenly turned into a beam of green light and flew out. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful note flashed across the field. In the distance, the Divine Wilderness, whose body and soul had been separated, slowly closed his eyes. He opened his palm and the ground in the distance suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, a giant axe suddenly soared into the sky and landed firmly in his hand. Demon God Axe. In the field, a demon beast expert cried out in alarm. Demon God Axe, this was the #1 treasure of the demon sect, the divine object of the demon god. The demon god's eyes flashed fiercely. Demon God, help me. Boom, the demon god axe suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, a red light suddenly surged out and entered the Divine Wilderness's body. Boom, the Divine Wilderness's aura suddenly surged. Not only that, his separated body and soul directly fused together, the power of the demon god. At this moment, Southern Envoy suddenly stopped. She retreated to Yixian's side and handed the jade flute to Yixian. Why don't you do it? Yixian. I'll fight him myself. Yixian's face was filled with black lines. Divine Wilderness's current strength had increased by at least a few times. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to defeat Divine Wilderness in his current state. Meanwhile, Southern Emissary spoke softly. The demon god's energy is a very mysterious energy. Devout believers might be able to obtain the demon god's blessing and obtain the demon god's energy. Now that he has the demon god's energy, we can't defeat him at all. Yixian spoke in a low voice. Then what should we do? Southern Emissary looked at Yixian. Flee. Yixian thought for a moment and nodded. Great minds think alike. As he spoke, he was about to flee. Meanwhile, Xianyin suddenly appeared in front of Yixian, and he bowed respectfully. Young master, there's no need to flee. My Mystic World's experts will be here soon. Mystic World's experts? Yixian hesitated for a moment, and then he asked, how strong are they? Xianyin smiled proudly. They're strong enough to sweep through anyone here. Yixian fell silent for a moment, and then he said, Elder Xianyin, are you bragging? Xianyin smiled. Don't worry, young master. So long as my mystic world's experts arrive, then any demon cult can be destroyed with a flick of a finger. Destroyed with a flick of a finger? Meanwhile, Divine Wilderness suddenly laughed. What a great way to destroy with a flick of a finger. As he spoke, he suddenly swung the demon god's axe at Xianxia. Bang! Everyone present here felt a terrifying pressure when this axe was swung, and it was suffocating. Xianxia's expression instantly changed, and he hurriedly hid behind Yixian and said, "Young master, this axe is extremely powerful. You must be careful." Yixian fell silent, and it felt like 1,000 horses were galloping through his heart. He naturally didn't take this axe head-on, and he hurriedly stood behind Southern Emissary. "Miss Southern Emissary, this axe is extremely powerful. You must be careful." Southern Emissary suddenly stretched out her hand and pinched Yixian's face, and then she said seriously, "Very thick skin." Yixian was speechless. She took a step forward and opened her palm. The jade flute in her hand slowly floated out. In the next moment, the jade flute directly transformed into an emerald green shield. Countless ripples undulated on the green shield like water waves. At this moment, the axe arrived. Boom! The green shield trembled violently before cracking. However, it did not shatter. The jade flute in the green shield was not damaged at all. On the contrary, cracks appeared on the blade of the Divine Wilderness's Fey God axe. Upon seeing this scene, a look of surprise flashed in Southern Envoy's eyes. He looked at the Divine Wilderness and said, "Divine Wilderness Hall Master, is your Fey God axe a fake?" Shen Huang's face was extremely ugly. He never thought that his Fey God axe would actually be unable to break that sword. What kind of sword was that? Envoy Nan opened her palm and the Qingxian sword appeared in her hand. She smiled and was about to speak when Yixian suddenly said, "Lady Envoy Nan, don't talk nonsense in a fight. Take advantage of his weakness and kill him." Envoy Nan approached Yixian with a calm expression. "We can't beat them. This is the territory of the demon sect. There's a god monster in the Divine Wilderness, and he's spying on us from the shadows." Yixian frowned slightly. "God monster? Is it the sect master of the demon sect?" Envoy Nan shook her head. "It's not the sect master. It's an extremely mysterious demon beast. It arrived here not long ago." Yixian glanced around and said, "Why can't I sense it?" As he spoke, he looked at Envoy Nan. Envoy Nan hesitated for a moment and said, "Do you mind if I speak the truth?" Yixian immediately said, "There's no need to speak. I understand." Envoy Nan, Yixian said in his heart, "Xiao Ta, can you sense it?" Xiao Ta fell silent for a moment and said, "Do you mind if I speak the truth?" Yixian, beside Yixian, Envoy Nan said, "This is the demon sect. It's basically impossible for us to kill our way out. What we need to do now is to stall for time and wait for reinforcements to arrive." This time, it was a Xianqi sound transmission, so only Yixian heard it. Yixian said in a deep voice, "Are there any reinforcements?" Envoy Nan turned to look at Yixian and asked, "Don't you have any?" Yixian turned to look at Xianxia. "How long until they arrive?" Xianxia hesitated for a moment and said, "Very soon." Yixian's face darkened. "Very soon. Are you not sure?" Xianxia smiled awkwardly. "It's too far away from here. I need some time." Yixian felt a headache coming on. No matter how he looked at it, this old man was not reliable. In the distance, Divine Wilderness did not attack again. He was somewhat afraid of the sword in Envoy Nan's hand. Even though he possessed the power of the demon god, he was still not confident that he could defeat Envoy Nan. After a moment of silence, Divine Wilderness said, "Envoy Nan, what do you think of the sword in your hand?" Envoy Nan blinked. "Very good." Divine Wilderness looked at Envoy Nan. "You should know that it's impossible for you to leave with him and the experts of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. If I were you, I would take this sword and leave." Sowing discord, Envoy Nan blinked and seemed to be slightly moved. Seeing this, Divine Wilderness continued. "Miss Envoy Nan, if you really want to protect him, then you'll have to pay a very painful price. Moreover, unless all the experts of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion come here, otherwise, you won't be able to protect him. As for the issue of him being a VIP, I think that you've already done your part. Even if you retreat now, no one will say anything. What do you think?" Envoy Nan thought for a moment and said, I have to say, what you said does make sense. Yi Xian suddenly pulled on Envoy Nan's sleeve and said, do you like this sword? Envoy Nan nodded vigorously. Yi Xian smiled. One day, I'll get my sister to tailor one for you. Envoy Nan looked at Yi Xian unhappily. Do you really think that I'll listen to him and leave? What kind of person do you think I am? Hearing that, Yi Xian felt ashamed and guilty. Just as he was about to speak, Envoy Nan suddenly said, one day, introduce your sister to me. It doesn't matter if it's a sword or not. The main thing is that I like to make friends. Yi Xian. From afar, Divine Wilderness suddenly said, since Miss Envoy Nan isn't willing to leave, then stay here forever. Just as his voice fell, the faraway end of the mountain range suddenly shook. The next moment, two huge demonic beasts broke out of the mountain. At first glance, they covered the sky and the sun, extremely terrifying. Sixth stage realm demonic beasts, beside Yi Xian, Envoy Nan's face sunk. They're choosing to gang up on us. At this moment, Divine Wilderness suddenly said, leave no one alive. Leave no one alive. Just as his voice fell, the 10 great demon kings directly led the experts behind them and charged towards the experts from Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The other 3 palace masters also surrounded them, together with the 2 huge demonic beasts that had just appeared. At this moment, Yi Xian's side was at an absolute disadvantage. After a moment of silence, Envoy Nan looked at Xianyin, old man, how long more before your men arrive? Xianyin wanted to say something but stopped. Envoy Nan frowned slightly. You don't know? Xianyin nodded. Envoy Nan asked, then what do you know? Xianyin hesitated for a moment and said, I only informed the profound world, but as for who they sent, I don't know. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, where's my mother? Xianyin looked at Yi Xian and shook his head. Mistress? I don't know. Yi Xian almost collapsed. My God, Envoy Nan also had a headache. Yi Xian suddenly asked, what rank do you belong to in the profound world? Xianyin hesitated for a moment and said, not bad, not bad. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly said, young mistress, why don't we run? That old man doesn't seem like a reliable person. Yi Xian nodded in deep agreement, and then he looked at Envoy Nan, should we run? Envoy Nan fell silent for a moment and said, we can't. As she spoke, she opened her palm and a command token appeared in her hand. Envoy Nan slowly closed her eyes. Save me. As soon as she finished speaking, the command token suddenly shot into the sky and vanished into the depths of the starry sky. In the next moment, an enormous black vortex suddenly appeared in the depths of the starry sky. In the distance, Shen Huang raised his head and looked towards the depths of the starry sky, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He was quite fearful of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion because it was very strong. But that was only secondary, the most important thing was that it was very rich. With money came people. Moreover, even the demon sect didn't know the true strength of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. At this moment, Envoy Nan had obviously called for help again. Just at this moment, 12 people suddenly rushed out from the black vortex. All 12 of them were dressed in white battle armor, holding silver spears in their hands, and their bodies emitted an extremely terrifying murderous aura. All 12 of them were actually 6th stage realm experts. Seeing this scene, Shen Huang's face instantly sunk. Immortal weapon. Immortal weapon. These were the Dao soldiers of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, and they specialized in protecting the safety of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion in the various worlds. This was a legendary immortal weapon, and anyone who had seen them were basically dead. They usually didn't appear, and the moment they appeared, it was definitely to kill. Calling out these 12 people meant that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was determined to fight to the death with the demon sect, really fight to the death. At this moment, Shen Huang was slightly calm. He looked at Yi Xian who was far away, and a question arose in his heart. Why would the Immortal Treasure Pavilion help Yi Xian so much? At this moment, the leader of the immortal weapon in the sky suddenly took a step forward. He looked down at Envoy Nan and spoke in a hoarse voice, Envoy Nan, what instructions do you have? Envoy Nan pointed at Yi Xian, Commander Xian, young Master Yi is our Immortal Treasure Pavilion's highest level VIP. Bring him out of here. Then head to the General Pavilion. Commander Xian took a look at Yi Xian and bowed slightly, yes. Envoy Nan suddenly said, Commander Xian, remember, nothing must happen to him. You must protect him to the general pavilion at all costs, even if all of you die in battle. Commander Xian nodded, yes. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Envoy Nan, why? Envoy Nan looked at Yi Xian and smiled slightly, after we chose you, many people died. If we give up on you now, wouldn't those people who died have died in vain? Wouldn't we have offended the demon sect for nothing? We have no way out, and can only choose to gamble to the end. Yi Xian fell silent. Envoy Nan approached Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian, young Master Yi, I might die in battle later. Can you honestly tell me if I will lose the gamble? If I lose the gamble, even if I don't die in battle today, I will be miserable when I return. This is because I have already used a lot of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's resources. Not only that, I have also dragged the Immortal Treasure Pavilion into the quagmire of war. With that, she paused and said, Are you a little disappointed that I have so many benefits? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding, a little. Because I thought you were helping me because you were attracted by my handsome appearance. You have some thoughts about me. Envoy Nan immediately turned her head, Divine Wilderness Palace Master, I think I can consider your proposal for reconciliation. Come, let's talk, Yi Xian. God Huang's expression became extremely ferocious. Woman, you're still trying to stall for time. Kill. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding experts charged directly at Yi Xian's group. In terms of numbers, the demon sect had completely crushed Yi Xian's group. South Envoy suddenly said, Take young Master Yi away. In the sky, the leader of the immortal soldiers looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, please. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian transformed into a ray of sword light and shot into the sky. Go, he knew that he had to go. If he didn't, he would cause the death of South Envoy and the others because the demon sect's real target was him, Yi Xian. Once he left, South Envoy and the others would be safer. As expected, as soon as Yi Xian left, God Huang immediately said, Don't let him go. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his right hand and pressed it down. In an instant, the space above Yi Xian's head split apart, and then a huge hand suddenly stretched out and clawed down with the intention of tearing Yi Xian into pieces. Yi Xian was about to attack when a spear tore through the sky. Bang! The gigantic hand was instantly torn to shreds. Yi Xian turned to look at the leader of the immortal soldiers, and the latter said solemnly, Young Master Yi, let's go. Let's go. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, and then he shot into the sky and disappeared into the starry sky in the blink of an eye. Behind him were countless experts from the demon sect. The leader of the immortal soldiers and the others rushed out with Yi Xian. They protected Yi Xian's surroundings and didn't let any of the experts from the demon sect get close. Yi Xian glanced at the immortal soldiers and was shocked. The strength of these immortal soldiers could really be described as terrifying. They were definitely battle-hardened, even when facing these demon beasts of the same realm, they were actually able to suppress them. Below, Divine Desolate wanted to chase after Yi Xian, but Southern Emissary stood in front of him, and the other three palace masters were also stopped by Xianyin and others. Yi Xian and his group moved quickly and were about to rush out of the demon immortal realm. Because they did not linger and wanted to retreat, the experts of the demon sect could do nothing to them. However, just as they were about to leave the demon immortal realm, a group of mysterious demon beasts blocked their way. These demonic beasts were pitch black in color and had strange shapes. Each of them had a powerful aura. All of them were in 6th stage realm and there were a total of 20 over of them. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression darkened. The demon sect had used all their trump cards. Meanwhile, the commander of the celestial soldiers said abruptly, Young Master Yi, they're the demon cult's cult demons. They're a mysterious force that the demon cult has secretly fostered. Their strength is unknown, so you have to be careful. Strength unknown, Yi Xian looked at the immortal soldier commander. You've never fought before? The immortal soldier commander shook his head. No. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, the two huge demonic beasts that came from the mountain appeared in the starry sky. These two demonic beasts were huge and every step they took shook the galaxy. The immortal soldier commander pointed his long spear downwards and suddenly shouted, Kill. The moment his voice landed, he leaped up and thrust his spear towards a demonic beast in front of him. Malevolence flashed in the demonic beast's eyes. With a roar, it leaped up and collided with the long spear of the immortal soldier commander. Boom, the man and the demon separated upon contact and the galaxy shook. The man and the demon stopped at the same time. The next moment, they charged towards each other again. Both chose to fight head-on. At this time, the rest of the cult demons also charged towards the immortal soldiers. A huge battle ensued. Xian frowned. Because the demon sect had more people, the demon sect had the upper hand. At this time, Xian suddenly turned around and a demonic beast charged towards him. Xian narrowed his eyes and the sword in his hand suddenly flew out. Severing life, bang, he swung his sword, and rays of light shot out like a waterfall. The demonic beast that had arrived in front of Xian instantly changed its expression, and it instantly retreated explosively. In the blink of an eye, it was over 10 kilometers away. As soon as it stopped moving, the scales on its body fell off, and it instantly aged greatly. The demonic beast's eyes were filled with fear. If it hadn't retreated quickly, then it might have vanished on the spot. Xian slowly closed his eyes. Calm, focus, he didn't draw his sword, and he just stood there. However, the sword in his hand had vanished. At this moment, the giant demon in the distance suddenly punched at Xian. This punch caused the entire Milky Way to boil, and a powerful force swept over like a mountain torrent, heading straight for Xian. Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his grasp. In the next moment, he flashed forward and slashed. Hiss, the sound of something tearing apart resounded. An instant of life and death. With this strike, Xian had directly called upon the power of all realms, and the power of bloodline. The rays of light from the sword were like blood. However, as soon as the rays of light came into contact with the fist, it instantly dispersed, and Xian instantly retreated explosively for tens of thousands of meters. However, the demonic beast didn't retreat at all. Not only that, but Xian's strike also didn't cause any harm to it. Seeing this, Xian's face darkened. The physical strength of this demonic beast was too terrifying. As if he had thought of something, Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked, Xiao Ta, is Aria's physical body as strong as this demonic beast? After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, Young lord, do you have any misunderstandings about Aria's strength? Xian was puzzled. What do you mean? Xiao Ta sighed in a low voice, Young lord, Aria isn't like you. If she says that she's invincible under 3 strikes, that's true and believable. You can break the defense of these demonic beasts with the green profound sword, but if you face Aria, even the green profound sword can't do anything to her. The strength of her physical body, in this world, can only be broken by 3 strikes. Also, Aria once took Sister Tianming's strike head-on, and she's the only one who survived after taking a strike from Sister Tianming. Xian was silent. He could imagine how painful it would be if he were to fight with Aria. Xian said again, Xiao Ta, can you contact Aria? If you can ask her to come here and play with you. Xiao Ta said indifferently, you want her to help you fight, right? Xiao Ta said again, I advise you not to let her follow you, because you can't control her. Without mistress and master to control her, she can go to heaven. Also, I'm afraid her life in the Milky Way isn't very good now. Although Sister Tianming won't really kill her, she'll definitely beat her up for no reason. Xian was puzzled. Is there any enmity between Qing'er and Aria? Xiao Ta said, no. Xian was even more puzzled. Then why did Qing'er beat her up? Xiao Ta was silent for a moment, and said, Aria is very arrogant. Sister Tianming may not like arrogant people. Xian. At this time, the huge demonic beast in the distance suddenly punched at Xian, but the next moment, it seemed to have sensed something, and immediately retracted its punch, and then blocked. Boom, a sword light suddenly exploded from the huge demonic beast's arm, and the demonic beast retreated a few hundred feet. A sword slashed the future. After the demonic beast stopped, a deep sword mark appeared on its arm, but compared to its huge arm, this sword mark was simply negligible. In the distance, Xian frowned. He realized that without the green profound sword, ordinary swords couldn't hurt these demonic beasts. The demonic beast glared at Xian, and it roared, and then it charged forward, and it punched at Xian. The most direct move, without any fancy moves, but it was this that was the most terrifying, pure physical strength. Seeing this punch coming, Yi Xian's face instantly sank, and at this time, the other demonic beast charged at him. Pincer attack, a trace of ferocity flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, and he opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his hand. He didn't choose to retreat, and when the two demonic beasts charged at him, he suddenly swept out with his sword, one slash to kill, and when the two demonic beasts saw Yi Xian's sword, they didn't choose to retreat either. One man and two demons chose to risk their lives. The sword light appeared, but it was extinguished in an instant, but that power of time flow instantly swept the surroundings. Pfft, boom, Yi Xian flew out directly, and this flight directly smashed into several thousands of mysterious spaces. When he finally stopped, his physical body split open, and blood splattered everywhere. Whereas in the distance, the two demonic beasts also retreated explosively. They weren't immune to Yi Xian's power of time flow, and the two demonic beasts became extremely old at this moment. But their lifespans weren't completely cut off. Because their lifespans were simply too long. To them, as long as their lifespans were long enough, their life slash wouldn't be able to kill them. Of course, they didn't dare to take on Yi Xian's sword directly, because their lifespans were almost at the end of their lifespans. From afar, Yi Xian's eyes slowly closed, and he started to use the reverse time to restore his physical body. As long as he wasn't killed in one punch, he would be able to continuously restore his physical body. His physical body wasn't as strong as these sixth-stage realm demonic beasts' physical bodies, but his physical body's self-recovery ability was much more terrifying than these demonic beasts. Seeing Yi Xian's physical body recovering so quickly, the two demonic beasts' expressions instantly turned ugly. Damn it, what's wrong with this human? How could he recover so quickly? Yi Xian took a look at the two demonic beasts, and his brows creased slightly. Are the both of you able to recover so slowly? Two demonic beasts. Yi Xian took a look at those demonic beasts, and asked in his heart, Xiao Ta, is Xiao Bai able to subdue these demonic beasts? Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, just fight your battle properly, don't talk rubbish with me. Yi Xian. At this moment, the space behind Yi Xian suddenly split open, and at the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura swept over. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, as he suddenly turned around and slashed out with his sword, and a stretch of sword light swept out. Boom, the sword light instantly shattered, and Yi Xian directly retreated into an unknown mysterious space abyss. He had just stopped, and a long saber broke through the air towards him. Yi Xian's pupils suddenly contracted. He had just crossed hands with the two demonic beasts, and he was already seriously injured, so how could he take on this terrifying saber? But even if he couldn't, he had to take it. Without the green profound sword, Yi Xian hurriedly took out Xiao Ta. Brother Ta, help me block it. What the? Xiao Ta was just about to say something, when that saber directly slashed on his body. Boom, one man and one pagoda instantly flew out. Pagoda cracked, Yi Xian's physical body cracked. It was too horrible to look at. After Yi Xian stopped, he looked afar. Not far away from him, there stood a lady dressed in a tight black dress. The lady's hair was as black as ink, and in her hand was a sheathed long saber. Human? Yi Xian frowned slightly. There was such a terrifying human expert in the demon sect. The lady slowly walked towards Yi Xian. Her expression was cold, and there was not a trace of emotion in her eyes, as if all living beings were ants. Those who hurt my mystic world's young master, die. As she spoke, she suddenly rushed towards Yi Xian in the distance. At this moment, the Xianyin suddenly said, Young mistress, you've hit the wrong person. He is the young master. Before the voice died away, Yi Xian and Xiao Ta flew out again, and this time, one man and one pagoda flew even further. Countless space-time shattered. When Yi Xian stopped, his physical body had completely shattered. Xiao Ta was also on the verge of shattering. Young master. Are you sure you're the biological son of master and mistress? Why did the two of them screw you over? Yi Xian. He was filled with grief and indignation. At this moment, Yi Xian was truly filled with grief and indignation. Fuck, did I hit the wrong person? Did you fucking hit the wrong person? Are all the people in the mystic world talented? When she heard Xianyin's words, Xiaoxi Jun was stunned. She looked at Yi Xian in the distance, and then looked at Xianyin. Young master? Xianyin nodded, and said with a trembling voice, yes, yes. At this moment, he was slightly panicking. This Xiaoxi Jun actually almost killed the young master. When she heard Xianyin, Xiaoxi Jun pondered for a moment. and then she looked at Yixian and said softly, "Young master, are you all right?" Yixian smiled lightly, "I'm fine, I was just almost killed by you." Xiaoxi lowered her head slightly, "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose." As she spoke, she bowed slightly, "I'm really sorry." Yixian was slightly puzzled, "Xianning already told you my identity just now, why didn't you put away your saber?" Xiaoxi hesitated for a moment, and then she said, "I couldn't." Yixian looked at Xiaoxi, "You couldn't?" Xiaoxi nodded, "The saber was too fast, I couldn't." Yixian fell silent. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, I feel that something isn't right." Yixian didn't say anything. Xiao Ta was about to speak again when Yixian suddenly smiled lightly, "Since it's a misunderstanding, then forget it." Xiaoxi glanced at Yixian, and then she said, "I'm sorry." Yixian smiled, "It's alright, it's just a misunderstanding, it's not a big deal." As he spoke, he glanced at the demon beasts in the distance, and then he said, "Xiaoxi, these demon beasts are extremely powerful, you have to be careful." Xiaoxi glanced at the demon beasts, and then she said, "All right." At this moment, the enormous demon beast suddenly said coldly, "Woman, who are you? Why are you interfering in the matters of my demon sect?" Xiaoxi face was expressionless, mystic world. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly charged forward, drew her saber, and slashed. Qi, a several hundred-meter-long saber qi violently slashed out in an arc. In the distance, the demonic beast's pupils suddenly shrank. Instead of retreating, it advanced and punched forward. Fight head-on, boom, the demonic beast was instantly sent flying thousands of feet away. As soon as it stopped, its entire right arm split open, and a copious amount of blood spurted out. The demonic beast was dumbfounded. His defense had been broken. Xiaoxi slowly walked towards the monster, her left hand gripping the saber tightly. Suddenly, she leaped up and swung the saber down. Qi, a blade light slashed down from the starry sky like a waterfall. The demonic beast's pupils constricted. He quickly placed his left arm over his head and roared madly. Qi, under everyone's gazes, the saber light directly chopped off the demonic beast's pillar-like arm, and then the saber light slashed down along the demonic beast's head. In an instant, the huge demonic beast was split into two. Directly beheaded, the expressions of the experts from the demon sect changed. Was this woman a strong practitioner above the sixth-degree realm? Yixian glanced at Xiaoxi but didn't say a word. After Xiaoxi killed the demonic beast, she looked at the other demonic beast and the latter's eyes were filled with fear. Xiaoxi didn't waste any time and charged forward. The saber light slashed across. The demonic beast's pupils suddenly shrank, but it still didn't choose to retreat. Instead, it charged forward and punched out. Its body was so huge that it couldn't retreat at all. It could only choose to fight head-on, boom, as the saber light exploded, the demonic beast instantly retreated several tens of thousands of feet away. The moment it stopped, it slashed again. The demonic beast's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. It knew that it was finished. At this moment, the saber light suddenly stopped. In front of the demonic beast stood a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was dressed in a simple robe, his long hair draped behind him, and there was a strange blood-colored mark between his brows. He caught the saber light between two fingers. The middle-aged man exerted some strength in his fingers. Boom, the saber light instantly disappeared. Xiaoxi looked at the middle-aged man with a calm expression. At this moment, Southern Envoy's voice rang in Yixian's mind, "Be careful, this person is the god demon of the demon sect." God demon, Yixian glanced at the god demon. Had this fellow who had been hiding in the dark finally shown himself? The god demon looked at Xiaoxi and said softly, "I've traveled through countless universes, but I've never heard of the mystic world." Xiaoxi was expressionless, "Your level isn't high enough." The god demon wasn't angry and smiled, "Perhaps." As he spoke, he raised his right hand slowly and clenched it tightly. In the next moment, his right hand suddenly twisted. Boom, in an instant, the expressions of everyone here changed drastically. All of them felt the heavens and the earth dim down, and then a strand of obliterating energy swept through the surroundings. Everyone was forced to retreat hundreds of thousands of feet away. Yixian was the fastest. When the god demon was about to attack, he'd already retreated hundreds of thousands of feet away. Therefore, he suffered the least impact. in the distance, Xiaoxi's expression changed drastically when the god demon attacked, but she didn't choose to retreat. Her eyes flashed ferociously, after images returned to the sheath, destruction of the heavens and earth. As soon as she finished speaking, her body suddenly shook violently, and then she transformed into 4 after images that drew their sabers and slashed at the same time. 4 black saber lights crisscrossed and slashed, destroying the heavens and earth. Boom. Boom, the expanse of space they resided in suddenly shattered and was obliterated. It wasn't just that expanse of space, even the countless overlapping expanses of space were obliterated layer by layer at this moment. Moreover, the remnant energy that erupted from them instantly swept through the surroundings, causing everyone in the surroundings to retreat once more. They had no choice but to retreat. The remnant force from the 2 of them was extremely terrifying. Even a 6th stage realm expert would find it difficult to resist it. Along with the appearance of the 2 of them, it meant that the 6th stage realm expert wasn't the strongest here. After everything calmed down, everyone saw Xiaoxi and the god demon. A smear of blood had appeared on the corner of Xiaoxi's mouth. As for the god demon, everything seemed normal. Yi Xian frowned when he saw this. The god demon suddenly walked slowly towards Xiaoxi. Since the establishment of the demon sect, even though we don't dare say that we're invincible, no one dares to bully us. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly punched forward. It was a very ordinary punch that didn't contain any fluctuations of energy. Moreover, the surrounding space was completely normal, and there wasn't even the slightest ripple. However, Xiaoxi had instantly retreated over 300 kilometers away. At the instant she stopped moving, the space in an area of 300 kilometers around her was instantly shattered into nothingness. It wasn't just space, even the space there was instantly obliterated and transformed into a deathly silent place. The god demon gazed at South Emissary. Miss South Emissary, if your immortal treasure pavilion wants to fight, then my demon sect will accompany you to the end. From today onward, my demon sect will declare war on your immortal treasure pavilion. If my demon sect sees anyone from your immortal treasure pavilion, then we'll kill them. We'll fight until everyone from your immortal treasure pavilion is annihilated or my demon sect is annihilated. It was a true declaration of war, a declaration of war that wouldn't stop until one side was dead. South Emissary nodded slightly. All right. At this point, both the demon sect and immortal treasure pavilion had no way out. Just as the god demon had said, unless one side was annihilated, otherwise, the matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. Meanwhile, the god demon walked slowly towards Xiaoxi. I don't know where that young man came from, nor do I know how strong your dark world is. But since both of you want to fight, then my demon sect will accompany you to the end. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly clenched his right fist and punched forward once more. Hiss! In the distance, something seemed to have been torn apart in front of Xiaoxi, and then an extremely terrifying force surged out like an erupting volcano. Xiaoxi slowly closed her eyes while she held the hilt of her saber in her right hand. In the next moment, she suddenly drew her saber and slashed forward. Terror! As soon as she finished speaking, an expanse of light swept out from within the scabbard. Rumble! As soon as the expanse of light appeared, it was instantly obliterated. In the next moment, Xiaoxi instantly retreated over 30 kilometers away, and as soon as she stopped moving, the saber in her hand shattered into countless pieces. The saber shattered, the expressions of Xianyin and the others instantly became extremely unsightly when they witnessed this scene. Xianyin gazed at Xiaoxi, who was bleeding incessantly from the corner of her mouth, and he spoke with a trembling voice. Xiaoxi, did you come by yourself? Where are the Lord Left Territory Minister, Lord Right Dharma Heaven, Lord Xianwei Jin, and Lord Nanwei Yang? Xiaoxi wiped off the blood on the corner of her mouth and said, I don't know. I don't know. Xianyin almost fainted when he heard this. I don't know. Yi Xian shook his head repeatedly. This was different from what he'd imagined. He thought that once the members of the Dark World arrived, they would immediately start a slaughter and annihilate the demon sect. In the end, everyone would call him young master in unison. How cool would that be? However, reality was completely different from what he'd imagined. Meanwhile, the god demon suddenly gazed at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian slowly tightened his grip on his sword when he witnessed this scene. The god demon walked slowly towards Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, I've been observing you for a long time. You really aren't simple. However, since it has come to this, your head must be left behind by my demon sect today. Yi Xian said with a smile, what if I say no? The god demon shook his head, that's not up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward and smashed his fist forward. His fist's target was Yi Xian. Yi Xian's pupils constricted when he saw this punch, and then he issued a command in his heart. The green sword in the southern ambassador's grasp suddenly flew over to him, and then it shook violently and transformed into a sword shield. Bang! The sword shield suddenly shook violently, and then Yi Xian was blasted flying along with his shield. He flew for over 300 kilometers. It seemed to be very far, but it was actually very close to experts like them who could fly through numerous stellar regions with a single thought. To them, even the entire planet seemed insignificant in their eyes, let alone this small distance. After Yi Xian stopped, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at the god demon in the distance. He opened his right hand and the green profound sword appeared in it. At this moment, the space in front of Xianyin suddenly trembled. In the next moment, Xianyin's expression changed drastically. He abruptly turned to look at Xiaoxi Jun in the distance, his eyes filled with shock. Xiaoxi Jun. Why didn't you report that we found the young master? Xiaoxi Jun's eyes narrowed, and her left hand slowly tightened around the saber. Xianyin still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly said, it's a small matter, let's deal with the demon sect first. Xianyin shook his head repeatedly, no, no. Young master, there's something wrong with this. Xiaoxi Jun. After I found you, I informed her immediately, but when I contacted Lady Nan Weiyang, she said she didn't know anything about this. I was wondering why Xiaoxi Jun was the only one who came from the profound world. Yi Xian suddenly said in a deep voice, this is a small matter, our current enemy is the demon sect. Xianyin shook his head again, no, no. Young master, this isn't right, Xiaoxi Jun. Yi Xian suddenly said in a trembling voice, big brother, let's not talk about this anymore. Can we? Xianyin said in a trembling voice, young master, Xiaoxi Jun might have ulterior motives, you have to be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian instantly felt a chill on his back, he was locked on by a saber energy, Yi Xian almost vomited blood, he really wanted to slash Xianyin with his sword, damn it, aren't you forcing this woman to rebel? Yi Xian was really speechless at this moment, in fact, he knew from the start that there was something wrong with Xiaoxi Jun. Wrong person, how could he? Damn it, he wasn't a demon beast, and he was a swordsman. His identity was obvious. How could he have mistaken him for someone else? Moreover, Xiaoxi Jun still slashed after Xianyin's reminder. Fast blade, unable to stop, how could that be? How could a powerhouse of this level not be able to stop and release his sword at will? After all, he could do that, as long as he wanted to, he could stop his sword no matter how fast it was, but this woman said she couldn't stop. Wasn't that **T? She was definitely **Ting. However, Yi Xian had to play along with her **Ting, he could tell that although this woman wanted to kill him, she didn't dare to do so openly. Therefore, he gave her a way out, letting her think that he, Yi Xian, was a fool and that he, Yi Xian, knew nothing. And in fact, he succeeded. Xiaoxi Jun chose not to attack again, and not only that, she even helped him deal with the demon sect. However, all of this was ruined by Xianyin. The mysterious Yin had pierced through this thin layer of window paper, which left Xiaoxi Jun with no choice but to rebel. Now, his current situation was even worse. Because only Xiaoxi Jun was barely able to resist the divine demon. But now, Xiaoxi Jun was openly rebelling as well. So, wasn't he doomed? Yi Xian wanted to chop Xianyin into pieces. At this moment, Xianyin suddenly said in a trembling voice, young master, Xiaoxi Jun is really rebelling. You have to be careful. Yi Xian, Xiaoxi's sudden change of heart stunned everyone present at the scene. What was going on? Yi Xian called someone to beat him up. The god demon, who was about to attack, stopped. He glanced at Yi Xian and Xiaoxi Jun with a strange expression. Yi Xian turned to Xiaoxi Jun and said with a smile, Xiaoxi Jun, what are you doing? Xiaoxi looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian smiled and said, do you think I will believe Xianyin's words? No. I won't believe him. Lord Xiaoxi, even if Xianyin revolts, you will not. Xianyin, Xiaoxi looked at Yi Xian. Why do you think that I won't rebel? Yi Xian laughed heartily. First, there is no grudge or conflict between us. Second, Lord Xiaoxi is not invincible in the profound world. If you rebel, the consequences will be dire, right? Xiaoxi fell silent. Yi Xian continued, moreover, Lord Xiaoxi risked his life to protect me just now. If he really wanted to rebel, why would he help me fight against the Xiao god? Xiaoxi glanced at Yi Xian. She didn't say anything, but her hostility had lessened significantly. At this time, Xianyin suddenly wanted to speak again. Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at Xianyin and angrily said, "Shut up. Shut the hell up. Say another word and I'll hack you to death." Xianyin, Xiaoxi nodded slightly, "Why would I betray the young master?" Saying so, she retreated to the side. In the distance, Yi Xian glanced at Xiaoxi and turned around. At this time, Xiaoxi suddenly pulled out her sword and slashed at Yi Xian. One slash tore space and time apart, killing move, but Yi Xian seemed to have expected this. He immediately turned around and pulled out his sword to slash. At this time, his physical body had already recovered. While everyone was fighting, he didn't just sit around and do nothing. He had been secretly healing himself. Boom, a wave of sword light suddenly exploded. Yi Xian retreated thousands of feet. Xiaoxi was about to attack when her pupils shrank and she slashed her sword horizontally. Boom, a beam of sword light suddenly exploded, and Xiaoxi was forced back for thousands of meters, slashing the future. However, she managed to defend against it. Xiaoxi looked at the distant Yi Xian, her eyes cold. Yi Xian smiled, "Xiaoxi, what do you mean?" Xiaoxi was expressionless, "Young master, I underestimated your intelligence. If I'm not wrong, you knew everything from the beginning. But, you hid it." Yi Xian was silent for a while. "Xiaoxi, I'm a little confused. You and I have no grudge against each other. Why are you doing this?" Xiaoxi said blandly, "Young master, why don't you take a guess?" Yi Xian smiled, "My appearance will affect your interests or the interests of the people behind you." Xiaoxi narrowed her eyes and didn't say anything. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, "Xiaoxi, aren't you afraid of my mother?" Xiaoxi looked at Yi Xian, "Afraid?" Yi Xian smiled, "It seems that you did this for the people behind you. Because you know that if you kill me, you will die." Xiaoxi's lips curled up, "What makes you worthy of being the young master of my Xian world?" Yi Xian frowned, "Do you know why my mother created the Xian world?" Xiaoxi stared at Yi Xian, "I don't." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, "You don't even know this and you want to rebel." Xiaoxi Jun's lips curled into a mocking smile, "What, do you think the Realm Lord created the profound world for you? How shameless do you have to be to think so?" Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaoxi continued, "Let me tell you, the Realm Lord's vision is not that small. Don't think too highly of yourself." Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Refute, if he refuted, this woman would say that he was shameless again. Also, if he said that his mother created the Xian world for him, it would look like he was showing off. No refuting, this woman seemed to be very arrogant. Yi Xian sighed, "Miss Xiaoxi, let's not talk about this. I can see that you respect my mother a lot. Since that's the case, I will say a few more words. Miss, it's not too late to turn back now. Don't go further and further down the road of death. Let me tell you, there was a person who was stubborn and kept on courting death. In the end, he succeeded in courting death. That person was called Tianyi." Tianyi, at this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, it's enough. It's really enough. Let him go. You have whipped his corpse hundreds of times. Every once in a while, you drag him out and whip him. Speaking of which, it's a bit too much. It's time to let him die in peace." Yi Xian, in the distance, Xiaoxi's expression suddenly became fierce, "I can't stand people like you. You don't have any ability and rely on your family for everything. Let me ask you, what qualifications do you have to be the young master of my Xian world?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "My mother is the lord of the Xian world. She only has one son, me. I am the young master of the Xian world. What's wrong with that?" Xiaoxi said angrily, "Shameless. Shameless." Yi Xian spread his hands helplessly, "Although I don't think it's good, what can I do? Who asked my mother to be so capable? If you don't like it, you can go find a capable mother." Xiaoxi's chest trembled with anger, "Shameless. Shameless." Yi Xian was about to speak, when Xianyin suddenly said, "Young master, if you delay a bit more, Lord Nan Weiyang will be here soon." Yi Xian directly broke through the defense. He angrily stared at Xianyin. Big brother, can you shut up? Aha! The reason why he had spoken so much nonsense was naturally to stall for time, and he had succeeded in doing so. But Xianyin had just reminded Xiaoxi and the demon sect. As expected, a wisp of rage flashed through Xiaoxi's eyes when she heard Xianyin, and then she drew her saber and charged at Yi Xian. Xianyin was shocked when she saw Xiaoxi suddenly attack, and she hurriedly warned Xianxi, young master, watch out. Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian had no time to pay attention to Xianyin, and he commanded the green profound sword to transform into a sword shield that blocked in front of him. Bang! A wave of saber light erupted, and Yi Xian retreated explosively with his shield. As he retreated, Xiaoxi charged forward again and slashed down with her saber again. This time, it was even faster. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't take it head-on, and he continued to block with the green profound sword. Just like that, Yi Xian retreated again and again. After retreating hundreds of thousands of feet, Xiaoxi was about to strike again when her pupils suddenly contracted. She suddenly retracted the blade that she had already swung out and held it horizontally in front of her chest. Boom! A wave of saber light suddenly erupted, and in an instant, Xiaoxi was sent flying hundreds of meters away. As soon as Xiaoxi stopped, another slash came, and this time, it was the green profound sword. One slash of life, sensing the power of time flowing in Yi Xian's green profound sword, Xiaoxi narrowed her eyes, and suddenly swung her saber horizontally. She chose to break it with force. Boom! With this sweep, a wave of saber light swept across the area. In an instant, the saber in Xiaoxi's hand was destroyed, but she herself had already retreated thousands of meters away. Seeing this, Yi Xian furrowed his brows. He realized that this life-slaying sword posed a greater threat to Xiaoxi. This was because the lifespan of monsters was very, very long. Basically, they could take a life-slaying sword from him and survive. However, Xiaoxi, who was not a monster, would not be able to do so. Because their lifespans were definitely not as long as those of monsters. Xiaoxi looked at Yi Xian, a trace of wariness in her eyes. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. At this time, Xiaoxi suddenly turned to the divine demon. If you don't kill him now, once the people from the mystic world come, you won't have a chance to kill him. The divine demon was silent. Xiaoxi continued, if you kill him now, the mystic world will definitely not go to war with your demon sect because of him, because the mystic world is not that much stronger than your demon sect. Hearing this, the divine demon frowned slightly. At this time, Xianyin suddenly said in a trembling voice, Xiaoxi, how can you lie with your eyes open? How can the demon sect compare to our mystic world? They aren't even fit to carry our shoes. Oh. I get it now. Are you trying to trick the demon sect into killing the young master? You. Xiaoxi suddenly said angrily, you old fool, shut up. Xianyin glanced at Xiaoxi, I won't. Yi Xian, Xiaoxi was so angry that her face was contorted. Without another word, she dashed towards Yi Xian again. Clearly, she wanted to kill Yi Xian first. At the side, the divine demon was silent for a moment. In the next moment, he suddenly looked at Yi Xian, kill this person first. As soon as he said this, he suddenly punched at Yi Xian from afar. And in the battlefield, after receiving the divine demon's order, all the demon beasts charged at Yi Xian like madmen. Seeing this, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Desperate situation. Yi Xian fell silent as he watched the experts charging at him. This was truly a hopeless situation. It was impossible for him to fight so many experts by himself. Yi Xian asked softly in his heart, Xiao Ta, what would Dad do if he encountered such a situation? Xiao Ta replied immediately, fight with your life. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood in his body suddenly boiled. In an instant, he was covered in blood. Yi Xian drew his sword and swung it. Severing life, he still didn't call for help in such a hopeless situation. Of course, he had no one to call for help. He couldn't contact Xing, his father, or his big brother. So, he could only rely on himself. He just had to try his best. As for life and death, it was up to the will of the heavens. As soon as Yi Xian swung his sword, a wave of sword light swept out, but it was instantly shattered and annihilated. In the next moment, Yi Xian's entire body was directly sent flying. This time, he was directly sent flying out of everyone's sight. Not only that, but in the process of flying, his physical body was annihilated inch by inch like a piece of burning paper. The azure profound sword protected Yi Xian's soul with all its might. Otherwise, his soul would be gone. After he stopped, Yi Xian's soul was extremely illusory, like a wisp of smoke that would disperse with the wind at any moment. His soul had almost been obliterated. A vicious glint flashed through Xiaoxi's eyes when she saw this, and then she suddenly charged at Yi Xian. A wave of sword light tore through the battlefield. Ambassador Nan and the others were shocked, and they were about to stop her. However, a group of demon beasts quickly blocked their way. There was no support. In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes were closed, and his soul was trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta spoke in a trembling voice, "Young lord, if you really can't win, then call for help. It's not embarrassing." "Call for help," Yi Xian said fiercely, "I won't." As he spoke, he held the azure profound sword and started to ignite his soul. Seeing this, Xiao Ta immediately jumped up. D***MN. "Young master, don't be like this. Let's call for help." It was not shameful. Master used to call people too. F***ck. Stop right now. Yi Xian did not stop. His soul was still burning furiously. At this time, Soul suddenly said in a trembling voice, "Xiao Ta, quickly persuade master, I can't suppress his soul anymore." Xiao Ta said with a trembling voice, "I couldn't stop him. Young master's blood is boiling today." He actually didn't follow the routine. Under normal circumstances, he should be calling for people in a fancy manner. That's not normal. Yi Xian suddenly rushed forward and slashed down with his sword. Soul ignition. After soul ignition, his strength was greatly increased in an instant. Boom, as a wave of sword light erupted, Xiaoxi was sent flying thousands of feet away by Yi Xian's sword. As soon as she stopped, the long saber in her hand shattered. Seeing this, Xiaoxi's face suddenly darkened. At this moment, God Wilderness was about to attack when God Monster suddenly said, "He is soul ignition. He will be reduced to ashes in at most 10 minutes. Hearing this, the Divine Desolate hesitated for a moment before stopping. As God Monster said, Yi Xian was digging his own grave. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped burning his soul in the distance. Seeing this, God Wilderness's expression froze. F***ck, how could the soul-burning dipper stop just like that? God Monster slightly frowned and slowly clenched his right hand. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Wait. Wait." Everyone looked at Yi Xian with a strange look on their faces. Yi Xian looked at Xiaoxi, who was about to attack. "Miss Xiaoxi, today Xiaoxi suddenly said fiercely, "Little thief, don't waste time. I won't fall for your trick." As she spoke, she suddenly leaped up, put her hands together like a saber, and then slashed down. Chi, a saber energy that was thousands of meters long, slashed down from the sky, tearing everything apart. Yi Xian's expression froze. F***ck, let me finish what I want to say, I still want to trick you. He didn't have time to think because Xiaoxi's saber was already in front of him. Yi Xian opened his palm and suddenly slashed out with the azure profound sword. Boom, a wave of sword light shattered. Yi Xian and his sword retreated thousands of meters away. As soon as he stopped, the azure profound sword turned into a sword light and sank into his forehead. Boom, the soul that was about to dissipate was instantly suppressed, but it was already very illusory. Soul said with a trembling voice, "Master, you can't use your sword. If you use your sword again, your soul will completely dissipate." Xiao Ta also said, "Young master, you can't use your sword anymore. Call for help." Yi Xian said softly, "Xiao Ta, who can we call?" Hearing this, Xiao Ta fell silent. F***ck, who? Thinking about it, it seemed like there was no one to call. Xiao Ta suddenly said with grief and indignation, "Young master, you are so miserable." Yi Xian. In the distance, Xiaoxi suddenly jumped up and slashed at Yi Xian again. Xiaoxi stared at Yi Xian, who was standing not too far away. She knew that if she swung her blade, Yi Xian, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, would definitely die. Of course, it also meant that she would die. If she killed young master, the Xian world would definitely kill her, and against the Xian world, she had no chance of survival. But so what? A smile suddenly appeared on Xiaoxi's face. She had no complaints. She had no regrets. with this slash, everything would be over, Xiaoxi said softly, take care. She didn't know who she was talking to. Down below, Yi Xian looked at the saber coming at him, and his eyes became a little blank. He knew that with this slash, his path would end. He was somewhat unwilling, but there was no other way. Many times, there would not be a definite result even if you tried your best. It was over. Yi Xian opened his palm, his soul completely burning. At this moment, even the azure profound sword could not suppress it. With this slash, his soul would completely dissipate. But Yi Xian smiled. He looked up at the descending slash. Was this the smell of death? It had been a long time since he had been so close to death. A hand pressed on his shoulder when Yi Xian was about to thrust his sword out. Then a gust of dreadful and mysterious energy flowed into his soul. His soul, which had been burning, calmed down instantly. At the same time, the blade above Yi Xian's head suddenly vanished into thin air, and Xiaoxi instantly retreated several tens of thousands of feet away. As soon as he stopped, his body was directly shattered into pieces, and only his soul remained. Xiaoxi looked at the person behind Yi Xian in the distance, her eyes filled with horror, and her soul trembled. At the side, the god monster's expression turned extremely solemn. Ambassador Nan and the others looked at the person behind Yi Xian and heaved a sigh of relief. The mystic world's powerhouses had finally arrived. Yi Xian turned around, and when he saw the person in front of him, he froze on the spot. The person was Dong Linen, in other words, his mother. Behind Dong Linen stood a woman. She wore a simple white robe, her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her features were peerless. In her hand, she held a white jade folding fan. At first glance, she looked valiant and heroic, full of heroic spirit. The woman's gaze was fixed on Yi Xian, her expression calm. Behind the woman stood 3 men and a woman. These 4 were the mystic world's 4 great gods. They were Left Territory C, Right Heaven Dharma, Xian Wei Jin, and Nan Wei Yang. Behind these 4 stood 16 mysterious black-armored powerhouses. All of them had scimitars at their waists and longbows on their backs. Their auras were as vast as the stars, completely unfathomable. When she saw these 16 people, Xianyin couldn't help but tremble. God slayers, these were the most terrifying 16 people in the mystic world. They were Dong Linen's personal bodyguards, and they only listened to her orders. Even the 4 great gods and the white-robed woman weren't qualified to order them around. All 16 of them were here. Seeing Dong Linen, Yi Xian grinned. Mother! Mother! This mother came from the bottom of his heart. Although he had once hated Dong Linen because she had almost killed him, he had slowly forgiven her. After the misunderstanding was cleared up, he slowly forgave her. Hearing Yi Xian call her mother, Dong Linen was slightly taken aback. In the next moment, tears welled up in her eyes. There was no doubt that she felt guilty towards Yi Xian. She hadn't been by his side when they were young, and she had almost killed him when they grew up. Every time she thought about all of this, her heart ached, and she was unable to forgive herself. She was undoubtedly the biggest failure of a mother in the world. That was exactly why she didn't dare to meet Yi Xian. But this time, she had no choice but to come. Dong Linen closed her eyes slowly when she saw Yi Xian's miserable state, and her entire body trembled. Rage, boundless rage. The white-robed woman by her side pondered deeply for a moment, and then she turned around to gaze at the 4 great gods behind her. Annihilate all the demon beasts in this world. The 4 gods nodded slightly and were about to attack. Meanwhile, the godly demon spoke in a low voice, "You." He hadn't even finished speaking when the white-robed woman suddenly appeared in front of him. The godly demon's pupils constricted, and he raised his arms to block. Bang! Everyone watched with astonishment as the godly demon was instantly blasted into an unknown and mysterious spatial abyss. As soon as he stopped moving, his body was instantly obliterated, and only his soul remained. All the demon beasts were stunned when they saw this scene. The invincible godly demon was defeated just like that. His powerful body was as fragile as a piece of paper before this woman. The godly demon was slightly stunned at this moment. She's that strong? The white-robed woman looked at the godly demon and walked slowly towards him. She walked very slowly and calmly, but the godly demon felt an extremely terrifying pressure. He felt like he was about to suffocate. Ambassador Nan said softly, "It's over. The demon sect is gone." Right at this moment, footsteps sounded out from the side. At the same time, a teasing voice sounded out. "The demon sect is gone?" Miss, it's too early to say that. Xian frowned slightly. The voice was slightly familiar. The godly demon suddenly knelt down slowly. Greetings, sect master. All the experts of the demon sect knelt down as well and said in unison, Greetings, sect master. The most mysterious sect master of the demon sect had arrived. The sect master, when Envoy Nan and the others saw the sect master, their faces were filled with astonishment. The sect master was actually a little girl. The little girl looked to be in her teens, and she wore tattered clothes and pants. Her hair was disheveled as if it had been permed, and there was some dirt on her face. Only her eyes were relatively clear. In her hand there was a broken bowl with a few holes in it. Xian was completely stunned when he saw the little girl. He knew the little girl, it was the little beggar girl he'd met that day. At that time, he'd even asked if she was an extraordinary big shot. The demon beasts prostrated themselves on the ground with extreme respect. The little girl walked slowly over to the demon god, and then she opened her palm. A drop of blood suddenly flew into the forehead of the demon god's soul. Bang! In an instant, the demon god's body was instantly healed. Moreover, some thick scales had even appeared on his body. The little girl turned to look at the white-robed woman and grinned. A moment later, a crystal suddenly flew out from within the bowl. In the distance, the white-robed woman frowned slightly. She stretched her right hand forward and gently twirled it. In an instant, a mysterious crystal blue shield appeared in front of her. However, the shield had only just come into contact with the crystal, and the crystal had directly collapsed. Bang! The white-robed woman was blasted flying. However, she flew very gracefully like a crane soaring into the sky. It was extremely beautiful. However, her body was instantly blasted apart as soon as she crashed to the ground. The expressions of the four gods became quite solemn when they witnessed this scene. They'd never imagined that such an expert would actually exist in a place like this. The white-robed woman who only had her soul left glanced at the little girl. What kind of demon are you? The little girl smiled. Why don't you guess? The white-robed woman's eyes narrowed slightly, but she didn't speak. The little girl directly disregarded the white-robed woman and looked towards southeast. Not my main body. Not my main body. Everyone here was stunned when they heard this. Even the eyes of the four gods and the white-robed woman were filled with disbelief. They hadn't imagined that southeast wasn't his main body. Xian looked towards southeast with slight shock. Mother. Donlin Nan smiled. I didn't want to leave when your father came to pick me up, but he insisted, so, Xian understood. Donlin glanced at the little girl beside him. Your bloodline isn't simple. At this time, Xiaota suddenly said, Madam, she has Arya's blood in her body. Arya, hearing this, Donlin frowned. The little girl suddenly looked at Xian's abdomen. You know her. Xiaota left Xian's body and said angrily, You have Arya's blood. The little girl looked at Xiaota. How did you know her? Xiaota is furious. She and I are best friends. How could I not know her? You have Arya's bloodline. Obviously, you once received help from Arya. In this case, why did you dare to hurt the little lord? Don't you know that Arya and young master are a family? The little girl frowned slightly. Family? Xiaota said angrily, Of course. I grew up together with Arya. Master treats Arya as his sister. Of course, we are a family. Didn't you notice? Young master also has Arya's blood. The little girl glanced at Xian. Yes. Xiaota was furious. Since you know, why did you kill him? The little girl frowned slightly. Did I do anything to him? Which eye of yours saw me do anything to him? Xiaota said, Your subordinate wanted to kill him. The little girl looked calm. That's my subordinate's business. What does it have to do with me? Xiaota still wanted to say something. But Donlin Nan shook his head. Don't talk nonsense with her. Today, I will destroy this demon cult. Even if Arya is here, I won't give her face. Xiaota was silent. Although Arya was lawless, she didn't dare to be disrespectful to the few mistresses. Although Donlin Nan's status was not as high as Su Qingxi's, she was still one of the mistresses. Arya didn't dare to provoke her. Moreover, Arya would definitely stand on Yixian's side. No one was more protective than Arya, not to mention, Yi Xian had a good relationship with Arya and Little White. Especially when Yi Xian often brought millions of candied haws with him. At this moment, the little girl suddenly smiled. Woman, forgive me for being straightforward. If you were here in person, I might be afraid of you. Your clone, as she said, the corner of her mouth lifted slightly. I'm afraid it's not enough for me to fight. Arrogant, of course, she had the capital to be arrogant. Don Linan glanced at the little girl. I think you must have never experienced the cruel beating of society. The little girl looked straight at Don Linan. Come, ask for a beating. Don Linan suddenly opened her palm. A ray of sword light appeared in her hand. When he saw this ray of sword light, Yi Xian's expression instantly froze. Damn it, this was old dad's sword chi, moreover, it wasn't any ordinary sword chi. Within this sword chi, there was an illusory sword. It was the sword spirit. The little girl's expression instantly turned solemn when she saw that strand of sword chi. Don Linan suddenly opened her palm and sword chi suddenly flew out. From afar, the little girl's eyes flashed with malice. In the next instant, she punched out. With this punch, the entire demon immortal realm crumbled instantly. Not only that, the universe that was millions of miles away was also destroyed at this moment. And all the experts around were sent retreating by the might of this punch. The might of this punch caused the expressions of all the experts present to change. The aura of death, at this moment, everyone could feel the aura of death pressing on their heartstrings. This punch could directly annihilate the entire demon immortal realm. However, when the little girl's punch came into contact with the sword chi, it was like snow meeting boiling oil. Instantly, it melted and vanished without a trace. The sword chi continued to penetrate and penetrated the little girl's brow. Boom, the sword chi dragged the little girl's body in a frenzy and finally nailed her to a spot in time and space. In the field, all the demonic beasts were stunned, all the experts were stunned as well. It ended just like that, a ray of sword chi, a little dramatic. It had just begun and it was already over. Yi Xian looked at the pinned little girl in the distance and shook his head. This little girl had once received Arya's bloodline and was terrifyingly strong. It could be said that besides his mother's real body, no one else could suppress this little girl. But the problem was that there was sword chi. Whose sword chi was that? That was old dad's sword chi, and not an ordinary one at that. How could this little girl withstand it? Tragedy, a great tragedy. All around, the demonic beasts were ashen-faced and their minds were blank. The invincible sect leader was defeated just like that. Moreover, it was a strand of unknown sword chi. This was as surreal as a dream. In the distance, the pinned little girl was a little lost. At this moment, she was stunned as well. Even though she hadn't used that punch in her true form, she'd used all her strength. However, it had been destroyed by a ray of sword chi just like that. Moreover, it had been done with such ease. How could this be possible? The little girl suddenly gazed at Don Linan with a ferocious expression on her face. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Don Linan's face was expressionless. She directly disregarded the little girl and turned to look at Xiaoxi Jun. Meanwhile, all the other experts were looking at Xiaoxi Jun. She lowered her head slightly, and then she suddenly drew her saber and swept it towards her neck. She was going to kill herself. However, when her saber was still half an inch away from her neck, it was locked down by a mysterious force and couldn't move another inch forward. Xiaoxi Jun. She gazed silently at Dong Linan. Dong Linan walked slowly over to Xiaoxi Jun. If I'm not wrong, you did that for Yen-er's sake. Yen-er. As soon as these words were spoken, the four gods looked at the white-robed woman in the distance. Yan Yen. This was the name of the white-robed woman, and she was Dong Linan's adopted daughter. She was originally an ordinary girl from a mountain village, and Dong Linan met her by chance. Seeing that she had an extraordinary aptitude, he took her in as his adopted daughter. Adding on to the fact that she was likable, he took her in as his adopted daughter. Yang Yan was silent. Xiaoxi Jun looked straight at Dong Linan. What right does he have to be the young lord of our profound world? Dong Linan suddenly grabbed Xiaoxi's throat with his right hand. What right does he have? Do you know why the profound world exists? Because of him. Do you know the meaning of the profound world? If you don't know, I can tell you. It's because there's a Xian in his name. Mystic. Yi Xian looked to the east and felt warmth in his heart. The father might not be the biological father, but the mother was definitely the biological mother, the azure-robed man. In the distance, Xiaoxi roared in rage. I refuse to accept this. Dong Linan shook his head. I don't need you to submit to me. I gave you resources and techniques to make you stronger, not to make you submit. As she spoke, she slowly clenched her right hand. In an instant, Xiaoxi Jun's body became illusory. At the side, Yang Yan suddenly said, "Adoptive mother, it's my fault. Can you forgive her?" Dong Linan suddenly clenched his right hand. Bang! Xiaoxi Jun's soul was destroyed. Dong Linan turned to look at Yang Yan coldly. In my heart, even his father isn't as important as my Xian'er. Understand? Yang Yan's face instantly turned ghastly pale when he heard this. Dong Linan suddenly said, "Kill all the demon beasts here." As soon as she finished speaking, the 16 god slayers behind her suddenly disappeared mysteriously. In the next moment, shrill screams resounded in the surroundings. In the distance, the little girl suddenly said fiercely, "Woman, don't you dare." Dong Linan looked at the little girl, "See if I dare." The little girl suddenly opened her palm, and a box suddenly shot up into the sky from her hand. At the sight of this, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Holy shit, this little girl actually has a box that Whitey left behind. Damn it." Yi Xian was slightly surprised as well. What's the relationship between this little girl, Arya, and Whitey? Suddenly, a scene appeared in the distant sky, and a little girl gradually appeared within it. The little girl wore a short-sleeved shirt that bared her arms, and there was a cute little demon beast printed at the center of her shirt. Moreover, she wore tight-fitting pants that had a few holes on them. Arya, the little girl was Arya. However, she seemed to have been beaten up at this moment. There was blood on the corners of her mouth, and half of the horn on her head had been sliced off. Moreover, countless cracks had appeared on her tail. Yi Xian was stunned by this scene. In the next moment, he looked to the side and saw a woman in a plain dress standing not too far away from Arya. Qing. Dong Linen's expression instantly became solemn when she saw the woman in a plain dress. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Arya was beaten up again." Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the little girl in front of Yi Xian suddenly pointed at Yi Xian angrily and roared, "Arya, he brought people to bully me. You must eat him alive." Hearing this, the woman in the plain dress frowned slightly, and a cold glint flashed in the depths of her eyes. She was angry. P.S. I'm not asking for tickets today, but I hope that everyone can enjoy reading to their heart's content. Tickets and tips are up to you all. It's indeed difficult to write a book with millions of words without any fluff. After all, writing does depend on one's state of mind and inspiration. I'm not trying to excuse myself, but it's the truth. I admit that I'm very fluff sometimes. Thank you to the readers who have always supported me, and thank you to the readers who have always criticized me. The readers who support me give me the motivation to write, and the readers who criticize me can make me grow. To be honest, last night, I read the reviews of the old and new books. Later on, I realized that many of the readers I used to know have disappeared as I read. Just like some characters in the book, they disappear as I write. The past is the past, and I cherish what's in front of me. On the path of writing, I'm very fortunate to have all of you as my companions. Especially those readers who have followed me from the Heavenly Sword region. To those readers who have left, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I know that you might not be able to see this sentence anymore. To the readers now. Thank you for your tolerance, thank you for your support. Arya hurriedly said, "Little Yao, don't talk nonsense. I'm only a vegetarian and don't eat meat." Hearing Arya's words, the demon sect leader's face was filled with astonishment. A vegetarian, that doesn't seem right. Meanwhile, Arya said, "If he bullies you, just let him bully you. Anyway, your body is so strong, so it's nothing to beat you up." Everyone was speechless. The little girl looked at Arya in astonishment. Is this still the Arya I know? As if sensing something, the little girl turned to look at the woman in the distance, and the woman in the plain dress was looking at her as well. The woman in the plain dress stared at the little girl. "Eat my brother?" The little girl stared at the woman in the plain dress without showing any weakness. "What? Can't I?" The woman in the plain dress nodded slightly. "Come, eat him. I'll watch." The little girl pointed angrily at Dong Linan and said furiously, "Woman, do you dare to make her retract that strand of sword chi?" In the distance, Dong Linen immediately retracted the green-cloaked man's sword chi and said, "Come, let me watch you perform." The little girl was slightly stunned when she saw Dong Linen really retract the sword chi. "Did I fall for it so easily?" She didn't think too much about it. As Dong Linen retracted the sword chi, the little girl's body instantly recovered at a terrifying speed. It didn't take long for her body to recover completely. After she recovered, the little girl took a deep breath and clenched her fists slowly. In an instant, the space around her started to tremble violently. This world couldn't withstand her formidable strength at all. In the distant scene, Arya hesitated for a moment and was about to speak. At this moment, the woman in the plain dress glanced at Arya, and she immediately shut up. She couldn't even protect herself now. As for the little demon, she could only let her fend for herself. After the little girl's body recovered, she immediately looked at the woman in the plain dress, and a wisp of hostility flashed through her eyes. She pointed her right hand at the woman in the plain dress and said, "Woman, do you dare to come and fight me?" Yi Xian was speechless. Dong Linen glanced at the little girl and said softly, "How courageous." In the scene, the woman in the plain dress looked at Arya. "Did you give her the courage?" Arya hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm not very familiar with her." The little girl suddenly said angrily, "Arya, are you still the Arya I know? What was so scary about this woman? Watch carefully, I'm going to eat her raw." Arya hesitated for a moment, then said, "Little demon, if you become a vegetarian now, you may still have a way to survive." The little girl looked directly at the plain-dressed woman, her expression savage. "Woman, do you dare to come and fight with me?" The plainly dressed woman looked at the little girl. "There's no need to come over." As soon as she finished speaking, the walk sword in her hand suddenly transformed into a ray of light that vanished without a trace. In the next moment, a sword suddenly appeared in the space above the little girl. It was the walking sword of the way. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed drastically when they saw this sword, death. At this moment, besides Yi Xian, everyone else here had sensed the aura of death. Everyone had the same thought in their minds: if this sword fell, they would definitely die. Everyone's eyes were filled with terror as they gazed at the way sword. The little girl's expression had instantly become solemn at this moment. But in the next moment, a wisp of viciousness flashed through her eyes. She stomped the ground lightly with her right foot, and then her figure transformed. In the next moment, a demon beast shaped like a tiger appeared here. The demon beast was shaped like a tiger. It had 4 tails, a horn, crimson red eyes, and a ferocious glow. It was the little demon. Moreover, it was her true form. After she returned to her true form, the little demon suddenly raised her head and roared furiously, causing the starry sky to tremble. In the next moment, she leaped up and collided with the way sword. This collision seemed like it intended to tear the world into pieces, and it was extremely shocking. Under everyone's gaze, the little demon collided with the Dawok sword. Bang! In an instant, the little demon's body was blasted into pieces. It was like an egg had smashed against a hard rock. Bang! The little demon instantly crashed to the ground, and then she was nailed to the ground by the way sword. She was unable to move at all. It was over. The surroundings were deathly silent to the point a falling needle could be heard. The experts of the demon sect had ashen expressions on their faces, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. The invincible sect master of the demon sect was defeated just like that. He wasn't able to fight back at all. In the distance, Dong Linen glanced at the plainly dressed woman with a trace of fear in his eyes. On the other side, Envoy Nan was overjoyed after her initial shock. At this moment, the blood in her entire body was boiling. Damn it, she'd won the bet. Envoy Nan had won the bet. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion could be said to be sharing life and death with Yi Xian today. Moreover, Yi Xian had such a terrifying expert standing behind him. What did that mean? It meant that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion had gained an extraordinary ally. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion was a merchant group, and what did a merchant need the most? The first was money, and the second was allies. Most of the time, allies were even more important than money. Because having money would cause many to covet it, and having a strong ally would deter the powers that coveted the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. In short, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion had made the right bet this time. If they made good use of it, it would be sufficient for them to obtain boundless benefits. Of course, she was extremely shocked right now. There was actually such an expert in the world. The strength of the sect master of the demon sect was extremely terrifying. Yet he didn't even have the ability to fight back before this woman. How strong is this woman in a plain dress? In the distant image, the woman in a plain dress gazed at Xiaoyao, who was pinned to the ground with a calm expression, and there wasn't a trace of emotion in her eyes. On the ground, Xiaoyao's face was filled with bewilderment. I was defeated with a single move again. Am I dreaming? Xiaoyao raised his head to look at the woman in the image, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. This is impossible. On Arya's shoulder, Xiaobai hesitated for a moment, and then it started waving its claws. In the end, it pointed at its own head. Yi Xian hurriedly asked. Xiao Ta, what is Xiaobai saying? Xiao Ta spoke in a low voice. She's saying that Xiaoyao shouldn't just focus on cultivating his strength, he should also cultivate his brain. Besides that, she said not to offend big sister Tianming, so she didn't. So, she hasn't been hit before. Yi Xian glanced at Xiaobai, and Xiaobai glanced at Tianming before hurriedly hiding behind Arya. Tianming looked at Xiaobai. Seeing Tianming looking at her, Xiaobai blinked and then broke into a radiant smile. Tianming retracted her gaze and turned to Yi Xian. When her gaze landed on Yi Xian, the coldness in her eyes had vanished. Yi Xian smiled. Qing. Tianming nodded. Continue playing. I have something to do. As she spoke, the image was about to disappear. At this moment, Yi Xian hurriedly asked, Qing, can you help me with a small matter? Qing asked, destroy the universe you are in? Yi Xian's expression froze. At this moment, Qing nodded. Sure. As she spoke, the walk sword on Xiaoyao's body suddenly shot into the sky. In the next instant, the sword hung upside down. In an instant, the entire demon immortal realm was set ablaze. No, the entire universe was set ablaze. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, because they realized that this sword wasn't aimed at just one person, but all of them. Was this the end of the world? Everyone was shocked. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Qing, it's not destroying the universe. No. He was sweating profusely. If Qing's sword descended, no one here besides him could survive. When she heard Yi Xian, Tianming blinked. Isn't it? Yi Xian nodded. Tianming nodded slightly. She opened her palm, and the walk sword returned to her hand. Everyone instantly heaved a sigh of relief. If this sword were to fall, then everyone would be finished. Yi Xian broke out in cold sweat. Qing spoke of destroying the universe as if it was a game. Needless to say, Qing was very dangerous. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian opened his palm and said, Qing, can you help me modify the Xiao Ta? Hearing this, Xiao Ta's voice suddenly trembled. Young master, you actually thought of me. I'm so touched. I won't scold you in my heart anymore. Yi Xian was speechless. When she heard Yi Xian, Tianming's gaze descended onto Xiao Ta, and she fell silent for a moment before she said, how do you want to modify him? Yi Xian smiled, Qing, do as you see fit. In any case, try your best to make him stronger. Tianming gazed at Xiao Ta, do you have any requests? Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment and said, I want him to be invincible beneath 3 strikes. Yi Xian's face froze. Damn it. This Xiao Ta really dares to speak such words. Tianming's expression was calm. You're just a Ta. Xiao Ta was speechless. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, Qing, do as you see fit. Tianming nodded slightly. In the next moment, she opened her palm, and Xiao Ta appeared there. Yi Xian's expression instantly changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. That's too awesome. It's like the distance between space and time doesn't exist before Qing. That's too awesome. Qing gazed at Xiao Ta in her hand. After a moment of silence, she opened her left palm, and a strand of sword energy appeared in her hand. In the next moment, the sword energy shot into Xiao Ta. Bang! Xiao Ta shuddered violently. Yi Xian gazed at Xiao Ta with slight anticipation. After Qing had modified Xiao Ta had obtained heaven-defying cultivation abilities, and he'd obtained benefits from Xiao Ta. After all, if he didn't possess the ability to reverse time within Xiao Ta's body, then he wouldn't have been able to slash the future. This time, what special ability would Xiao Ta possess? At this moment, Tianming suddenly looked at Arya. Arya's eyelids twitched when she saw Tianming looking at her, but she was still slightly stubborn. She clenched her right fist slowly. Woman, I can't defeat you now. Do you dare to give me some time? Tianming looked at Arya. How long? Arya hesitated for a moment, and then she turned to look at Little White. How much time is suitable for us? Little White blinked, and then she stretched out her little claw. Arya glanced at Little White's little claw, and then she turned to look at Tianming, who was in the distance. Then, she stretched out her little claw as well. Little White said, 500 million years. You give us 500 million years. Hearing this, Little White looked at Arya in astonishment. 500 million years, Yi Xian almost fainted when he heard Arya's words. Tianming looked at Arya without saying a word. Arya hesitated and said, it's not good to fight and kill. Tianming, don't be so hot-tempered. Look at me, I've changed a lot. Little White looked at Arya and blinked its eyes. Tianming looked at Arya and opened her palm. The two broken horns that were floating not far behind Arya suddenly flew into her hand. Tianming directly stabbed the two broken horns into the top of the pagoda. Boom! Xiao Ta trembled violently and a terrifying force swept out from his body. Xiao Ta with horns. Tianming opened her palm and Xiao Ta returned to Yi Xian. Tianming looked at Yi Xian and said softly, brother, I'm going to settle some things. Have fun. If one day you don't want to work hard anymore, tell me and I'll protect you for life. Yi Xian was speechless. Tianming took one last look at Yi Xian before turning around. At this moment, Yi Xian hurriedly said, Qing why don't you not hit Arya next time? He felt that it was necessary to plead for Arya. Otherwise, Arya would be too miserable. Tianming nodded. All right. Then, the image suddenly disappeared. The moment the image disappeared, Yi Xian noticed that Qing suddenly dashed into the distance. She seemed to be in a hurry. Yi Xian frowned. Did Qing encounter something? Xiao Ta suddenly said excitedly, young master, I'm awesome. Yi Xian was speechless. Dong Linan walked to Yi Xian's side and looked at the little demon lying on the ground. What should we do with her? Yi Xian glanced at the little demon whose face was filled with bewilderment. Kill all the monsters in the demon realm under her. Kill. As soon as she finished speaking, Dong Linan waved her right hand lightly, and the 16 god slayers behind her charged forward. In the next moment, numerous shrill and miserable cries resounded. At this time, the little demon suddenly sat up. She looked at Yi Xian and said angrily, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm and the Qingxian sword flew out. In the next moment, the Qingxian sword sank into the little demon's glabella. Boom! Xiaoyao's body shook violently, and his soul quickly dissipated. Yi Xian stared at the little demon and said, I wanted to spare your life for the sake of Arya, but now it seems that you still don't see the facts clearly. In this case, you can accompany your evil beasts. His voice fell. Boom! The azure profound sword had completely absorbed the little demon's soul. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword flew across the field, crazily absorbing the souls of the demonic beasts. The souls of these demonic beasts were great nourishment. It would be a waste not to absorb them. It didn't take long for the souls of all the demon beasts present to be completely absorbed. And all the demonic beasts of the demon sect were slaughtered. At the side, Nan Yu and the other experts of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion fell silent. The powerful demon sect was destroyed just like that. They had to admit that at this moment, there was no strongest in this world, only stronger. The Celestial Treasure Pavilion must learn from this. At this moment, Dong Linan suddenly looked at Nan Yu. You're from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Nan Yu smiled, yes. Dong Linan nodded. From today onwards, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion is an ally of the Xian world. As long as the Yang family exists, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion will never perish. The Yang family, Nan Yu blinked, the Yang family. At the side, Xiao Ta suddenly said, beautiful sister, hurry up and thank Madam. Do you know that with Madam's words, no one will ever dare to bully the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Nan Yu hesitated, and then bowed slightly, thank you. Actually, she had some doubts in her heart. The Yang family, she really hadn't heard of it. Dong Linan nodded slightly, and then she looked at Yi Xian, are you going back to the Xian world with them? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, I'm going back to Pine Prefecture. He hadn't returned to Pine Prefecture for a long time, and it was time to go back and take a look. Dong Linan thought for a moment, and then she nodded, all right. As she spoke, she turned to look at the white-robed woman, Xianxia, who lowered her head slightly and remained silent. Dong Linen's gaze gradually turned cold, and then she said, all of you go back. Go back. The 4 gods bowed slightly, and then they turned around and left. The 16 god slaughterers left as well. Xianxia glanced at Dong Linen, and then he turned around and left. Dong Linen gazed at Yixian, and then she said softly, live well. Mother will always be your support. As she spoke, her body gradually became illusory. Yixian smiled, wait for me to come find you. Don Linan smiled and said, all right. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and a strand of white light entered the center of Yixian's brows before vanishing completely. Yixian was silent. That strand of white light was the location of the mystic world. At this moment, South Envoy walked to Yixian's side, and she smiled, young Master Yi, we also have to go. Yixian looked at South Envoy, Miss South Envoy, many thanks. South Envoy blinked, when the time comes, we will go to the mystic world to find you. Yixian nodded, all right. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a strand of white light entered the center of South Envoy's brows. South Envoy smiled, young Master Yi, we will meet again in the mystic world. With that, she was about to leave with the experts of Immortal Treasure Pavilion. At this moment, Yixian suddenly said, Miss South Envoy. South Envoy turned to look at Yixian, and Yixian smiled, the demon sect has been destroyed, and the entire demon sect's wealth belongs to Immortal Treasure Pavilion. South Envoy was stunned, she didn't expect Yixian to do this. She actually wanted to order some before, but she was too embarrassed to ask. South Envoy thought for a moment, and then said, let's split it in half. Yixian said with a smile, great. South Envoy immediately said, quickly go collect it. As soon as she finished speaking, the experts of Immortal Treasure Pavilion behind her immediately went to collect the wealth of the demon beasts. South Envoy looked at Yixian and smiled, young Master Yi, you are so generous. Yixian shook his head, Immortal Treasure Pavilion sacrificed too much for me this time, and this is what you deserve. Also, Miss South Envoy, remember to come to the mystic world to find me. South Envoy laughed, definitely. She definitely wanted to find Yixian. The mystic world was definitely not a small place, and if Immortal Treasure Pavilion could develop to this place, wouldn't it be great? At this moment, the Immortal Envoy walked to South Envoy's side, and she handed a spatial ring to South Envoy. South Envoy pointed with her finger, and the spatial ring flew to Yixian, young Master Yi, keep it well. We will meet again in the future. With that, she turned around and left with the experts of Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Yixian stayed where he was. After a moment of silence, he put away the storage ring in front of him and turned around to leave. On the other side, somewhere in the starry sky, Yang Yen stopped, and in front of her were the 16 god slayers. Yang Yen smiled, come, do it. At this moment, the leader of the god slayers said in a hoarse voice, Master asked me to ask you, did you instruct Xiaoxi to assassinate the young master? Yang Yen shook her head. After a moment of silence, the leader of the god slayers turned around and left with the 15 people around him. Yang Yen frowned, not killing me? In the distance, the leader of the god slayers said, Master said not to kill you, but from now on, you have nothing to do with her, and you can never return to the mystic world. Also, Master said for the sake of our past relationship, I will give you one last piece of advice, never play tricks. With that, he led the remaining 15 people and disappeared into the horizon. After a long silence, Yang Yen turned around and left. On the other side, Yixian did not return to Qingzhou. Instead, he found a place to sit down. Yixian opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. At this moment, the green profound sword had a breakthrough. Previously, the green profound sword had absorbed the souls of all the experts in the demon sect, including the little demon's soul. Yixian took a closer look at the green profound sword, and he realized that the green profound sword had undergone a qualitative change. There was a mysterious power flowing on the green profound sword's blade, the power of demonic beasts. This was obtained after the green profound sword absorbed those demonic beasts. Yixian suddenly picked up the green profound sword and waved it lightly. This wave caused the surrounding time and space to tremble, and then be destroyed instantly. One slash to kill. At this moment, the speed at which time flowed was more than 10 times faster than before. Seeing this scene, the corners of Xian's lips curled up slightly. To him, this battle was not a disaster. Based on his current ability, killing a 6th stage realm expert was a piece of cake. Xian kept the green profound sword, and then opened his palm. Xiao Ta appeared in his hand. Looking at Xiao Ta in his hand, Xian smiled slightly. Xiao Ta, what did Qing'er change for you? Xiao Ta went silent for a moment, and then said, I don't know. Xian's face was filled with black lines. You don't know? How could you not know? Xiao Ta was slightly helpless. I really don't know. Xian thought for a moment, and then said, the horn on the top of your head. Is it Arius? Xiao Ta said, yes. Xian said, can I try? Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment, and then said, how? Xian suddenly slashed at the horn. Boom! Xiao Ta shook violently, whereas Xian himself was directly thrown several thousand feet away. He had just stopped when his arm directly split open, and fresh blood splattered. Seeing this scene, Xian was directly stunned. So hard? Xian looked at Xiao Ta in disbelief. What the, Xiao Ta, your horn is a little fierce. Xiao Ta laughed heartily, I know which part of me has become stronger. Xian asked, where? Xiao Ta said, I've become harder. Xian. Xiao Ta continued, young master, I discovered that Sister Tian Ming had remolded my pagoda body, and now I'm very hard. Even little soul will find it hard to hurt me. And this pair of horns is Aria's horn, and its power is boundless. If we were to fight, who would be able to take a knock from me? Xian remained silent. Needless to say, he was a little afraid of this knock from Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta said again, young master, in the future, let me fight. Let me fight. I, Xiao Ta, will finally be invincible. Haha. Xian hesitated for a moment, and then said, do you want to keep a low profile? Xiao Ta laughed, low profile? That's absolutely impossible. Young master, let me tell you, I, Xiao Ta, was born too late. If I was born earlier, there would be no 3 swords in this world. If God didn't give birth to me, Xiao Ta, the eternal swordsmanship would be like a long night. Xian. Starting to save manuscripts. When he heard Xiao Ta's words, Xian immediately felt that it was over. This Xiao Ta was really arrogant to the point that he almost couldn't recognize himself. Xian thought for a moment, then said, Xiao Ta, calm down. Xiao Ta laughed heartily, I can't calm down. Young master, let's go and stir up trouble. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. Xian, Xiao Hun suddenly said, Master, Xiao Ta is arrogant. Xian nodded, I can see that. Xiao Hun said again, what should we do? Xian thought for a moment, then said, Xiao Ta, do you want to fight Daddy? In the sky, Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment, then said, that's not a good idea, right? Xian said seriously, with your current strength, you are invincible below the 3 swords. If you don't fight the 3 swords, who should you fight? Xiao Ta was still slightly hesitant. Xian continued, Godfather, I support you. Xiao Ta thought for a moment, then shook his head, I won't. Xian said indifferently, aren't you invincible? Xiao Ta said seriously, that's master we are talking about. No matter how invincible I, Xiao Ta, am, I won't do something like killing my master. I am a Ta with morals. Xian curled his lips, just say that you don't dare. With that, he turned and disappeared into the horizon. Xiao Ta, not long after, Xian returned to Azure Province. Xian did not look for Tuoba Yin, but went to Canglan Academy first. The current Canglan Academy was already the strongest faction in the entire Azure world. Every year, countless monstrous geniuses would come to Canglan Academy, hoping to join and become a member of Canglan Academy. Wanting to join Canglan Academy wasn't an easy task, because Canglan Academy's admission requirements were getting harsher and harsher every year. Not only that, Canglan Academy had an elimination system. Every year, there would be an assessment, and the last few students would be eliminated. Not being able to enter the academy wasn't shameful, but being eliminated by the Azure Billow Academy was too shameful. Therefore, after entering the academy, these evildoers and geniuses would work even harder. At the foot of Canglan Academy's mountain stood a huge statue. This statue had the appearance of Xian. For Tsanglan Academy to have its current scale, it naturally couldn't do without Yi Xian's help. Even though Yi Xian wasn't in Qing province, but if it wasn't for him providing some cultivation resources and cultivation methods and profound skills from time to time, Tsanglan Academy wouldn't have been able to develop to its current state. Among the students of Tsanglan Academy, Yi Xian was a godlike existence. On this day, Yi Xian arrived at the foot of Tsanglan Academy's mountain. Looking at the Tsanglan Academy in front of him, Yi Xian smiled. The feeling of home, he felt an indescribable sense of closeness to this place. Shaoan, Shaoqi, Mo Yunqi, Baizai. Yi Xian grinned and was about to head over when a voice resounded from the side. What the fuck? It's Nan Lydian. Nan Lydian. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned around in unison. A woman was walking over slowly while being supported by over a dozen old men. The woman wore a tight violet robe that was extremely slim-fitting. Of course, her figure was extremely good as well. She was curvy and sexy. Especially her long hair, it reached her waist, and it was so smooth that others couldn't help but want to touch it. Her features were very exquisite as well. Especially her eyes, they were large and round, but they were slightly icy cold, and they made others feel as if they were 1,000 miles away from her. Besides that, she was holding a sheathed sword in her left hand. Nan Lydian. A wave of exclamations resounded in the surroundings when they saw the woman, and then an uproar ensued. The most famous and monstrous prodigy in the Azure Prefecture was none other than Nan Lydian. Nan Lydian was reputed to be the most monstrous swordsman prodigy since Yi Xian. Coupled with her beauty, Nan Lydian was the dream lover of countless men in the Azure Prefecture. A wisp of surprise flashed through Yi Xian's eyes as he sized up Nan Lydian. This woman was extraordinary indeed. Meanwhile, some students appeared in the sky above Tsanglan Academy as well. As soon as they appeared, their gazes descended onto Nan Lydian, and some of them even had undisguised admiration in their eyes. Meanwhile, someone asked, "Is Nan Lydian going to join Tsanglan Academy?" "She definitely is. She's the most monstrous prodigy in the Azure Prefecture right now, and only Tsanglan Academy can afford to raise her." Nan Lydian slowly walked over to a stone platform while being supported by the crowd. Meanwhile, the elder who was in charge of the assessment on the stone platform hurriedly stood up. He didn't dare to be careless in front of Nan Lydian. Nan Lydian looked at the old man and asked, "How are we going to take the test?" The old man quickly replied, "Our superiors have already informed us that Miss Nan doesn't have to take the test. She'll become a core disciple straight away." Become a core disciple straight away. Nan Lydian's expression was calm. "Let's take the test." The old man smiled bitterly. "Miss Nan, your strength is obvious to all. There's no need for the test." Nan Lydian didn't say anything else. She turned around and walked over to the statue of Yi Xian. She raised her head and looked at Yi Xian. A moment later, she opened her palm, and a sword appeared in it. "I swear on my sword that I'll surpass you in 3 years. 3 years." As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar arose in the surroundings. Yi Xian, who was Yi Xian, he was the dean of Tsanglan Academy, and he was known as the most monstrous prodigy in the history of the firmament world. His legend was spread all over the firmament world. It could be said that Yi Xian was like a god in the firmament world. No matter how many geniuses there were before Yi Xian, all of them had been forgotten by the world. After Yi Xian, no one dared to say that they could compare to Yi Xian as well, but now, Nan Lydian actually said that she would surpass Yi Xian in 3 years. Arrogant? Needless to say, it was extremely arrogant. Meanwhile, Nan Lydian glanced at the crowd with disdain. "All of you laugh at my arrogance, but I laugh at your incompetence." As she spoke, she turned around to look at the statue of Yi Xian. "I know you can hear me. Do you dare to come out and fight me? Come out and fight me." An uproar resounded in the surroundings. "She's directly challenging Yi Xian, that's amazing." For a time, countless students of Tsanglan Academy ran out. Someone actually dared to challenge Yi Xian. Some of the students of Tsanglan Academy frowned slightly because Nan Lydian's actions were truly disrespectful to Tsanglan Academy. After all, Yi Xian was the dean of Tsanglan Academy. So, Nan Lydian wasn't just looking down on Yi Xian, she was looking down on Tsanglan Academy as well. Moreover, based on Nan Lydian's actions, it didn't seem like she'd come to join Tsanglan Academy at all. She seemed like she'd come to cause trouble. Meanwhile, an elder of Tsanglan Academy spoke in a low voice. "Miss Nan, looks like you're not here to join my academy today." Nan Lydian gazed at the elder with an arrogant expression. I intend to join Sunlan Academy, but what right does Sunlan have to let me join? The elder's eyes narrowed slightly. I'm untalented, so I'd like to seek some guidance from you. Nan Lydian suddenly drew her sword and slashed. A strand of sword energy tore through the air. Nan Lydian's pupils constricted, and then he clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it forward. The space around him warped as soon as his fist was swung forward. Bang! Everyone watched as the old man was blasted over 100 m away. As soon as he stopped moving, his arm fell to the ground while blood surged out. It was an extremely bloody sight. The Supreme Realm. Someone suddenly cried out in surprise. The Supreme Realm. Everyone here was petrified on the spot when they heard this. The old man whose arm Nan Lydian had severed spoke with a trembling voice. You've actually attained the Supreme Realm. After all, the strongest cultivator in the sky dimension was merely at the Origin Realm, and there were only 4 of them. They were the 4 instructors of the academy, the 9th princess, Baizhe, Xianxia, and Xianxia. Nan Lydian had actually attained the Supreme Realm above the Origin Realm. How terrifying, Yi Xian asked in his heart. Xiao Ta, what's the Supreme Realm? Xiao Ta fell silent for a short while before he said, Young master, don't make things difficult for me. Who the fuck can remember these realms of cultivation? Yi Xian was speechless. After a short moment, Yi Xian turned around to look at a man who had a shocked expression on his face, and then he said, Brother, what is the Supreme Realm? The man glanced at Yi Xian and said, You don't even know what the Supreme Realm is? Yi Xian nodded. The man spoke solemnly. The Supreme Realm is a realm of legend, and it's currently the highest known realm of cultivation in our sky dimension. He hesitated for a moment when he spoke up to this point. Do you know the dean of our Blue Sea Academy, Yi Xian? Yi Xian blinked. I do. According to rumor, he's an unparalleled genius with unprecedented talent. He's said to be the #1 genius in history, and all other geniuses dim in comparison before him. He's someone I worship. The man hesitated for a moment before he said, Brother, Ding Yi is formidable indeed, but you are too exaggerated. Too exaggerated. Yi Xian was speechless. The man continued, I heard that Ding Yi is only at the Supreme Realm as well. Yi Xian blinked. Who did you hear that from? The man replied, That's what everyone says. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, the man continued, I also heard that Ding Yi seems to be very shameless. Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. Who did you hear that from? The man looked at Yi Xian. Everyone knows. Ding Yi is very shameless. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the man sized up Yi Xian, and then he said with a smile, Brother, you look quite familiar. Have we met before? Yi Xian spoke indifferently. Take a closer look. The man sized up Yi Xian again, and it didn't take long for him to frown. You do look familiar. Yi Xian suddenly pointed at the statue in the distance, and then at himself. The man glanced at the statue in the distance, and then looked at Yi Xian. The next moment, he was shocked. F***ck. Brother. You look so similar to Ding Yi. As he spoke, he walked in front of Yi Xian, and then he pinched Yi Xian's face hard, and then he praised, You look so similar. If I were you, I'd pretend to be Ding Yi and pick up girls. I'd definitely change one every day, haha. At this point, he secretly looked around, and then whispered, I heard that Ding Yi is very dissolute, and he seems to have hundreds of women. But for some reason, he just doesn't have a son. It seems that Ding Yi has a hidden disease, which is infertility. Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian gazed at the man and asked in a serious tone, Who told you that? The man blinked. Everyone knows. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young master, how can we tolerate this? Yi Xian was about to speak when Nan Lydian suddenly turned around and pointed his sword at Yi Xian's statue. I know you can hear me. Come out and fight me. Come out and fight me. Everyone gazed at Nan Lydian. All the students of Sunlan Academy were furious. All of them were hot-blooded people, so how could they allow someone to provoke Sunlan Academy? Someone immediately stepped forward to fight Nan Lydian. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded, Instructor Mo. Instructor Mo. Everyone turned around and looked towards the center of the mountain, and a man was walking down slowly from there. He was one of the great instructors of Sunlan Academy, Mo Yunqi. All the students of Sunlan Academy bowed when they saw Mo Yunqi. Nan Lydian gazed at Mo Yunchi with an arrogant expression. However, Mo Yunchi paid no attention to her at all. He walked directly over to Yixian, gazed at Yixian, and grinned. When did you return? Yixian smiled. I just arrived. Mo Yunchi sized up Yixian, and then he shook his head. Isn't the gap between us growing larger and larger? Yixian clenched his fist and patted Mo Yunchi's chest, and then he smiled. In terms of looks, the gap between us really is growing larger and larger. Both of them exchanged glances, and then they shook their heads and roared with laughter. Meanwhile, the man by Yixian's side suddenly spoke in a trembling voice. Bro. Yi. You wouldn't be Ding Yi, right? Yixian glanced at the man and smiled. You guessed it right. The man's face froze, and then he fell to the ground while only a single thought remained in his mind. I'm finished, Yixian. The surroundings suddenly seethed with excitement. Yixian has returned. The legendary figure had actually returned. On Mount Azure Billow, countless students rushed out, almost turning out in full force. Some elders and mentors who were in seclusion also rushed out. Not only that, the news of Yixian's appearance also rapidly spread throughout the entire Azure province. For a moment, countless people rushed towards Azure Billow Academy. Although Yixian was the dean of the Kanglin Academy, the people of Qingzhou also respected him very much because he had once saved Qingzhou. Not only that, but he had also greatly improved the martial arts civilization of Qingzhou. It could be said that Yixian's prestige in the entire Qingzhou was extremely high. At the foot of Mount Azure Billow, countless people looked at Yixian with excitement and admiration. Mo Yunchi glanced at Nan Lydian. They're here for you. Why don't you deal with them? Yixian looked at Nan Lydian, and Nan Lydian looked back at him. Yixian said with a smile, Miss Nan, didn't you want to exchange pointers with me? Come on. Nan Lydian stared fixedly at Yixian. Ding Yi, please enlighten me. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and a sword suddenly appeared in it. A moment later, she roared furiously. Myriad swords converge. As soon as she finished speaking, the sword in her hand shot into the sky, and then numerous sword howls resounded incessantly in the surroundings. Yixian frowned slightly. Is she going to summon the swords of all the swordsmen in Qingzhou? Interesting. Suddenly, Nan Lydian opened her palm, and a sword chest appeared in her grasp. In the next moment, over 10,000 swords suddenly flew out from within it. Yixian fell silent when he witnessed this scene. Prepare your own sword, Nan Lydian pointed at Yixian with fury. Yixian, witness my strongest sword technique. As soon as she finished speaking, she formed a seal with both hands and chanted an incantation. It didn't take long for the swords to tremble, and then they shot towards Yixian in unison. It was quite a shocking sight. Yixian grinned, and the swords stopped moving when they were around 30 m away from him. When they were about 100 feet away from him, all the swords suddenly stopped in unison. In the next moment, all the swords fell to the ground and trembled slightly. They were terrified, the swords were terrified. Nan Lydian's eyes were filled with disbelief. How? How could this be possible? Yixian opened his palm. Swords. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire prefecture trembled violently. After that, all the swords in Qingzhou shot into the sky and shot through space to arrive in the sky above Tsanglan Academy. In an instant, over 1 million swords had gathered in the sky above Tsanglan Academy. This included the 10,000 swords that Nan Lydian had brought with her. Meanwhile, Yixian said, again. As soon as he finished speaking, the distant starry sky suddenly trembled, and then countless swords streaked through the starry sky and entered the firmament world. In the end, they arrived above Tsanglan Academy. There were at least millions of swords above them. Everyone was petrified on the spot. Nan Lydian looked at Yixian as if he was looking at a monster. You. Yixian smiled. Miss Nan, do you want to learn this sword technique? Nan Lydian was stunned, and then she said angrily, are you trying to humiliate me? Yixian shook his head and smiled. You're overthinking it. As he spoke, he waved his right hand lightly, and all the swords vanished. Yixian looked at Mo Yunchi. Let's go. Let's go meet Elder Ji. Elder Ji. Mo Yunchi's expression turned serious, and then he nodded. All right. The two of them left. Meanwhile, Nan Lydian's voice trembled. I'm willing to learn from you. Yixian stopped and glanced at Nan Lydian. He didn't say anything, and then he turned around and left with Mo Yunchi. Nan Lydian's face was pale. Songlan Academy's back mountain. Yi Xian arrived in front of Elder Ji's grave, and he knelt down without any hesitation. A teacher for a day, a father for life, Yi Xian knelt down just like that. From the side, two people walked over slowly. It was Xianxia and Baizai. The two of them walked to the side and remained silent. At this moment, Yi Xian stood up slowly, and he turned to Imo Yunqi and the other two with a smile. It's been many years. As he spoke, he looked at Imo Yunqi with a complicated expression. The current Imo Yunqi was no longer as frivolous as he used to be. He had become more mature. Baizai was still as quiet as before. Xianxia was still a foodie, and he was still holding a chicken drumstick in his hand. Imo Yunqi suddenly smiled. Come, let's get together. You cook. Yi Xian laughed. All right. The group arrived at the Songlan Academy's kitchen. The kitchen was still the same as before. Looking at the big table and chairs in the kitchen, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, and a sense of familiarity surfaced in his heart. Yi Xian put away the green profound sword and began to cook. Imo Yunqi and the other two helped. Imo Yunqi suddenly said, Bandit Yi, tell us about your experience. Baizai suddenly nodded, expressing his agreement. Xianxia also looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian laughed. Actually, there's nothing much to say. However, since you want to hear it, I'll tell you about my undefeatable experience. Speaking of which, after leaving the fifth dimension, I was undefeatable. In order to find a stronger opponent, Yi Xian bragged as he cooked, and the more he bragged, the more excited he became. Meanwhile, Imo Yunqi and the others listened with great interest. The outside universe, in fact, they also yearned for it. However, they also knew their own strength. With their current strength, it would be very dangerous to go out and explore. After a long time, Yi Xian cooked a table of dishes, and the four sat around the table. Imo Yunqi looked at Yi Xian. What are your plans next? Yi Xian said, to inherit the family property that my mother left me. Imo Yunqi's expression froze. Yi Xian said again, it's almost a universe. Imo Yunqi threw down his chopsticks. I'm not eating anymore. Baizai hesitated, and then said, can you leave a small world for me? Qingzhou is only this big. Yi Xian looked at Baizai, somewhat curious. What do you want to do here? Baizai said, herd sheep. Yi Xian's expression froze. Imo Yunqi shook his head and smiled. He herds sheep every day. He has tens of thousands of sheep under him. Yi Xian smiled. Baizai, why are you interested in herding sheep? Baizai ate a few mouthfuls of rice, and then said, yes. Yes, Yi Xian smiled. All right, I'll leave it for you. With that, he turned to look at Xianxia, and Ji, what about you? Xianxia was silent for a moment, and then said, you once said that this is your home, and you will return here in the end, right? Yi Xian nodded, yes. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian, then I'll wait for you here. Yi Xian was silent for a long time, and then he said, all right. Xianxia was slightly stunned, and then he picked up a chicken drumstick and started eating. All right, this was a promise. Yi Xian glanced at the three of them, and then he said, Songlan Academy and the firmament world have changed greatly since I returned this time. With the current strength of the firmament world, it will come into contact with the outside world sooner or later. So, all of you must improve your strength. Even though we don't have the intention to dominate the universe, we must have the strength not to be dominated. Imo Yunqi nodded, yes. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian, do you have anything good? Yi Xian nodded, and then he took out a spatial ring and placed it on the table. There are star veins in this spatial ring, and it's very precious. Don't expose too much of it, lest you cause unnecessary trouble. Imo Yunqi took the spatial ring bluntly, and then he said, anything else? Yi Xian shook his head, not at the moment. Imo Yunqi nodded, dry rice. As he spoke, the three of them immediately started eating. Yi Xian laughed, and just as he was about to eat, a lady suddenly appeared outside the kitchen, and it was Nan Lydian. Nan Lydian looked at Yi Xian, and then he slowly knelt down, take me as your disciple. Yi Xian looked at Nan Lydian, and then he asked, why should I take you as my disciple? Nan Lydian stared at Yi Xian, I won't disgrace you. Nan Lydian stared at Yi Xian, I won't disgrace you. Nan Lydian fell silent. Not long after, Yi Xian and the other three finished the dishes on the table. Mo Yunqi wiped the rice from the corner of his mouth, and then he smiled. It still tastes the same. I still have some things to take care of. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and left. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped, and then he turned to look at Bai Zai, and then he gave him a look. Aren't you going to herd the sheep? Obviously, he wanted to give Xian and Xianxia a chance to be alone. Bai Zai glanced at Mo Yunqi. It's night time, why herd the sheep? You idiot. Mo Yunqi stared at Bai Zai. Go herd the sheep. Bai Zai suddenly slammed the table. Mo Yunqi, are you purposely looking for trouble today? Mo Yunqi's expression was extremely ugly. You deserve to be single. You're going to be single for the rest of your life. You idiot. Hearing this, Bai Zai was stunned at first, and then he looked at Xian and Xianxia, and then he said, Am I bothering you? Xian. P.S. Ever since I stopped updating, I haven't even gotten a single ticket. As expected, the world of adults is difficult, but it is also realistic. In the end, Bai Zai was taken away by Mo Yunqi. Only Xian and Xianxia were left in the kitchen. Xian looked at Xianxia and smiled. At this moment, he recalled the first time he met Xianxia. At that time, Xianxia was completely naked. Of course, he, Xian, was a gentleman. He wouldn't look at what he shouldn't see. Of course, he would look at what he should see. Xianxia glanced at Xian. What are you thinking about? Xian collected his thoughts and smiled. Nothing. As he said that, he walked in front of Xianxia and opened his palm. A saber appeared in his hand. This saber was more than 3 feet long. The body of the saber was dark blue, but the blade was as red as blood. It made people shudder. The handle of the saber was light, and there were 2 words engraved on both sides, Yi and An. Seeing this saber, Xianxia was stunned. Xian said with a smile, I made it especially for you. This saber was forged from the power of countless stars. When you swing this saber, it will be enhanced by the power of the stars. Apart from that, this saber can be used for both offense and defense. When you swing the saber, you can use the protection of love of the stars. Xianxia looked at Xian. Protection of love? Xian nodded and said seriously, that's my protection. Xianxia, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Tui, young master, you're so shameless. Xian, Xianxia reached out to hold the handle of the saber. It was cold and smooth to the touch. Looking at the saber in his hand, the corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up slightly, especially when she saw the 2 words engraved on the handle. He could tell that she liked it very much. Xian took out another storage ring and handed it to Xianxia. Anji, this is a small gift from me to you. Xianxia looked at Xian. What is it? Xian said with a smile, look. Xianxia glanced at the storage ring. The next moment, she was stunned. The entire storage ring was filled with black scrolls, and there were tens of thousands of them. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that these scrolls contained mental cultivation methods and saber skills of the saber Dao. There were even some divine skills related to the saber. I know you like sabers, so I traveled all over the world to find valuable saber mantras and saber skills for you. Xian said softly. Then, she walked to Xianxia and smiled. Do you like it? Xianxia lowered her head and nodded after a long time. Xian suddenly grabbed Xianxia's hand. He looked at the calluses between Xianxia's thumb and index finger and felt a little sorry for her. He said softly, don't work so hard. If you really can't do it, I'll protect you forever. Xianxia trembled slightly. She lifted her head to look at Xian. A moment later, she suddenly leaned into Xian's arms. Meanwhile, Small Pagoda suddenly said, young master, didn't big sister Tianming say those words to you just now? Xian, it's none of your business. Xiao Ta, Xianxia pushed Xian away. Little Joe is here. Then, she picked up Xian's storage ring and left. Xian turned to look at the door. A woman was standing there. She was wearing silver armor and looked valiant. It was the 9th princess, Xiangjio. Xiangjio was much more mature than before. Xiangjio smiled. I didn't disturb you, did I? Xian laughed and quickly changed the topic. Little Jiao, you've become more and more beautiful. Xiangjio blinked. am I as beautiful as Ji? Yi Xian's expression froze. What a deadly question. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm and Xiao came out. Now in his hand, Yi Xian looked at the small tower and frowned. What the hell are you talking about? Little Jiu is as beautiful as Ji. Do you understand? Xiao panicked. F***ck, young master, Yi Xian was a little displeased. What do you mean? You're just a stupid tower. You don't know anything. As he spoke, he put away the small pagoda, and then he unfolded the small pagoda. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian. What did that tower say? Yi Xian smiled. It said you're very beautiful. Xianxia rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. You're trying to smooth things over. Yi Xian smiled. He was relieved. He had passed this hurdle. Xianxia looked at Nan Lydian, who was still kneeling outside the door. Aren't you going to accept her? Yi Xian looked at Nan Lydian and shook his head. This girl is too arrogant. She needs to be suppressed. Otherwise, she'll have a hard time in the future. Xianxia nodded. How long are you going to stay this time? Yi Xian thought about it and said, I'll be leaving soon. Xianxia was silent. Yi Xian suddenly walked up to Xianxia and smiled. I'll take you somewhere. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian. Where? Yi Xian smiled. You'll know soon. As he spoke, he suddenly grabbed Xianxia's hand, and in the next moment, he and Xianxia vanished on the spot. Spacetime travel. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian and Xianxia landed on the ground. Xianxia slowly opened her eyes. When she saw her surroundings, she was stunned. She and Yi Xian were in a sea of flowers. Mysterious flowers filled their eyes, and they couldn't see the end of them. Countless butterflies fluttered in the sea of flowers. Cranes flew above the sea of flowers from time to time. At this moment, Xianxia felt like she was in a paradise. Xianxia turned to look at Yi Xian. Where is this? Yi Xian smiled. 9 minor realms. 9 minor realms, Xianxia was stunned. Yi Xian looked around and said softly, I've been traveling around and found a quiet place like this. He looked at Xianxia and smiled. Do you like it? Xianxia looked at Yi Xian. There should be many living beings in this world. Yi Xian smiled. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would kill living beings just to please a woman? The spiritual qi in this place was about to dry up. It was me who placed some star veins here. That's why this world can continue to exist. Xianxia nodded. That's good. Yi Xian smiled. Do you like this place? Xianxia smiled. What's your goal in doing all this? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I want to make you happy. Xianxia smiled brilliantly. Do you think I'll be happy? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, I don't know. Xianxia shook her head. Ji stays on the mountain all year round and doesn't know the ways of the world. Thus, a few flowery words from you are enough to move her. She looked up at Yi Xian. She might be just one of all the women you have, but you're the only one for her. When a woman is heartless, she's the most ruthless. When a woman is in love, she's the most touching. Yi Xian, don't let her down. Yi Xian nodded. I know. Xianxia smiled. Of course, you treated her like that when you came back this time because you gave her a promise. That's right. Men. If you like her, then you have to take responsibility. If you don't, then don't leave her hanging. She turned to look at the surroundings and then said softly, You brought me here because you wanted to give me a promise? A promise? Yi Xian nodded. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian and smiled. The sea of flowers is very beautiful. Thank you for your consideration. Yi Xian smiled. It's good that you like it. Xianxia said softly, Do you still remember the first time we met? Yi Xian nodded. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian and smiled. I especially like that sentence of yours, only when there's a country, there's a home. Yi Xian fell silent. Xianxia said again, I like that youth from back then. Yi Xian smiled. Little Jiu, do you think I've changed? Xianxia fell silent. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the golden saber that Xianxia had gifted him all those years ago appeared in his hand. he looked at Xianxia. Not so long ago, my goal was just to lead a good life with my younger sister. But later I discovered that wanting to live a peaceful life is easier said than done. As he said this, he looked up at the starry sky. Little Jiao, do you know how big this starry sky is? It's infinitely big. In this boundless universe, there are countless powerful forces, and there are many super experts that you can't even imagine. Perhaps you don't know, but there are some people that can make Qingzhou completely disappear from this universe with just a thought. As she said this, she looked at little Jiao. I also want to be that youth from back then. But if I return to being that youth, who will protect Qingzhou? Who will protect you? You like the Yixian of the past, but the Yixian of the past, he still has to grow up. Little Jiao was silent. Yixian said again, the me of the past, the me of the present, it's still me. You have good feelings towards me because of that sentence of mine, only when there's a country, there's a home. But do you know that right now, what I want to protect is not just a country, or a Qingzhou. What I want to protect is the 5th dimension, the 9th dimension, and many, many more. As he said this, he placed the golden blade in little Jiao's hand. Of course, I also understand you. This blade was given to me by you in the past, and I have always kept it close to my body. I know that this is a form of friendship. As you said just now, the reason I came to find you today is to give you a promise. Or perhaps it can be said that this is my declaration of my position. I, Yi Xian, do not like to be secretive. If I like it, then I like it. If I don't like it, then I don't like it. Today, I will return to you the golden blade that you gave me. Little Jiao looked at the golden blade in his hand, silent. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a spatial ring appeared in his hand. He placed the spatial ring in little Jiao's hand. Then he said, inside the spatial ring, there are many cultivation items, as well as some military books. Although the current Qingzhou will not have any wars, but I know that you like the art of war. Therefore, in these years outside, I have also collected some. Apart from this, there are also some cultivation techniques and martial techniques that are suitable for you. They should be of help to you. Xianxia was silent. Yi Xian smiled and said, I have indeed done all this to make you like me. But to like someone, to make them happy, is that wrong? Once when I was young, I did not have anything. Therefore, I could only give you a sincere heart. Now, my heart has not changed. But besides a sincere heart, I can also give you even better material things. As long as I have it, I want to give it to you, to make you happy, to make you happy. Xianxia did not speak for a long time. Yi Xian turned his head to look at his surroundings, and said softly, this time, I am going to the profound world, and I do not know if I will live or die. Today, we will part, if we are not fated to meet, then we will meet again in the next life. Xiao Ta suddenly said, young lord, aren't you going to inherit the family property? Yi Xian said in his heart, none of your business. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, little Jiao, I am leaving. Finished speaking, he turned and left. At this time, little Jiao suddenly pulled Yi Xian's hand. She placed the golden blade in Yi Xian's hand, and said softly, no matter how long it takes, I will wait for your return in Qingzhou. If you do not return, I will definitely follow you. Saying so, she lightly embraced Yi Xian. Xiao Ta. Amidst the sea of flowers, the two hugged each other tightly. Yi Xian gazed at the sunset in the distance, his right hand gently caressing little Nine's back. The paper window between him and little Nine had finally been pierced through. He had come this time to make a promise to the women he loved. After a long time, Yi Xian and little Nine left. Little Nine returned to the country of Jiang, while Yi Xian returned to Canglan Academy. Mount Azure Billow. Xiao Ta suddenly said, young lord, what did little Nine say to you before we parted? She actually made you smile so lewdly. Yi Xian said indifferently, none of your business. Xiao Ta, Yi Xian walked up to Nan Lydian, who looked up at Yi Xian. I know I was wrong. Yi Xian smiled. Get up first. Nan Lydian hesitated for a moment, then stood up. Yi Xian sized Nan Lydian up. You like the sword? Nan Lydian nodded. Yes. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, what is your purpose in learning the sword? Nan Lydian looked straight at Yi Xian. My purpose is whatever you want me to do. Yi Xian's expression froze, then he shook his head with a smile. How about this? You will be Art San Lan Academy's guardian from now on, okay? Nan Lydian nodded. Okay. Yi Xian flicked his finger, and a ray of white light disappeared into Nan Litian's forehead. Boom, Nan Litian's body trembled slightly, and a lot of information appeared in his mind. Yi Xian said, this is a Sword Dao inheritance. From today onwards, you will be San Lan Academy's guardian. With that, he turned and left. At the entrance of the palace, Nan Lydian was silent for a long time, then he turned and left. In the distance, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young lord, aren't you afraid that she will go back on her words? Yi Xian smiled. After she cultivates my sword Dao, she will revere me like a god. With that, he vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in Tuo Bayan's palace. Tuo Bayan stood quietly at the entrance of the palace's great hall. He was still dressed in a dragon robe. His figure was graceful, and his face was beautiful. At this moment, Tuo Bayan turned to look at Yi Xian and rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. I thought you weren't coming back. Yi Xian laughed and said, how could that be? As he spoke, he walked over to Tuo Bayan and wrapped his arms around Tuo Bayan's waist. Tuo Bayan buried his head in Yi Xian's chest and said softly, it's good that you're back. Yi Xian gently caressed Tuo Bayan's silky hair. The two of them hugged each other quietly and did nothing. In the evening, Yi Xian sat in front of the stone steps. He raised his head and looked at the distant sky. The sky was filled with stars, deep and distant. Tuo Bayan rested her head on Yi Xian's shoulder. Yi Xian suddenly lowered his head to look at Tuo Bayan and said with a smile, this kind of peaceful life is actually quite good. Tuo Bayan looked at Yi Xian and smiled. What right do you have to talk about peace when you haven't experienced the peak? Yi Xian roared with laughter. That's true. A peaceful life, if a person pursues peace when they haven't experienced the peak, then they would be forced to seek peace instead of pursuing it. Even people like his father and the others are still pursuing it, so what right do I have to talk about peace? If I don't work hard now, then one day, if a great figure suddenly dislikes Azure Prefecture and farts casually, then wouldn't Azure Prefecture be gone? Peace is a form of helplessness most of the time. Work hard. Yi Xian took a deep breath and said, Yan I'm going to the mystic world. Are you coming with me? Tuo Bayan shook his head. I'll stay here. The outside world is too big, and I'm not used to it. Yi Xian looked at Tuo Bayan and said with a smile, all right. In any case, he had the green profound sword, so returning to Azure Prefecture was just a matter of an instant. Tuo Bayan suddenly said, are we leaving now? Yi Xian roared with laughter. How could that be possible? As he spoke, he brought Tuo Bayan along and vanished on the spot. At the same time, he tossed Xiao Ta into the depths of the starry sky. Xiao Ta was speechless. 10 days later, Yi Xian left Azure Prefecture. In the starry sky, Yi Xian opened his palm, and Xiao Ta appeared within it. After Yi Xian entered Xiao Ta, he started to devour the hearts of the universe that the immortal treasure pavilion had given him. There was a 6th-level heart of the universe amongst the hearts of the universe that the immortal treasure pavilion had given him. It wasn't long before Yi Xian devoured all the remaining hearts of the universe. At this moment, his cultivation was equivalent to the 5th level of the cosmic heart realm. His strength had increased by a lot, especially the green profound sword. After devouring the souls of the demon sex experts, the green profound sword had also greatly improved. Of course, he couldn't ignore Xiao Ta now. The current Xiao Ta was also very fierce. One person, one tower, one sword. Xiao Ta suddenly said, young master, are we going to the profound world now? Yi Xian shook his head. I still have to go see an old friend. Xiao Ta said, is it a woman? Yi Xian said angrily, none of your business. As he spoke, he disappeared on the spot. Before long, Yi Xian arrived in the 9-dimensional universe. The Undying Emperor clan. As for this Undying Emperor clan that had once fought to the death for Yi Xian, he, Yi Xian, naturally had never forgotten them. In a small hall somewhere, Yi Xian and Higashi Yasushi sat opposite each other. Higashi Yasushi looked at Yi Xian. I thought you wouldn't come back. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. This is my home. Home, the Undying Emperor clan was his mother's home. Naturally, it was also Yixian's home. After a moment of silence, Higashi Yasushi said, "When are you leaving?" Yixian smiled. "Immediately." As he spoke, he opened his palm and a storage ring slowly floated in front of Higashi Yasushi. Clan leader, there are some star veins and some cultivation resources in this storage ring. There are also some inheritances that are helpful to the Undying Emperor clan. Higashi Yasushi looked at the storage ring. "We feel like we're leeches. We rely on you for everything." Yixian shook his head. "We're family. There's no need to say this. If I have it, I'll give it to the Undying Emperor clan. If I don't, there's nothing I can do." After a moment of silence, Higashi Yasushi put away the storage ring and said, "All right." Yixian stood up and was about to leave. At this moment, as if he thought of something, he suddenly asked, "Clan leader, the strand of sword chi that I left behind, has anyone broken it?" Higashi Yasushi shook her head. "No one." Yixian smiled. "Do you want me to make it weaker?" Higashi Yasushi shook her head. "No need. It's better if it's a little difficult." Yixian smiled. "Then, clan leader, I'll be leaving." Higashi Yasushi nodded. Yixian turned and disappeared. Inside the palace, Higashi Yasushi looked at the storage ring in front of her. After a moment of silence, she shook her head and smiled. This little guy. In the air above the Undying Emperor clan, Yixian looked at the strand of sword chi that he left behind and smiled. "Xiao Ta, do you think there's anyone who can break through my strand of sword chi in the future?" Xiao Ta said, "Definitely." Yixian was a little curious. "What do you mean?" Xiao Ta said, "Young lord, you don't seem very powerful now. Your strand of sword chi doesn't have that much of a deterrent force." "Yixian," Xiao Ta said again, "of course, if someone can break it, it means that a legend has begun." Yixian laughed, turned around and turned into a sword light, disappearing into the horizon. Xian world. Yixian's target this time was the Xian realm, because Southeast had given him so, he directly used the Azure Profound Sword to teleport to the Xian world. As soon as he arrived in the Xian world, a middle-aged man appeared in front of him. This person was one of the four gods, the Left Territory Guard. The Left Territory Guard bowed slightly to Yixian. "Young lord, you've been waiting for a long time." Yixian smiled. "Introduce the Xian world to me." The Left Territory Guard nodded. "Young lord, follow me." With that, he led Yixian into the distance. On the way, the Left Territory Guard said, the Xian world was opened by the mistress. There are 4 departments. The first is our 4 gods temple. The 4 temple masters are me, the Right Heavenly Dharma Temple Master, Xian Wei Jin Temple Master, and Nan Wei Yang Temple Master. Under us, there are the 8 great pavilions. The 8 great pavilions have 8 pavilion masters. 4 of them are civil and 4 of them are martial. They deal with the internal affairs of the Xian world. Under the 8 pavilions, there are 16 sections. These 16 sects are mainly responsible for implementing some of the policies set by the 8 pavilions. Yixian smiled. "What rights do I have?" The Left Territory Guard shook his head and smiled. "Young lord, the entire Xian world is yours." Yixian blinked. "You'll listen to everything I say, right?" The Left Territory Guard nodded. "Of course." Yixian seemed to think of something and suddenly asked, "Is that Yang Yan still around?" He hadn't forgotten about Yang Yan and Xiaoxi Jun. He wouldn't believe that Xiaoxi Jun didn't have someone instructing her to do that. The Left Territory Guard said, "Young lord, don't worry. Although the mistress didn't kill her, she definitely wouldn't dare to have evil intentions towards you." Yixian smiled. "She's mother's adopted daughter?" The Left Territory Guard nodded. "The reason why she has evil intentions towards you is because she wants the position of young lord." Yixian smiled. "Let's not talk about her anymore. I still have many things to ask you. Let's talk somewhere else." The Left Territory Guard smiled. "Young lord, if you have any questions, you'll have to wait." Yixian was puzzled. "What's wrong?" The Left Territory Guard said, "The mistress left something for you." Yixian was struck dumb. Then he said, "You left something for me?" The left territory guard nodded. "Yes. Young lord, follow me." With that, he turned and left. Yi Xian hurried to follow her. He had to admit that he was a little curious and expectant. What would his mother leave for him? Under the left territory guard's lead, Yi Xian came to a small hall. Not long after, he came to a stone door. The left territory guard bowed slightly. "Young lord, go in yourself." Yi Xian nodded. "Okay." With that, he took 2 steps forward. The stone door suddenly opened automatically. After Yi Xian entered the stone door, it closed automatically. Yi Xian was stunned. In front of him, there were 3 swords. The 3 swords were very, very ordinary. They were just ordinary iron swords. But, these 3 swords all contained a strand of sword chi. And he was very familiar with this sword chi. It was his father's sword chi. Moreover, this sword chi was different from the sword chi he obtained before. These 3 strands of sword chi all had the aura of a sword spirit. That demon sect leader Little Demon didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of this sword chi. 3 strands of his father's sword chi. Yi Xian's heart warmed slightly. He knew that his mother must have found a way to get it. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He put away the 3 swords. He looked not far away. When he saw something, he was stunned. P.S. Everyone said that a lot of people would disappear while I was writing. It's not that I don't want to, but if I give these people an ending, it will take up a certain amount of space. If I write like this, everyone will think that I'm in the water. There are many, many people. Jianzizai, Little 9, the 2nd floor's god, the 3rd floor, the 9th floor. Xiao Dao, Dao Yi, Mu Xiao Dao, Amu, Xiong Ho, Yan Bianshan, Little Air, many, many people. If I explain to each of them, don't scold me to death, however, I will still slow down the pace and properly end the book. Not far in front of him, there was a battle armor. The battle armor was made up of scales. It was completely black and emitted a cold glow. The moment he saw the battle armor, Yi Xian was excited. Aria's scales, those were Aria's scales. Yi Xian quickly walked over and gently touched the battle armor. As soon as he touched it, the battle armor turned into a black light and entered his body. Boom, Yi Xian's body trembled violently. The next moment, a thin layer of battle armor appeared around his body. After wearing the battle armor, it was as if it was perfectly integrated with his body. He didn't feel anything at all. Yi Xian slowly clenched his right hand. In an instant, a powerful force quickly gathered in his right arm. Looking at his right hand, Yi Xian's expression changed. He realized that his right hand actually possessed endless power, Aria's power. Yi Xian was a little confused. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young lord, this battle armor was made from Aria's scales." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Did mother peel off Aria's skin?" Xiao Ta said, "How is that possible? This should have fallen off after Aria shed her skin." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Shed her skin?" Xiao Ta said, "Yes. Every time Aria leveled up, she would change her skin and scales. These scales on your body should be the scales that she didn't want after she shed her skin. I just don't know when she changed her scales. If it's just recently, then these scales are really awesome. Of course, even if it's before, it's still very scary." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and with a thought, the green profound sword directly slashed at his body. Chi, a spark sputtered from his body. Yi Xian looked at his chest. On the scale armor on his chest, there was a shallow sword mark, but it quickly healed itself. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly lifted. Awesome, Aria is still awesome, although he didn't use his full strength in that slash just now. That was the green profound sword. Of course, it didn't mean that the green profound sword was useless. In fact, whether it was Xiao Ta or the battle armor, the green profound sword could break them. It just wouldn't be that easy. In fact, the most terrifying thing about the scale armor wasn't its defense, but the powerful strength it contained. That strength was definitely related to Aria. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Aria's body was also a treasure. Meanwhile, Tiny Pagoda suddenly said, "Young master, there's a spatial ring before you." Yi Xian looked in front of him. There was a black ring where the armor used to be. The ring looked a little weird. It was shaped like a monster, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. as if it was going to swallow someone. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He picked up the storage ring and examined it carefully. Soon, he discovered that there were 2 words on the ring, mysterious ring. Of the ring, Yi Xian scanned it with his divine sense, and he noticed that it was a normal ring. It wasn't an abstruse ring. Yi Xian looked at the ring again, and then he said, abstruse ring? Xiao Ta, what ring do you think it is? Xiao Ta fell silent for a moment, and then he said, there's nothing inside, so it means that it's a ring that symbolizes identity. Yi Xian frowned. A ring that symbolizes identity. Symbolizes the identity of the young master of the dark world? That shouldn't be the case. I'm already the young master of the dark world. Isn't it unnecessary for me to keep this ring? Xiao Ta said casually, perhaps it symbolizes another identity. Yi Xian and Xiao Ta were stunned when they heard this. Symbolizes another identity. Yi Xian had a strange expression on his face. Could it be that I have another identity? Xiao Ta said in a low voice, young master, I think that you're going to walk further and further down the path of King Kaoshan. Yi Xian. Xiao Ta continued, although mistress's strength isn't particularly powerful, she has master by her side. Moreover, mistress's IQ is extraordinary. She just has to make use of it a little, and she'll be able to create many powerful forces. My goodness, previously you relied on father and sister, and now you have to rely on mother. I dare to swear on master's life that mistress must have created a force that's even more powerful than the abstruse world. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Mother. Xiao Ta said in a low voice, young master, what do you think? Yi Xian put away the abstruse world, and said with a smile, I naturally can't refuse mother's kind intentions, but I still have to rely on myself. These were his heartfelt words. Rather than relying on sister, father, or mother, he might as well rely on himself. His own strength was the way of the king. Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts. He looked around, and after making sure that he didn't miss anything, he turned around and left. After coming out, Yi Xian saw the left realm secretary. The left realm secretary bowed slightly, young master. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, how many hearts of the universe do we have? The left realm secretary smiled and said, young master needs these hearts of the universe? Yi Xian nodded. The left realm secretary thought for a moment, and then said, I haven't paid attention to it, but I can check it immediately. After saying that, he disappeared on the spot. Yi Xian walked out of the main hall, and he glanced at the distant horizon, where several white clouds were floating. Abstruse world. Yi Xian smiled slightly. This was his own world. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly waved his right hand, and Xin Zhao and the other demon beasts were released. At this moment, Xin Zhao had reached the 5th level of the Eternity Heart Realm. It had to be said that this speed was quite terrifying. Of course, it was also related to the star veins that Xiao Ta had given her. Moreover, Yi Xian had given her some hearts of the universe to devour. Xin Zhao glanced at Yi Xian, and then said, young master, do you have any instructions for me? Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he said, young master? Xin Zhao blinked, you are my young master. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta suddenly said, good heavens, this woman is really smart. She directly became young master. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. How could he not understand what Xin Zhao meant? Xin Zhao obviously wanted to keep following him. Actually, this was normal. After all, what realm was Xin Zhao at before following him? The 2nd level of the Eternity Heart Realm, and after following him, she directly became the 5th level of the Eternity Heart Realm. Most importantly, her future was bright. Now, Yi Xian not only had a terrifying and heaven-defying cultivation place like Xiao Ta, but he was also the young master of the mystic world. Damn, wouldn't it be good to follow him? Xin Zhao had lived for so many years, and she could be considered to have seen through some things. Humans, of course, hard work was important, but one had to suck up to this thigh. If one sucked up to this thigh, one would struggle for many years less. Most of the time, a person's achievements depended partly on their own hard work, but it also depended on who they followed. Yi Xian smiled, didn't you say that you would never accept a master? Xin Zhao was silent for a moment, and then she said, unless you take care of me. Yi Xian was speechless. Xin Zhao bowed slightly to Yi Xian, I am willing to serve you. Yi Xian smiled, I will ask the Left Territory Division to make arrangements for you. Xianxia nodded, all right. However, his expression turned gloomy. Actually, what she wanted the most was to follow Yi Xian, live in Yi Xian's xiaota, and drink Yi Xian's blood, but she knew that it was impossible. She could no longer help Yi Xian. At this moment, she suddenly remembered what xiaota had said to her. It was really a prophecy. If they couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's footsteps, they would be eliminated in the end. After making arrangements for Xianxiao and the other demon beasts, Yi Xian came to the mystical hall. This mystical hall was a place for meetings in the mystic world. Just as he arrived, a woman appeared in front of him. The person who came was one of the four gods, Nan Weiyang. Nan Weiyang bowed slightly to Yi Xian, young master. Yi Xian said softly, can you tell me about this realm system? Nan Weiyang nodded, of course. Yi Xian smiled, what realm is after the 6th level of the Eternal Heart Realm? Nan Weiyang said, Sacred Heart Realm. Yi Xian frowned slightly, Sacred Heart? Nan Weiyang nodded, after condensing the heart of the universe and reaching a certain level, the heart of the universe can undergo a qualitative change, which is the Sacred Heart Realm. Yi Xian nodded slightly, tell me about the Sacred Heart Realm. Nan Weiyang said, the Sacred Heart Realm is also known as the True Sage. Reaching the True Sage means that one has completely refined the power of the universe that they have devoured. This kind of expert possesses the true power of the universe. Speaking up to here, she paused and then said, Eternal Heart Realm experts are like a good piece of iron that hasn't been forged. We need to constantly temper it with raging flames, remove the impurities in our body, and then hammer it with a heavy hammer. This process is repeated over and over again. After thousands of tempering, only then can it become a peerless divine sword. Yi Xian asked, the difference between the Sacred Heart Realm and the Eternal Heart Realm is the power of the universe? Nan Weiyang shook her head, not just the power of the universe, but also the power of the mind. Those who have reached the Sacred Heart Realm are all people with tenacious wills. When their heart of the universe changes, their divine soul and mind will also undergo a qualitative change. According to what I know, some Sacred Heart Realm experts will condense their mind and divine soul power together, breaking through the barriers of the billions of dimensions of the universe, directly merging their mind and divine soul power into the void and primal chaos outside many worlds, analyzing the origin of the primal chaos, tempering their own mind, and then comprehending how the primal chaos gives birth to worlds, from which they can break through realms. Yi Xian looked at Nan Weiyang, you just said that according to what you know, you are not at the Sacred Heart Realm? Nan Weiyang smiled faintly, no. Yi Xian frowned slightly, how is that possible? Your strength far surpasses the 6th level of the Eternal Heart Realm. Nan Weiyang laughed lightly, no, strictly speaking, we 4 God Realm experts can only be considered half-step true sages. Speaking up to here, she paused and then said, in the profound world, only Mistress has a true Sacred Heart Realm. No, Mistress might not only have a Sacred Heart Realm. In addition, there is also the Demon Sect Master, he also had a Sacred Heart Realm. Demon Sect little girl, Yi Xian was silent. He had to say that the little demon was very terrifying. Unfortunately, this little girl first encountered his father's sword Qi, and then encountered Qing himself. If it wasn't for his father's sword Qi and Qing even these profound world experts might not be the little demon's opponent. After all, she had received help from Arya and Little White. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, that profound ring appearing in his hand. Weiyang, have you seen this ring before? Nan Weiyang glanced at the profound ring in Yi Xian's hand, she shook her head, I have never seen it before. Never seen it before, Yi Xian looked at the profound ring in his hand, shook his head and smiled. Why did mother leave this ring for him? Could it be that there was some family property waiting for him to inherit? Thinking of this, a feeling of helplessness arose in Yi Xian's heart. Who could understand this kind of pain? Sacred Heart State. In the following period of time, Yi Xian started cultivating like a madman every day. Unlimited resources, unlimited time, no enemies at the moment. If he didn't cultivate now, when would he? His goal was the Sacred Heart State. He had devoured quite a lot of the heart of the universe. Although he was only at the 5th level, he could continuously temper his heart of the universe. The cultivation method of the Sacred Heart State was actually very simple. It was to constantly temper one's heart of the universe, allowing oneself to completely absorb the power of the heart of the universe, and then use it for oneself. Realm, actually, he didn't walk the path of cultivation. But now, he realized that he could learn and use the path of cultivation as a reference, just like a martial arts master. Before he created a new sect, he would definitely learn the strengths of hundreds of sects, who could create a new sect out of nothing. The process of tempering the heart of the universe could be said to be quite painful. Just like Nan Weiyang said, it was like forging iron, it needed to be tempered thousands of times. However, Yi Xian, wasn't afraid of suffering. Back when he cultivated his body, what kind of suffering hadn't he experienced? Inside Xiao Ta, there was no time to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed. Of course, to the outside, it was only 10 days. 100 years of cultivation caused Yi Xian to look a little older. The current him was no longer as sharp as before, he was more reserved. At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, have you reached the sacred heart state?" Yi Xian smiled slightly. "Xiao Ta, in your heart, am I very bad?" Xiao Ta, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, he opened his palm and suddenly clenched it. Boom, a powerful force suddenly condensed in his body. The power of the universe. 100 years of bitter cultivation had allowed him to temper his heart of the universe to the extreme, which was the sacred heart state. Yi Xian shifted his consciousness. His divine consciousness traveled through countless spacetime worlds in an instant. In the end, it arrived in a chaotic area. When he had entered this chaotic area, he was shocked to find his divine consciousness was able to absorb a mysterious power from it. The power of chaos? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Right at this moment, a furious shout suddenly resounded from the depths of the chaos. "How dare you? Which little saint are you? You actually dare to pry into the chaotic force of my mystic sword immortal sect? Are you tired of living?" As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of sword light suddenly slashed out from the depths of the chaos. In the profound world, Yi Xian frowned slightly and quickly withdrew his divine sense. He had just reached the sacred heart realm, so he wasn't proficient in using his divine sense. Thus, he didn't choose to face his opponent head-on. Yi Xian raised his head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. He frowned. That chaotic realm had been occupied. Besides that, what the hell is the profound sword immortal sect? Yi Xian was silent for a moment. He left Xiao Ta and found Nan Weiyang. "Weiyang, tell me about the universe you know." He felt that there was a need to understand the background of the universe. Nan Weiyang said in a deep voice, 10 billion light-years away from here, there is a universe called the Observation Universe. This universe is one of the more advanced martial arts civilizations that we know of. As for their strength, we don't know much because we don't have much contact with them. The Observation Universe, Yi Xian spoke solemnly. Then do you know about the profound sword immortal sect? Nan Weiyang frowned slightly. The profound sword immortal sect? Yi Xian nodded. Nan Weiyang shook her head. I've never heard of it. Yi Xian fell silent. Obviously, Nan Weiyang and the others were probably unable to come into contact with the chaotic world. Meanwhile, the left territory minister suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and he bowed slightly. "Young master, Miss South Envoy of Immortal Treasure Pavilion has arrived." "South Envoy," Yi Xian smiled, "quickly invite her in." The left territory minister left, and it wasn't long before South Envoy appeared in front of Yi Xian and Nan Weiyang. She was slightly stunned when she saw Yi Xian, and then she said, "You seem to be slightly different." Yi Xian smiled, "How am I different?" She fell silent for a short moment before she said, "Has your strength improved?" A trace of surprise flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. After all, he'd concealed his aura, but he hadn't expected that South Envoy would actually be able to sense it. Meanwhile, South Envoy suddenly said, "Let's get down to business. I need your help." Yi Xian gazed at her. "What's wrong?" She spoke solemnly, "My Immortal Treasure Pavilion has encountered a problem." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "A problem?" She nodded, and then she hesitated for a moment before she said, "Is it convenient for you to head to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's main branch with me?" Yi Xian nodded, "Sure." Nan Weiyang said, "Young master, we'll go with you." Yi Xian shook his head, "There's no need." She suddenly said, "Why not?" As she spoke, she rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. "Go. Everyone go. Everyone from the dark world will go. The more the better." Yi Xian was speechless. Nan Weiyang glanced at South Envoy and said, "Miss South, has something major happened to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion?" South Envoy smiled, it's nothing major. I just want all of you to go have some fun. Really, there's no other meaning. Xian shook his head and smiled, as if I'd believe you. As he spoke seriously, what exactly has happened? South Envoy fell silent for a moment, and then she said, we obtained a divine artifact earlier, and it was extremely precious. But it was lost. They want us to pay for it. Xian spoke solemnly, you can't afford it? South Envoy nodded, we can, but they don't want us to pay for it, and they want us to return it. Xian frowned slightly, why did they lose it? South Envoy smiled, what do you think? Xian spoke solemnly, they want to make a move against all of you. South Envoy nodded. Xian was a little surprised, your immortal treasure pavilion is not weaker than the demon sect, who would dare to make a move against you? South Envoy smiled, this is a bit complicated. Strictly speaking, it's my own matter, and I want to ask for your help. Xian still wanted to say something, but South Envoy said, can we talk on the way? Xian nodded, okay. Then let's go. South Envoy glanced at Nan Weiyang, that Xian world. Xian smiled, I'll go with you first, if we can't solve it, we'll call for help, okay? South Envoy hesitated, and then said, young Master Yi, there may be a conflict. Are you sure? Xian looked at South Envoy, do you have no confidence in me? South Envoy glanced at Xian, and said softly, I'm worried about your safety. Xian. At this time, Nan Weiyang suddenly said, young master, for your safety, we must go with you. Saying that, she turned her head to Chen. As soon as the voice fell, a man appeared behind Xian, it was the leader of the God Slayers, and behind him, there were 15 people. Nan Weiyang said in a deep voice, from today onwards, you must not leave young master's side. Tu Chen nodded slightly. Xian said in a deep voice, actually, I'm not weak. Nan Weiyang looked at Xian, I know, young master's divine power is unparalleled in the world. We follow young master, there's no other meaning, just to serve young master, don't think too much. Xian's face was full of black lines. South Envoy hesitated, and then said, young Master Yi, we really don't mean anything else, don't think too much, really, we never thought you were weak, you are still young, there is still a lot of room for growth, take your time. Xian's expression froze. Just like that, Xian was escorted to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion by the experts of the mystic world. The headquarters of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion was in Universe Gazer. Of course, the strength of the mystic world was at the top even in Universe Gazer. This was also the reason why South Envoy came to him for help. This time, Xian brought 4 God Slayers and 16 God Slayers. They were all the top experts of the mystic world, the rest stayed in the mystic world. After all, the mystic world was very big, it needed people to guard it. On the way, South Envoy walked to Xian, and then said, you said that when you see your sister, you will ask her to forge a sword for me, why didn't you tell her? Xian's expression froze. He had actually forgotten about this matter. South Envoy looked at Xian, and then blinked, did you forget? Xian smiled, and then said, this. South Envoy suddenly said, later, you will accompany me in a play, then I will forgive you. Xian asked, what play? South Envoy smiled, you will know when the time comes. Xian was speechless, this woman, she still knows how to keep me in suspense. Not long after, Xian and the others arrived at Universe Gazer. As soon as they arrived, Xian saw countless starships in the Milky Way. These starships were very large, some were even tens of thousands of meters long. South Envoy smiled, these are the starships of my Celestial Treasure Pavilion, specially responsible for transportation. Xian looked at South Envoy, transportation? South Envoy nodded slightly, we sell things, receive things, and also transport things. As long as you need, we can help you transport anything, we can do it anywhere in the universe. Not only is it safe, but it is also reliable, we can even pay on delivery. Speaking of this, she glanced at the starships, this is founded by the Pavilion Master. The Pavilion Master said, this is called free wind delivery, just this alone brings us tens of billions of star vein income every year. Xian's expression froze, tens of billions of star vein, is it tens of billions, were star veins so worthless? At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, young lord, don't be shocked. The rich people are far beyond your imagination, some rich people's meal money, an ordinary rogue cultivator may not earn in a lifetime. Yixian was silent. He had to say, Xiao Ta's words made sense. Some circles, if you have not been in contact with them, you will never know how terrifying they are. South Envoy led everyone forward. At this time, Yixian and the others suddenly stopped. He and the Xian world powerhouses looked into the distance. There was an old man cultivating there. In front of him, there was a huge light screen. He was explaining how to cultivate and so on. It was very detailed. Yixian looked at South Envoy. South Envoy smiled. He is projecting live. Let me tell you, don't underestimate him. A half-step Saint Heart powerhouse like him can earn at least a few hundred star veins a month. Of course, half of his income will go to us. You see his light screen, that is not an ordinary light screen, that small light screen at least tens of thousands of universes. In other words, tens of thousands of cultivators in tens of thousands of universes can see him cultivating directly. At this time, the old man in the distance seemed to encounter something. He suddenly became excited. He immediately stood up, tidied up his clothes, then bowed deeply. This old man thanks Brother Zhang for the 100 star veins reward. Brother Zhang is very generous. Everyone. P.S. Thanks to Zonghing Book Friend 59278520 Alliance Master Reward. Because of your reward, this monthly income will exceed 5,000. There are also many reward readers. Thank you everyone for your support. Right, wait for my next big burst. Seeing this scene, Yixian and the others had strange expressions. It can be done like this? Yixian turned to look at Southern Envoy. Miss Southern Envoy, this. Southern Envoy smiled. You think it's incredible? Yixian nodded, a bit. Southern Envoy smiled. Actually, when this method of making money was first proposed, we all thought it was incredible and hard to understand. But later we found that anyone who is willing to try it is now rich. Saying this, she shook her head and smiled. I really don't know where the pavilion master got so many wonderful ideas. Yixian smiled. Miss Southern Envoy, is your pavilion master a woman? Southern Envoy looked at Yixian, a bit surprised. How do you know? Yixian was silent for a long time, then said, I guessed. Southern Envoy smiled. Then your guess is really accurate. The pavilion master is indeed a woman, moreover, a strange woman. Saying this, she led Yixian and the others forward. Along the way, Yixian constantly looked around. It has to be said that this universe is indeed different from other universes. There are many strange things. This reminded him of a person, Ninth, that woman from the Milky Way galaxy. Back then, number 9 had also brought many strange things with him. Could it be that this pavilion master is the same as Ninth, also from the Milky Way galaxy? Yixian was a little curious about the owner of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Not long after, Southern Envoy brought Yixian and the others to the Immortal Treasure Jia. This is a relatively central place of Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Only some people with real power can come here. The Immortal Treasure Jia is not big, but it is very beautiful. There are 7 small islands in the Immortal Treasure Jia. The small islands are located in the center of the Immortal Treasure Jia, and around the 7 islands is endless sea. The 7 islands are Dubhe, Merak, Fekta, Migraz, Alioth, Mizar, and Alcade. There are no luxurious buildings on the islands. Each island only has a few very simple thatched huts, simple to the extreme. Although simple, it is very elegant. Ambassador Nan brought Yixian to Alcade Island because she was the island lord of Alcade Island. Ambassador Nan led Yixian into a thatched hut. She and Yixian sat opposite each other while Nan Weiyang and the others waited outside. The southern emissary said solemnly, this matter is rather troublesome. Yixian laughed and said, who are you and who are I? If you have something to say, just say it. If not for Southern Envoy supporting him that day, perhaps he, Yixian, would already be dead. As a person, it was natural to know how to be grateful. The southern emissary glanced at Yixian and said, allow me to tell you about the Immortal Treasure Pavilion first. There are 7 islands within the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, and the 7 islands represent the 7 island masters. Practically all matters within the pavilion are decided by the 7 island masters. Yixian frowned. Don't you have a pavilion master? The southern emissary smiled bitterly. The pavilion master basically doesn't care about matters. Or rather, she doesn't care about small matters. Yixian smiled and said, isn't she afraid that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion will escape her control? The southern emissary looked at Xian and said, no one would dare to do that. In the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, she is like a god. Xian picked up the spirit tea in front of him and took a sip. Then he said, Southern emissary, you should tell me about the trouble you encountered first. The southern emissary hesitated for a moment and said, didn't I bring many people to support you? And then many people were sacrificed. Xian frowned slightly, the people in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion blame you? The southern emissary nodded slightly, a lot of experts were sacrificed. Moreover, I'm suspected of being forcefully dragged into worldly grievances. Now, several island masters who aren't on good terms with me are impeaching me. If it was just impeachment, I wouldn't be afraid. After all, this is an internal matter, and I have a few teammates. But the problem is that they joined forces with outsiders to target me. Xian said in a deep voice, joined forces with outsiders? The southern emissary nodded, not long ago, my man received a divine object. My man fell into a trap. After he took the god item, it mysteriously disappeared. Now, the other party is asking me to return the god item. Xian looked at the southern emissary, can't afford it? The southern emissary shook her head and smiled, if I can, I naturally can. But the problem is that the divine object can't be measured with money. Xian was a bit curious, what divine object is it? The southern emissary said in a deep voice, an ancient divine artifact used to observe the universe, the divine observing mirror. In the history of the universe, there are 3 great ancient divine artifacts, and this divine observing mirror is one of them. This item can't be measured with money. At this point, she shook her head slightly, when my man received this item, he didn't know it was the divine observing mirror. Therefore, he received it at a relatively low price. But now, the other party doesn't want compensation, as long as we return this item. As she said this, her expression gradually became serious. I investigated and found out that the other party is from the Immortal Tao Temple. Xian asked, this Immortal Tao Temple is? The southern emissary explained, do you know why this universe is called the Observing Universe? Xian said in a deep voice, because of this Immortal Tao Temple? The southern emissary nodded, the Immortal Tao Temple used to be the super overlord of this universe. Although it later weakened, it is still not to be underestimated. Xian asked, how is the Immortal Tao Temple compared to your Celestial Treasure Pavilion? The southern emissary smiled, if you talk about influence, they are definitely not as good as us. If we talk about strength, we are not weaker than them. Otherwise, we can't establish a foothold here. In fact, when the Pavilion Master came to this world, she wanted to establish the Celestial Treasure Pavilion here. But to do so, she needed the approval of the Immortal Tao Temple. After that, the Pavilion Master went to the Immortal Tao Temple. I don't know what they talked about, but after the Pavilion Master came out, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion was established. Not only that, the Immortal Tao Temple's Temple Master personally came to give a gift. Xian said in a deep voice, in other words, someone in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion is colluding with the Immortal Tao Temple to mess with you? The southern emissary nodded, yes. After I found out that the other party was the Immortal Tao Temple, I felt that something was wrong, so I immediately went to find you. Xian said in a deep voice, what do you want me to do? Destroy the Immortal Tao Temple? The southern emissary looked at Xian, are you serious? Xian smiled, do I look like I'm joking? The southern emissary hesitated for a moment, and then said, young Master Yi, you and I can be considered friends. I'll say a few words from the bottom of my heart, but you might not like to hear them, Xian said with a smile, go ahead. The southern emissary said in a deep voice, I know that your background is not simple, but you have to understand the principle that there will always be someone better than you. Just like the demon sect. Before they met you, they felt that they were invincible, but in the end? They provoked someone they shouldn't have, and then they were annihilated. At this point, she glanced at Xian, and then she said, you're not angry, right? Xian smiled, I'm not angry, you're right. The southern emissary nodded slightly, I didn't ask you to help me fight this time, I just wanted you to cheer for me. After all, you're the person I chose, and you're also a super VIP of my Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Moreover, you have the Xian world behind you. If you stand on my side, then no matter if it's the Immortal Treasure Pavilion or the Immortal Tao Temple, they will all have misgivings. Xian said in a deep voice, as a super VIP, Did I only obtain the approval of your island, or? The southern emissary smiled, don't worry about that, as a VIP, you have obtained the approval of my entire immortal treasure pavilion. They might target me, but they absolutely wouldn't dare to target you, at least not openly. Because the mysterious heaven token was personally made by the pavilion master, and it has a spirit. If it feels uncomfortable, it will reject you. But it didn't reject you, so what does that mean? It means that your identity has been approved by the pavilion master. Xian nodded, I understand. Actually, he now understood why the southern emissary protected him so desperately. Perhaps it wasn't because of the green profound sword, but because she trusted the pavilion master. Of course, no matter the reason, this favor was something that Xian would remember for the rest of his life. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared outside the house, and she bowed slightly, Island Master, the Island Master and the young master of the Immortal Tao Temple are here. The southern emissary's eyes narrowed slightly, they don't want to wait. As she spoke, she looked outside the house, invite them in. Xian looked at the southern emissary, the Island Master is your enemy? The southern emissary smiled, you can say that. Xian nodded slightly, I understand. The southern emissary looked at Xian, don't make a move, or it will be very troublesome. Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, I like to win people over with virtue. The southern emissary was speechless. At this moment, an old man and a young man walked into the house. They were the Island Master and the young master of the Immortal Tao Temple, Xianxia. As soon as the Island Master entered, his gaze descended onto Xian, and then he glanced at Xian and smiled, this is young Master Yi? Xian smiled, yes. Tianxian cupped his fists and smiled brightly, and he was extremely enthusiastic, young Master Yi, I've heard a lot about you. Xian smiled, you're too kind, Island Master. Tianxian was about to speak, but Xianxia suddenly smiled, Island Master, let's get down to business first. Tianxian nodded slightly, and then he looked at the southern emissary, south emissary, the 3 days are up. Did you find the divine observation mirror? The southern emissary thought for a moment, and then he looked at Xianxia and smiled, young master, as far as I know, there's no enmity between us. Why do you have to do this to me? Xianxia blinked, southern emissary, I don't understand what you're talking about. The southern emissary smiled, we're both smart people, so let's get straight to the point. Xianxia smiled, I really don't know what you're talking about, Island Master southern emissary, you should know the value of the divine observation mirror. I left it here with you, and I was going to use you to auction it, but now it's gone. Speaking of which, Island Master southern emissary, you didn't embezzle it, did you? The southern emissary stared at Xianxia and did not speak. At this time, Xianxia smiled again, of course, Miss Southern Emissary will definitely not embezzle it. Since you didn't embezzle it, then return it to me. The southern emissary fell silent. Xianxia suddenly said seriously, Southern Emissary, you should know my feelings for you. If you're willing to promise me, then I'll give you the divine observation mirror. Hearing this, the southern emissary frowned deeply. At this time, Xian suddenly smiled, brother, is this how you chase girls? Xianxia suddenly turned to look at Xian, smiled, and said, do you have a family? Xian nodded, yes. Xianxia smiled, who treats you the best? Xian thought for a moment, and then he smiled, my sister. Xianxia looked at Xian and smiled, then you can notify her now and ask her to come and collect your corpse. Arrogant, not just an ordinary kind of arrogance, however, Xian wasn't angry at all. He looked at Xianxia and said seriously, I'm a coward. Don't scare me. Xianxia smiled lightly and maintained his elegant demeanor. He sat at the side and crossed his legs. After that, he picked up the teacup unhurriedly and said with a smile, kill him. Kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, Nan Wang's expression changed, and she was about to stand up. However, Xian suddenly grabbed her hand. Nan Wang looked at Xian, and Xian smiled lightly, rest. Nan Wang glanced at Xian and didn't speak. Meanwhile, Xianxia frowned slightly, what are you waiting for? He wasn't talking to anyone. There was still no response. Xianxia's expression instantly turned gloomy when he saw this, and he was about to flare up. Meanwhile, Tuchen suddenly walked slowly into the hall, and he held 2 bloody heads in his hands. Xianxia's expression instantly changed when he saw the 2 bloody heads. They were his people. Tu Chen threw the two bloody heads in front of Xianxia, and then he stared at Xianxia. As long as Yi Xian gave the order, Tu Chen would immediately attack. Xianxia suddenly looked at Yi Xian and narrowed his eyes. Meanwhile, Tianxian glanced at him with a trace of warning in his eyes. Xianyan's expression immediately returned to normal, and he smiled. Brother Yi, it's a misunderstanding. He immediately admitted defeat. Tianxian Island Lord hurriedly smiled as well. It's a misunderstanding. Young Master Yi, it's a misunderstanding. Yi Xian blinked. A misunderstanding? As he spoke, he looked at Xianyan and smiled. This young Master Xianyan wanted to kill me just now. Xianyan looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Tianxian hurriedly said, Young Master Yi, it's really a misunderstanding. Young Master Xianyan isn't here to target young Master Yi, Yi Xian suddenly said. Targeting the southern envoy is the same as targeting me. Hearing this, Tianxuan's expression froze, and then gradually turned cold. Ambassador Nan glanced at Yi Xian, and her heart warmed. At the side, Xianyan looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, in that case, young Master Yi is going to return the divine observation mirror for Southern Ambassador. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Xianyan and said, Do you know why you are still alive after acting tough in front of me? Xianyan's eyes narrowed. Why? Does Brother Yi want to kill me? Haha. Beside Yi Xian, Ambassador Nan looked at Yi Xian and shook his head. She also wanted to kill Xianyan, but she couldn't because she was the one in the wrong. Moreover, if she killed the young monastery master of the Celestial Cloud Monastery here, it would have a negative impact. The other island masters would not stand on her side. Yi Xian turned to look at Ambassador Nan. Do you trust me? Ambassador Nan hesitated, and then said, I'm worried about you. Yi Xian was speechless. This woman's answer was really King good. Yi Xian lightly patted Ambassador Nan's hand, and then said, Leave it to me. Don't worry about anything, the sky is falling. I'll hold it. Ambassador Nan stared at Yi Xian. What if you can't hold it? Yi Xian's face darkened. I thought you would be touched. Ambassador Nan rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. You and I are friends. You are willing to risk your life for a friend. This is a matter of course. Why would I be touched? If I am touched, wouldn't that be an insult to our pure friendship? Yi Xian's expression froze. At this moment, Xianyan suddenly said coldly, Are you two done flirting? Ambassador Nan looked at Xianyan. Young Master Xianyan, it's not that I don't know about your friendship. It's just that I, Ambassador Nan, am focused on the Tao and am not in the mood for love. I know that the divine observation mirror is still in your hands. Let's end this matter here. What do you think? Xianyan stared coldly at Ambassador Nan. How am I inferior to him? In terms of status, I am the young master of the immortal Tao Temple. My future is limitless. In terms of strength, I am ranked 5th on the God list. But what about him? I'm afraid he can't even enter the God list. In terms of looks. As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Xian. Damn, he suddenly realized that this Yi Xian was quite handsome. In terms of looks, he couldn't compare. Yi Xian smiled. What about in terms of looks? Xianyan said sarcastically, What's the use of looks? In this world, strength and family background are what matters. Let me ask you, do you have an illustrious family background? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, Young master, if you talk like this, then I feel that it's meaningless. Xianyan sneered. Meaningless? Do you know? Tianxian couldn't help but remind him. Young Master Xianyan, Young Master Yi is the young master of the mystic world, and his background can be considered illustrious. Xianyan's expression froze when he heard this. The mystic world, he'd heard of it, but he didn't know much about it. After all, it was quite far from here. Meanwhile, Ambassador Nan said abruptly, Young Master Xianyan, I still have the same opinion. Can we let this matter go? Xianyan stared fixedly at Ambassador Nan. I can let it go, but you have to return the divine observation mirror to me. Ambassador Nan thought for a moment, and then said, Didn't you ask me how I'm inferior to young Master Yi? Then I'll answer you now. He's very big and very hard. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the hall was stunned. Even Tuchen, who'd always been silent, couldn't help but glance at Ambassador Nan, and then he looked at Yixian. Yixian's mind was buzzing. Fuck, why did she suddenly get in the car? Xianyun's expression suddenly became ferocious. Woman, I'll make living worse than death for you. As he spoke, he charged directly at Ambassador Nan. At this moment, he was infuriated to the point his mind wasn't normal. Xianxian's expression instantly changed when he saw Xianyun suddenly attack. After all, this was the immortal artifact pavilion, so it might not be a big deal if Xianyun attacked Yixian here. Even though Yixian was a distinguished guest, he wasn't a member of the immortal artifact pavilion in the end. If he killed Yixian, then Xianxian could casually find an excuse to make the immortal temple and the mystic world fight to the death. However, Ambassador Nan was different. She was a member of the immortal artifact pavilion. Once Xianyun attacked her, then it would be equivalent to looking down upon the immortal artifact pavilion. Even though there was internal strife within the immortal artifact pavilion, once Xianyun attacked Ambassador Nan, then he would have to stand on her side regardless of whether he was willing or not. When he thought up to here, Xianxian suddenly came to a realization. Damn it, she's infuriating Xianyun on purpose. Xianxian wanted to stop her, but it was too late because Tuchen had suddenly vanished on the spot. Xianyun suddenly stopped in place, and a stream of blood spurted from his throat. In an instant, his head directly fell from his neck, and blood soared into the sky. Dead, on the side, Xianxian was petrified. This is serious. At this time, Ambassador Nan walked in front of Xianyun. She opened her palm, and Xianyun's storage ring appeared in her hand. She glanced at it, and the next moment, an ancient mirror appeared in front of her. Ambassador Nan looked at Xianxian and blinked. Island Lord Xianxian, look, this God-observing mirror is in his hand. Xianxian's expression was somewhat ugly. Ambassador Nan said seriously, Island Lord Xianxian, I think you definitely don't know about this. You must have been deceived by him. Right? After a moment of silence, Xianxian said, of course. Ambassador Nan said again, Island Lord Xianxian, just now, Xianyun took the initiative to attack me. You saw it with your own eyes, right? Xianxian looked at Ambassador Nan. Yes. Ambassador Nan smiled slightly. Her smile was bright. After a moment of silence, Xianxian suddenly smiled. Island Lord Xianxian, good scheming. This time, the old man lost. But after saying that, he glanced at Yixian. Old man can see that young Master Yi is sincere to you, but you did this. Haha, this has nothing to do with the old man. Goodbye. After saying that, he turned and left. The smile on Ambassador Nan's face gradually disappeared. On the side, Yixian looked at Xianyun's corpse on the ground, shook his head and smiled. His smile was somewhat self-deprecating. In fact, this was a trap set by Ambassador Nan, and he, Yixian, was just a pawn in this game. Ambassador Nan already knew that Xianyun would not give up, so she deliberately set such a trap. And the word she said just now was naturally to deliberately provoke this brainless Xianyun. As soon as Xianyun made a move, she knew that her people would definitely attack. Who killed Xianyun? She killed him. In short, her trouble was completely solved. Not only was it solved, but she also obtained the God-observing mirror. Most importantly, she didn't have any trouble, because she was killed by Yixian. Moreover, even if the immortal Taoist temple came to find trouble with her, she was not afraid, because the island masters of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion would definitely stand on her side. In short, this time, not only did she solve her own trouble, she also obtained benefits. At this moment, Ambassador Nan turned to look at Yixian. She looked at Yixian and said softly, Are you angry? Looking at the innocent and pure face of Ambassador Nan, Yixian suddenly fell into a trance. Ambassador Nan lowered her head slightly and said softly, I'm sorry. Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young master, this woman is not simple, you should not play with her. Yixian looked at Ambassador Nan in front of him and said with a smile, What are you apologizing for? You helped me in the past, not to mention using me, even if you sold me. This favor, I will return it to you. Hearing this, Ambassador Nan's right hand trembled slightly. Return the favor. When Yixian first came, he did not do it to return the favor, but he really treated her as a friend. But now, he said he was returning the favor. Yixian's voice was still so gentle, and his smile was still so bright, but she knew that they were estranged. At this moment, Ambassador Nan suddenly regretted. Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, I might have some trouble, so I won't stay here. Island Lord Nan, we will meet again. Then, he walked out with Tu Chen. Ambassador Nan suddenly asked, Are you angry? Yi Xian left the house without looking back. After leaving the house, Yi Xian directly led everyone out of the immortal treasure world. Somewhere in the sky, Yi Xian stopped. He looked up into the distance and said softly, I treat her as a friend. When I came here, I thought that even if I have to become enemies with the whole universe, I will protect her. As he spoke, he shook his head and smiled. Small pagoda, I suddenly noticed something. All along the way, I've gotten to know many women, and I suddenly noticed that if it wasn't for my father and Qing, do you think they would give a damn about me? Xiao Ta was silent for a long time. Young master, your question is like a rich second generation asking a woman in the secular world, are you following me for my money? The answer is definitely yes. Saying this, he hesitated and then said, Young master, it's not that I want to hurt you, but the reason why Ambassador Nan chose you was not because of you, but because of me, Xiao Ta. He took a fancy to me, Xiao Ta, and then for my sake, he chose you, Yi Xian. P.S. Yesterday, there was a plot related to the Milky Way. Many readers are cursing. Don't worry, the only sword will not write a plot related to the Milky Way. The plot related to the Milky Way will only appear in the chapters or in the next book. Here, it can only be regarded as a foreshadowing. As for the end of the book, don't ask. Just like the sword domain, maybe one day it will suddenly be finished, and no one will expect it. Yi Xian's face instantly darkened when he heard Xiao Ta, damn it, I really want to smash this damned pagoda. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta spoke abruptly, Young master, don't worry about this. We've already repaid the debt, so we're even. If I'm not wrong, then the immortal Taoist temple will definitely come looking for trouble with you. Prepare for battle. Don't worry, I'll be the vanguard this time. With Xiao Ta here, I guarantee that nothing bad will happen to you. Yi Xian was speechless. Right at this moment, a woman walked over slowly from afar. The woman wore a blue dress, and her long hair fluttered in the wind. She seemed very quiet and elegant. Yi Xian frowned slightly. She wouldn't be from the immortal Taoist temple, right? Tu Chen spoke abruptly, stop. The woman smiled, Young Master Yi, I'm Shui Yan, the island master of Mizar Island. Island master, Yi Xian gazed at Shui Yan, is something the matter? Shui Yan grinned, Young Master Yi, I'm aware of what happened earlier. I came here to remind you that you possess the profound heaven token. So long as you don't leave my immortal treasure world, then we have the responsibility to protect you. Yi Xian smiled, what if they attack my immortal treasure world? Shui Yan fell silent for a moment, and then she said, then we're powerless to do anything. We can only protect you. Yi Xian nodded, I appreciate Miss Shui Yan's good intentions. Shui Yan glanced at Yi Xian, and then she said, Young Master Yi, take care. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss Shui Yan, why did you come to warn me? Shui Yan smiled, Young Master Yi, what do you think of the master of Southern Angel Island? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, she has unique insight and is extremely intelligent. Shui Yan nodded, indeed. Unfortunately, she's too intelligent. Yi Xian looked at Shui Yan. Shui Yan faintly smiled. She looks harmless on the surface, but in reality, no one in my celestial treasure pavilion can compare to her in terms of scheming. The reason why Island Lord Tianxian is targeting her is because she has gone too far. Yi Xian smiled and said, Island Master Shui Yan, why are you telling me this? Shui Yan faintly smiled, I just want to remind young Master Yi that this matter is only the beginning and not the end. Yi Xian frowned. Shui Yan continued, now that Xian Yun is dead, the immortal Taoist faction will definitely not let this matter rest. Yi Xian said solemnly, she wants our profound world to fight with the immortal Taoist temple. Shui Yan nodded. Yi Xian was puzzled. What's in it for her? Just as Shui Yan was about to speak, she suddenly turned her head. The sound of a bell came from the distant immortal treasure world. Seeing this, Shui Yan frowned slightly. Yi Xian asked, what's the matter? Shui Yan said solemnly, the immortal bell has rung. All island masters must rush over immediately. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian and said, "Let's go back to the previous topic. Young Master Yi, do you know why she used you?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Tell me about it." Shui Yan's lips curled up slightly. Her wisdom is unparalleled, but she made a huge mistake. She underestimated young Master Yi's wisdom. Perhaps in the beginning, young Master Yi was like Xianxia in her heart, a brainless second generation. However, she never expected that young Master Yi was also a smart person. As she spoke, she shook her head slightly. "Young Master Yi, you treat her as a friend, but she treats you as a wooden club." As she spoke, she turned around and disappeared into the horizon. Yi Xian looked at the disappearing Shui Yan and shook his head with a smile. "This immortal treasure pavilion is really interesting. The internal strife has actually reached such a degree." At the side, Nan Weiyang said solemnly, "Young master, we have to leave Universe Observatory." Yi Xian shook his head, "It's too late." Nan Weiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Then South Envoy," Yi Xian smiled and said, "Don't be angry. The reason she chose me from the beginning was very clear. Now that we have returned the favor, we are even." Nan Weiyang nodded slightly. Yi Xian said softly, "If I'm not wrong, the experts of Immortal Taoist Temple should be on their way. Under normal circumstances, Immortal Taoist Temple would not become her chess piece. In other words, if Immortal Taoist Temple targets me." At this point, she narrowed her eyes. "If the Immortal Taoist Temple is targeting me, then there's only one explanation. The one who's truly allied with the Immortal Taoist Temple isn't Tianxian, but South Envoy. Xianxia is just a sacrifice." Nan Weiyang said solemnly, "Will Immortal Taoist Temple fight us to the death?" Yi Xian nodded, "I'm afraid they will." Nan Weiyang frowned, "Why?" Yi Xian said solemnly, "If I'm not wrong, she must have revealed my Azure Profound Sword and Xiao Ta to Immortal Taoist Temple." Nan Weiyang frowned, "I don't understand." "She has seen the terrifying strength of Mistress and Young Master's sister," Yi Xian suddenly said. "Immortal Taoist Temple has not seen it. In other words, she not only plotted against us, but also Immortal Taoist Temple. Moreover, it is the kind of plotting against Immortal Taoist Temple." Hearing this, Nan Weiyang's face instantly turned cold. "Isn't she afraid that we will kill her?" Yi Xian shook his head, "She is not afraid." Nan Weiyang looked at Yi Xian, "Why?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Because we owe her a favor. Moreover, she has not taken the initiative to attack us. How can we kill her?" Nan Weiyang's face became more and more ugly. Yi Xian said softly, "Not only us and Immortal Taoist Temple, if I am not wrong, Immortal Treasure Pavilion is also within her calculations. She is plotting something big." Nan Weiyang said solemnly, "You may know a person's face but not their heart." Yi Xian smiled slightly, "Now we have a headache because this is an overt plot. Just watch. When Immortal Taoist Temple arrives, they will definitely attack us like mad dogs. On the surface, they will take revenge for Xianxia, but in reality, they want to devour my sword and Xiao Ta, as well as our entire Xian world. After all, we did not bring many people this time." Nan Weiyang looked at Yi Xian, "Young master, must we follow this woman's script?" Yi Xian was silent for a long time, then said, "Yes. Yes." Hearing this, he suddenly felt a trace of helplessness in his heart. This Nanshi's overt plot was impossible to break. Yi Xian suddenly looked into the distance. Not far from the horizon, a powerful aura swept over. Obviously, the experts of Immortal Taoist Temple had arrived. Nan Weiyang hesitated for a moment, and then she said, "I hope young master is wrong." Yi Xian smiled, "I hope so." Meanwhile, a few dozen people appeared in front of Yi Xian's group. The person in the lead was an old man who held a walking stick, and he wore a green Taoist robe. There were 12 black-robed figures behind him, and all of them actually possessed half-step saint hearts. They didn't possess saint hearts. Even in this universe, a sacred heart was in existence that was as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Nan Weiyang gazed at the old man in the lead and spoke in a low voice, "Your Excellency, about this." The old man spoke abruptly, "Kill. Leave no one alive. Leave no one alive, not a single one." His attitude was very clear. Nan Weiyang's expression instantly turned cold when she witnessed this scene. Obviously, Yi Xian was completely right. As soon as the voice of the old man with a walking stick faded away, the experts behind him immediately dashed toward Xian and the others. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Nan Weiyang's eyes. Protect the young master. As soon as she finished speaking, the 16 god slayers behind Xian suddenly dashed out. As soon as they dashed out, several shrill screams rang out in the distance. Xian was quite shocked as he gazed at Tu Chen and the others. Tu Chen and the others were only at the half-step Saint Heart, but their combat strength was extraordinarily terrifying. Among the 4 gods, other than Nan Weiyang, the other 3 gods also rushed over. They were crushed. Even though Xian's group didn't have an advantage in numbers, their combat strength was able to crush the old man's group. Of course, this was normal. After all the experts he'd brought with him were the strongest experts of the Dark World, whereas the experts of the immortal Taoist temple that the old man had brought with him were definitely not the best. The old man with the walking stick was stunned. They're that strong? Did Nan Weiyang give us the wrong information? As he thought about this, the immortal Taoist temple had lost over 10 experts, and more were falling incessantly. They weren't a match for them at all. The old man with the walking stick hurriedly said, "Stop." However, Tu Chen and the others didn't stop. Not only did they not stop, but they even sped up. The old man with the walking stick suddenly shouted fiercely, "How dare you!" As he spoke, he suddenly charged towards Xian. Obviously, he wanted to capture the leader first. Xian gazed silently at the old man with the walking stick from afar. Right at this moment, an afterimage suddenly flashed in front of Xian. In the next moment, the old man with a walking stick in the distance was directly slashed and sent flying several thousands of feet away. As soon as he stopped, a cold light directly flashed through his throat. Hiss! The old man's head shot up into the sky while blood sprayed out like a fountain. It was an extremely shocking scene. Instant kill. Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed into the distance. There stood 2 black-clothed men with daggers in their hands. It was these 2 black-clothed men who'd attacked just now. Xian frowned slightly. These 2 black-clothed men weren't the 16 god slayers, nor were they the 4 god slayers. Most importantly, even though they weren't at the Sacred Heart Realm, they still made him feel slightly dangerous. After all, he was at the Sacred Heart Realm, yet they were actually able to make him feel slightly dangerous. The 2 black-clothed men suddenly put away their daggers, and then they bowed deeply to Xian. Xian gazed at them. "Who are you?" One of them said in a hoarse voice, "Heavenly punishment, earthly destruction." Heavenly punishment, earthly destruction? Xian gazed at Nan Weiyang. Nan Weiyang hesitated for a moment before she said, "I don't know." Xian gazed at Tu Chen, and Tu Chen shook his head, "I don't know. I don't know any of them." Xian looked at the 2 black-clothed men again. At this time, one of them bowed respectfully again. "We are only responsible to Mistress. Outsiders don't know us." Xian asked in a deep voice, "You've been following me?" The black-clothed man nodded. "Mistress has instructed us to follow young master at all times to ensure young master's safety." Xian was silent. These 2 had been following him for so long, yet he hadn't noticed them. Xian suddenly said, "Xiao Ta, didn't you sense them?" Xiao Ta smiled proudly. "Young master, you're too narrow-minded. With my current strength, do I need to care about these petty tricks? I, Xiao Ta, am never a show-off. In one sentence, I'm indifferent to life and death. If you can't accept it, then fight." Xian was speechless. Since Qing'er had transformed Xiao Ta, he'd become so arrogant that he almost didn't recognize himself. He was truly unable to figure out how Xiao Ta had become so flashy. Meanwhile, the situation had become completely one-sided with the addition of Heaven's Might and Earthen Annihilation. The experts of the temple didn't even have a chance to flee, and they'd been annihilated in less than an instant. Of course, Xian didn't stand by idly, and he immediately put away the cores of the universe. Moreover, he utilized the green profound sword to absorb the souls of all the experts of the temple. These souls were simply great nourishment to the green profound sword. However, it was very difficult for the green profound sword to improve right now unless it devoured even stronger souls like those at the Sacred Heart Realm. Something worthy of mentioning was that not a single person on Xian's side had perished. They'd been completely crushed. Tu Chen walked slowly over to Xian, and then he opened his palm to reveal a pile of spatial rings. "Young master, the spoils of the battle." Xian glanced at the spatial rings and smiled. "I'll keep those cores of the universe." All of you keep these. Tuchen shook his head, they belong to you, young master. Yi Xian glanced at Tuchen and the others, and he was slightly curious, why are all of you so loyal to me? Tuchen replied, you're the young master. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, why are all of you so loyal to my mother? Tuchen hesitated for a moment before he said, Mistress saved my 16 brothers. Not only that, she even gave us cultivation techniques and cultivation resources. If it wasn't for her, my 16 brothers would have died all those years ago. Yi Xian gazed at Nan Weiyang, what about all of you? Nan Weiyang grinned, she gave us a new lease on life. If it wasn't for her, then not to mention attaining the half-step sacred heart, we wouldn't even be able to attain the 6th level of the eternal heart realm. Yi Xian nodded slightly, I understand. He knew that these people in front of him had received kindness from him, and the reason they respected him so much was actually because of his mother. Of course, he wouldn't mind it in the slightest. Yi Xian glanced at the storage rings in Tu Chen's hand and said, you can keep them. Tu Chen was somewhat hesitant. Yi Xian smiled and said, this is an order. Tu Chen didn't hesitate any longer when he heard this, and he immediately accepted the spatial rings. Yi Xian looked at Sky's Retribution and Earth's Destroyer. Aside from him, the strongest was Sky's Retribution and Earth's Destroyer. These two assassins must have been carefully trained by his mother. Yi Xian looked at the two of them. Other than the two of you, is there anyone else secretly protecting me? God's Retribution hesitated and said, there is one. Who? Yi Xian asked with a smile. God's Retribution said in a low voice, evil arrival. Yi Xian frowned. Evil advent? Sky's Retribution nodded. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings and said, is it a man or a woman? Sky's Retribution shook his head. I don't know. Yi Xian gazed at Sky's Retribution. Sky's Retribution hesitated for a moment and said, I only heard Madam mention it once. As for whether it's a man or a woman, we don't know. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. At this moment, he thought of the spatial ring in Xiao Tao's possession. Perhaps it was because his mother had almost caused him to die, and she hadn't been with him when he was young. So, she felt guilty in her heart, and she wanted to make it up to him like crazy. When he thought up to here, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, and his heart felt warm. Meanwhile, Nan Weiyang suddenly said, young master, what should we do now? Yi Xian smiled and said, let's go to the temple and talk. Nan Weiyang was slightly hesitant. Young master, can we talk? Yi Xian chuckled lightly and said, after so many of them died, they should be able to calm down a bit. Let's go. As he spoke, all of them left. As for Sky's Retribution and Earth's Destroyer, they hid themselves once more. Not long after Yi Xian and the others left, a woman suddenly appeared here. This woman was South Envoy. South Envoy looked at the distant horizon in silence. Meanwhile, the Immortal Ambassador and the Left Envoy appeared by her side. The Immortal Ambassador hesitated for a moment and said, Island Lord. At this point, she seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, Vice Pavilion Lord. Vice Pavilion Lord. At this moment, South Envoy had been promoted from Island Lord to Vice Pavilion Lord, and her status in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was only second to the mysterious Pavilion Lord. It could be said that she was truly below one and above all. South Envoy chuckled and said, do you think the Immortal Tao Temple will talk to them? The Immortal Ambassador nodded and said, they will. South Envoy smiled and said, go on. The Immortal Ambassador said in a low voice, young Master Yi isn't an ordinary person, and he possesses a terrifying force that isn't inferior to the Immortal Tao Temple. If the Immortal Tao Temple chooses not to talk, then it will be a mutual destruction, and they will absolutely not go down with him. The Left Envoy nodded slightly and said, Immortal Ambassador's words make sense. The Immortal Tao Temple doesn't have the courage to go down with them. Moreover, the Temple Lord of the Immortal Tao Temple definitely knows that we tricked them, and now they. At this point, he didn't continue. South Envoy said softly, you're wrong. The two of them looked at South Envoy. South Envoy chuckled and said, under normal circumstances, that would indeed be the case. But unfortunately, you've underestimated the Immortal Tao Temple. You've greatly underestimated them. The Immortal Ambassador frowned slightly and said, what do you mean? South Envoy smiled and said, perhaps even now, the two of you are still wondering why young Master Yi has such a terrifying expert behind him, and why I still schemed against him and became enemies with him, right? The immortal ambassador and the left envoy nodded. How terrifying was the woman in the plain dress, even thinking about it now, they still felt their scalps tingle. That was a godlike person. South envoy looked into the distance and said softly, some of the rules of this world are unfair, and we don't have the ability to break these unfair rules, but the person behind him can. I want to use him to break those unfair rules. Hearing this, the two of them understood. The southern envoy wanted to borrow the power of the force behind Xian. The immortal ambassador suddenly said, Deputy Pavilion Lord, the Pavilion Lord. Is this the Pavilion Lord's intention? Pavilion Lord, South envoy was slightly stunned and then said softly, if she was willing, why would I need to borrow young Master Ye's hand? The Pavilion Lord. She's not interested in these things. Now, she might have even forgotten about us. It's been more than 1,000 years. I haven't seen her for more than 1,000 years, and I haven't received her orders. Has she returned to her hometown that she's been longing for? The immortal ambassador and the immortal ambassador were silent. Pavilion Lord, they had never seen this mysterious Pavilion Lord before. Some people might not believe it if they said it out, only the 7 Pavilion Lords had seen her, but now, even the 7 Pavilion Lords had not seen the Pavilion Lord for a long time. South envoy suddenly said, tell them to immediately recall all the experts outside. After saying that, she turned and left. 2 hours ago. After Island Lord Shuiyan parted ways with Xian, she returned to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The 6 Island Lords gathered. Only South Envoy was left, the 6 of them sat facing each other in silence. At this time, a woman slowly walked into the hall. The 6 of them turned around to look at her. It was South Envoy. South Envoy walked over to the seat of the Lord of the main hall and sat down. The expressions of the other 6 Island Lords changed slightly when they saw this. That was the position of Island Lord, South Envoy suddenly said, from this moment onward, I'm the Vice Pavilion Lord of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. From today onward, besides the Pavilion Lord, everything I say goes. As she spoke, an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped the 6 of them. The expressions of the other 6 changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. The Saint Heart Realm, this is the Saint Heart Realm, a true saint. South Envoy has actually attained the true saint realm. Meanwhile, South Envoy suddenly glanced at them and said, who agrees and who objects? The hall was deathly silent. Xian led the group to the Immortal World. The Immortal World was much larger than the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. As soon as Xian and the others entered the Immortal World, a few dozen powerful divine senses enveloped them. Subsequently, the space before Xian and the others suddenly split open, and then a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe and holding a horsetail whisk walked out slowly. This man was the Temple Lord of the Immortal Tao Temple, Vast Immortal. Vast Immortal looked at Xian with a calm expression and said, Young Master Yi, are you here to annihilate my Immortal Tao Temple? Xian immediately frowned when he heard this. Judging from his attitude, it doesn't seem like he wants to negotiate. At this moment, he knew that he'd made a mistake. Vast Immortal looked at Xian and said, really? Xian smiled and said, Temple Lord Vast Immortal, I'm really quite curious. With your intelligence, you should know that this is a trap set up by South Envoy. Vast Immortal's expression was calm as he said, you're wrong. It's a trap set up by both of us. However, she concealed the true strength of you and the Xian world. Of course, that's because I was too careless. Xian frowned slightly and said, in order to set up this trap, you even caused your son to die? Vast Immortal looked at Xian and said, he's just a disappointing son. It doesn't matter if he's dead. I still have a few hundred sons. What's wrong with that? Xian fell silent. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his father was already very benevolent and righteous. Although his father also caused trouble for him, he didn't cause him to die. His father was not as good as the best, but he was better than the worst. Xian recollected his thoughts and said, what exactly are you planning? Vast Immortal looked at Xian and said, you have 2 godly items on you. One is a godly sword. This sword can ignore any space and time and is extremely sharp. The other is Xiao Ta. The time inside is different from the time outside. In other words, 10 years inside is equivalent to 1 day outside, right? Yi Xian fell silent. He was not surprised. After all, he had always used the green profound sword and he had given it to South Envoy before. As for Xiao Ta, although South Envoy had never entered Xiao Ta, other beasts had entered Xiao Ta. For example, Shun Zhao and others, and even earlier, with South Envoy's influence, it wasn't difficult for him to investigate this. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly laughed and said, "His target is me." "Young master, he said that his target is me." "Haha. Today, I, Xiao Ta, will destroy this immortal Dao temple. Even 3 swords won't be able to protect them." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Ta rushed out of Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian. P.S. The smell of the ticket. Now, Small Tower did what it said it would do, overflowing with aggressiveness. The moment he charged out of Yi Xian's body, he charged at the Firmament Immortal. The Firmament Immortal frowned when he saw Xiao Ta charging at him. Then, he threw a punch and countless rays of white light surged out from his punch. Boom, as a shocking explosion sounded out, the white light was instantly destroyed. Following that, the celestial firmament was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. When he finally stopped, his right arm was instantly destroyed. Not only his right arm, but even his body was completely cracked at this moment. Dumbfounded, everyone in the area was dumbfounded, including Yi Xian himself. Damn it, is this Xiao Ta so powerful? The Firmament Immortal did not have a sacred heart, but he did have a half-step sacred heart. Furthermore, it was definitely not an ordinary sacred heart. However, he was not stronger than Xiao Ta. The Firmament Immortal looked at Xiao Ta in disbelief. "You," Xiao Ta burst out laughing. "How ridiculous! How dare you covet the #1 pagoda in the all heavens and realms? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you think you are worthy of my loyalty?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged into the distance. The entire world of immortals turned illusory after the collision. His strength was too terrifying. Yi Xian fell silent. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. Damn it, the pagoda's current strength was simply too terrifying. Even he was somewhat fearful of this collision. In the distance, the Celestial's expression changed when he saw the tiny pagoda charging towards him, and then he suddenly waved the horsetail whisk in his left hand. In an instant, the horsetail whisk transformed into a river that was tens of thousands of meters long. Boundless energy poured out from the river and blasted towards the tiny pagoda. In an instant, the entire space in the surroundings started to boil violently like water that was boiling. At this moment, Xiao Ta charged at him. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the 10,000 zhang long river turned into dust. The next moment, the celestial firmament was sent flying tens of thousands of zhang away. This time, when he stopped moving, his physical body was destroyed and only his soul was left. Yi Xian and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. From afar, Xiao Ta suddenly laughed. "That's it?" Yi Xian was speechless. The Firmament Immortal glared at Xiao Ta, his eyes filled with anger and malevolence. He was actually looked down upon by a pagoda. At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly smiles disdainfully. "Immortal Dao Temple, all of you come at me together. I'm invincible, so do whatever you want." Yi Xian was speechless. Little Soul suddenly said, "Young lord, don't you care about it?" Yi Xian's face darkened. "I'm afraid it doesn't even care about Dad now, let alone me. Let it continue to float. I can't stay cool for more than 3 days. It should be about the same." Xiao Hun, from afar, Xiao Ta was trembling slightly. Powerful auras continuously surged out from its body. At this moment, it gave off a feeling that it was the only supreme being in this world. The Firmament Immortal glared at Xiao Ta, his face extremely ugly. "Destroy it. Destroy it." Just as he finished speaking, many mysterious experts from the Immortal Dao Temple appeared in the surroundings. Yi Xian took a glance at them, but there was still no Sacred Heart state. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian frowned slightly. Could it be that this Immortal Dao Temple doesn't have Sacred Heart state? That shouldn't be the case. At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young lord, watch and see how I destroy the Immortal Dao Temple." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly rammed forward again. He didn't know any martial arts, he only knew how to ram. However, it was really terrifying because after being modified by Qing it had undergone earth-shattering changes. Especially the horn on its head. That horn was something that could withstand the Qingxian sword. Xiao Ta directly faced the group of Immortal Tao Temple's experts head-on. His fighting style was very simple, he just rammed forward and hit whoever he hit. Although it was a random attack, Yi Xian and the others realized that the group of Immortal Tao Temple's experts couldn't do anything to him. Because he was too tough, even those half-step Sacred Heart State experts couldn't do anything to him. Just like that, Xiao Ta used the power of a pagoda to fight the entire Immortal Tao Temple head-on. Yi Xian and the others who were standing at the side were dumbfounded. Next to Yi Xian, Nan Weiyang said, "Do you need help?" Yi Xian looked at Xiao Ta and was about to speak when Xiao Ta suddenly laughed. "Young lord, I'm invincible, don't help me." Yi Xian, Nan Weiyang's expression became a little strange. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Kill." Just as he finished speaking, the group of experts beside him directly rushed out. He knew that this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. Since it couldn't be resolved peacefully, he chose to kill them all. Right at this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian and said angrily, "Young lord, I already said I don't want to help." Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. Hearing this, Xiao Ta was shocked and hurriedly said, "Young lord, whatever you say." Yi Xian's face was expressionless. "Come back." Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment and then turned into a ray of light and returned to Yi Xian. Xiao Ta said softly, "Young lord, I just want to help you." Yi Xian looked at Xiao Ta. "Do you want me to call you young lord in the future?" Xiao Ta said subconsciously, "Really? Dang." As it spoke, it seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly changed its words. "This isn't too good." Yi Xian sighed softly. He was not really angry with Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta and him had been relying on each other for a long time. Although they usually laughed and joked around, they were still very close to each other. He actually understood Xiao Ta a little. Why? Because he and Small Pagoda had truly been too miserable in the past. They would be beaten up wherever they went. They had been holding it in for too long. Now that they had finally changed their fate, how could they not be arrogant? In fact, he also wanted to be arrogant. However, he still held it in, low profile. A true expert would always be low profile and act like an expert. As Tu Chen and the others joined in, another massacre started. From afar, the Tsung Immortal was shocked when he saw that the experts on his side were no match for Tu Chen and the others. At this moment, he realized that the experts from the mystic world were extremely powerful. The Tsung Immortal immediately said, "Get out of the formation, get out." Before he could finish his sentence, a sword suddenly pierced through his throat. A stream of blood spurted out from the Tsung Immortal's throat. Yi Xian had made his move. However, he had concealed his true strength and the sword that he had used was not the Xianxia sword. The Tsung Immortal looked at Yi Xian from afar and his eyes were filled with fear as if he had discovered something. Yi Xian raised his finger and swept it across the air. The Xianxia sword pierced into the Tsung Immortal's body. In an instant, the Tsung Immortal was completely absorbed by the Xianxia sword. Instant kill. Seeing this, the experts from the Celestial Taoist Temple were shocked. The temple leader was killed just like that. What else could they do? At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly swept out from the depths of the Celestial Taoist Temple. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. The aura of a Sacred Heart expert. This Celestial Taoist Temple really did have a Sacred Heart expert. Yi Xian looked into the distance. Not far away, an old man was walking slowly towards him. The old man was dressed in plain clothes, and his face was old. Judging from his appearance, he did not look like someone at the Sacred Heart realm at all. Instead, he looked more like an old man with one foot in the grave. The old man walked slowly to a place not far away from Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian. "Are you a Sacred Heart expert?" Yi Xian shook his head. "No." The old man chuckled. "You are too humble." Yi Xian smiled. "What do you think about this matter?" The old man stared at Yi Xian. "It is impossible to be kind." Yi Xian smiled. "Indeed." Saying this, he turned to look at Tu Chen and the others. "Everyone, work hard. Remember, in this Celestial Taoist Temple, do not let a chicken or a dog go. Do not let a chicken or a dog go." Hearing this, Tu Chen and the others immediately started to fight with their lives. In front of Yi Xian, the old man smiled. "What big words." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly threw a punch at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly threw Xiao Ta at the old man. Xiao Ta, boom. with a loud explosion, Xiao Ta and Xiao Ta retreated at the same time. After the old man stopped, he looked at his right hand and saw that there were countless cracks on his fist. The old man furrowed his brows when he saw this. Beside him, Yi Xian was also a little shocked. This Xiao Ta could even injure a sacred heart expert, how fierce. At this moment, the old man looked at Tiny Pagoda, and he was just about to attack when numerous shrill cries suddenly resounded in his ears. The old man turned his head. In the next moment, his expression changed because he found that the Xian world experts were crazily slaughtering the experts of the Celestial Tao sect. Slaughter. The old man's expression was extremely unsightly because he hadn't expected the gap in combat strength between them to be so huge. The old man gazed at Yi Xian and was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, "Continue killing." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and Xiao Ta charged forward. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Xiao Ta charge towards him. In the next moment, he flipped his right hand, and in an instant, the entire world was overturned. The world was overturned, however, Xiao Ta didn't care about anything and just charged forward. Rumble. This collision caused the world to be shattered by Xiao Ta. At the same time, the entire immortal Tao world started to shatter. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm. In an instant, the Xianxia sword in his hand suddenly flew out. In an instant, the heads of hundreds of experts from the immortal Tao world shot into the sky, a few hundred heads with a single swing of the sword. The remaining experts from the immortal Tao world were horrified when they witnessed this scene, and they retreated explosively. All of them looked at Yi Xian as if they were looking at a devil. On the other hand, the old man gazed at Yi Xian with astonishment. "You." Yi Xian gazed at the old man and grinned, "Can we talk now?" The old man stared at Yi Xian. "Do you know who's standing behind my immortal Tao sect?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and smiled. "I, Yi Xian, never care about how strong the backing of others is. In any case, it's not as strong as mine." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve and a green profound sword flew out. In an instant, the heads of hundreds of experts from the immortal Tao sect flew into the sky, and blood sprayed into the sky like a fountain. It was an extremely bloody scene. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Tu Zong. Tu Zong. Slaughter them just like that." After receiving Yi Xian's order, Tu Chen and the others beside him immediately rushed out. In an instant, the entire temple was covered in corpses. The old man looked at Yi Xian and said fiercely, "My temple is backed by the Profound Sword Celestial Sect." The Profound Sword Celestial Sect. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. When he'd just attained the Sacred Heart Realm, he'd encountered a mysterious expert who called himself the Profound Sword Celestial Sect as soon as he entered the chaotic world. When he saw Yi Xian's expression, the old man said fiercely, "Looks like you've heard of the Profound Sword Celestial Sect." Yi Xian smiled slightly, "So what?" The old man stared at Yi Xian. "We're from the Profound Sword Celestial Sect." Yi Xian smiled, "Is that all?" The old man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "You dare to disregard the Profound Sword Celestial Sect?" Yi Xian opened his palm and the azure sword suddenly flew out. In an instant, all the remaining experts from the immortal Tao sect were slaughtered. Tu Zong. The old man's expression changed greatly. You dare to disregard the Profound Sword Celestial Sect?" Yi Xian ignored the old man and turned to look to the right. There was a woman standing in the clouds tens of thousands of meters away. It was Envoy Nan. Yi Xian looked at Envoy Nan and said, "Miss Envoy Nan, I, Yi Xian, repay kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. You helped me that day, so I'm willing to be schemed against by you and repay your kindness. We're truly even. From today onwards, if you dare to scheme against me again, then you're my enemy. Since you're my enemy, then I, Yi Xian, will not show mercy." With that, he turned and left. Gazing at Yi Xian in the distance, the southern ambassador remained silent. As Yi Xian left, Tu Chen and the others hurried to follow him. They didn't kill the old man because they couldn't. If a Saint Heart Realm expert did not want to fight and wanted to leave, they would not be able to kill him. The old man naturally did not dare to stop Yi Xian and the others. What a joke, he was alone now. How could he dare to stop Yi Xian and the others? At this moment, the old man calmed down. Yi Xian was not afraid of the Mystic Sword Celestial Sect. If one did not know about the Mystic Sword Immortal Sect, one would be ignorant and fearless. However, Yi Xian knew about the Mystic Sword Immortal Sect and was not afraid. What did this mean? It meant that he was confident. The old man turned to look at Envoy Nan in the distance as if he had thought of something. His face was extremely gloomy. Envoy Nan, you're underestimating the mystic sword celestial sect. They were able to dominate the chaos world for so many years. How could they be fools? You will suffer the consequences of your own actions. With that, he turned around and left. The southern envoy remained silent for a long time before he turned around and left. On the other side, Xian left Universe Observatory with everyone and returned to the Profound World. After Xian returned to the Profound World, he immediately brought Tu Chan and the four gods to Xiaota. Of course, heavenly execution and earthly extermination were also included. It had to be said that Tu Chan and the others were petrified after entering Xiaota. Time was different. Xian opened his palm and placed all the star veins and heart of the universe that he had collected before in front of everyone. He looked at them and said, "Your goal is the Sacred Heart Realm." The Sacred Heart Realm, everyone was stunned. It was extremely difficult to attain the Sacred Heart Realm because one had to temper their heart of the universe over and over again. This process was painful and difficult. It could be described as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Xian smiled and said, "You don't have confidence?" Tu Chan hesitated for a moment and said, "Young master, it's a bit difficult." Xian smiled and said, 10 years in this world is 1 day in the outside world. I'll give you 1 month, which is 900 years. Is that enough? 900 years, Xian said again. In these 900 years, I'll satisfy any cultivation resources you need. There's time in cultivation resources. Tu Chan immediately said, "Sure." The four gods nodded one after another. At this moment, they were a little excited. Opportunity. The Xiaota in front of them was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. Originally, it was not impossible for them to attain the Sacred Heart Realm. After all, to be able to reach this point, their talents were naturally not weak. What did they lack? It was time and cultivation resources. But now, Xian was giving them cultivation time and resources. After making arrangements for everyone, Xian left Xiaota. He did not continue cultivating because it was very difficult for him to improve after attaining the Sacred Heart Realm. Moreover, he also wanted to settle down. Xian strolled leisurely in the Profound World. After a while, he came to a forest. In the bamboo forest, Xian walked slowly. Around him, leaves fell from time to time. At this moment, Xian suddenly closed his eyes slowly. Calm the mind and all things are clear. Focus the mind, clear the world. After a long time, Xian opened his palm and the green profound sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He suddenly stabbed forward lightly. The sword pierced the leaf. In an instant, the leaf withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just as it was about to completely turn into ashes, a strange scene suddenly appeared. The leaf suddenly returned to normal, as if it was returning to its youth. Not only that, after the leaf returned to normal, it began to grow roots. Then, the roots grew bigger and bigger. After a while, a decimal number appeared in his hand. However, it was not over yet. Not long after, the small tree grew bigger and bigger. In the end, an ancient tree that was several zhang tall appeared in front of Xian. At this moment, Xian suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the ancient tree in front of him. He was silent. Reverse, he'd first utilized the energy of the passage of time to cause the leaf to pass swiftly, and then he'd utilized the energy of reverse time to reverse the leaf. However, it was different this time. He wasn't reversing the future, he was reversing the past. What was reverse future? Reverse future was to slash the future with a single strike of the sword. When he drew his sword at this moment, the future would appear. What was reverse past? It was to recreate the scenes that had passed in the past. Time flowed by. What was the passage of time? The past was a manifestation of the passage of time. When time could be traced, then it could be controlled. Just like space in the past. Those with weak strength probably didn't even know what space was, let alone sense it. However, those with great strength couldn't just tear space apart at will, they could even leap through space. Anything that could be traced could be controlled, including time. Some experts in the past were able to reverse time, but it was extremely short. For example, they could make one's time slightly slower than their opponents. Actually, this was heaven-defying as well. However, as his strength increased, He noticed that such an ability wasn't very threatening to some formidable experts. Because if one could reverse time for a short while, then so could their opponent. However, the reverse he'd just executed was completely different from the reverse of those experts. What was the source of a leaf? Naturally, it was a tree. If a sword could slash the future, why couldn't it slash the past? Slash it. Thinking of this, Xian's right hand suddenly began to exert force. How could he slash it? Slash the opponent's past with one sword? At first glance, it sounded very mysterious. If a person's past was slashed, then would that person's present still exist? Xian fell silent. He noticed that his head was suddenly aching. A moment later, Xian suddenly looked at the ancient tree in front of him. In the next moment, he slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, the space-time in front of him directly distorted. After a long time, Xian's entire body became illusory. Then, the space-time in which he was in began to abstract, like rippling water. After a few breaths, Xian returned to a quarter of an hour ago, forcefully reverse. At this moment, the ancient tree in front of him was just a leaf. Xian slashed with his sword, Qi, the leaf was directly annihilated. In the next moment, Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. He noticed that his body and soul were actually disappearing bit by bit. Xian's heart was filled with shock. What happened? Xian did not have time to think too much. He quickly used the green profound sword to return to the present. When he returned to the present, Xian discovered that his body and soul were illusory. Not only that, he also discovered that he did not seem to be in this space-time. Could it be that he had not returned from the past? Xian's heart was filled with shock. What was going on? At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly chuckled. Young master, who asked you to play around with time? Now you're confused, aren't you? Xian said in a low voice. Xiao Ta, do you know what my current situation is? Xiao Ta said, I don't know. Xian, at this moment, Xian's expression suddenly changed. Because he discovered that his body and soul seemed to be disappearing, Xian's heart was filled with shock. He quickly opened his right hand. Xiao Hun, suppress me. As soon as he finished speaking, the green profound sword merged with him. Bang! When the green profound sword merged with him, Xian discovered that his body and soul that seemed to be disappearing were slowly returning to normal. Seeing this, Xian instantly heaved a sigh of relief. However, he discovered that the world around him was not right. He was still not in the original space-time. In other words, he had not returned to the time before he returned to the future. Right now, he was still in a strange space-time phase. The future, or the past? Xian was stunned. He felt that he had played with himself until he was crippled. What was going on? At this moment, Xian suddenly opened his palm. Xiao Ta appeared in his hand, and Xiao Ta also became illusory. F***ck. Xiao Ta suddenly jumped up. F***ck. That's impossible. I am the #1 tower in the heavens and realms. How could I disappear? Xian looked at Xiao Ta in front of him. Xiao Ta was disappearing at a very terrifying speed. It was not the flow of time. He couldn't tell what kind of power it was. However, he carefully discovered that although Xiao Ta was disappearing, Arya's horn was not disappearing. However, Arya's horn was also undergoing a subtle change. It seemed to be fading. What was going on? Xian was stunned. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said in a trembling voice, Young lord, quickly take me back. Xian said indifferently, didn't you say that you are the #1 tower in the heavens and realms? Don't be afraid. Xiao Ta was a little panicked. Young lord, if you don't take me back, Tu Chen and the others in the tower will all die. Hearing this, Xian quickly took Xiao Ta back into his body. At this moment, Little Soul suddenly said in a trembling voice, Young lord, I am also disappearing. Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. He discovered that the green profound sword was also disappearing. Xian's face turned pale. F***ck, I've gone too far. At this moment, a sword that appeared out of nowhere suddenly fell in front of Xian. The next moment, the time and space around Xian trembled violently. Walking sword. The walking sword suddenly slashed lightly. Qi! Xian suddenly heard a tearing sound as if something was torn apart. At this moment, an extremely terrifying voice suddenly came from all around. Who dares to tear the barrier of time and reverse time? Are you tired of living? F***ck. So it's the Destiny boss. The Time Master greets the Destiny Boss. Destiny Boss, I kowtow to you. Thump. The sound of kowtowing echoed in the endless universe. P.S. Monthly ticket? F*CK, I kowtow to you. Kowtow. Yi Xian was struck dumb by the sound of the kowtow. What the hell? At that moment, the walking sword suddenly floated in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then held the walking sword. The next moment, he felt the world before him shatter, then the world returned to normal. Yi Xian looked around, and his eyes were a little dazed. It was still the same bamboo forest, but he had a feeling that it was a lifetime ago. In front of him, the ancient tree from before was gone. What the hell happened? Yi Xian looked at the walking sword in his hand and said softly, "Chinger." At this moment, the space in front of Yi Xian suddenly trembled slightly. In the next moment, a beam of white light landed in front of Yi Xian. An old man could be vaguely seen in that beam of white light. However, Yi Xian could not see his appearance clearly. But he could see that the old man was kneeling. "Time Master?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, "Senior?" Time Master hurriedly said, "You flatter me. You flatter me." Yi Xian was speechless. Time Master hesitated for a moment, then said, "Young Master Yi, how did you enter the River of Time?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. "River of Time?" Time Master glanced at Yi Xian, a little cautious. "You don't know?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't know." Time Master hesitated for a moment, then said, "Young Master Yi, are you at Sacred Heart State now?" Yi Xian nodded, "Yes." Time Master frowned slightly, a flash of doubt in his eyes. How can Sacred Heart State enter the River of Time, and reverse time? Then, he suddenly looked at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. When he saw the green profound sword, he understood everything. Young Master Yi cheated to enter the River of Time. Time Master was speechless at that thought. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Senior, can you introduce me to?" The Time Lord suddenly said with a trembling voice, "Young Master Yi, please don't call me Senior. I'm afraid of death." Yi Xian was speechless. "Then what should I call you?" The Time Lord hesitated for a moment and said, "Just call me Gongfu." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Gongfu, can you tell me what happened to me just now?" After a moment of silence, the Time Lord said, "Young Master Leaf, time is like a long river. That river is divided into the past, the present, and the future. You just went back to the past. If you just went back to the past, it wouldn't be a big problem. But after going back to the past, you changed the future. Doing that is equivalent to breaking the magical laws of time, and breaking the magical laws of time will cause you to suffer the backlash of time. You were trapped in the seamless world just now." Yi Xian frowned. "Seamless realm?" The Time Master nodded. "Not in the past, not in the future, not in the present. Those who are in the seamless world will be erased by time." Yi Xian glanced at the Time Lord and said, "Gongfu, do you want to stand up and talk?" The Time Lord hurriedly shook his head. No. I just like kneeling." Yi Xian was speechless. The Time Lord continued, "Young Master Leaf, with your current strength, you can't enter the River of Time and change time." Yi Xian said solemnly, "What realm do I need to be able to enter the River of Time and change time?" The Time Lord thought about it for a moment and said, "At least immortal." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "The immortal realm?" The Time Lord nodded. "Immortal body, immortal soul, and immortal will. Only those three immortals can enter the River of Time. However, they can't change time. In order to change time, one must be immortal. In other words, one's body, soul, and will must be immortal. Only then can one not fear the seamless world and travel freely between the past, present, and future." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression became solemn. "According to what you've said, if one can achieve immortal, wouldn't they be invincible?" The Time Lord nodded. "If one can achieve that, there are indeed few who can rival them in the world. However, to say that they are invincible is a bit too much." Yi Xian looked at the Time Lord and asked, "Even that isn't invincible?" The Time Lord smiled bitterly. "Of course." Yi Xian did not understand. "Why?" The Time Lord thought about it and said, "I am the Time Lord. I control the River of Time. Even if you achieve immortal, as long as I want, I can decide your life or death with a thought. Yi Xian said instinctively, so, you are invincible? No, no. The Time Lord panicked. I am not invincible. I really am not invincible. Young Master Yi, be careful with what you say. Be careful with what you say. Don't say the word invincible lightly. Something bad will happen. Yi Xian was speechless. The Time Master hesitated for a moment and said, no matter how strong you are, there's always someone stronger. I'm nothing, really. Yi Xian looked at the Time Lord and said, you are the Time Lord and you control time? The Time Lord nodded. Yes. Yi Xian blinked. For example, my realm is not high enough, but I want to enter the river of time. Is there any way? The Time Lord was in a difficult position. This, Yi Xian smiled. Is it difficult? The Time Lord nodded. It is difficult. Yi Xian suddenly looked at the walking sword in his hand and smiled. Since it is difficult, I will not force you. Having said that, he turned around and left. At that moment, the Time Lord suddenly asked, Yi. Young Master Yi, you and Destiny are, Yi Xian smiled. She is my sister. Sister, hearing this, the Time Master was shocked and quickly said, Young Master Yi, I don't think the matter you just mentioned is too difficult. Yi Xian blinked. Not difficult? The Time Lord nodded. Yes. As he said that, he opened his palm and two words floated in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at it. The word was, time. The Lord of Time said, Young Master Leaf, these two characters contain my laws of time. Once they enter your body, all you have to do is activate them, and you'll be able to use them for a short period of time. In that state, even if you enter the seamless world, you won't be erased. However, young Master Yi, your body, soul, and will are not particularly strong. Therefore, after you use the power of time, you will not be able to maintain it for too long. Moreover, after using it, your body will be a little weak. As soon as the Time Lord finished, the two words turned into two rays of golden light and entered Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. After a while, he found that two words had appeared in his sea of knowledge. At that moment, the Time Lord said, Young Master Yi, your soul, body, and will are too weak. Remember not to stay in the river of time for too long. Yi Xian said in a low voice, if I attack and kill my opponent in the past, my opponent will be dead in the future. Am I right? The Time Lord nodded. Yes. However, there is a condition. Yi Xian asked, what condition? The Time Lord said, you can't change yourself in the past. You can go back to the past to kill people, but you cannot go back to change yourself. Yi Xian did not understand. Why? The Time Lord said, if you go back to the past and kill someone, you will reverse their time. This will not affect you. However, if you go back to the past and change yourself. Let me give you an example. If you go back to the past and kill your father, then the current you will be erased. Kill my father. Hearing this, Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. No, no. I can't do such a thing. The Time Lord, Yi Xian said in a deep voice, I understand what you mean. If I go back to the past, I cannot change the people and things that are related to me. Otherwise, it will directly affect the current me, right? The Time Lord nodded. Yes. Moreover, young Master Yi, you must understand one thing. The past is the past. If you go back to the past, strictly speaking, it is already in the past. To us, it is something that happened in the past. In other words, the past and the present are all illusory. Do not think about living in the past. If you do, you will be erased by the current time laws. Yi Xian frowned. The present time laws? The Time Lord nodded. The past has the past time laws, the present has the present time laws, and the future has the future time laws. Of course, strictly speaking, they are all time laws. Just like you, the past you, the present you, the future you. They are all still you, just at different stages of you. Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. The Time Lord continued, also, in the river of time, the future cannot be easily explored. You can slash the future with your sword, but you cannot go to the future. Yi Xian did not understand. Why is that? The Time Lord smiled. The past and the present have already happened. They are certain, but the future has not happened. In other words, the future is uncertain. Moreover, the future is multifaceted. For example, a person can have thousands of lives in the future. As for which life it will be in the end, it depends on the choice that person makes now. Therefore, the future and the present are connected. There is a direct causal relationship. If you choose to go to the future, although you can go there, that future might not be the final future. At this point, his expression became somewhat solemn. Once you go to the future to do something that is not the final future, for example, if you decide to eat in 15 minutes now, but after you go to the future, you don't choose to eat. Then, your timeline will be messed up, and you will be forever lost in the future spacetime until you are erased by the great Tao of time. And the you in this spacetime will disappear because no one can appear in the present and the future at the same time, not even me. Xian fell into deep thought. The Time Lord continued, we must be respectful towards the future. Xian suddenly asked, can Qing'er travel to the future? The Time Lord was silent for a long time before he said, she should be playing with something more advanced. Xian was speechless. Xian fell silent. He had to admit, he was shocked. He had come into contact with the Tao of time in the past, but not much. The past, now, the future, Xian suddenly discovered that the Tao of time was more complex and profound than he had imagined. Recollecting his thoughts, Xian looked at the Time Lord. Senior, you mentioned immortal physique, immortal soul, immortal will, and eternal immortality. Are these the realms above the Sacred Heart? The Time Lord nodded, yes. Xian's curiosity was piqued. Who created these realms? The Time Lord smiled, there are no paths in this world, but as long as someone walks it, there will be a path. Xian fell silent. Senior, only eternal immortals can enter the river of time and slash the past, am I right? The Time Lord shook his head, even eternal immortals cannot do it. To enter the river of time and slash the past, one has to go against not only the past, but also the laws of time. Once you are discovered by the laws of time, they will erase you. Of course, some stronger experts will use some mystiques to conceal their aura, preventing the laws of time from discovering them. However, those who can do this are few and far between. Xian blinked. Senior, will I be discovered? The Time Lord smiled. Young Master Yi, they are sneaking around, but you are out in the open. After all, I am the Time Lord, in charge of the laws of time. Xian laughed heartily. Many thanks. He hurried to help the Time Lord up. Get up. With me here, Qing'er will not harm you. The Time Lord hesitated, then stood up. After standing up, he was still flustered. He glanced at the Tao walking sword, and seeing no reaction from it, he heaved a sigh of relief. Xian smiled. Senior, I am now at the Sacred Heart realm. To reach the immortal physique realm, is there any cultivation method? The Time Master thought about it and took out a thick ancient book. Young Master Yi, this is the immortal tome. It was created by an immortal emperor. I think it's pretty good. It should be suitable for you. Xian hurriedly put it away, and then he said, then I won't hold back. The Lord of Time smiled, and was just about to say something, when suddenly, he frowned and turned his head. Not far away, an old man slowly walked over. Xian frowned when he saw the old man. This old man was the Saint Heart expert from the immortal Tao world. Beside the old man was a middle-aged man. The elder from the immortal Tao temple stood behind the middle-aged man with a respectful expression on his face. Xian glanced at the man. Obviously, someone from the Dark Sword Immortal sect had arrived. The middle-aged man glanced at the Time Master beside Xian, then looked at Xian. Are you Xian? Xian nodded. Yes. The middle-aged man chuckled. I was extremely curious about you before I came. After all, there aren't many in this world who dare to disrespect my Dark Sword Immortal sect. Xian thought for a moment, and then he moved closer to the Time Master. Senior, do you know of the Dark Sword Immortal sect? The Time Master shook his head. I haven't. Xian blinked. Then are you afraid? The Time Master was speechless. He noticed that young Master Yi seemed to have misunderstood his strength. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man suddenly glanced at the Time Master. Xian, is he your backer? The Time Master glanced coldly at the middle-aged man. Is young Master Ye's name something you can call? As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's figure suddenly became illusory. Not only that, but almost in an instant, the middle-aged man's entire body directly aged as if he was about to wither. They were stunned, both the middle-aged man and the old man were stunned. What's going on? Xian glanced at the Time Master, and he was extremely shocked. Time flowed by. This was the true flow of time. The Time Master was quite ferocious. The middle-aged man looked at the Time Master with astonishment. Who are you? The Time Master's face was expressionless. He flicked his sleeve, and the middle-aged man instantly transformed into a pile of dust and vanished. He'd been completely wiped out. The old man at the Saint Heart State looked at the Time Master with terror on his face, and his mind had gone blank. He instantly killed a Saint Heart State expert. How could that be possible? Xian spoke abruptly. Senior, you. The Time Master hesitated for a moment before he said, Young Master Yi, I'm actually not that weak. All these years, I've only been beaten by a big shot from the mandate of heaven. He was being very tactful. Xian asked instinctively. Senior, your strength is so terrifying, so why can't you defeat Qing? The Time Master fell silent for a long time before he said, I want to know as well. Xian, the Time Master suddenly looked at the old man. The old man's face fell, and he turned to flee. He was very fast, and he vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. But a moment later, he mysteriously appeared in front of Xian and the Time Master, and then his body gradually became illusory and transparent. The old man was horrified. How is this possible? The Time Master shook his head slightly. Ignorant. With that, the old man was completely wiped out. Xian, the Time Master turned to look at Xian. Young Master Yi, I have to go. There are many things I need to deal with. Xian hesitated for a moment, and then said, Senior, I don't know when we can meet again. Do you want to leave me a greeting gift? The Time Master's expression froze. Xian looked at the Time Master sincerely. The Time Master hesitated for a moment, and then opened his palm, and a token appeared in his hand. This is the Time Master token. With this token, if you meet the Time Messengers in the future, you can command them. The Time Master token. Xian quickly put away the Time Master token, and then said, Thank you, Senior. The Time Master said in a low voice, Young Master Yi, remember, you can't stay in the river of time for too long with your current strength, especially if you want to go against time. It will consume a lot of energy, and your body hasn't reached the immortal realm yet. As for the future, don't go there yourself. Your sword can, because it was forged by Senior Destiny, so there won't be any accidents. But you can't, so remember. Xian nodded slightly. Senior, I will remember your reminder. The Time Master smiled. Farewell, young Master Yi. With that, his body became illusory and was about to vanish. Xian suddenly thought of something, and then asked, Senior, how do you know Qing? The Time Master's expression became unnatural, and he smiled sheepishly. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. After saying that, he disappeared. Xian looked around, but he couldn't sense the Time Master. Xian shook his head and smiled. From the Time Master's attitude toward Qing, he must have been taught a lesson by Qing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so afraid of Qing. Without thinking too much, Xian looked at the Time Master in his hand, and the corners of his mouth curled up. In the following time, Xian continued to practice /lifespan, /future, and /past. With the word time given to him by the Time Master, he found that his control over the power of time flow and the power of time reversal had become more adept. Their power had also increased, especially /past. /past was more terrifying than /future, and it was also more bizarre. Some of the stronger experts could still predict the future of /future. After all, some experts had the ability to predict fortune and misfortune. However, /past was different. It was /past, something that had already happened, unless the other party could return to the past like him. Only then would he be able to defend against it. But to return to the past, only eternal immortal realm experts could do it. To him, the Sacred Heart Realm was nothing much. The only pity was that the Walking Dao sword had run away again. He wanted to keep the Walking Dao sword for research. At the crucial moment, he could use the walking Dao sword to scare others. 10 days later. Yi Xian, who was cultivating, suddenly left Xiao Ta. As soon as he left Xiao Ta, he frowned. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The sky in the distance suddenly split open, and in the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura swept down from the crack. In an instant, the entire profound world was in an uproar. Countless experts in the profound world raised their heads to look at the sky, their eyes filled with doubt and shock. Was someone going to attack the profound world? At this moment, an old man slowly walked out from the crack in space. The old man wore a loose black robe and held an iron sword in his left hand. His expression was cold. Swordsman, Yi Xian looked at the old man calmly. The old man looked down at Yi Xian. You destroyed the immortal Dao sect? Yi Xian glanced at the sword in the old man's hand and nodded. The old man stared at Yi Xian. Did you know that the immortal Dao temple was a subsidiary force of my mystic sword immortal sect? Yi Xian shook his head. The old man narrowed his eyes. Didn't know? Yi Xian smiled. I didn't know at first, but I found out later. The old man stared at Yi Xian. You still dared to destroy it when you knew. Yi Xian smiled. When I, Yi Xian, do things, it doesn't matter if I dare or not, it only matters if I want to or not. I wanted to destroy it, so I destroyed it. Everyone was speechless. When the old man heard Yi Xian's words, he was so angry that he laughed. There's no such thing as 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 there's only there's no such thing as there's no such thing as there's only there's no such thing as there's no such thing as there's no such thing as there's only there's no such thing as 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 there's only there's no such thing as 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 there. As soon as he finished speaking, the iron sword in his hand suddenly slashed down from the sky, and it seemed like it could tear the world apart. It was extremely terrifying. Yi Xian's expression was calm as he allowed the sword to slash into his head. Bang! Everyone watched as the iron sword entered Yi Xian's body. In the next moment, a powerful aura swept out from within Yi Xian. He absorbed it. The old man was stunned by this scene. Yi Xian took a deep breath greedily, and then he gazed at the old man and grinned. May I ask if everyone in your mystic sword immortal sect cultivates the sword? The old man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, I slaughtered the immortal Dao temple. If your mystic sword immortal sect isn't satisfied, then feel free to take revenge. No matter how many come, I'm invincible. Do as you please. He paused for a moment before he continued, I'm serious this time. I'm invincible, you can do whatever you want. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the old man's expression became extremely ugly. Arrogant, too arrogant, the old man stared at Yi Xian. Do you know what you're saying? Below, Yi Xian smiled slightly and turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the distance. He left. The old man frowned slightly. He wanted to say something, but in the next moment, he seemed to sense something. His pupils suddenly shrank, and in the blink of an eye, his entire body became illusory. The old man looked at Yi Xian in horror and said with a trembling voice, What did you do to me? Yi Xian looked at the old man and did not say anything. Slash over. In that instant, he had gone to the future to kill the other party. When he used slash the future for the first time, he found its biggest weakness and biggest advantage. What weakness? That was, slash the future could not be used on people who were too much stronger than him. Because he could not kill the other party now, he could not kill the other party even if he went back to the past not too long ago. With his current strength, he could not go back too far in the past. Otherwise, he could go back tens of millions of years ago. Now, he could only go back to a month ago at most. After that, his body would not be able to support it. 1 month was not very useful, because if he could not beat the other party now, he might not be able to beat the other party a month ago. In the past, it was not that the other party could not fight back. Of course, the advantage was that it was unexpected, it was more mysterious than slash the future, and the other party could not predict it at all. Moreover, he also found the most terrifying thing. When fighting with others, he could go back to the past, and the him who went back to the past knew what the other party was going to do next. It was like cheating. Not only that, he also found that when he went to kill the other party from the long river of the world, the other party was completely dumbfounded. Because there was also a him in the past, the other party was not on guard against the him in the future. In other words, the him in the present could cooperate with the him in the past. Two people working together. However, he had to discuss it with his future self first. For example, right now, he could confirm that he would attack in 15 minutes, and then he could attack immediately, and 15 minutes later, when he thought up to here, Xian slowly closed his eyes, and then he suddenly stabbed with his sword. A strand of sword light suddenly pierced through the space between the old man's brows. At practically the exact same moment, another strand of sword light appeared out of nowhere and directly pierced through the old man's brows. There were two sword lights between the old man's eyebrows. Seeing this scene, Xian immediately became excited. It really worked. He was cooperating perfectly with his future self. Right at this moment, Xian's body suddenly became illusory. Xian's expression changed drastically when he saw this. Damn it. The time laws are trying to erase me. Xian hurriedly activated the two words that the Time Master had given him. As the two words were activated, his body gradually returned to normal. Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like his actions were truly too heaven-defying, so the time laws didn't allow such a thing to happen. Fortunately, the Time Master had opened a back door for him. Fortunately, he had the green profound sword. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to accomplish this at all. Needless to say, Xian was very excited at this moment. This slash of the past was many times more terrifying than slash of the future. So long as he didn't encounter an expert that was too monstrous, then his slash of the past was practically invincible. Meanwhile, the old man in the distance spoke with a trembling voice. How did you do it? Xian glanced at the old man. Do you want to know? The old man nodded. Yes. Xian grinned. I won't tell you. Pooh. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. After the old man died, Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly realized how terrifying the Time Dao was. Once someone mastered this Time Dao, it was truly too heaven-defying. Collecting his thoughts, Xian returned to Xiaota. Then, he took out the immortal tome. Although he hadn't reached the eternal immortal realm, he could do things that the eternal immortal realm couldn't. It could be said that he had skipped several major realms. Actually, he didn't need to cultivate realms. In fact, he wasn't cultivating realms. He was studying the immortal tome to improve his divine soul, body, and will. The improvement of these three aspects would determine how long he could stay in the river of time. His ultimate goal was the Time Dao. In short, he was cultivating four aspects: Sword Dao, divine soul, body, and will. Immortal body. Xian began to cultivate his body first. What was immortal? It was eternal, indestructible, and everlasting. When he chose to cultivate the immortal body, he found an awkward problem. Star vein. No, it was the star god vein. It was a spiritual vein that surpassed the star vein. The purity of the star god vein was more than 10 times that of an ordinary star vein. Only such a pure spiritual energy star vein could allow his body to undergo a qualitative change. Moreover, one star god vein wasn't enough. He had to prepare at least 100, besides that, he needed many treasures of heaven and earth that he hadn't even heard of. For example, the immortal fruit, the spirit of heaven and earth. Xian felt a headache coming on. Damn it, cultivation wasn't just a competition of talent, it was also a competition of money. Most of the time, money was even more important than talent. No money? Cultivate my ass. Just like this moment. Without the star god vein, he, the number one genius of all time, could only watch helplessly. Earn money. Xian sighed softly, and then he left Xiaota. He opened his palm, and a spatial ring appeared in his hand. It was the spatial ring of the old man from the mystic sword immortal sect. There were only star veins in the spatial ring, but no star god veins. Xian's headache grew even worse when he saw this, because it meant that he might not be able to come into contact with the star god vein. The immortal treasure pavilion. Xian shook his head. He didn't really want to go look for the southern envoy. Right at this moment, Xian suddenly raised his head and looked over. A middle-aged man was walking over slowly from the horizon. Xian's expression was calm. Needless to say, it was definitely from the mystic sword immortal sect. The middle-aged man suddenly appeared before Xian, and he gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression was calm. The middle-aged man grinned. "Young Master Yi, my name is Xiaoming, and I'm the Grand Elder of the Mystic Sword Immortal sect." Yi Xian said with a smile, "Are you here alone?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Young Master Yi, don't worry. I came alone, Yi Xian suddenly interrupted the middle-aged man. "You misunderstood me. I meant that you can call more people over." The smile on the middle-aged man's face instantly vanished when he heard this, and he gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression was calm and extremely composed. At this moment, the middle-aged man's heart suddenly sank. Yi Xian smiled, "Sir, you can call more people over now." Xiaoming hesitated for a moment before he said, "Young Master Yi, I'm here to reason with you." "Reason with me?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. "What reason?" "Don't. I first killed your subsidiary Immortal Taoist temple, and then I killed numerous members of your Mystic Sword Immortal sect. I'm obviously not giving your Mystic Sword Immortal sect any face. Moreover, I'm looking down on your Mystic Sword Immortal sect. How can you tolerate this?" "Don't tolerate it. Hurry up and call more people over to deal with me. Call as many as you can. It's best if you summon your ancestors." The middle-aged man was dumbstruck. "What the fuck? What kind of trick is this?" Yi Xian's expression turned cold. "Are you sure you won't call more people over?" Xiaoming hurriedly said, "Young Master Yi, I'm here to reason with you." "Reason with me? We're all civilized people. How can we do such a barbaric thing? Don't you think so?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "I slaughtered your subsidiary Immortal Taoist temple." Xiaoming said immediately, "It was the Immortal Taoist temple that offended young Master Yi first. They deserved it." Yi Xian continued, "I killed 2 sacred heart experts of your Mystic Sword Immortal sect." Xiaoming suddenly said, "That was a spar." "A spar? Young Master Yi sparred with 2 of our experts, and then you accidentally killed them. Accidents are inevitable in a spar." We understand." Yi Xian was speechless. Damn it. How can you understand that? He wasn't used to this sudden change of routine. At this time, Xiaoming continued, "Young Master Yi, I'm here with sincerity and friendship. Although we had some misunderstandings before, I believe those misunderstandings will vanish under our friendly communication." Then, he paused and said, "In this world, everything can disappear, but not justice and order." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaoming glanced at Yi Xian. He hesitated for a while and then said, "Young Master Yi, I wonder who your teacher is." Obviously, he wanted to inquire about Yi Xian's background. Yi Xian said with a smile, "Elder Xiao, Yi Xian, don't have any backing, really." Xiaoming smiled and said in his heart, "I don't believe you." Yi Xian said again, "Elder Xiao, are you sure you won't call more people to beat me up?" Xiaoming shook his head quickly. No. Young Master Yi, I just said that I'm here to clear up the misunderstanding." Yi Xian thought for a while and then said, "Do you have Star God Meridians?" Hearing this, Xiaoming's pupils suddenly constricted. Young Master Yi, you know about Star God Meridians?" Star God Meridians, Xiaoming had to admit that he was very shocked at this moment. Because even some old monsters of Mystic Sword Immortal sect didn't know about the existence of Star God Meridians, because it was too precious, and he only knew about Star God Meridians because of his position. Star God Meridians were necessary to achieve the legendary immortal body. Could it be that young Master Yi has an immortal body realm expert behind him? Thinking of this, Xiaoming broke out in a cold sweat. Yi Xian suddenly asked again, "Young Master Xiao, do you have one?" Xiaoming looked at Yi Xian. He hesitated for a while and then said, "No." "No." Yi Xian thought for a while and then said, "Then do you know where I can find one?" "I'll go grab some." "Oh, no, I'll go borrow some." Xiaoming's expression froze. Xiaoming's expression was quite unsightly when he heard Yi Xian. "Rob, fortunately, I didn't mention that the Dark Sword Immortal sect has a divine star range. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have probably gone straight to the Dark Sword Immortal sect." Arrogant? He didn't think that Yi Xian was arrogant. Yi Xian had killed 2 Saint Heart experts of the Dark Sword Immortal sect. Moreover, they'd been instantly killed. Moreover, Yi Xian hadn't shown any fear towards the Dark Sword Immortal sect since the beginning. What did that mean? It meant that Xian wasn't afraid of the Dark Sword Immortal sect at all. There was someone behind him. How could he be so arrogant without that person? Meanwhile, Xian spoke abruptly, Elder Xiao, does your Dark Sword Immortal sect really not have a divine star range? Don't worry, Xian, am not a bandit. I'm just asking. Elder Xiao shook his head repeatedly, no. We really don't. How could my Dark Sword Immortal sect possibly have such a divine treasure? Xian spoke seriously, I really don't. Elder Xiao spoke seriously as well, young Master Yi, we really don't have one. Xian was speechless. Why is he like that? It's like I'm a bandit. As if he'd thought of something, Xian asked, Elder Xiao, what's the cultivation of your sect master? His body is immortal? Or his soul? Elder Xiao glanced at Xian and said, his body is immortal. Xian frowned slightly, only his body is immortal? Only? Elder Xiao's face froze. Xian hesitated for a moment and said, your sect master is only at the immortal realm, yet your Dark Sword Immortal sect dares to act so arrogantly? Aren't you afraid of bringing calamity upon yourself? Elder Xiao hesitated for a short while before he said, young Master Yi, is his body at the immortal realm very weak? Xian replied with a question, isn't it weak? Elder Xiao glanced at Xian, I wonder what cultivation realm young Master Yi is at. Xian shook his head and smiled. I'm no longer in the realm. Hearing this, Elder Xiao frowned, not in the realm? Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, I'm an outsider, and you're insiders. Understand? Elder Xiao, Xian suddenly said, Elder Xiao, how about you take me to your Dark Sword Immortal sect? Elder Xiao looked at Xian warily. Young Master Yi, what are you trying to do? Xian said with a smile, I will personally go and have a chat with your sect leader. Elder Xiao hesitated for a moment before he said, what do you want to talk about? Xian walked over to Elder Xiao and said with a smile, Elder Xiao, you can't represent your Profound Sword Immortal sect. I'm going to your Profound Sword Immortal sect because I want to have a talk with your sect master. If the talk goes well, then we can all get along peacefully. If not, then I'll annihilate your Profound Sword Immortal sect. Elder Xiao, Xian said with a smile, let's go. Xiaoming fell silent for a long time, and then he brought Xian with him as he turned around and vanished into the horizon. Xiaoming remained silent all along the way. Just as Xian had said, he really couldn't represent the entire Profound Sword Immortal sect. If they wanted to get along peacefully, then Xian had to talk to the sect master of the Profound Sword Immortal sect. Before long, Xian and Elder Xiao arrived at a world, the chaotic world. After entering the chaotic world, Xian immediately frowned. He'd come to this place when he'd just attained the Sacred Heart state. The Profound Sword Immortal sect was in the chaotic world. Obviously, the Profound Sword Immortal sect had occupied the resources of this world. Before long, Xiaoming and Xian stopped. Not far away from them were hundreds of floating halls, and every single one of them was majestic and extremely luxurious. Not far away from them was a huge sword that hung upside down. The huge sword was hundreds of meters long, and it stood towering in the sky. It was extremely domineering. The Profound Sword Immortal sect. Xiaoming turned to look at Xian, young Master Yi, please. Please, Xian nodded slightly, and then he followed Xiaoming towards the distance. Along the way, Xian noticed that swordsmen flew by on swords from time to time. The weakest of these swordsmen was actually at the Sacred Heart state. The weakest was at the Sacred Heart state. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. At this moment, he suddenly understood why the Profound Sword Immortal sect was so arrogant. They're really strong, a thought suddenly arose in Xian's mind. There are so many powerful swordsmen in the Profound Sword Immortal sect. If they attack me together, does that mean I don't need to use the Star God Meridian? When he thought of this, Xian was instantly excited. I can give it a try. At this moment, Xiaoming suddenly stopped. A middle-aged man appeared not far away from him. The middle-aged man wore a black robe and carried a sword on his back. Xiaoming bowed slightly, Sect Master. He was the sect master of the Profound Sword Immortal sect, Xianxia. Meanwhile, a few dozen swordsmen suddenly appeared in the surroundings. All of them were at the Sacred Heart state. Xianxia gazed at Xian and remained silent. Xian grinned, all of you attack me together. Attack me together. As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar arose. Damn it, attack me together? the swordsmen were infuriated. Meanwhile, one of the swordsmen suddenly charged forward and slashed his sword at Xian. All of them were swordsmen, so how arrogant were they? How could they endure Xian's disdain? Xian didn't dodge, and he just allowed the sword to slash at Xian's head. Bang! As soon as the sword came into contact with Xian's head, it was instantly absorbed. All the swordsmen were stunned when they witnessed this scene. As for Xianxia, he frowned slightly. Xian looked at the dumbfounded swordsman in front of him. That's it? That's it. The swordsman was enraged when he heard this. How dare you? As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly opened his palm. The next moment, a sword light suddenly slashed down from the sky. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived above Xian's head. Wherever this sword light passed, time and space were directly set ablaze. It was extremely terrifying. Xian still didn't dodge, and he just let the sword light slash at him. Bang! Under the swordsman's gaze, the sword light directly entered Xian's body, and then it was completely absorbed by him. All the swordsmen were petrified on the spot. In front of Xian, the old man looked at Xian in horror. Xian glanced at the old man. That's it? The old man was speechless. Xian suddenly glanced at the swordsman, and his expression was calm. I have no intention of targeting all of you. However, the Dark Sword Immortal sect only has this much. Just this much? The expressions of the swordsman instantly turned unsightly. Xian suddenly said, There's no need for all of you to continue watching. Attack together. Attack together. As soon as these words were spoken, how could the swordsman endure it? They were about to attack when Xianxia suddenly said, Stop. The swordsmen hesitated for a moment when they heard Xianxia, but they didn't choose to attack in the end. Xianxia gazed at Xian. Young Master Ye's physique is very special. Xian walked slowly towards Xianxia. You have two choices. The first is to kill me, and the second is to slaughter your Dark Sword Immortal sect. Make your choice. If you choose the first, then you can summon your ancestor right now. I have no intention of targeting all of you, but to be honest, all of you are trash in my eyes. Trash? How presumptuous. In the distance, a swordsman at the Saint Heart realm was truly unable to endure it any longer, and he was about to attack. But in the next moment, he seemed to have sensed something, and his pupils constricted. A sword had suddenly pierced his throat. Hiss! A strand of blood sprayed from his throat, future severing. Presently, he was even more skilled at future severing. With a single slash, he could kill an enemy at any time in the next 3 days. The old man's sudden death caused the expressions of all the swordsmen here to change drastically. What's going on? He was instantly killed. At this moment, the expressions of all the swordsmen here had become solemn, and there was even fear in them. The sword on Xianxia's back that stood before Xian was trembling slightly. At this moment, Xianxia was shocked as well. Because he wasn't able to see through Xian's cultivation at all. Xian looked Xianxia in the eyes. 3 breaths of time. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer in 3 breaths of time, then I'll slaughter your sect. Slaughter the sect. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. Since it's like that, then I'll seek guidance from young Master Yi. As he spoke, the sword on his back suddenly flew out, and then it slashed directly at Xian. Xian still didn't dodge. When he saw that Xian didn't dodge, Xianxia's pupils constricted, and he was about to retreat. But right at this moment, he seemed to have sensed something, and terror appeared in his eyes. At this moment, a sword suddenly stabbed into the back of his head. Hiss! Xianxia was instantly frozen in place by this strike. Future severing. Xianxia suddenly retreated. A ray of light flashed, and he'd retreated 30 kilometers away. After Xianxia stopped, he stared at Xian. I have an eternal body. Your sword isn't able to injure me at all. He hadn't finished speaking when his body shattered into pieces, and his soul swiftly dispersed. Xianxia gazed at Xian with terror. You. What sort of sword is that? Xian's expression was calm. It's just an ordinary sword. However, because I'm formidable, it's formidable as well. Little Soul was speechless. Xianxia suddenly said, Young Master Yi, we can talk. Xian shook his head. You've already fought to such an extent, so what's there to talk about? As he spoke, he opened his palm, and the green sword directly absorbed Xianxia's soul before returning to his grasp. The surroundings were deathly silent. The sect master of the Dark Sword Immortal sect is gone just like that. Elder Xiao broke out in cold sweat. So this young master Yi wasn't bragging, and he really is. Fortunately, I acted humbly just now. Otherwise, I would have perished by now, right? Yi Xian glanced at the swordsman and said, at this moment, all of you have two choices. The first is to attack and avenge your sect master. The second is to submit to me. All of them fell silent. Yi Xian smiled, what? Do all of you think that I want all of you to submit to me? To be honest, all of you are a burden to me if you submit to me. Meanwhile, Elder Xiao suddenly bowed respectfully, I'm willing to submit to young Master Yi. Yi Xian glanced at Elder Xiao, and then he opened his palm, causing a ray of white light to suddenly enter the center of Elder Xiao's forehead. A short moment later, Elder Xiao seemed to have obtained something, and he immediately knelt down and spoke with a trembling voice, thank you, young Master Yi. What did I obtain? The sword cultivators at the side were stupefied. Yi Xian spoke indifferently, this is the first chapter of the eternal ceremony. So long as you have sufficient resources, then you can rely on it to attain the eternal body realm. Even if you don't have any resources, it can still improve your strength greatly. The eternal ceremony? The swordsmen were instantly quite excited when they heard this. Meanwhile, some of the swordsmen hurriedly bowed respectfully, were willing to follow young Master Yi. Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at Elder Xiao, can the Dark Sword Immortal sect summon its ancestor? Elder Xiao hesitated for a moment before he said, yes. Our ancestor once left a strand of his soul behind. Yi Xian nodded slightly, summon the ancestor. Elder Xiao was slightly stunned, and then he said, why? Yi Xian smiled, I want to fight him and see if he can resist a single attack of my sword. Elder Xiao hesitated for a moment before he said, young Master Yi, I heard that our ancestor's strength is very formidable. Yi Xian grinned, and it was a very composed smile, if he attacks twice, then I, Yi Xian, will stand upside down and have diarrhea. All of them were speechless. Elder Xiao thought for a moment, and then he turned around and left. It didn't take long for a ray of light to suddenly shoot into the sky from within the Dark Sword Immortal sect, and then a swordsman suddenly appeared within it. It was a swordsman in a green robe. Yi Xian's face instantly froze when he saw the swordsman. The experts of the Dark Sword Immortal sect were stunned when they saw the swordsman. Why is this swordsman so similar to young Master Yi? P.S. Let me recommend a book to all of you. It's much better than The Only Sword. It's called Invincible Sword Domain, and you'll be able to find it right away. The reason I've been updating so slowly lately is because I've been reading this book. I've been so engrossed in it that I've forgotten to eat and sleep. Father, at this moment, Yi Xian was stunned, damn it, the ancestor of the Profound Sword Immortal sect is my father, we fought for so long, yet he's actually on our side. In the sky, the azure-robed man looked down at Yi Xian and said with a smile, I heard everything you said just now. Stand upside down and have diarrhea. TSK, TSK. That would definitely be a sight to behold. Yi Xian was speechless. The experts of the Profound Sword Immortal sect hurriedly bowed, greetings, ancestor. The green-cloaked man glanced at them with a calm expression, I'm not considered to be your founding ancestor. All of them were speechless. Yi Xian gazed at the green-cloaked man, father. What's your relationship with the Profound Sword Immortal sect? The green-cloaked man smiled, I gave them some pointers all those years ago. So that's why, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, we fought for so long, yet he's actually on our side. The green-cloaked man glanced at Yi Xian, you've come into contact with the Tao of Time? Yi Xian nodded. The green-cloaked man roared with laughter, you've improved quite quickly. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he asked, how far away are we? The green-cloaked man blinked, it's not very far. It's just a little bit away. A little bit, Yi Xian instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, and he smiled, I'll work hard. The green-cloaked man nodded, just work hard. Yi Xian was quite curious, father, what are you and big brother doing right now? The green-cloaked man smiled, we're going around. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, father, you have to be careful. I haven't even fulfilled my filial duties, so you have to be careful. The green-cloaked man roared with laughter, don't worry. So long as I don't want to die, then no one in this world can kill me. You, on the other hand, have to be careful. Don't make me have to send my son off one day. All of them had strange expressions on their faces. They were father and son, however, this pair of father and son was kind and filial. Yi Xian said with smile, I have Qing under normal circumstances, I won't die. The green-robed man said sternly, it's not good to rely on others. You should learn from your father. Your father killed his way out. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Xiao Ta said that you were often hung up and beaten, and your soul was often ignited. You were in a very difficult situation. Xiao Ta suddenly jumped up, F***ck. Young master, the green-robed man narrowed his eyes. Yi Xian hurriedly added, it also said that you were beaten by Qing before. Inside Yi Xian's body, Xiao Ta suddenly said in a trembling voice, young lord, you idiot, you've made a big mistake. In the sky, the green-robed man suddenly opened his palm, and a wisp of sword light suddenly flew down. The target was Yi Xian. Yi Xian seemed to have expected this, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. When he saw his father said that there was only a little distance between them. He wanted to fight with his father. He was not very confident in fighting with his father's real body, but he was confident in fighting with his father's avatar. Today, Yi Xian, was going to kill his father. Facing the green-robed man, even if it was just a small avatar, Yi Xian did not dare to have the slightest bit of carelessness. His first move was a direct slash. Not only that, at this moment, he also made a move, letting his future self slash the past, two working together, his strongest sword. When this sword slashed out, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly raised. This was because he realized that the green-robed man did not seem to expect that his future self had already made a move. He did not defend against the green-robed man's sword. In his opinion, his father's avatar should not be able to break through his invincible sword body. His sword body should be able to defend against this sword, take it head-on, an injury in exchange for a life. Almost at the same time, Xiao Ta suddenly charged out of Yi Xian's body and directly collided with the green-robed man's avatar. The man and the tower had discussed it. In the sky, Xiao Ta laughed, I have been a tower for tens of thousands of years. Today, I, Xiao Ta, will defy the heavens and change my fate. Master, from now on, don't call me Xiao Ta, please call me Tower Master. The green-robed man looked at Xiao Ta who was colliding with him, and his expression was calm. Below, the green-robed man's sword energy suddenly pierced between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Bang! Yi Xian's body shook violently, and then it directly turned into ashes. At the same time, his soul was instantly slashed hundreds of thousands of meters away, and as soon as he stopped, he fell directly into a boundless abyss. Yi Xian's head was buzzing. He did not resist it, my invincible sword body did not resist it. Yi Xian hurriedly looked at the green-robed man in the distance. At the end of his vision, his sword had already slashed in front of the green-robed man, but his green profound sword was directly caught by two fingers of the green-robed man, and that sword of his in the future did not appear from the beginning to the end. What's going on? Just as this doubt appeared in Yi Xian's mind, the next moment, he felt that his soul directly became illusory. What's going on? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. In the distance, just as Xiao Ta collided in front of the green-robed man, the green-robed man in the distance pointed with his fingers. Bang! Xiao Ta shook violently, and the body of the tower directly cracked. Then, followed by an extremely mournful cry, Xiao Ta directly flew out of sight. The green-robed man looked at the green profound sword in front of him, and the green profound sword trembled. I was forced. The green-robed man smiled slightly, and then released his fingers. Little Soul hurriedly flew in front of Yi Xian, and said in a trembling voice, young master, it seems that we can't beat him. Yi Xian, the green-robed man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and he looked at Yi Xian, and said with a smile, is it fun? Yi Xian smiled bitterly, father, how did you defend against that slash of mine in the past? The green-robed man shook his head, you fool. Yi Xian, the green-robed man said again, to be precise, it is the future you who slashed the past. You let the future you slash the past, and then at this moment you do it. I have to say, this idea of yours is quite unique, and indeed, quite good. Unfortunately, you have overlooked one thing. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, what? The green-robed man said, strength. You have underestimated your father's strength. To put it simply, the Tao of Time can't do anything to your father. Not to mention you, even the Time Master would have to kneel in front of your father. Yi Xian, the green-robed man said again, however, your sword just now is indeed quite good. Now that you are working with your future self, this sword can kill people who are several realms higher than you. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Father, do you think there is anything that needs to be improved on? The green-robed man blinked, think about it yourself. Yi Xian's face darkened immediately, damn it, this is my biological father, the green-robed man patted Yi Xian's shoulder lightly, don't be unfair. What you comprehend yourself is the best. It's like cutting flesh with a knife. Others tell you that cutting flesh with a knife will hurt, but if you don't cut yourself, you won't know what pain feels like. Yi Xian glanced at the green-robed man, Father, are you fooling me? The green-robed man, Yi Xian asked again, what is above the Tao of time? The green-robed man smiled and said, let's play with time first. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Father, you only cultivate the sword, right? The green-robed man nodded. Yi Xian was silent. The green-robed man smiled slightly, I know what you are thinking. You are afraid that your cultivation is too mixed and it will affect the Tao of sword, right? Yi Xian nodded. The green-robed man smiled and said, don't think that way. Everyone's life is different. Just like you and me, although we both have a crazy demon bloodline, your crazy demon bloodline is different from mine. Do you know why? Yi Xian hurriedly asked, why? Actually, he had wanted to ask this question for a long time, the green-robed man said in a low voice, personality. Our personalities are different. Therefore, although we have the same bloodline, we are different. Including the Tao of sword. Father didn't teach you the Tao of sword because you already have your own Tao of sword. You are not suitable to walk our path. Yi Xian frowned slightly, my own Tao of sword? The green-robed man smiled and said, haven't you noticed? Your Tao of sword is different from our Tao of sword. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, what Tao of sword? The green-robed man blinked, shameless. Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. The green-robed man said, I am not teasing you. A thick-skinned person is broad-minded. A broad-minded person's sword is broad-minded. There are millions of Tao of sword in the world. There is no need for you to learn other people's Tao of sword. Walk your own path. Understand? Yi Xian said in a low voice, Father, are you serious? The green-robed man laughed, you are my son. Why would I lie to you? Yi Xian was skeptical. The green-robed man said, I know a place where you can train your Tao of sword. Are you interested in going? Yi Xian was slightly curious, what place? The green-robed man smiled and said, the burial god territory. I passed by that place in the past. That place is quite suitable for you. At this moment, Xiao Ta's voice suddenly sounded out from the horizon, young master, don't go. If you go, you will probably become a little brother. Don't you want to continue acting cool here? Don't you want to be invincible? Yi Xian instantly hesitated when he heard this. Should I stay here for a while longer? The green-robed man smiled and said, what? Are you afraid? Yi Xian smiled embarrassedly, I am naturally not afraid. I mainly want to develop for a while longer. The green-robed man smiled and said, that is not a bad idea. However, you should know that only by fighting can you improve yourself. Right now, your strength has already reached the peak of this universe. If you continue to stay here, you will only be a weakling. Do you think this is interesting? Yi Xian hurriedly nodded, interesting. The green-robed man's expression froze. Yi Xian said seriously, Father, Xiao Ta and I have decided to stay here for a while longer. We are not going anywhere. The green-robed man looked at Yi Xian and the smile on his face suddenly disappeared, are you going or not? Yi Xian's expression froze when he heard this. Damn, this father is going to use force? Yi Xian's expression darkened when he heard the green-robed man's words, my dad is going to send me away by force, damn it, why did I ask Xiaoming to call me ancestor? Isn't this a trap of my own making? I'm such a pig-head. At this moment, the green-robed man said, I think you should go and train yourself. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then said, I think. The green-robed man suddenly shook his head, I don't want you to think. I want me to think. Yi Xian's face stiffened again, and he looked extremely ugly. The green-robed man blinked. Look at your expression. You don't seem convinced. If you don't like it, hit me. Kill this doppelganger of mine and you'll have the final say. Yi Xian, the green-robed man was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly said, I'll go. The green-robed man was slightly stunned, and then he smiled. Have you thought it through? Yi Xian nodded, yes. What's the point of being invincible in this place? I want to challenge. I want to challenge someone stronger than me. The green-robed man nodded, that's the right idea. Yi Xian suddenly said, but, Dad, can I go a few months later? The green-robed man looked at Yi Xian, no. Yi Xian quickly said, a few months later, I'll definitely go. The green-robed man smiled, don't say that to me, because I don't believe your nonsense. Don't play any tricks on me. These are all leftovers from me. Yi Xian, Xiao Ta suddenly said in a trembling voice, Master, we're not invincible enough. The green-robed man looked at Xiao Ta expressionlessly, should I call you Tower Master? Xiao Ta, the green-robed man smiled, Xiao Ta, after you followed this guy, I found that your character has changed a lot. Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment before he said, one is marked by the company one keeps. Yi Xian was speechless. The green-robed man shook his head. Xiao Ta, do you want to come with me? Yi Xian's expression instantly changed when he heard this. This Xiao Ta was his cultivation artifact. He was just about to speak when beside him, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Master, I'd better follow the young master. Young master is still young. If he goes out alone, you will definitely be worried. If I follow him, I can at least take care of him. Yi Xian was touched when he heard this. At this critical moment, Xiao Ta was still very kind. Actually, Xiao Ta had his own plans. If he followed Yi Xian, he would continue to be modified by heaven's will. The green-robed man nodded slightly. Then follow him. As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xian. 3 days. You must head to Heaven Burial Domain in 3 days. This isn't for you to show off. Your older sister seems to have caused some trouble there. Go deal with it for her. Yang Nianshui, Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. Damn it, my older sister caused trouble, yet I have to deal with it? Who's going to deal with it for me? Even though he was furious, he didn't dare say anything. He couldn't defeat her. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Father, isn't this clone of yours here? Why don't you let this clone go? You're so strong. The green-robed man spoke indifferently, you seem to have a lot of questions. Yi Xian was speechless. The green-robed man continued, is there a problem with a younger brother helping his older sister? Yi Xian laughed bitterly. Father, you don't care about older sister either. She often causes trouble, and that's not good. The green-robed man's expression was calm. I don't care about you either, do I? Yi Xian was speechless. The green-robed man said, you have to go quickly because she seems to have used the strand of sword energy I left for her. She's probably in a very bad situation right now. If anything happens to her, I'll skin you alive. Yi Xian glanced at the green-robed man and couldn't help but say in his heart. Damn it. I really want to ask Qing to beat you to death. The problem was that Qing might not be able to beat father to death. Moreover, father even formed a clique and hung out with big brother. The green-robed man suddenly said, are you cursing me in your heart? Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. No. No. The green-robed man chuckled. I know you're unhappy, but you can't do anything to me. Hee hee, Yi Xian was speechless. The green-robed man chuckled and said, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you anymore. Remember, if you don't hurry to the burial god territory in 3 days, you'll have to bear the consequences. Hee hee. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned illusory. Yi Xian's expression was calm. Meanwhile, the green-robed man suddenly said, I'm leaving. You don't seem to be reluctant at all. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, I'm sad. The green-robed man roared with laughter. Kid, I hope you'll be able to take a blow from me the next time we meet. Otherwise, it'll be too boring. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something and opened his palm. The 3 strands of sword energy that Dong Linen had left for Yi Xian instantly flew out and fell into the green-robed man's hand. The green-robed man smiled. It's not a good habit to use external objects. I'll be taking these 3 strands of sword energy with me. Take care. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished completely. Yi Xian's expression was extremely ugly. Damn it, he's taken all the sword energy, damn it, isn't father afraid that something might happen to me? Yi Xian's lungs were on the verge of exploding with rage. Xiao Ta suddenly floated over to Yi Xian, and he spoke with a trembling voice, "Young master, we're still unable to defeat master." Yi Xian had a calm expression on his face after he calmed down. "If we can't defeat him, then we can't. Continue working hard. One day, we'll be able to defeat him." Xiao Ta spoke in a low voice. "All right." Yi Xian turned around to gaze at the experts of the profound sword immortal sect. At this moment, all the swordsmen were looking at him, and all the swordsmen had extremely strange expressions on their faces. They hadn't imagined that Yi Xian was actually the son of the profound sword immortal sect's ancestor. What the fuck, he really gave birth to a son late. Yi Xian spoke indifferently, "From this moment onward, I'm the sect master of the profound sword immortal sect. Who objects? Who agrees?" All the experts of the profound sword immortal sect hurriedly expressed their agreement. They couldn't defeat Qin Shi, and their founding ancestor was Qin Shi's father. So, how could they possibly object? Just like that, Yi Xian had become the sect master of the profound sword immortal sect. Yi Xian arrived at the profound sword immortal sect's profound sword hall. He glanced at it and said, "Change the name of this hall." Xiaoming hesitated for a moment and said, "Change it to what?" Yi Xian spoke indifferently, "Change it to the Hall of Acting Cool." Xiaoming was speechless. Yi Xian walked into the hall, and Yi Xian was instantly speechless upon entering it. His father's statue. The profound sword immortal sect had a statue of his father as well. However, it wasn't outside but within the hall. Yi Xian glanced at the statue, and he was instantly infuriated. "Remove it." Xiaoming's face was covered in astonishment. Remove it?" Yi Xian spoke indifferently, "Remove it immediately. Then replace it with mine." Xiaoming was speechless. Yi Xian turned around to look at Xiaoming. "Is there a problem?" Xiaoming hesitated for a moment and said, "Sect master, are you serious?" Yi Xian spoke indifferently, "Do I look like I'm joking to you?" Xiaoming was speechless. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings, and then he turned around and left. It didn't take long for him to arrive at a side hall. This side hall was filled with the treasures of the profound sword immortal sect. Yi Xian glanced at it and said, "Who do these treasures belong to?" Xiaoming replied, "They belong to the sect." Yi Xian asked again, "Who does the sect belong to?" Xiaoming hesitated for a moment and said, "Yours." Yi Xian nodded. "Wrap them up for me." Xiaoming was speechless. After putting away the treasures, Yi Xian strolled around the profound sword immortal sect. In the end, he didn't find any treasures before giving up. In the sky above the profound sword immortal sect, Yi Xian looked at Xiaoming in front of him. "This chaotic world belongs to us?" Xiaoming nodded. "Yes. We all absorb the chaotic energy from this chaotic world to cultivate." Chaotic energy. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, he felt endless chaotic energy. Yi Xian opened his eyes and looked at Xiaoming. "Can I achieve an immortal body by absorbing this chaotic energy?" Xiaoming nodded. "Yes. But it's too little. In fact, this primal chaos force was even more helpful to powerhouses at the 6th level of the cosmic heart realm. If they absorbed this primal chaos force, they would have a high chance of reaching the sacred heart realm. But after reaching the sacred heart realm, this primal chaos force wouldn't be as useful anymore. But there's no way around it. This star god vein is too rare. Only the previous sect master had one." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "The profound firmament sect has one?" Xiaoming nodded. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm and a storage ring appeared in his hand. He glanced at it. There was indeed a star god vein in the storage ring. However, this star god vein was about to dry up. It was about to be sucked dry. Yi Xian was speechless. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian looked at Xiaoming. "Where did he get this star god vein?" Xiaoming shook his head. "I don't know the details." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Has this profound firmament sect ever left this place?" Xiaoming nodded. "Yes. 1,000 years ago, sect master profound firmament sect left the chaotic world. I don't know where he went. Anyway, when he came back, he was already at the immortal body realm. However, since then, he has never left. Yi Xian said softly, in that case, this Xuanzang sect master must have obtained some kind of opportunity outside. Xiaoming nodded. I think so. Yi Xian thought for a while and then absorbed a part of the chaotic force into Xiao Tao's body. This chaotic force was of great help to Tu Chen and the others as it could quickly improve their cultivation. With the addition of the chaotic force, Yi Xian found that Tu Chen and the others' aura skyrocketed. Of course, this was also because they had cultivated for a very, very long time. Glancing at Tu Chen and the others, Yi Xian's lips curled up. It wouldn't take long for Tu Chen and the others to reach the Sacred Heart Realm, 3 days. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on when he thought about going to the Sky-Burying God Realm in 3 days. Why did he have to deal with the aftermath when his sister caused trouble? Speechless, at this moment, a swordsman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian and Xiaoming. The swordsman bowed slightly. Sect Master, the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, Ambassador South, is here. Ambassador South, Yi Xian frowned. What is this woman doing here? The sword cultivator hesitated for a moment before he said, should we let her in? Yi Xian thought for a while and nodded. Let her in. The swordsman retreated. A moment later, Ambassador South came in front of Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian. You've become the sect master of the mystic sword immortal sect? Yi Xian nodded. Ambassador South was silent. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Ambassador South, what's the matter? Ambassador South hesitated. Can I open the primal chaos world? Yi Xian shook his head. No. Ambassador South looked at Yi Xian. You can't be so selfish. Yi Xian suddenly slapped her. Pa, Ambassador South was sent flying by Yi Xian's slap. Yi Xian looked at the southern ambassador who was sent flying. Did I give you face? After writing for 6 years, I realized that no matter how fancy I am, as long as I don't explode, monthly votes? That's just a dream, reality is cruel. Ambassador Nan was stunned after being slapped away. Why did Yi Xian attack her just like that? Most importantly, how could he be so strong? Ambassador Nan gazed at Yi Xian, hesitated for a moment, and said, Young Master Yi, I know you're angry at me. Yi Xian suddenly shook his head. You're wrong. Ambassador Nan gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned. I was angry at that time. After all, I treated you as a friend. But I'm not angry anymore because I've repaid you. Just like I said, we're even. As for now, I'm indeed the sect master of the Dark Sword Immortal sect, and this chaotic world belongs to the Dark Sword Immortal sect. He paused for a moment before he continued, why should I share the chaotic energy of this chaotic world with you? Who do you think you are? You're not my woman. Ambassador Nan was speechless. Yi Xian suddenly said, Elder Xiao, send her off. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Ambassador Nan suddenly said, Aren't you afraid that everyone will join forces against you? Yi Xian didn't even look back. If you dare to attack today, then the Immortal Treasure Pavilion will cease to exist tomorrow. Ambassador Nan's face turned ghastly pale. Elder Xiao gazed at her, fuck off. The Dark Sword Immortal sect was naturally aware of Ambassador Nan's schemes. However, they hadn't gone to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion in the beginning. After all, they were quite afraid of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Of course, they were afraid of the mysterious Pavilion Master. However, the mysterious Pavilion Master hadn't made an appearance for 1,000 years. Now that he had Yi Xian, he wasn't afraid of the mysterious Pavilion Master at all. We have young Master Yi. Ambassador Nan remained silent for a long time before she turned around and left. How could she dare to resist? The weakest here was a Saint Heart, and she was the only Saint Heart in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The gap in their strength was too huge. However, she couldn't figure out how Yi Xian had become the sect master of the Dark Sword Immortal sect. Her original plan was to let the forces behind Yi Xian fight against the Xian Sword Celestial sect. After both sides suffered heavy losses, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion would take advantage of the situation. Now, Yi Xian had become the sect leader of the Mystic Sword Celestial sect. The dragon-slaying teenager turned into a dragon. It might not be appropriate to say this, but she was indeed very depressed. Targeting Yi Xian, she really didn't have the guts. Even now, when he thought about the sword of the mysterious woman in the plain dress, he still felt his heart palpitate. At this time, the southern envoy suddenly stopped. She turned her head and looked around, a trace of confusion in her eyes. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the world was so unfair. Xian managed to get what she had struggled for her whole life in such a short time. Thinking of this, Ambassador Nan's heart was filled with anger. She stopped and turned to look at Xian, who was walking towards the Hall of Pretentiousness. I don't think it's fair. This world is too unfair. Xian stopped and said softly, how can there be absolute fairness in this world? The southern envoy stared at Xian. You're so lucky. Xian shook his head and smiled. He turned to look at the southern envoy and said with a smile, what are you trying to say? The southern envoy's expression was calm. You're lucky to have an invincible younger sister. If it wasn't for her, how could a person with ordinary talent like you have come this far? If it wasn't for her, how could you have become the sect leader of the Mystic Sword Celestial sect? Xian shook his head and smiled. Miss Southern Envoy, we met because of good karma. Even after we settled our debts, I felt that we parted on good terms. I had no malice towards you, nor did I want to have malice towards you. But now, you insulted me. He shook his head again. I'm not angry at all. I'm just a little disappointed. You're no longer the wise and far-sighted Miss Southern Envoy I met. The Southern Envoy stared at Xian. Am I wrong? Xian smiled. Of course you're wrong. If it wasn't for Qing I would still have my father. Do you know who this Mystic Sword Immortal sect belongs to? It's my father's. The Southern Envoy's expression froze. Xian said again. Miss Southern Envoy, if you think it's unfair, then you can recognize me as your father. This way, you'll have a powerful backer. Hearing this, the Southern Envoy flew into a rage. You're insulting me. Before her voice fell, her pupils suddenly shrank. She wanted to retreat, but the next moment, a sword had pierced half an inch into her forehead, the Azure Profound Sword. The Azure Profound Sword directly suppressed the Southern Envoy's divine soul. The Southern Envoy stared at the distant Xian. Your strength. Why are you so strong? Xian smiled. I've always been strong. When I asked you whether you needed me to help you destroy the immortal Taoist temple, did you think I was bragging? The Southern Envoy's face was extremely ugly. She had thought that Xian's strength was ordinary. She had never imagined that Xian's strength was this strong. She had a sacred heart, but a sacred heart couldn't even fight back in front of Xian. The Southern Envoy still wanted to say something, but the Azure Profound Sword completely absorbed her soul. Until her death, the Southern Envoy had never imagined that Xian would really kill her. She died with everlasting regret. To Xian, not killing her was his mercy, but it didn't mean that he wouldn't kill her. He, Xian, would repay kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. The original kindness had been repaid. They were even. After Xian returned to the hall, he learned about the Mystic Sword Immortal sect from Xiaoming. There were more than 40 swordsmen in the Mystic Sword Immortal sect, all of whom had a sacred heart. Everyone's goal was the immortal body. There were also a few swordsmen who chose to focus on Sword Dao, and these swordsmen who specialized in Sword Dao were the strongest in the Mystic Sword Immortal sect. The Mystic Sword Immortal sect was very strong. However, he still didn't plan to bring these swordsmen to the Heaven Burial Sacred Territory, because he was too strong now. He wouldn't even be afraid of an eternal immortal body, let alone an immortal body. Therefore, after giving Xiaoming some instructions, Xian set off for the Heaven Burial Sacred Territory. Before he left Tu Chen and the others in the Mystic Sword Immortal sect because they had also reached the Sacred Heart Realm. In the Milky Way, Xian shuttled back and forth on his sword. On the way, Xiao Ta suddenly asked, Young Master, will we become the younger brother when we go to the Heaven Burial Sacred Territory? Xian shook his head. I don't know. Xiao Ta wanted to say something else, but Xian suddenly said, Stop talking nonsense. We need to hurry. With that, his figure flickered and disappeared at the end of the Milky Way. His father had only given him a rough route, so he couldn't use the profound azure sword to directly travel to the Heaven Burial Sacred Territory. Heaven Burial Sacred Territory, the name didn't sound like a good place. Xian felt a headache coming on. He didn't know what trouble his sister had caused over there. He felt a little sullen at the thought, why should the younger brother clean up the mess for the older sister? what AF asterisk kept up life. Half a month later, Xian finally arrived at the Heaven Burial Sacred Territory. Xian furrowed his brows as soon as he entered the Heaven Burial God domain. That was because he sensed a strong murderous intent and evil energy the moment he stepped into the Heaven Burial God domain. Xian looked around. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Xian was about to leave when an old man suddenly appeared in front of Xian. Xian looked at the old man calmly. The old man smiled. Is this young master's first time in the Heaven Burial Sacred Territory? Xian nodded, yes. The old man smiled. Greetings, young master. This old man is from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Xian was shocked. Celestial Treasure Pavilion? The old man nodded, yes. As he spoke, he took out a scroll. Young master is new here, so you're definitely not familiar with the Heaven Burial Sacred Territory. I have some information here that describes in detail the various powers and experts in the Heaven Burial Sacred Territory, as well as some dangerous places. Originally, it required 100 star veins, but now it only requires 88 star veins. 88 star veins. The corners of Xian's mouth twitched. Why don't you just rob someone? Won't I know everything you said after I ask around? The old man stroked his beard and smiled. Young master will naturally know the basic information once you ask around. However, some information can't be obtained just by asking around. For example, which places are dangerous, which people are dangerous, and so on. Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, give me one. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and a spatial ring descended before the old man. The old man grinned, and then he passed the scroll to Xian. After Xian put the scroll away, the old man took out another scroll, and then he said, young master, this scroll describes in detail the cultivation realms and combat strengths of those dangerous people, and the danger level of those dangerous places. Do you need it? Xian's face froze when he heard that. Fuck, what a trap, what a trap, Xian suddenly smiled, give me one. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and a spatial ring descended before the old man. The old man hurriedly put it away, and then he passed the scroll to Xian. When Xian put it away, the old man took out another scroll, and then he said, young master, I can see that your strength is extraordinary, and ordinary experts shouldn't be much of a threat to you. My scroll records some relatively mysterious and extraordinary experts, and all of them are extremely formidable. I only want 180 star veins. Are you interested? Xian glanced at the old man, give me one. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and then a spatial ring descended before the old man. The old man hurriedly put it away, and then he took out another scroll. Young master, based on your expression, it should be your first time here. I presume you're either looking for the star-searching divine veins or someone. There are a few maps in this scroll, and they record a few ruins. The weakest ruins belong to experts with eternal realm willpower. My Immortal Treasure Pavilion is holding an event today, and I don't want 10,000 or 8,000. I only want 3,800 star veins. Are you interested? Xian nodded his head, yes. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and a spatial ring fell in front of the old man. The old man was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He hurriedly put away the spatial ring, and then he took out a token. Young master, if you get a divine item or a star divine vein, you'll definitely be hunted down. This is a protection token. As long as you have this token, you can stay in my Immortal Treasure Pavilion for a day. During this day, you'll be under the protection of my Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Young master, the previous ones are not essential to you, but you must buy the last one. It's a life-saving token. It only costs 5,200 star veins, 5,200 star veins for a life. Is it worth it? Xian glanced at the old man, it's worth it. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and a spatial ring fell in front of the old man. The old man was so happy that his eyes were about to close. He hurriedly put away the spatial ring, and then he took out a piece of white cloth that was filled with words. Young master, since you chose to buy a protection token, it's obvious that you're here to cause trouble. In that case, I have no choice but to recommend this for you. As he spoke, he said seriously, this is a life insurance. If you buy this insurance, as long as you're in danger and injured, you'll enjoy free rescue from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. No matter where you are, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion will rush to your rescue in the shortest time possible. Also, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion will pay for all the medical expenses after you're injured. Apart from that, every time you're injured, you'll receive compensation from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. As for the amount of compensation, it'll depend on your injury. If you're unlucky enough to die in a battle, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion will compensate you tenfold. For example, if you spend 10,000 star veins to buy this insurance, you'll receive 100,000 star veins as compensation after you die. We'll give these to your family. Moreover, after you die, we will also bury you. We will handle your funeral in a dignified manner so that you can leave in style. Yi Xian fell silent. The Celestial Treasure Pavilion, fuck, he suddenly realized that he'd severely underestimated the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Meanwhile, the old man gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. Young master, based on your appearance, I can tell that you're here to cause trouble. If you take this risk, then you'll definitely make a profit. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and a command token appeared in his hand. The Dark Sky Token. The old man's expression instantly froze when he saw the Dark Sky Token in Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian smiled. Based on your expression, you should recognize this token. The old man suddenly put the white cloth away, and then he bowed slightly. I didn't know young master's identity just now. I was rude. Yi Xian smiled. What's the relationship between all of you and the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? The old man smiled. We're a family. However, everyone does things their own way. They're in charge of worlds with comparatively lower martial Dao civilizations, and we're in charge of worlds with comparatively higher martial Dao civilizations. Yi Xian was quite curious. Exactly how many families does your Celestial Treasure Pavilion have? The old man hesitated for a moment, and then he shook his head. I don't know the specifics. Only the pavilion master knows. Yi Xian asked, is your pavilion master here? The old man shook his head. She isn't. As for where she is, I don't know as well because I've never met her. The pavilion master of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Yi Xian fell silent. She's really mysterious. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly withdrew all the spatial rings that Yi Xian had given him, and then he returned them to Yi Xian. Young master, you're the most distinguished guest of my Celestial Treasure Pavilion, and you enjoy all the rights of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Take these. Yi Xian put the spatial rings away, and then he smiled. How many star veins do you earn every single day? The old man smiled embarrassedly. Not much. On good days, a few thousand star veins a day. A few thousand star veins. Yi Xian's expression froze when he heard this. Fuck, that's too profitable. Yi Xian restrained his thoughts and said, help me look for someone. The old man quickly said, all right. Yi Xian opened his palm and a painting appeared in his hand. It's her. The old man received the portrait and said, young master, please wait a moment. It won't take too long, just 15 minutes will do. With that, he turned around and left. 15 minutes, Yi Xian looked at the departing old man in silence. The strength of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion was terrifying. At this time, the old man appeared in front of Yi Xian again. The old man's expression was solemn. Young lord, we found this woman. May I ask who she is? Yi Xian said, my sister. The old man said solemnly, your sister is in danger. Yi Xian frowned. What do you mean? The old man's expression was rather solemn. She's being chased by Burial Mountain right now. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Burial Mountain? The old man nodded. The strongest superpower in this world. Yi Xian's expression instantly darkened. This big sister is really good at causing trouble, the old man continued. Not only that, but according to what we know, she killed a young master from the land of the gods. She's being chased by 2 superpowers. Yi Xian's expression froze. The old man glanced at Yi Xian. Should we go save her? Yi Xian asked. What realm is the strongest person in these 2 powers? The old man said solemnly, Eternal. Eternal, Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Even though he wasn't afraid of Eternal, it didn't mean that he could defeat eternal beings. After all, eternal beings could enter the river of time as well. This big sister, Yi Xian shook his head. The old man continued. Young master, if you want to save her, then you must rush over immediately because your sister's situation isn't optimistic. Xian looked at the old man. Can I mobilize the experts of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion within my authority? The old man nodded. Yes. Xian was overjoyed. I want to mobilize your eternal immortal experts. The old man wanted to say something but hesitated. Xian frowned. Why? The old man smiled awkwardly. We don't. No, Xian was shocked. Are you joking? You don't have eternal immortal experts? The old man nodded. Indeed we don't. If we do, young master can mobilize them. But we don't. Xian, the old man smiled awkwardly. We are businessmen. We don't usually fight. Xian said solemnly. If you don't have strength, how can you establish a foothold here? Didn't they rob you a long time ago? The old man smiled. The reason they don't dare to touch us is because our pavilion master almost killed them. Therefore, the ancestors of their forces have issued a death order not to provoke the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Mysterious Pavilion Master, Xian fell silent. He was more and more curious about the mysterious Pavilion Master of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Of course, he was also troubled. Damn it, you have the right to mobilize our experts, but we don't have any experts for you. Holy shit, this Celestial Treasure Pavilion is really a deity. The old man hesitated. Young Master Yi, if you don't go, your sister will be in danger, Xian said calmly. Don't worry. Even if I die, she won't die. With that, he turned and disappeared into the horizon. The old man hurriedly said, Young Master Yi, I haven't told you where she is. Xian returned to the old man. Where? The old man said solemnly. In the Sukuan Sea. Go to the right and you will reach it. Xian nodded. As if he thought of something, he suddenly said, Can I buy that personal accident insurance? The old man shook his head. No. Xian was puzzled. Because I'm your VIP? The old man shook his head again. No. We will evaluate the risk when we sell it. Young Master Yi. Our evaluation is that people like you are very dangerous and have a high chance of dying. Therefore, we can't sell it to you. We are afraid of losing money. Xian gave him a thumbs up. You specialize in making sure you don't lose money. You guys are awesome. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and transformed into a streak of sword light that vanished into the horizon. The old man was speechless. To Xian, traveling 10,000 miles was just a matter of a snap of his fingers. After arriving at the Sukuan Sea, Xian found that the scenery was quite beautiful. The seawater was clear like a mirror. He could see the bottom of the sea at a glance. When he arrived, it happened to be night time. Therefore, the sky full of stars was reflected in the sea. It was beautiful. After admiring it for a while, Xian looked into the distance. The next moment, he disappeared from where he was because he had already sensed Yang Nianshua's aura. Soon, Xian saw Yang Nianshua. When he saw her, Xian was stunned. At this time, Yang Nianshua was in a somewhat miserable state. Not only was there blood at the corner of her mouth, but one of her arms had been cut off. In addition, her aura was very weak, and her face was as pale as paper. She was seriously injured. Xian frowned. Why was his sister in such a miserable state? Not far in front of Yang Nianshua stood an old man and a middle-aged man. Both of them had eternal will, and there were 10 people around them. These 10 people had eternal bodies. They had been ganged up on. Seeing Xian, Yang Nianshua was overjoyed. She ran in front of Xian and gave Xian a big hug. Then she said excitedly, Brother, my dear little brother, I missed you so much. Xian was speechless. In the distance, the old man and the middle-aged man looked at Xian, and they frowned when they saw Xian. They couldn't see through Xian's cultivation. Yang Nianshua moved closer to Xian and said softly, Brother, did you come alone? Xian nodded. Yang Nianshua looked at Xian. Where's father? Xian thought for a moment and said, He said he went to have fun. Yang Nianshua was stunned, and then she flared up with rage. That beast. Xian was speechless. Yang Nianshua hesitated for a moment and said, Did he give you anything to save your life? For example, sword energy. Yixian shook his head. No. Yang Yanxue was astounded. Not even a strand of sword energy? Yixian nodded. Not even a strand of sword energy. Yang Yanxue hesitated for a moment and said, when I left, he gave me 5 strands of sword energy. Yixian was speechless. Yang Yanxue was slightly helpless. I used them all. As she spoke, she looked at Yixian. Brother, father didn't even give you a strand of sword energy. I seriously suspect that you're not father's biological son. Yixian's expression froze. Yang Yanxue said again, can you be called Tianming? Yixian shook his head. Yang Yanxue's face darkened. Are you sure? Yixian was helpless. I'm sure. Yang Yanxue looked at Yixian. Then why did you come here? Yixian said indifferently, father asked me to help you, but it seems like I can't help you with anything. Yang Yanxue's face fell. Yixian was slightly curious. Why did you fight with them? Yang Yanxue blinked and said, I found a mystic realm. There are many treasures in that mystic realm, and there are even star god veins. Yixian hurriedly said, how many? Yang Yanxue looked at Yixian warily. Not many, just 1 or 2. Yixian glared at Yang Yanxue. Why would they chase after you just because of 1 or 2? Are they crazy? Yang Yanxue hesitated for a moment and said, a dozen or so. Yixian said indifferently, just how many? Yang Yanxue said, it's true, just a dozen or so. I can swear that if I'm lying, father will be hacked to death. The man in green was speechless. Yixian looked at Yang Yanxue. If you don't tell the truth, then I'm leaving. As he spoke, he turned and left. Yang Yanxue's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly pulled on Yixian. Little brother, you're my biological little brother. Yixian said indifferently, what if it's fake? Yang Yanxue was speechless. Yixian said again, how many? Yang Yanxue hesitated for a moment and said, a few hundred. A few hundred, Yixian's eyelids twitched, and he raised a finger. Half, give me half. Yang Yanxue jumped up. You're too ruthless. Too ruthless. Yixian said calmly, then you can call me dad. Let father save you. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yang Yanxue hurriedly pulled on Yixian. Don't. We can talk, we can talk. Yixian looked at Yang Yanxue. Are you giving it to me or not? Yang Yanxue nodded. Yes. I'll give it to you. Yixian opened his right hand. Give it to me first, then I'll help you fight. Yang Yanxue hesitated. At this moment, the old man suddenly said, Your Excellency, are you going to interfere? Yixian glanced at Yang Yanxue, and then said, I'm not interfering. You guys continue. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yang Yanxue's expression changed, and she hurriedly said, I'll give it to you after the fight. Yixian rolled his eyes. Big sister, we're all on the same side, so don't play tricks. Don't you have any idea what kind of character our family is? Yang Yanxue was speechless. P.S. I will definitely explode, but not now. This month is almost over. Can you guys vote for me first? I never go back on my word. After being together for so many years, you should trust my character, right? In the end, Yang Yanxue reluctantly gave Yixian a spatial ring, and there were 150 star god veins within it. After he put the spatial ring away, Yixian gazed at the old man who led the group. The old man said, Do you really intend to interfere in this matter? They were quite vigilant and fearful of Yixian, because they couldn't sense Yixian's strength. Yixian said with a serious expression, Of course I'm going to interfere. She's my older sister, and blood is thicker than water. Bullying her is equivalent to bullying me. Yang Yanxue was speechless. The old man's gaze gradually turned icy cold when he heard Yixian. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 Eternal Realm experts behind him charged at Yixian. However, he didn't attack, he wanted to probe Xianxi's strength first. As soon as they moved, 2 rays of light pierced through their foreheads. Hiss, hiss, 2 strands of blood sprayed out, instant annihilation. Moreover, It was instant annihilation. The expressions of the old man and middle-aged man instantly changed when they witnessed this scene. On the other hand, Yang Yanxue, who stood by Yi Xian's side, had a shocked expression on her face. Is this little brother that strong? Meanwhile, the old man spoke in a low voice. May I know who you are? Yi Xian smiled. All of you can attack me together. Attack him together. The expressions of the old man and middle-aged man instantly became unsightly when they heard this. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his grasp. The old man's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene, and then he said, "Let's go. Let's go." As soon as he spoke, the old man and the others turned around and vanished into the horizon. In the end, they didn't choose to go head-on against Xianxia. Going head-on against Xianxia might be pointless. After all, experts of such a level weren't existences that they could deal with. Yang Yanxue gazed at Yi Xian once she saw the old man and the others flee. She sized Yi Xian up and said, "Little brother, how did you become so strong?" Yi Xian said with a smile, "That makes me strong? I didn't even use 10% of my strength in that sword strike just now." Yang Yanxue glared at Yi Xian. "Don't pretend in front of me." Yi Xian laughed. Meanwhile, Yang Yanxue spoke solemnly, "Brother, let's head to the ruins again." Yi Xian hurriedly said, "You didn't take all the treasures from the ruins?" Yang Yanxue shook her head. "No. I didn't dare to go deeper because it's too dangerous." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he asked, "How dangerous?" Yang Yanxue glanced at Yi Xian, and then she said, "There's no danger with you here." Yi Xian was speechless. After Yang Yanxue recovered from her injuries, the two of them headed for the relic. Not long after, the two of them arrived at an island deep in the Void Kuan Sea. Yang Yanxue glanced at the surroundings and said, "The Void Kuan Ocean isn't simple. We have to be careful." Yi Xian was a little curious. "Sis, why aren't you with Dad? Aren't you able to get anything you want by following him?" Yang Yanxue rolled her eyes. "I have no freedom by his side. I can come out by myself and play however I want." "Isn't that great?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "That's true." Yang Yanxue led Yi Xian to a huge stone door, but there was nothing behind it. Yi Xian asked, "Is it inside?" Yang Yanxue nodded. She walked over to the door and took out a white box. A stream of air slowly drifted out from within the box. Crack! Suddenly, Yi Xian heard a sound, and then a white vortex appeared behind the door. Yang Yanxue hurriedly put the box away. Yi Xian was quite curious. "Sis, what's in that box?" Yang Yanxue smiled, "Whitey's aura." Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly. "Whitey's aura?" Yang Yanxue nodded. "It's very useful to use her aura to explore some ruins. Because some ruins are guarded by formations or barriers. Barriers and formations mean that they have a spirit, and if they have a spirit, then they'll fall for Whitey's trick." Yi Xian was speechless. The siblings entered the black vortex, and a short while later, they arrived at a huge stone square. The square was a few kilometers wide, and there was a floating black hall not too far away from them. There were two words above the hall, Void Kuan Ocean Palace. Yang Yanxue said, "I came here before, and I obtained the star god vein from here. However, I wasn't able to enter the hall." Yi Xian asked, "Someone is guarding it?" Yang Yanxue nodded. "Very strong." Yi Xian looked at the hall and said, "Your box." Yang Yanxue rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. "Whitey is useless against people." Yi Xian was speechless. Yang Yanxue continued, "There was definitely a very strong sect here in the past, but it was destroyed for some unknown reason. There are definitely a lot of good things in that hall. We'll be rich if we can enter it." Yi Xian looked at the hall, and then he opened his palm, and Xiao Ta appeared in it. Xiao Ta hurriedly said, "Young master, what are you doing?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Xiao Ta, with your current strength, who can harm you in less than 3 strikes? Don't be afraid. Go." As he spoke, he suddenly tossed it towards the hall. Xiao Ta had just touched the hall when a ray of white light suddenly slashed Xiao Ta's body. Bang! Xiao Ta was instantly sent flying. Yi Xian opened his palm, and Xiao Ta fell into his hand. At the same time, he retreated a few dozen meters. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Ta, and he noticed that there were actually some cracks on Xiao Ta's body. Yi Xian looked at the hall and frowned slightly. Interesting, Xiao Ta suddenly said, young master, you. Yi Xian suddenly said, I'll ask Qing'er to improve your strength the next time I see her. Xiao Ta immediately changed his words, young master, I'm willing to go through fire and water for you. Yi Xian was speechless. Yang Yanxue glanced at Xiao Ta, and then she said, why has Xiao Ta become so fancy after being with you for so long? Yi Xian was speechless. Yang Yanxue said, do you have any other way? Yi Xian smiled, yes. Yang Yanxue hurriedly asked, what way? Yi Xian said, let's go in. As he spoke, he walked towards the hall in the distance. Yang Yanxue pulled on Yi Xian's arm and asked seriously, are you confident? Yi Xian nodded. Yang Yanxue hesitated for a moment, and then she nodded, be careful. If you think it's dangerous, then we don't want it. In any case, Dad and Mom have bought a lot of assets for us, and we have assets to inherit. Xiao Ta was speechless. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, do we have a lot of assets? Yang Yanxue blinked. You don't even know? Yi Xian's face darkened. Like hell I know. Yang Yanxue's expression became slightly strange. Yi Xian sighed softly, our family values women more than men. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the hall in the distance. When he arrived before the hall, a ray of white light slashed over, and the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand transformed into a sword shield that blocked in front of him. Bang! The green profound sword shield trembled violently, and it forcibly withstood the attack. After withstanding the attack, Yi Xian's figure trembled, and he directly entered the hall. However, the next moment, he seemed to feel something, and his expression changed. The next moment, bang, in the hall, following a muffled sound, Yi Xian was directly thrown out of the hall. Yang Yanxue hurriedly ran in front of Yi Xian, and she was a little worried, are you all right? Yi Xian shook his head slightly, and he looked into the hall, and said in a deep voice, there's someone alive inside. Alive, Yang Yanxue looked up at the hall in the distance, and at this moment, an old man slowly walked over. The old man wore a thick black robe, and he was rather short, but his eyes were very sharp. The old man glanced at Yang Yanxue, and then looked at Yi Xian, swordsman. Yi Xian smiled, yes. After a moment of silence, the old man said, your realm isn't high enough, but your strength is terrifyingly strong. You're someone who doesn't cultivate realm. Yi Xian nodded, yes. After a moment of silence, the old man said, what are you doing here? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then said, Senior, if I may ask, you are. The old man's expression was calm, I'm no longer here. What you see now is just a trace of my image. Image. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Senior is an expert above the eternal immortal realm. The old man glanced at Yi Xian, yes. Yi Xian smiled, Senior, to be honest, us brother and sister are here for the inheritance. Inheritance, the old man fell silent. Yi Xian asked softly, Senior left behind an inheritance, right? The old man nodded, yes, but I'm afraid the two of you aren't suitable. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled, why? The old man said in a deep voice, you're already so strong, why do you still need an inheritance? Hearing that, Yi Xian was instantly overjoyed. It was the first time he had been praised like this. In the past, he was like a little brother to him. The old man said again, you're cultivating the boundless realm, and I'm cultivating the existence realm, so it's not suitable for you. Moreover, you're so strong that even my main body might not be able to do anything to you. Also, the sword in your hand is extremely extraordinary, and the person who made this sword is definitely stronger than me. Therefore, my inheritance isn't of much use to you. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Senior, you've misunderstood. Although I'm cultivating the boundless realm, I'll use these realms as reference. If Senior is willing to give your inheritance to me, I'll definitely bring it to greater heights. The old man fell silent. He seemed to be hesitating. Yi Xian said again, Senior, it's not that I'm boasting, but after today, it'll be difficult for you to find a super genius like me. Yang Yanxue couldn't help but glance at Yi Xian when she heard that. Can you be a little more shameless? Yi Xian was speechless. The corners of the old man's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Damn it, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone so shameless, Xian continued. Senior, look at me again. Were there many monstrous geniuses like me in your era? The old man hesitated for a moment and said, not many. Xian continued, then do you think you'll be able to meet someone as outstanding as me? The old man glanced at Xian and said, it'll be difficult. Xian said seriously, then what are you hesitating for? The old man said softly, you're good, but your skin is a little too thick. I'm afraid you'll ruin my reputation one day. Xian was speechless. His reputation would be ruined. Xian was instantly infuriated when he heard the old man. This geezer really doesn't know how to speak properly. Xianxia couldn't help but chuckle when she saw Xian being humiliated. The old man continued, young brother, you're very strong, so you really don't need my inheritance. Moreover, our daos are completely different, so my dao isn't suitable for you. Xian thought for a moment and nodded, then I won't force you. As he spoke, he glanced at Xianxia, you've gotten lucky. Xianxia chuckled, we're all family, so you've gotten lucky as well. Xian puckered his lips and didn't say anything. The old man sized up Xianxia and said, actually, you aren't very suitable as well. Xianxia's smile froze when she heard this. Xian roared with laughter. The old man sighed softly, both of you are very outstanding, but both of you really aren't suitable for my inheritance. Xian spoke in a low voice, Senior, then how long do you intend to wait? The old man fell silent, and his expression was quite dim. The two people before him were not bad, but it was a pity that they were not suitable for his inheritance. That was because he could tell that their origins were not simple, and the daos they cultivated far surpassed his daos. Thus, if he were to give his inheritance to the two of them, it would not be long before his inheritance would be eliminated by the two of them, and he would eventually disappear from this world. It wasn't that they weren't good, they were too good. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly said, Senior, how about this? Give your inheritance to me, and I'll find an heir for you in the future. The old man gazed at Xian, you'll find an heir for me? Xian nodded, since both of us aren't suitable for your inheritance, then we'll help you find one. It's better than waiting here bitterly. What do you think? The old man pondered deeply for a long time before he nodded, all right. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a black scroll appeared in his hand. He looked at Xian, and the scroll slowly floated in front of Xian. My inheritance is in this. Xian put the scroll away and said, Senior, aren't you afraid that I'll take it for myself? The old man laughed. Young friend, your great Dao far surpasses my Dao. You won't be interested in this level of inheritance. Xian smiled and put away the scroll. The old man opened his palm and a storage ring appeared in his hand. He said, after I died, my life savings were all here. As he spoke, he glanced at the two of them. I'll give them to you. After that, the storage ring flew over to Xian and Xianxia. He knew that they'd definitely come to seek wealth. If he didn't give them some benefits, then his inheritance might be sold off by them. The corners of Xian and Xianxia's mouths raised slightly when they heard this. Xian reacted swiftly and immediately put the storage ring away. Actually, they really didn't care much about this inheritance. What they cared about was wealth. Xian was suddenly a little curious. Senior, as far as I know, powerhouses like you can be reborn even if you only have a wisp of consciousness left, let alone a wisp of your soul. Why did you? The old man smiled bitterly, you're right. Under normal circumstances, even a strand of consciousness can be reborn. However, I died an unnatural death. Xian frowned slightly, an unnatural death? The old man nodded, when I was killed all those years ago, my future and present were severed. In other words, I was completely wiped out. So, I can't be reborn. Even if I can be reborn, I'll still die. Xian spoke in a low voice, severed the present and future of that person? The old man smiled, young friend, you should be able to do that as well. Xian fell silent. He really did have that strength, but he'd overlooked it all this time. Now that he thought about it, he noticed that every single person he'd killed had been completely wiped out by him, and there wasn't any trace of life left in them. The old man continued, this strand of my soul was left behind at the very beginning. Otherwise, we wouldn't have met today. Xian spoke in a low voice, Senior, how strong was the person who killed you? The old man glanced at Xian, very strong. Yang Nianxue suddenly asked, how strong is very strong? The old man thought for a moment and said, I wasn't even able to resist a single attack from him all those years ago. Yi Xian suddenly asked, was it a swordsman? The old man shook his head, no. Yi Xian and Yang Nianxue exchanged glances. It wasn't a swordsman. Since it wasn't a swordsman, then it wasn't one of the three swords. After all, there were other extraordinary big shots besides the three swords in this world. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, Senior, can you tell me about that person? The old man stared at Yi Xian, it's best that you don't. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled, why? The old man laughed bitterly, if I tell him about it, then he'll know right away. At that time, both of you will be in danger. Yang Nianxue turned to look at Yi Xian, are you afraid? Yi Xian replied with a question, aren't you? Yang Nianxue hesitated for a moment and said, you seem to be quite strong now, so there's no need for us to be afraid. Yi Xian glared at Yang Nianxue, do you think I'm your father? Even though he wasn't weak now, he wasn't Xiao Ta who would say that he was invincible under the three swords, and he would trade one for one above the three swords. Damn it, he'd been beaten up for so many years, so if he still hadn't improved at all, then wouldn't he have lived his life like a dog? Yang Nianxue puckered her lips and didn't say another word. Actually, she was quite afraid as well. If the old man really was very strong, then the two of them might really die here. The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, even though I don't dare to say anything about him, I can give you a reminder. He always carries a small bamboo basket on his back. His voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when the old man's soul suddenly ignited, and then he vanished in the next moment as if he'd never appeared. Yi Xian and Yang Nianxue were dumbfounded when they witnessed this scene. He was perfectly fine, but he vanished just like that. Meanwhile, the space in front of them suddenly trembled slightly, and a mysterious aura was growing closer and closer. Yi Xian and Yang Nianxue looked at each other. The brother and sister were suddenly a little nervous. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, Big sis, call me dad. Yang Nianxue spoke in a low voice, go ahead. Yi Xian turned to look at Yang Nianxue, don't tell me that you can't call him. Yang Nianxue nodded, you guessed it right, brother. Yi Xian's expression froze. That aura was growing closer and closer. Yi Xian's expression became solemn, Big sis, are you sure you can't call him dad? Yang Nianxue spoke in a low voice, brother, why don't you bring up the rear? Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, damn it, you two idiots are still chattering here. Can't you just run away? Hearing this, Yi Xian and Yang Nianxue were stunned. In the next moment, Yi Xian took Yang Nianxue and vanished on the spot. Run away. Not long after Yi Xian and Yang Nianxue slipped away, a soft "s" suddenly sounded from within the hall, and in the next moment, the entire ruins turned into nothingness. Yi Xian and Yang Nianxue appeared on the surface of the ocean, and they heaved sighs of relief when they saw the ruins below them vanish without a trace. Yang Nianxue spoke in a low voice, it's really dangerous out there. Yi Xian glanced at Yang Nianxue, Big sis, I think you should go back and follow dad. Even though it isn't so free, it's safe. Yang Nianxue shook her head, following dad is too boring. Moreover, Little White and Area aren't here, so it's too boring. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Big sis, it's not impossible for you to live in the outside world, but can you become stronger? Yang Nianxue glared at Yi Xian, do you think I'm a burden to you? Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head, no. Yang Nianxue snorted, and then she said, little brother, you can't be so narrow-minded. Even though I'm not very strong now, I've been with dad for so many years, and I still have some connections. I can help you in the future. Yi Xian curled his lips, I don't believe you. Yang Nianxue suddenly spread out her palm, little brother, it's time to split the money. Yi Xian was a little confused, split what money? Yang Nianxue said angrily, that senior gave you all his savings just now. Why, do you want to take it all for yourself? Yi Xian said in a low voice, Big sis, you don't have to worry about food and drink if you follow dad and the others, but I. Yang Nianxue suddenly said, if you don't split the money, I'll speak ill of you in front of my aunts in the future, and say that you're fooling around outside. Yi Xian's expression froze, and he hurriedly asked in his heart, Xiao Ta, how will this affect me? Xiao Ta was silent for a moment, and then he said, very much. Yi Xian was puzzled, what do you mean? Lil Tower sighed in a low voice. You're just letting them loose now, and the few matriarchs are all opposed to Master's actions. For example, Matriarch Ding from before. Didn't she help you before? Why did she help you? Because she is opposed to this kind of behavior. And little Xianxia is mainly going to ruin your reputation. Then in the future, the other matriarchs will definitely strongly support Master to let you be. Not only that, but they will definitely not help you in the future. Most importantly, isn't your mother, who is also Matriarch Dongli, building up power for you all the time? How can she do that? There must be the help of other matriarchs in this. Speaking up to this point, it paused, and then continued, do you know why Master gave me to you? Yi Xian frowned slightly, didn't you take the initiative to follow me? After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, young master, you're shameless. You even lied to yourself, I really have to give it to you. Yi Xian, Xiao Ta said, the reason why Master gave me to you was because of Matriarch Su's request. Matriarch Su is little Master Xianxia's biological mother. Back then, she was afraid that you would have a hard time outside, so she asked Master to give me to you. At this moment, Yi Xian said in a low voice, first of all, I thank Auntie Su for her kindness, but… Xiao Ta, touch your conscience and tell me, after you followed me in the early stages, other than acting cool and bragging, what else can you do? If it wasn't for Qing or who changed you a little, I would have thought that my father sent you to make my life more difficult. Xiao Ta. P.S. I've already saved a lot of scripts now, I'll wait for a good day to explode. Prepare your tickets, when I explode, I won't be human. Are you afraid? Yang Xianxia glared at Yi Xian when she saw him remain silent for a long time. Split the money. Yi Xian restrained his thoughts, glanced at Yang Xianxia, and then sighed softly. After that, he withdrew a spatial ring and passed it to Yang Xianxia. Yang Xianxia instantly beamed when she glanced at it. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, big sister, I traveled so far to save you. Don't you have anything to show me? Yang Xianxia gazed at Yi Xian and said seriously, brother, if you think like that, then you're really narrow-minded. Don't pursue the benefits that are in front of you. You have to set your sights on the long term and the future. Understand? Yi Xian shook his head and felt a slight headache. Right at this moment, both of them suddenly turned around and saw numerous powerful auras sweep over from the horizon. The siblings furrowed their brows. Yang Xianxia hurriedly walked over to stand behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, 6 people appeared in front of Yi Xian. The person in the lead was an old man. The old man had white hair, an emaciated face, and a gaze that was sharp like the edge of a blade. Yang Xianxia hurriedly said by Yi Xian's side, they're from Mount Burial. Mount Burial, Yi Xian glanced at the old man and didn't say anything. The old man stared at Yi Xian, tell me who your backer is. Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he said, what do you mean? The old man's face remained emotionless, your backer decides our attitude towards you. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, 3 strikes of the sword. The old man frowned slightly, I've never heard of it. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. He attacked right away, Yi Xian's face darkened, right at this moment, the old man suddenly vanished mysteriously. In the next moment, the space and time here suddenly distorted, and then countless needle-like beams of white light shot towards Yi Xian like a storm amidst the distorted space and time. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly. He opened his palm, and the green profound sword transformed into a sword shield that blocked in front of him. Bang, boom 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 boom, numerous explosions resounded incessantly in space. In the next moment, Yi Xian retreated explosively. Before he could stop, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head. At the moment he raised his head, a giant hand came crashing down like a mountain. It was not an ordinary giant hand, the giant hand contained powerful spacetime energy and undying energy. Yi Xian opened his palm and the green profound sword suddenly soared into the sky. Boom, after being struck by the green profound sword, the giant hand trembled violently before cracking apart. Right at this moment, an afterimage suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Boom, an expanse of sword light suddenly shattered. In the next moment, Yi Xian's figure was blasted flying at an extremely swift speed. In the blink of an eye, he'd moved over 30 kilometers back. As soon as he stopped moving, the space he resided in had suddenly transformed into an enormous black vortex. The terrifying black vortex was suffused with a terrifying suction force, and countless strands of suction force were madly tearing at his body. At the same time, the old man suddenly appeared in front of Xian, and a wisp of ferocity flashed through his eyes. "Die, old man." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly clenched his right fist and smashed it forward. Bang! At the instant that he punched forward, an expanse of golden light suddenly swept out from his fist. The golden light contained countless strange and tiny symbols, and every single one of them represented a law, and each law represented a Tao. Xian's expression instantly turned unsightly when the old man punched forward. Damn it, this old man is at the eternal immortal realm. He concealed his cultivation just now. This burial mountain is really amazing. He actually sent an eternal immortal realm expert directly. Wouldn't it be normal for him to send a few weaker ones to let me practice? Xian didn't dare to think too much about it. When facing this punch, he didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. He didn't choose to defend himself, and he took a step forward and stabbed forward with his sword. The attack was very calm as water. However, the expression of the old man who was right next to him changed drastically. His pupils shrank to the size of needles in an instant, as if he had encountered something terrifying. In the next moment, the fear in his eyes turned into madness. "Then let's die together." As soon as he finished speaking, he used all the strength in his body and punched forward. In an instant, golden light that was like the scorching sun caused the entire expanse of space to seethe. Bang! Xian's entire body was blasted away like a kite that had its string cut. Moreover, strands of strange golden light flickered around his body, and with every strand of golden light, Xian spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Finally, after retreating for hundreds of thousands of meters, Xian finally stopped, and when he did, his face was ghastly pale. Xian lowered his head to look at his body. Arya's battle armor was still there, and there was nothing wrong with it. However, there was a huge problem with his physical body. He was heavily injured. The battle armor was powerful, but his physical body wasn't. It had to be said that Xian's expression was slightly solemn. If Arya's battle armor hadn't blocked most of the force, he would have died under this punch. Xian raised his head to look at the old man in the distance. At this moment, the old man's body was gradually becoming illusory. The old man stared fixedly at Xian. "Slash the future. You can actually return to the past and slash the future." Xian nodded. "That's right." After a long silence, the old man said, "Why haven't you been erased by the law of time?" Xian said, "Do you know the Time Master?" Hearing this, the old man's pupils suddenly shrank. "You know the Time Master?" Xian nodded. "That's right." The old man said in a trembling voice. "I just asked if you have a backer. Why didn't you say that this is the Time Master?" If you had said that, even if the old man had 10,000 guts, the old man wouldn't have dared to attack you. Xian glanced at the old man. "The three swords are much more powerful than the Time Master." The old man's expression froze. Xian suddenly asked, "Is the Time Master very powerful?" A trace of confusion flashed in the old man's eyes. "That's a godlike existence." "A godlike existence." Xian fell silent. Did he underestimate the Time Master's strength? In truth, he couldn't be blamed. It was the Time Master who was too humble. When he first met the Time Master was kneeling. Of course, he neglected one thing, and that was the Time Master wasn't kneeling to him, Xian. At this time, the old man in the distance disappeared completely. Erased. Watching the old man disappear, Xian fell silent. He realized that he had underestimated the eternal immortal realm expert. With his current strength, although he could kill an eternal immortal realm expert, the old man could kill him too. If he hadn't hurriedly activated the second year battle armor, his soul would have been obliterated. Eternal immortal realm. Xian took a deep breath. It seemed like he had to reach the mortal body realm as soon as possible. The current him had the divine star veins. It wouldn't be a problem for him to reach the mortal body realm. At this time, Xianxia walked up to Xian. She glanced at Xian and asked, "Are you all right?" Xian chuckled bitterly. "What do you think?" Xianxia hesitated for a moment, and then she opened her palm. A white pill appeared in her palm, and before Xian could react, she placed the pill into Xian's mouth. As soon as the pill entered his body, Yi Xian's body instantly recovered. In an instant, Yi Xian was stunned. He had the body of defiance and possessed the terrifying undying bloodline. Therefore, his body's self-recovery speed was extremely terrifying. However, even so, it still required a certain amount of time. Yet, this elixir allowed his shattered physical body to recover in an instant. Yi Xian looked at Yang Yanxue with astonishment. Big sister, that pill was? Yang Yanxue spoke indifferently. Father left it for me. Didn't he give it to you? Yi Xian's face froze, and he felt like a knife had been stabbed in his heart. He did, like hell. An indescribable flame of rage arose in Yi Xian's heart. Not to mention a pill, father didn't even give him a single strand of hair. Moreover, he'd even taken 3 strands of sword chi from him. He really isn't human. Meanwhile, Yang Yanxue suddenly said, "What's wrong?" Yi Xian sighed softly and didn't say anything. Yang Yanxue hesitated for a moment and said, "Are you angry at father?" Yi Xian shook his head, "No." Yang Yanxue puckered her lips, "Why not?" As she spoke, she withdrew a white jade bottle and passed it to Yi Xian. "This is for you." Yi Xian glanced at it. "What is it?" Yang Yanxue said, "Medicinal pills. I have 5 left. I'll give you 3 and keep 2 for myself." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "Big sister, I'm not used to you suddenly being so nice to me." Yang Yanxue glared at Yi Xian. "Do you want it or not?" Yi Xian promptly put away the white jade bottle. "Of course I want it." Yang Yanxue rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, then said, "Little brother, do you think that Burial Mountain and the God's Land will drop the matter?" Yi Xian calmly said, "Let's go and find them." Yang Yanxue looked at Yi Xian. "Go and find them?" Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders. "Of course we're going to find them. I don't like to be passive." Yang Yanxue hesitated for a moment, then said, "Can you defeat them? They should have eternal immortal realm powerhouses." Yi Xian smiled. "I can't defeat them." Yang Yanxue frowned. "You can't defeat them, but you still want to go?" Yi Xian blinked. "They don't know that I can't defeat them." Yang Yanxue was speechless. He brought Yang Yanxue to Burial Mountain. Not long after, the brother and sister arrived at Burial Mountain. As soon as they arrived at Burial Mountain, more than 10 divine consciousnesses locked onto the brother and sister. Yang Yanxue promptly stood behind Yi Xian. At that time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Little master, little mistress Nianshua's strength is so weak, so why are you bringing her?" Yi Xian smiled faintly and said in his heart, "Xiao Ta, let me ask you, what is elder sister's status in the family?" Xiao Ta was silent for a moment, then said, "Compared to you, the difference is like heaven and earth." Yi Xian furiously said in his heart, "I didn't ask you to compare her to me. If you don't know how to speak, then don't say it." Xiao Ta was speechless. Yi Xian took a deep breath and said, "Elder sister's status in the family is so high, so do you think that father will let anything happen to her?" Xiao Ta said in a low voice, "He won't. If something happens to little mistress Nianxue, master will definitely panic. He is very afraid of matriarch Su." Speaking up to this point, he paused and then said, "With little mistress Nianxue around, she will definitely be fine. In that case, she is equivalent to your protective talisman. F***ck. Little master, you even betrayed your own elder sister, you are really inhuman. But I like it. Hee. Yang Nianxue looked at Yi Xian, not saying anything, and her expression was very cold. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Xiao Ta, did you forget to soundproof your words?" Xiao Ta was speechless. "It's over." Xiao Ta's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The next moment, Yang Yanxue directly took Xiao Ta away, leaving Yi Xian alone in the field. Very soon, at the end of the distant horizon, Yi Xian heard Xiao Ta's mournful scream. "Yi Xian, resist!" Xiao Ta naturally did not dare to resist Yang Yanxue. He resisted Yi Xian but did not dare to resist Yang Yanxue. Who did not know that Yang Yanxue was the princess of the Yang family? Yi Xian shook his head. This Xiao Ta did not even use his brain when he spoke. Really, what a sin! Not caring about Xiao Ta and Yang Yanxue, Yi Xian raised his head and looked into the distance. Not far away, there stood an old man. The old man wore a blood-red robe. His hair was white and there were some strange runes on his face. His entire body was filled with an evil aura. Xian smiled and said, "You are the mountain master of Burial Mountain?" The old man said hoarsely, "Yes." Xian suddenly pointed at the old man angrily, "How dare you send people to kill me? Who gave you the guts? Don't you know who I am?" The old man stared at Xian. Old man is a little curious. Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the mysterious heaven token appeared in his hand. "Do you know what token this is?" The old man's expression was rather ugly. "Mysterious heaven token." Xian smiled and said, "Do you know what relationship I have with the owner of Celestial Treasure Pavilion?" The old man stared at Xian and did not speak. Xian suddenly walked towards the old man. Seeing this, the old man frowned. "What are you doing?" Xian smiled and said, "Don't you want to kill us, brother and sister? Come on, beat me to death." The old man's expression was rather ugly. Xian continued, "Come and kill me. I promise I won't call anyone." The old man, at this moment, many experts from Burial Mountain appeared in the surroundings. When they saw how arrogant Xian was, their faces were unsightly to the extreme. Too damn arrogant, how inhumane. Someone was about to attack, but he was stopped by Burial Mountain's lord. The profound heaven token. With this token, it meant that Xian had obtained the approval of the pavilion master of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, and the pavilion master, when he thought up to here, Burial Mountain's expression couldn't help but become solemn. He was extremely fearful towards the master of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion because he'd been taught a lesson by the master of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. He was an indescribably terrifying person. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly said, "Don't all of you want to kill me? Come on." The elder collected his thoughts and looked at Xian. "Young man, don't push your luck. Although you are." At this point, his pupils suddenly constricted. In the next moment, everyone watched as the old man's body became illusory. He slashed forward. All the experts from Burial Mountain were stunned when they witnessed this scene. "What's going on?" The old man stared fixedly at Xian while terror filled his eyes. "Time. How can you return to the past? That's impossible." Xian was quite puzzled. "Isn't returning to the past very simple?" "What? You don't know how to do it?" The old man was speechless. The old man intended to say something, but a ray of light flashed in the next moment. Hiss, the old man was completely annihilated. Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword returned to his grasp. He glanced at the surroundings. Who else? Who else? The eyes of the experts from Mount Burial were filled with fear. Instantly annihilating an eternal realm expert, that was too terrifying. Xian was about to attack when the experts from Burial Mountain suddenly fled in all directions. They were extremely swift, and they vanished from Xian's field of vision in the blink of an eye. Xian didn't pursue them. He opened his palm, and the spatial ring of Burial Mountain's lord appeared in his hand. He glanced at it, and there were a few hundred star god veins, a few hundred. Xian put the spatial ring away and turned around. Meanwhile, Yang Yanxue walked over with Xiao Ta. Xian was speechless. Yang Yanxue gazed at Xian. "You dealt with Burial Mountain?" Xian nodded. Yang Yanxue was quite curious. "How did you do it?" Xian smiled and said, "Previously, we killed an eternal immortal realm expert from Zhongshan. I guessed that there were not many experts of this level in Zhongshan. Therefore, after I confirmed that they only had one eternal immortal realm expert, I casually killed him. So, they're gone." Yang Yanxue gazed at Xian. "It's that simple?" Xian shook his head and smiled. "Do you think it's very difficult?" Yang Yanxue gave him a thumbs up, as expected of my little brother. "Amazing." Xian, Yang Yanxue glanced around, and then she said, "Did you get any treasures?" Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he took out a spatial ring. "This is the spatial ring of the mountain lord from before. There are a few hundred star god veins in it. As usual, half each." As he spoke, he took out half and gave it to Yang Yanxue. Yang Yanxue stared at Xian and smiled. "Little brother, why are you suddenly so generous?" Xian smiled. "We're siblings." Yang Yanxue glanced suspiciously at Xian. "I don't believe that you've suddenly become so generous." Xian roared with laughter. "Didn't you give me medicinal pills just now?" Yang Yanxue hesitated for a moment, and then she said, "Actually, I have more than 5 of those medicinal pills. Xian was slightly curious. Then how many do you have? Yang Nianshui glanced at Xian. A few hundred. Xian's expression froze when he heard this. A few hundred, oh my god, is this what a second generation is like? Fuck, Xian's expression became unsightly. They're all from the same father, so the difference in treatment is too great. Meanwhile, Yang Nianshui took out a spatial ring and passed it to Xian. There are 200 pills in here. Keep them and use them. They're extremely precious, and my father specially asked someone to refine them for me. A single one is worth a city, so use them sparingly. Xian sighed softly, and he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Yang Nianshui said softly, "Are you angry?" Xian shook his head. Yang Nianshui smiled, and said, "Actually, I once talked to my mother about you. I asked her why my father let you live. Do you know what she said?" Xian was slightly curious, and he asked, "What did she say?" Yang Nianshui smiled, and said, "She said that my father has very high hopes for you. He knows very well that if he keeps you by his side, then you'll forever be a second-generation heir, and you'll never be able to surpass him. Letting you live is equivalent to putting you outside of his circle, and you have unlimited possibilities." Xian fell silent. Yang Nianshui smiled faintly, and said, "He's never thought of letting me surpass him. To him, it's enough that I'm happy for the rest of my life. And he has the ability to let me live a carefree life for the rest of my life. However, I don't really want this kind of life. I also want to work hard to surpass him, and I want to make him look at me in a different light." Xiao Ta suddenly said, "It seems that Master letting me follow young Master isn't entirely because of Mistress Su, he definitely wants me to surpass him. When heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon me, it must first torture my will, and tire my muscles and bones. It turns out that I've never understood Master's good intentions." Xian, Yang Nianshui shook her head, and smiled, and said, "Xiao Ta, your temperament has changed too much. You weren't like this in the past." Xiao Ta sighed in a low voice, and said, "When I followed Master in the past, who didn't give me, Xiao Ta, some face? Ever since I followed young Master, my treatment directly fell from heaven to hell. No one gave me, Xiao Ta, any face anymore. I'm suffering." Xian's face was full of black lines, and he said, "Xiao Ta, I let Qing'er transform you." Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment, then said, "Young Master, next time ask Elder Sister Heaven's will to transform me even more formidable. Your enemy's transformation speed is too fast, so fast that I can't keep up with his footsteps." Xian, at that time, Yang Nianshui suddenly said, "Brother, what should we do next? Go to the land of gods?" Xian nodded. "Let's go." After saying that, the brother and sister disappeared from their spot. Before long, Xian and Yang Nianshui reached the land of gods. Just as they arrived, Xian frowned. The next instant, his pupils shrank, and he suddenly pulled out his sword to slash. Bang, a wave of sword radiance suddenly broke out. Xian retreated thousands of feet away. As soon as he stopped, a weird enchantment suddenly appeared around him. Xian frowned slightly, and he looked into the distance where an old man was standing. The old man was illusory, a soul body. The old man glanced at Xian and said, "He is indeed somewhat extraordinary. No wonder they summoned me ahead of time." Ancestor summoning. Upon hearing that, Xian's complexion instantly turned unsightly. The land of gods had surprisingly summoned their ancestor ahead of time. "Who exactly are you?" the old man suddenly said. Xian was about to speak, but at that moment, the old man narrowed his eyes. "Future beheading." After saying that, he suddenly clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it forward. Bang, the space and time around the old man began to distort, and the next instant, it shattered. The wisp of the old man's soul was forced to retreat several thousand feet away. Xian's complexion became extremely unsightly. The opponent had surprisingly blocked his future beheading. The opponent had also returned to the past. This wasn't an eternal immortal realm expert, but a powerhouse above it. In the distance, the old man fixed his gaze on Xian. "Who exactly are you? How did you enter the river of time?" Xian looked at the old man. "How did you enter the river of time?" Upon hearing that, the old man's expression became somewhat strange. Upon seeing the old man's expression, Xian frowned. Did he say something wrong? Who exactly are you? The old man suddenly said in a deep voice. Xian spread open his palm, and the profound Xian sword appeared in it. I am the person who wants your life. After saying that, the profound Xian sword in his hand suddenly flew out. In the distance, the pupils of the old man shrank. Future beheading, present beheading, could it be done like that? After sensing Xian's terrifying sword, the old man was greatly shocked. He suddenly took out a talisman, and in the next moment, he suddenly pinched it, and the talisman directly burned. Following that, the space and time he was in was actually enveloped by a mysterious power. In the distance, Xian frowned. He discovered that his future beheading was actually trapped in the river of time. What's going on? The old man glared at Xian angrily. How dare you go against time and go to the past without permission? Do you know that you have committed a capital crime? A heinous capital crime. The time law enforcer will imprison your soul and imprison you in the infinite world forever. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly attacked from the endless river of time. The time executioner, Xian, fell silent. In the distance, the old man suddenly laughed. Haha, it's here. It's really here. You're dead. The time executioner really came. Just wait for your death. Xian looked towards the distance. Space had suddenly been torn apart there, and then a strange black-robed figure floated out of it. The black-robed figure was like a ghost. His entire body was enveloped by a black robe, and his appearance couldn't be seen. Moreover, he held a blood-red sickle in his hand. Danger. The first feeling that Xian had when he saw the black-robed figure was that it was dangerous, extremely dangerous. Xian frowned. This time enforcer is that strong? When the time enforcer appeared, the old man immediately bowed deeply. Greetings, Venerable One. The time enforcer's gaze descended onto Xian, the one who disrupted time. Xian hadn't even spoken when the old man hurriedly said, exactly. Supremacy, this person disrupted time and forcefully returned to the past. Please punish him severely. The time enforcer stared at Xian. Why are you able to disrupted time? Xian didn't waste his breath at all, and he immediately activated the word that the time master had given him. The time enforcer was stunned when he saw the word appear between Xian's brows. Time, that was the law of the time master. The old man was just about to speak when the time enforcer suddenly bowed respectfully to Xian. Please forgive me for my rudeness just now. The old man was petrified on the spot when he witnessed this scene. What's going on? Xian glanced at the old man and said, he hit me. The time enforcer hesitated for a moment before he said, understood. As he spoke, the sickle in his hand suddenly vanished. The old man's expression changed drastically, and he was about to attack. However, a strange scene appeared at this moment. Time seemed to have frozen where he stood, and everything had stopped. He could only watch helplessly as the sickle sliced through his throat. Hiss, the old man was directly erased, completely disappearing from this world. At practically the exact same moment, the sickle returned to the time enforcer's hand. Xian was quite curious when he saw this, and he immediately asked, what was that? The time enforcer was puzzled. What? Xian smiled and said, did time stop where the old man was just now? The time executor nodded. Time stop. Xian was curious. How did you do it? The time enforcer wanted to say something but hesitated. Xian smiled and said, is it inconvenient to tell me? The time enforcer shook his head. Young master has misunderstood. It's not that it's inconvenient to tell you, but young master hasn't cultivated the time domain yet, so I don't know how to tell young master. Xian was a little curious. Time domain? The time enforcer nodded. He opened his palm and pressed it down lightly. In an instant, a mysterious barrier appeared. The time enforcer said, using time to form a domain. In this domain, time can stop. Those with profound cultivation can even make the flow of time in the domain different from the outside world. For example, 6 hours in the domain is actually equivalent to 2 hours in the outside world. Hearing this, Xian was stunned. Isn't this the same as Xiao Ta? Xian hurriedly asked. The flow of time in the time domain is different from the outside world. What's the limit? The time enforcer fell silent for a moment before he said, the most exaggerated thing I've seen is that someone can achieve a difference of 10 times. In other words, 10 days in the time domain is equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, 10 times? The time enforcer nodded. Yes. Isn't it terrifying? Xian's expression became slightly strange. Isn't this terrifying? The time enforcer was stunned. Isn't it terrifying? Xian said seriously, brother, come, I'll take you somewhere. As he spoke, he led the time enforcer into Xiaota. After entering Xiaota, the time enforcer was stunned. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. This. Fuck, Xiaota sighed softly, this is the result of not studying properly. When you encounter something, you can only say fuck to express your shock. Xian, at this moment, the time enforcer suddenly looked at Xian and said with a trembling voice, this. Young master, how did you do this? Xian smiled, I don't know either. In any case, someone helped me do it. The time enforcer hurriedly asked, Time master? Xian shook his head. The time enforcer's face was full of shock, this. How is this possible? Such a divine ability is simply too heaven-defying. No, that's impossible. Xian smiled without saying anything. The time enforcer was silent. Impossible, then what was he seeing in front of him? Was it a dream? The time enforcer's mind was in a mess. After a long time, the time enforcer looked at Xian, young master, how strong is the person who reversed the time here? Xian smiled, brother, let's not discuss this. I want to ask you how to cultivate this time domain. The time enforcer said solemnly, young master, with this tower, you don't need to cultivate time domain anymore. This is too heaven-defying. Xian shook his head, I want to have this ability myself. After a moment of silence, the time enforcer said, if an outsider wants to cultivate time domain, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This is because to cultivate time domain, one must meet 2 conditions. The first is to have a time cultivation permit. Only those with this permit can enter the river of time to cultivate various Tao of time, including this time domain. Otherwise, once an ordinary person enters to explore time, they will be sent into the seamless world by the time laws. Xian said solemnly, time cultivation permit. Do you have a monopoly on it? The time enforcer smiled awkwardly, no, young master doesn't know. This Tao of time is extraordinary. If people are allowed to wantonly change and tamper with it, this world will be in chaos. Moreover, the one who made these rules is the Time Master. The Time Master is condensed from the river of time spiritual wisdom. He represents time, so he can choose who manages time. Without his authorization, an ordinary person who enters the river of time and changes time will be erased by the time laws. Xian was a bit surprised. He had thought that the Time Master was a person, but he had not expected that he was the spiritual wisdom of the river of time, which was equivalent to a world's tendo. However, it was clear that this time master was much fiercer than an ordinary tendo. As if thinking of something, Xian asked again, didn't you say that there are 2 conditions to cultivate time domain? What's the other one? The time enforcer said solemnly, the other one is to sneak in. Some experts will use some special methods to enter the river of time and hide it from us, making it so that we can't sense it and the time laws can't sense it. Of course, this method generally has a time limit. It can only temporarily enter the river of time and reverse time. Even if they cultivate time domain, they don't dare to use it for too long. However, these people are generally extremely strong because they can enter and cultivate time domain. This means that their abilities are very terrifying, especially in terms of their bodies and souls. Xian asked, have you seen many of these people? The time enforcer said, many. Many, Xian was silent. A moment later, he asked again, what level do I belong to in this endless universe? The time enforcer sized up Xian and said, young master can cut the future and the past. This ability is very heaven-defying. It's just that your body and soul aren't strong enough. If they both reach eternal immortality, young master's strength will be even more terrifying. Xian nodded slightly, I have the time laws, so it's very easy to cultivate time domain, right? The time enforcer nodded, don't be too simple. With that, he flicked his finger, and a white light entered between Xian's eyebrows. Soon, countless pieces of information entered Yi Xian's mind. Cultivate time domain. A moment later, Yi Xian opened his palm, and in an instant, the space-time around him formed an invisible barrier. Time domain. Yi Xian was stunned. It's that simple, the time enforcer said solemnly. Young master, you have the time laws that the time master gave you. If you want to form a time domain, it won't be too easy because the river of time will take the initiative to cooperate with you. Yi Xian nodded, I understand. The time enforcer hesitated for a moment and said, Young master, may I ask what is your relationship with the time master? Yi Xian blinked and said, Very good. Very good. Very good, the time enforcer. Yi Xian smiled, if you go back and see him, you can ask him yourself. The time enforcer shook his head and smiled bitterly, we won't have the chance to meet the time master. Yi Xian was puzzled, why? The time enforcer's smile became even more bitter, the time master controls the Tao of time, and he isn't someone a small enforcer like us can meet. Hearing this, Yi Xian understood, his level wasn't high enough. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he had underestimated the time master's strength and identity. He should be a super big shot, of course, there was a reason why he had underestimated the time master. This big shot knelt as soon as they met. At this moment, the time enforcer suddenly raised his head. In the next moment, he frowned. Yi Xian asked, what's wrong? The time enforcer said in a low voice, Young master, I have a mission. I have to go. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian, if you have time in the future, you can come to the time court as a guest. After saying that, he was about to leave. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, wait. The time enforcer looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Brother, this. I've been short on money recently. I wonder if it's convenient for you to lend me some star god meridians. Hearing this, the time enforcer's expression froze. Yi Xian hurriedly said, reimbursement, reimbursement. The time enforcer blinked, reimbursement? Who? Yi Xian said seriously, of course it's the time master, my good brother. The time enforcer, Yi Xian continued, lend me 1,000 star god meridians, and then go to him for reimbursement of 1,500. Do you understand what I mean? The time enforcer. Reimbursement. The time enforcer hesitated for a moment before saying, what if he doesn't reimburse me? Yi Xian smiled. Go to him for reimbursement. He will definitely reimburse you. If he doesn't, come to me. I will compensate you double. The time enforcer was still hesitant. Yi Xian smiled. Why not give it a try? After a moment of silence, the time enforcer said, I'll lend you 2,000 star god veins. I'll reimburse you. 3,000, is that okay? Yi Xian's expression froze. This guy was a ruthless person. The time enforcer took out a storage ring and handed it to Yi Xian. Young master, this is my savings over the years. You. Keep it well. Yi Xian hurriedly put away the storage ring and said, Brother, you actually have so many star god veins. Your time court's treatment is quite good. The time enforcer shook his head and smiled. To be honest, the treatment of the time court is not bad. However, we still earn some extra money. Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately understood, the time enforcer was still hesitant. Can it really be reimbursed? Yi Xian said with a smile, of course. The time enforcer cupped his fists. Thank you for the opportunity, young master. Yi Xian smiled. My name is Yi Xian. The time enforcer smiled. My name is Zhang Han. Brother Yi, we will meet again. With that, he left Xiao Ta. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young master, can he really be reimbursed? Yi Xian nodded. Definitely. Xiao Ta said solemnly, if he can be reimbursed, then why don't you find the time enforcer yourself? You even let him earn 1,000. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. You're too narrow-minded. Xiao Ta, Yi Xian explained, what I value is not only the star god veins, but also the connections. These time enforcers are so powerful. If I were to befriend them, the benefits I would obtain in the future would not be limited to this. Many times, connections are more important than money. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, You're the young master. Whatever you say goes. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Yang Yanxue, who'd been silent until now, suddenly grinned and said, "Little brother." Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly felt a headache. This sister, was it time for him to part ways with her? Yang Yanxue looked at Yi Xian and smiled, not saying a word. Yi Xian felt a little helpless, and then took out half of the 3,000 star god veins and gave it to her. Yang Yanxue grinned as she put the star god vein away, and then she said, "Brother, you're really something. I won't take your star god vein for nothing. I'll take you to a place where there are many opportunities to get rich." Yi Xian frowned. "Where?" The corners of Yang Yanxue's mouth lifted. "Middle world." Yi Xian shook his head. "I've never heard of it." Yang Yanxue smiled. "Of course you haven't. That place is very far from here. My father took me there all those years ago. It's a very prosperous place, and," as she spoke, she smiled mysteriously. "There's a mysterious race there called the Heavenly Spirit Race. All the members of the Heavenly Spirit Race are women, and all of them are as beautiful as flowers." Yi Xian said with a straight face, "Your brother, am a decent man. A decent person." Yang Yanxue glanced at Yi Xian. "As if I'd believe you." Yi Xian was speechless. Yang Yanxue continued, "Do you want to go play?" Yi Xian was just about to speak when his pupils constricted abruptly. In the next moment, he and Yang Yanxue directly left the tiny pagoda, and he saw a woman outside. The woman wore a simple cotton dress and carried a small bamboo basket on her back. Within the bamboo basket was a fishing rod. The woman had short hair, and her eyes were calm like water. Yi Xian's expression instantly changed when he saw the bamboo basket on the woman's back. She was the mysterious big shot who'd killed the old man from the ruins, because the old man had told him to be careful of the bamboo basket on his back before he'd vanished. The old man had actually found his way here. This is going a little too far. There's no enmity between us, yet she's still relentlessly pursuing us. The woman gazed at Yi Xian in silence. Yang Yanxue hid behind Yi Xian again. The woman's gaze suddenly descended onto the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand, and she frowned slightly. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "You are?" The woman suddenly opened her right hand. In the next moment, the inheritance scroll that the old man had given her appeared in her hand. She squeezed it lightly, and the inheritance scroll instantly transformed into ashes. Yi Xian's face instantly fell when he witnessed this scene. "You've gone too far." The woman gazed at Yi Xian. "You're not convinced?" Yi Xian suddenly spoke angrily, "I'm not convinced." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed, a slash to the present, and a slash to the past. It was a lethal move as soon as he attacked, because this person was truly too strong. However, Yi Xian's pupils suddenly constricted as soon as he attacked, and then he wasn't even able to react before his figure was blasted flying into the seamless world. After his figure stopped, Yi Xian was stunned. Damn it, the future. He'd been beaten by this woman in the past. She could enter the future as well. In the distance, the woman in the bamboo basket glanced at Yi Xian, and her expression was calm as water. Yi Xian utilized the temporal laws to leave the seamless world. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through his eyes as he gazed at the woman, and he attacked once more. However, he'd only just attacked when a strange palm print suddenly appeared on his chest. In the next moment, bang, Yi Xian was blasted flying again, and this time, he flew out of his field of vision. When he stopped, he was in the seamless world again. Fortunately, the temporal laws here didn't target him, otherwise, he would have been obliterated by now. Fortunately, he had Arya's armor on him. Otherwise, his body would have probably been gone by now. The woman glanced at Yi Xian and said, "Continue." "Continue." Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and then his figure instantly became illusory. At practically the exact same moment, the woman's figure became illusory as well. In the blink of an eye, both of them had arrived in the river of time, and the space they resided in right now was the space of the past. Yi Xian's expression became rather unsightly when he saw the woman return to the past as well. He didn't think too much about it and suddenly attacked. At the instant that the green profound sword slashed out, the entire river of time started seething. He'd attacked in the past, moreover, he'd even executed future slash. It wasn't the present and the past, it was the past and the future. This attack was strange to the point even Yi Xian was unable to explain it. In any case, he possessed the temporal laws, so time creation was done. At this moment, the bamboo woman standing not far away frowned slightly. Obviously, Yi Xian's two messy sword moves made her a little confused. She didn't think too much about it, and then her figure suddenly became illusory. In the next moment, Yi Xian saw the woman split into two. One was in the past, and the other was in the past. What the fuck? Yi Xian was stunned. It can be done like this? In the next moment, both of Yi Xian's rays of light shattered abruptly, and then Yi Xian was blasted flying once more. This time, the river of time he resided in was directly shattered and obliterated, and then Yi Xian returned to reality. At this moment, a wisp of blood was slowly flowing down from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly vanished on the spot. In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He was just about to attack when he noticed to his astonishment that the space he resided in seemed to have frozen. Time had stopped moving. The woman had utilized the time domain. Yi Xian was shocked, and he hurriedly released his left hand, and the green profound sword suddenly slashed forward. Hiss! The space-time barrier in front of him was directly torn apart by the green profound sword. However, at this moment, a fist suddenly smashed into the space between his brows. Rumble! Yi Xian felt the world spin around him, and then his mind went blank. After that, he was blasted flying. When Yi Xian stopped, he was completely dumbfounded. I've been bashed. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, it's enough." Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. What do you mean? Xiao Ta spoke solemnly. In the past, you were only bashed after 3 days of being cool. Now, you've been cool for many days. Be content. Yi Xian was speechless. In the distance, the woman was about to attack again when Xianxia suddenly said, "Sir, there's no enmity between us. Aren't you going too far by doing this?" The woman glanced at Xianxia. Are you going to fight on his behalf? Xianxia hurriedly retreated to the side. Pretend I didn't say anything. Yi Xian was speechless. The woman withdrew her gaze and looked at Yi Xian in the distance. Her expression was still as calm as water. Don't you think it's shameful to control the Tao of time by cheating? Cheating? Yi Xian looked at the woman and smiled. I'm not cheating. I'm openly controlling the Tao of time. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes. Calm down, focus. The green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand trembled slightly. In the distance, the woman stopped and looked at Yi Xian as she slowly clenched her right hand. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he took Xianxia with him and vanished on the spot. He didn't run. He used the green profound sword to teleport back to the mystic world. He teleported across countless stellar regions. Yi Xian and Xianxia vanished. The woman was slightly stunned. Escaped, not fighting anymore. Was this a swordsman? After a long time, the woman shook her head slightly. What the hell? With that, she turned and vanished on the spot. After returning to the mystic world, Yi Xian looked at the distant spacetime. Seeing that the woman didn't chase after him, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. That woman's strength was too terrifying. She could actually return to the past. Moreover, didn't the time enforcer say that some powerhouses without the time usage certificate could only enter the river of time for a short period? Why could that woman stay in the river of time for so long? Moreover, the laws of time did not target her. This was not normal. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly said in a deep voice, "It's really dangerous outside. When I was with father, I felt that father could hit anyone with a sword." As she said that, she looked at Yi Xian and said seriously, "Brother, there's still a gap between our strength and father's." Yi Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. Xianxia said in a deep voice, "What do we do now?" Yi Xian said, "Cultivate. Cultivate to the eternal immortal realm." With that, he entered Xiao Ta's body and took out all the star god veins he had obtained. Eternal immortality. He had to improve his body, soul, and will. At the side, Xianxia looked at Yi Xian who was cultivating. After a moment of silence, she said, "Brother, I have a treasure here that can quickly improve your strength. There are no side effects, and it only costs 3,000 star god veins. Do you want it?" Yi Xian. End of chapter 2162. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.